I have two principles in life. 1. Never lie. 2. Never believe what anyone says, including myself, sir. I would like to remind you that your second point conflicts with the first. Where's the conflict? Since you never lie, why don't you believe what you say? Oh, sorry, I forgot to mention that I don't consider myself a human being. Let me introduce myself. My name is Changshir who never lies. What? You haven't heard of me? It doesn't matter, you just haven't been fooled by me yet. Soon, you will remember. Chapter 1 Delivery Doctor. Doctor. I feel like I'm giving birth. Heart-wrenching screams were heard from the dim little clinic. A woman covered in blood was tied to a rusty delivery chair and twisted and struggled. Hurry! Doctor, come and take a look, he's about to come out. Why don't you come over here? Doctor! Doctor! Are you a doctor? Turn around and take a look. The pregnant woman's screams became sharper and her struggles became more frantic, but the doctor standing by never looked back at her. He just nodded and said slowly and perfunctorily, Okay, I'm coming. Don't worry, I'm preparing the delivery tools. Madam, you don't want your baby to fall to the ground as soon as it's born, do you? This sentence seemed to have a fatal killing power on the pregnant woman who was gradually going crazy. Her crazy momentum stagnated, and her red eyes gradually regained clarity. Her eyeballs mechanically turned around again, slowly looking at her belly, and she responded in a somewhat foolish manner. The child, yes, the child cannot fall to the ground. I want to give birth to a child, the child cannot fall to the ground. She kept repeating this sentence, and her emotions gradually stabilized. Soon, the small clinic became quiet again, with only the clanging sound of iron being hammered. This is a doctor making delivery tools. Tiny sparks flew out from in front of the doctor, lighting up the dim space for a moment. The pregnant woman's attention was attracted by the sparks. She hugged her belly and turned to look at the doctor's back. Her eyes began to turn red again and her expression became ferocious again. Doc! What are you doing? What are you doing? Me? Didn't I tell you? I'm preparing the delivery tools. The clinic has been overwhelmed with patients lately, and all the nurses have gone out to help. I have to do these chores myself. As he spoke, the doctor turned around and showed the crude hacksaw he had just hammered shut to the pregnant woman. A bright and cheerful smile appeared on his face, and he said with some pride, Look, it's ready. The moment the pregnant woman saw the hacksaw, her whole body suddenly twitched. As she struggled, the leather straps pulled on the rusty chair, making a teeth-grinding friction sound. Her legs kicked wildly, splashing the dirty blood all over her body. What are you doing? This is not a delivery tool. What are you doing? Madam, please look carefully. This is the midwife's saw. The doctor approached the pregnant woman with a hacksaw in hand, his eyes lingering on the irregular teeth as if admiring a work of art, while he exclaimed in admiration of this is the most cutting-edge delivery technology published in Science. Simply use this uterine saw to cut open your abdomen, and your baby can be born intact on the birthing chair. This avoids the tragedy of a child falling to the ground during a normal birth, and reduces the risk of infection, and these sharp teeth can increase the wound surface, ensuring that the baby's head will not be stuck due to too little space during delivery. The doctor took the tool and measured the pregnant woman's belly, squinting and smiling. Most importantly, this program currently has 0 negative reviews. Child, safe, my child, will be safe, yes, ma'am, please rest assured. I am the most experienced midwife in the clinic and will ensure the safety of your child. The pregnant woman got the promise and suddenly became excited. She slapped her belly, which was bulging like a hill, and stretched her head to shout impatiently, Hurry! Deliver my baby! My baby is coming out! Hurry, doctor! Hurry! It is my honor to serve you. The doctor held the rough hacksaw, his hands not shaking at all, and then he lightly touched the skin and skillfully cut upwards. A thin line of blood meandered upwards, and the ripe watermelon split open in the blink of an eye right after. Bang! The overwhelmed body exploded like a punctured balloon, splattering blood everywhere. She is not dead yet, she screamed in pain, struggling with her hands and feet. She looked at the doctor with vicious and terrified eyes and screamed madly, What are you doing? What are you doing? You're trying to kill me. You're trying to kill my child. The doctor's body was covered in blood, but his face was spotless. He gently moved the hacksaw away from his face and smiled again, comforting the patient. "Ma'am, it's so sad that you say that. I was trying to save you and your child. Look, your child was born safely." The pregnant woman's frantic movements paused, and she looked at her belly with extreme joy. However, she saw a pair of huge, pure black eyes blinking at her in her abdominal cavity full of rotten flesh. These eyes are very clear and bright, very attractive. If its body wasn't a twisting tentacle, it might be more adorable. Looking at the terrifying newborn that looked like an octopus tentacle, the doctor smiled knowingly and praised, "Look at how healthy your child is, with bright eyes. You can tell at a glance that he has, big eyes." The surprise on the pregnant woman's face froze for a moment because of this inexplicable compliment, but this did not prevent her from expressing her overflowing love for her child. Black blood of joy overflowed from her withered eyes. "Child. My child. Yes, it's your child. Bring my child here. I want to see him. Is it a boy or a girl?" After hearing this, the doctor's smile froze and a look of confusion appeared on his face. To be honest, if you insist on assigning a gender to an octopus leg, congratulations, ma'am. It's a boy with a penis. It does have a handle, and it is even a handle itself. Boys. The pregnant woman's voice rose again. Even the serious injuries could not stop her twisting and struggling. A crazy look once again climbed onto her horrible thin face covered in blood. "Why is it a boy? Why is it a boy? She should have been a girl. It's you. There must be something wrong with your delivery technique. It's you. You quack." Perhaps feeling his mother's anger, the newborn lying in a pool of blood blinked innocently. "You know what, if you only look at the eyes and not the body, she's quite cute." The doctor looked at this ridiculous scene and shook his head and sighed. "Ma'am, you should know that the gender of a child depends on the parents, not the doctor. Perhaps you should ask the father. The father of the child." The pregnant woman's eyes were confused for a moment, and then she suddenly laughed viciously. "He's gone. I ate him. Ha ha ha, he's dead. That man actually wanted to be the mother of my child. He's not worthy, only I can be the mother, He's gone, can't be found, ha ha ha, he's gone, I'm the child's mother." The doctor's CPU was overloaded for a while. However, his excellent professionalism allowed him to quickly grasp the business opportunity. He raised his eyebrows and said with a little excitement, "If it's just a simple death, our clinic can provide you with a special service of asking the deceased. You still have the opportunity to ask him why your child is a boy. However, this service may be a bit expensive, but I think it's all worth it for the sake of the children." He was selling the product with all his might, as if he would get a lot of money if the deal was successful. Perhaps moved by the doctor's sincerity, the pregnant woman's eyes switched between viciousness and confusion several times, and finally she nodded like a zombie. "My child, there must be an explanation. What should I do?" "Quick, doctor, I want to ask him." "Very well, ma'am. First, please close your eyes." Seeing the pregnant woman closing her eyes hesitantly, the doctor raised a strange smile. He picked up the hacksaw and moved the rough teeth to her neck again. "Then take a deep breath. Yes, that's right, very good. Tilt your head back and raise your neck a little higher. Okay, don't worry, right away, gee." The doctor's hands trembled. Click, something fell, the dirty blood splattered everywhere, leaving a beautiful cinnabar pattern on the snow-white wall. Although there was an accident, the operation went smoothly. "Madam, you can go find the child's father." The doctor sighed softly, wiped his bloody hands casually on his white coat, and glanced at the head on the ground. "Oh, that's scary." He quickly kicked it away, then raised the hacksaw and turned to look at the tentacle on the patient's body. Its big eyes were still blinking, as if it hadn't realized what was going on, or perhaps it simply had no cognitive ability. "As I said, this service is a bit expensive, and your mother hasn't paid yet, but she may not be back for a while. How about, you pay for her?" Although they have no cognitive ability, newborns will instinctively struggle violently when they sense death approaching, but in the eyes of doctors, this struggle is more like an invitation. The more happily the fish jumps on the chopping board, the more excited the fisherman will be to chop it. The doctor pierced its body without hesitation. The new tentacles twitched in pain, and in a moment, those cute big eyes completely lost their luster and became motionless. It embraces the day of birth and also embraces death. Payment and goods have been paid, thank you for your patronage. The doctor bowed gracefully, threw away the hacksaw in his hand, and walked out of the dim room without looking back. Single-player trial, leftover, birth, challenge successfully, rating and reward calculation in progress, player, Chengshi, performance rating, S, obtained food, finger bread, C, X5, obtained food, can slime drink, C, X5, obtained food, imitation eyeball cake, B, X1, road to the gods +0, ladder to audience +0, single-player trials do not increase scores, current path to Godhood score, 2104, global ranking, 499,713, current audience ladder score, 156, destiny ranking, 74, trial cleared, about to exit. Chapter 2 I am a believer in order. The breeze is blowing gently and the moon is shining silvery. On the rooftop of a super high-rise building, Chengshi sat on the edge of the roof, his legs dangling in the air, enjoying his spoils of war today. What he was chewing in his mouth was the most common blood finger bread among the rewards of the youth food trial. The shape of this bread was exactly the same as that of a human finger, and even the touch was indistinguishable. Only when you taste the cranberry jam bursting in your fingers when you put it in your mouth can you confirm that this thing is really just food, not a severed finger. Unfortunately, the bread was waxy, the jam was sour, and the C-grade food was not very tasty. But none of these prevent it from providing energy, and providing energy means that it can prolong life. Yes, in today's world, staying alive is the most important thing. Ever since the arrival of the Yi gods, half a year ago, the real world has been transformed into an absurd game of faith. Everyone in the world must choose to embark on a destiny, believe in a certain God, and live with the God's blessing in this broken and unreal reality. The reason why it is called broken is that the entire world has been divided into countless fragments by the gods. All people, or players, now called God's believers, are randomly assigned to survive in a fragment. Just like Chengshi, the place he was assigned to was the rooftop of an unknown building. The rooftop is about 200 square meters. Although the space is large, there is no shelter. Not only is it exposed to wind and sun, there is not even a piece of cloth to wrap yourself. The most difficult thing was that there were air walls all around the roof, above and below. Even though the door to go downstairs was right at hand, he couldn't pass through the air walls and go downstairs unless you start the trial of extending the space and pass it successfully. You can break through the surrounding air wall obstacles and gain a larger living space, and this also involves the unreality mentioned earlier. The world was physically divided, society completely stopped functioning, and players who had lost all resource support were able to survive for more than half a year only because the game could give them everything they wanted. In this game, all resources need to be obtained by participating in the wish trial, from food, clothing, housing and transportation to divine power. As long as you dare to make a wish, the gods will send down the God's trial field and match you with corresponding teammates. Join forces with teammates to clear the trials, and everything you pray for will be granted by the G God and appear before your eyes out of thin air. The more outrageous the wish, the more difficult the trial. Not only that, each trial will also increase various scores, allowing you to go further on the road of trial. Of course, if you are a socially anxious person, you can also choose a solo trial, but the solo trial will not increase any score, and the rewards given are barely usable. Players who have survived to this day have long been accustomed to everything in the game, and many of them have become masters of this game. Chengshi sat on the roof, swallowed the food in his mouth with difficulty, and looked up at the game information in his field of vision. Current number of believers worldwide, 8,478,114,678 inches. Just half a year, only 2/3 of the world's 12 billion people remained. Faith game is not an absolutely safe game. Dying in the game means dying in reality as well, but if you don't accept the God's trial, you won't be able to obtain the supplies and resources you need to survive. So the purpose of the game is obvious. Only by becoming stronger can you survive to the end. One day left. Looking at the eye-catching red text reminder in the center of his field of vision, Chengshi sighed. Game of faith will not let players live in mediocrity. It will automatically match players with a special trial of God every 7 days. This trial is extremely difficult. If players fail to pass it successfully, even if they survive by chance, they will be deprived of the ability to participate in the wish trial in the next cycle. In other words, failure means no income in the next week and only consumption of stored food. To be honest, Chengshi had a lot of surplus food on the rooftop. After operating for half a year, he had built 2 warehouses on the rooftop. Although the supplies in the warehouse were of poor quality, they at least provided sufficient guarantee for his survival. I hope the teammates I'm matched with this time are more reliable. After being cheated last week, I wasted a lot of food last week, and the inventory in the warehouse has dropped to the warning line. He was just thinking about how to deal with tomorrow's challenges when he suddenly heard a greeting from a distance. Hey, man, how's the harvest today? Chengshir looked up across the street and found that the sound came from the resident on the top floor next door, a young man with long hair and trendy clothes. The colorful and strangely shaped clothes he wore were the newest styles he got from participating in the trial. A guy named Xie. Although the real world is separated by air walls, these invisible walls do not block light and sound, nor do they prevent people from throwing objects at each other, except for restricting the players' movements. This is also why most neighborhood relationships are not friendly, because you never know when your neighbor will pull out a submachine gun and shoot you. The game does not prohibit players from killing each other. Chengshir does have several neighbors where he lives, and the one on the rooftop of the opposite building is one of them. The two sides were about 20 to 30 meters apart, and communication was purely through shouting. He claimed to be from Jiangxi province, a senior civil engineering student, and his surname was Xie. He's a little bit nervous, but not a bad person. Before the gods came, I was worried about how to find a job, but I didn't expect that after the gods came, I would get a job directly. After all, there are no jobs in the world anymore, and speaking objectively, professional gamers do count as employment. So he is one of the few Adventists who believe that the gods saved the world, or at least saved the world's employment rate. Chengshir shook the can of tentacle slime drink in his hand and smiled, indicating that this was his trophy. Fuck, snot. Man, I've never been so impressed by anyone in my life, but you. How the hell can you drink this? The young man named Xie was shocked, and his face turned pale when he saw the drink in Chengshir's hand. Snot water is the nickname of this drink. The tentacle mucus is green in color and extremely sticky, just like the runny nose caused by a wind heat cold, hence the name. But despite this, it is still a good thing to quench thirst, and because it is too sticky, it even has some filling effect. Chengshir smiled and said, "How do you drink it?" Once it enters your mouth, you can't bite it off, and it just gulps down by itself. The other person's face paled even more. He dry heaved a few times and said speechlessly, "Not really, buddy. I see your expression is pretty stable every time you come out. Your ladder score should be pretty good. Why do you always put yourself in a difficult position and go through solo dungeons?" Of course, it's because the single-player trial is less difficult and less stressful. Everyone knew about this, so Chengshir smiled and said nothing. "Oh, by the way, we've been neighbors for so long, but I still don't know which god you follow. Tell me, maybe we can meet next time and cooperate with each other in advance." The young man shouted again. "What about you?" Chengshir asked back. "Me? Didn't I tell you that I believe in order? Isn't it like that? Civilization rises, and order lasts forever." As the young man surnamed Xie spoke, he stood at attention and tapped his left shoulder with his right fist, which was the signature gesture of the believers of order. The other party did it very standardly and skillfully, but Chengshir knew that he was lying. This is not a conclusion drawn from observing the other person's micro-expressions and movements. Besides, it is impossible to see the other person's expression clearly from a distance of more than 10 or 20 meters. This is Chengshir's ability. In other words, this is the gift of faith, bestowed by God. Ever since he believed in that person, he has become extremely sensitive to lies. As long as someone is lying, he can tell. Although he cannot determine specifically which sentence the other person says is a lie, the context of the previous and subsequent conversations is enough for Chengshir to guess something. But even though he knew the other party was lying, he didn't expose it. After all, it's nice to chat with neighbors occasionally to relieve boredom. There's no need to make the relationship too stiff. Even if the other party wants to expand the border and invade the area where you live, you must get your consent before starting the trial. Regarding the trial of extended space, if the target space has no owner, it can be started at will. However, if the target space has an owner, the owner's consent must be obtained to decide whether to start a confrontation trial or a cooperation trial. And no matter what kind of trial it is, Chengshir will definitely not agree to it. "Hey, man, I'm telling you, it's so boring to hide it. It won't have any impact if you tell me. Are you and I still competitors?" The other party is testing. Chengshir curled his lips and began to fight back. "How many points are you on the ladder to audience? What's your ID? Let me see where you rank." After hearing this, the young man surnamed Xie froze for a moment. He asked with a hint of doubt, are you really a believer in order? Changshi shook his head, smiling playfully. No, I am a believer in chaos. The person opposite was obviously shocked, his pupils contracted violently for a moment, and his brows furrowed. Changshi said this in a very calm tone, as calm as if he could actually look up the ranking of the ladder of audience, of order. This surprised the young man a little. He originally thought that Changshi, who often talked nonsense with him, was a player with orthodox beliefs, but I didn't expect that he was actually a believer of chaos. In Game of Faith, destiny has opposites just like civilization and chaos. They are two opposing destinies. There is also a conflict of faith towards certain gods in one's destiny. For example, the first god of the destiny of civilization, the prologue of civilization, order, and the first god of the destiny of chaos. The prologue of chaos are opposing beliefs of the essences they pursue are diametrically opposed, and the wills they advocate are vastly different. Therefore, their followers, under the instruction of their benefactor, hate each other. However, the two parties with opposing beliefs share the same ladder of audience ranking and can see each other on the leaderboard. The ranking of the stairway to audience is related to the chance of facing the true God and gaining his favor. Therefore, if those at the top are people of opposing beliefs, the weaker party may not have an easy time until the next audience. The young man named Se's expression changed again and again. He did not report his score, nor did he continue to ask questions, because he is indeed not a believer in order. At this moment, the moonlight shone on his face, but still could not illuminate the haze on his face. He was somewhat unable to see through Changshi's true intentions. You didn't lie to me? Changshi smiled. I never lie. Chapter 3 A Song of Blood and Fire. The guy on the rooftop opposite frowned and guessed all night, while Changshi slept soundly. When I opened my eyes the next morning, a matchmaking reminder indicating the start of the trial appeared before my eyes. Special trial, Song of Blood and Fire, War, has been opened. Matching teammates, 1 out of 6. Trial objective, grit your teeth amidst the torture of blood and fire. 24-hour limit. Changshi looked at the word war in the game description and his forehead started pounding. This will be a tough battle. Although war is the god of civilization's destiny, his trials are truly not civilized at all. Basically, every battle is a real fight. You don't even need to understand the various clues given in the trial. As long as you kill all the enemies around you, you can pass the level. But the problem is that surviving for 24 hours is a very demanding task of one's endurance and spirit. The enemy won't give you a chance to breathe, nor will they slow down their attack just because you want to rest. In this case, the more capable your teammates are, the more advantages you will naturally have. Please, match me with a few more warriors. I'm enough for this idiot. Please, please. Matching successful, 6/6. Entering the trial, the blood-red reminder flashed by, and the scene in front of Changshi began to slowly distort, and then the whole person disappeared from the spot in an instant. The sky was dark and filled with smoke. Changshi opened his eyes and found himself standing on a pile of ruins. Looking around, there was nothing but broken walls and ruins. This place was obviously a small town before, but now, it has been wiped off the map by the brutal war. A few seconds later, several beams of light landed around him, and exclamations rang out one after another. My teammates for this trial are here. Changshi looked at them immediately and found that among the 3 men and 2 women, only one was holding a big sword, and the rest were like him, without revealing their weapons. Hiss. Changshi took a deep breath and thought to himself, is this another idiotic game? There are only 6 professions in Game of Faith, namely warrior, mage, priest, assassin, hunter, and singer. Logically speaking, there is no distinction between high and low professions. There are only bad players but no bad professions, but in reality, due to the biased nature of the trial, professions will still be divided into high and low levels in different trials. Just like today's war trial, warrior, mage, and priest are definitely stronger than assassin and hunter. The 6 people matched together looked at each other. When the big man holding the big sword didn't see the weapons of the others, he said with a slightly irritated look on his face, same old rules, don't waste time, report your class first, then your score. I'll go first. Chinshom, Civilization, Warrior, rank 1647. Chinshom, Civilization, Warrior, ladder 1647. There are 2 to 3 gods under each destiny. The reason why we only report the destiny and not the name of the god is to avoid matching with people of opposing beliefs. Although everyone in the trial is a community with a shared destiny and should help each other, when players of opposing faiths are matched up, some gods of destiny will bestow additional God's will, which may cause their believers to do something shameful before the mission is successful. This is a lesson learned through blood and tears. Countless people have died in the 6 months since the game started, so it's never too late for players to be too careful. However, at the beginning of the trial, cooperation is still necessary. Song Yoan, life, assassin, ladder 1636, brother, are you an order knight? I think I've seen this sword in the hands of other, order, warriors. It should be a shield sword, right? A tall, thin young man wearing sportswear and glasses next to Chun Chong spoke second. After he finished speaking, he carefully looked at the greatsword in Chen Chang's hand, as if comparing it with the greatsword in his memory. Song Yuan, life, assassin, ladder 1636. Since he was recognized, Chen Chong did not hide it and nodded. Seeing that he admitted it, the expressions of the others were obviously much more relaxed. Believers of order are one of the few trustworthy strangers in this game. They obey the will of order, respect the rules, and restrain themselves. They are almost the most popular comrades in the entire game, and a warrior who believes in order can become a T0 in the trial of war, reliable and easy to use. Xiao Wan, life, hunter, ladder 1519. For some reason, the order of speeches became clockwise. The beautiful lady on Song Yuan's left, wearing a military green short-sleeved shirt, introduced herself in a very cold tone. She is tall but not slender, with firm and well-defined muscles, and a sense of strength can be felt even through her clothes. Xiao Wan, life, hunter, ladder 1519. When Song Yuan heard that he had a comrade in arms with the same fate, he grinned and nodded in greeting. On Xiao Wan's left was also a woman, petite with long black hair like a waterfall. That he was wearing a black turtleneck shirt that covered his entire body, leaving only his face exposed. Nangong, fallen, priest, ladder 1396. Nangong, sinking, priest, ladder 1396. When the word sinking was spoken, the faces of the two players who were believers of life in front of them darkened. Life and demise are opposing destinies. Song Yuan looked at Nangong with some surprise, and his eyes were not friendly. Xiao Wan remained motionless, her expression still indifferent, but there was a hint of scrutiny in her slanted eyes. Nangong was also feeling bad. The two people who came up were people with opposite destinies to hers, and she had to survive a whole day of this trial. Now she could only pray that the gods of these two people were not against her. Conflicting destinies will only cause anxiety, and if beliefs are also conflicting, it may even lead to death. Next it was Cheng Shi's turn. Cheng Shi looked at Nangong on his right and suddenly a meaningful smile appeared on his face. Cheng Shi, life, priest, ladder 1501. Cheng Shi. The moment he finished speaking, everyone present had expressions of joy and sorrow on their faces. The ones who were happy were naturally the two people who shared the same destiny of life. The only one who was worried was Nangong, whose face turned extremely ugly. Life, as a righteous god, at least the believers of this god have positive values. Regardless of their personal morality, they are always considered good people on the surface, but the fallen gods are all bad in their own way. Seeing that the atmosphere was not right, Order Warrior Chen Chong frowned and reminded that the divergence of fate can only be put off to the end. 24 hours is a long time. Survive first, then think about other things. Seeing that there were many teammates around, Song Yuan naturally just smiled. Xiao Wan had a cold face as usual. Cheng Shi was watching the show, and Nangong lowered his head and thought. Only the player on Cheng Shi's left, who was dressed like Dr. Strange, glanced at Cheng Shi with a slightly strange look, his expression somewhat unpredictable. Chao Sansui, existence, mage, ladder 1906. Chao Sansui, existence, mage, ladder to heaven 1906 inch master duo? When the score came out, everyone gasped. Everyone else felt that they had found a great person, but Cheng Shi sucked his teeth and looked constipated. TSK, existence, Chen Chang's expression became much better. He raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile, memory traveler or time traveler? Memory traveler is a wizard who believes in memory, and time walker is a wizard who believes in time. Chen Chong is asking about the god he follows. After all, none of the 6 people on the field have a destiny that is against him, so he can be frank about his identity so that everyone can understand him and cooperate better with others. Existence, in this destiny, there are only these 2 gods. Chao Sansui is obviously not his real name, but the name is just a code name and no one will pay too much attention to it. He did not answer immediately, but hesitated for a moment, scanning the process several times. After not seeing anything, he sighed and said, "Time is like a gap, and I am like the wind." This is the prayer of believers in time. Chao Sansui is a time traveler. This combination of profession and faith is a T0 in the entire game. Note, T0, the highest priority, can be generally understood as the most powerful profession. As the name suggests, time walkers can control time. Hearing that he was a time walker, Chen Shang's smile grew even wider, and Changshi also grinned. This time, it was a genuine smile. Brother Chow is awesome. Song Yuan's behavior was not at all like that of an assassin who advocated keeping a low profile. He kept giving thumbs up, and if he was not unfamiliar with him, he would even want to go over and give Chow Sansui a hug. With Brother Chen leading the team and Brother Chow in charge, everything is stable, comrades. His eyes swept over everyone in turn, except Nangong. The smile on Nangong's face was somewhat awkward, but there was nothing she could do. Her situation was indeed bad. Changshi shook his head secretly when he saw that the team was about to isolate one person from the very beginning. Losing a combat force simply because of a different destiny is the most irrational choice, especially at the beginning of the trial. In order to ease the relationship between his teammates, he thought for a moment. And suddenly said the dual priest system is very suitable for the war trial. My intuition tells me that Nangong is not our enemy. Everyone looked at him in surprise, and even Nangong looked at this competitor of the same profession with an opposite fate in disbelief that he was actually speaking for himself. You. Changshi tilted his head, showing a bright smile, and said, "Let me introduce you again, Changshi, the pastor of birth." What the hell? You're a man, and you're actually the goddess of mercy for children? Chapter 4, Guanyin for Children. Everyone was dumbfounded. As we all know, there are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names. In the game of faith, the number of male players who choose to become priests is not large, and the number of male players who choose to follow birth is also not large, and when two rare choices are combined and matched in front of you, the probability is like winning the lottery. The child-seeking Guanyin is a nickname given by players to the child-seeking priest. The reason for this name is that when the birth priest blesses or heals his companions, there is often a chance that the companions will be pregnant. This side effect from the divine order does not make people really pregnant. The organs of pregnancy are not limited to the uterus, and the thing being conceived is not necessarily a proper living organism. The realms and categories are randomly matched, and the appearance is even more varied. It is only because the will of birth advocates reproduction that various ridiculous passive conception dilemmas may occur when using divine power, but don't underestimate this unexpected conception. For every new life conceived in the body of the person being treated, the treatment effect will increase by 3 points. Therefore, the offspring priest is a nurse with sufficient healing capacity. Song Yuan waved his hands in amazement, shaking his head as fast as a fan. Brother, please, don't breastfeed me. I would rather accept a pastor of an opposing faith than tolerate you breastfeeding me. It would be better for him to die than to be fed by a male air priest. If I get bitten by the milk, how can I go out and see people? Should I tell others that I was pregnant with my male teammate's child? Vomit. Nangong was also shocked. As a priest herself, she naturally knew the proportion of male offspring priests among the priest community. She encountered this lottery-like probability, which made her feel a little amused and helpless, but more importantly, she was grateful to Changshi. She knew that the other party was trying to persuade his teammates to accept her, and she appreciated it, but since the other two people's beliefs were unclear, she still didn't dare to reveal her own beliefs. After all, players with the fate of sinking have been criticized a lot. Even though she is not opposed to Changshi, Xiaowan stood aside and saw Nangong's entanglement. It was precisely because of this entanglement that she realized that Nangong was not the mortal enemy of birth. She suddenly felt relieved, but still said coldly, "I am a Genesis hunter. Creation hunter, a hunter who believes in birth." Another birth. Everyone was surprised that such a cold person like Xiaowan actually chose to follow birth. Only Song Yuan's face turned ugly. He also realized that Nangong was not the enemy of birth, but there were only 3 gods in the fate of life and demise, respectively, which meant that there was a 50% chance that the other party was his enemy. Just as he was struggling with whether to hide his faith, Chen Shong waved her hand and interrupted the conversation. The divergence in fate wasn't caused by us, and we don't need to bear too much pressure. Since the 2 priests aren't in opposition, it's fine for them to be responsible for the healing work separately. He pointed to the Jinan Palace, then pointed to himself and Chao Sansui and said, "Anangong will take care of me and the mage. As for the followers of life, you can handle them on yourselves." As he said this, he turned to look at Xiaowan and said, "Since you are his believer, I guess you won't reject Changshi?" Xiaowan casually glanced at the decent-looking Zizi, her expression unchanged, and nodded slightly. There was no sign of embarrassment on Xiaowan's cold face, but Changshi's expression became very subtle. There is another more subtle one, Song Yuan. To be honest, Song Yuan really wanted to refuse, but he also knew what was right and wrong. Enough time has been wasted at the beginning. Now that everyone has agreed to this arrangement, it would be tactless for me to refuse. The team cannot have huge disagreements at the beginning. If it really doesn't work, try to avoid getting hurt as much as possible. He couldn't accept treatment from a guanine who can give you children. Chen Chong effortlessly took over the leadership of the team. Seeing that no one objected, she said to everyone, enough of the nonsense. The trial has half an hour to an hour to prepare. We still don't know the cause and effect of this war, so we won't leave the land of descendants rashly. During this preparation time, everyone should strive to complete the edict as quickly as possible and then find a place to defend. The so-called prayer ceremony is a ceremony in which players pray for blessings from the gods they believe in. When players choose to believe in a certain god, the god will grant them the initial faith talent and will grant them additional faith talent after they pass the talent trial. Each player can carry a different number of talents depending on their path to godhood score. These talents will greatly improve the player's combat capabilities and even build the cornerstone of the player's different professional schools. Of course, talents are divided into active and passive. If you want to use active talents in trials, you must first practice the God's decree at the beginning of each trial. For example, the commentary of birth is embrace reproduction and create new life. In simple terms, it means mating. If you want to become stronger, mate first. Birth, as the first god of life, is both the prelude to life and the origin of all things. He unites yin and yang and advocates reproduction. Therefore, if you want to pray for his blessing, you must first set an example. However, since the trial is a random match, everyone is a stranger, and no one will take the initiative to overcome embarrassment and shame to help just because, birth, believers really need to mate. Therefore, it is difficult to achieve this decree perfectly, but humans are creative creatures. When a problem cannot be solved by normal means, people often invent many crooked tricks to save the situation in a roundabout way. When it comes to mating, there are many similar operations, such as self-abuse. This great invention saved countless autistic believers of birth, but it also caused dissatisfaction among some players. Someone once denounced the player who invented this solution in the faith channel of birth, angrily saying that this was blasphemy against the gods. However, this accusation was refuted by a group of eloquent cultists from a very special angle. They claim, when they carry out the enactment of the nativity, as long as they think of him, then it is not blasphemy but devotion. As for what the tribute is, ahem, those who understand will understand. No one can say whether he likes it or not, but the problem is that no one dares to say that he doesn't like it. After all, he advocates reproduction, but today's situation is different. There were two believers of birth at the scene. A man and a woman. Everyone knew that there would generally be no danger in the period before the trial began, so everyone dispersed tacitly and began to carry out their respective decrees. Only Changshi and Xiaowan were left standing there, motionless, and no one spoke. It's embarrassing, the kind of embarrassing that makes you want to pick your toes and get cramps. Although Changshi was smiling, his face was almost stiff. He never expected that this cold and icy hunter lady was actually a fucking believer in birth. If he had known this earlier, he would have spoken out his true beliefs. It's killing me. Fortunately, Xiaowan did not feel embarrassed. Her face was as cold as ever. Seeing that Changshi did not move for a long time, she took the initiative to ask a question, but the tone was still cold. Together, or separately? To be honest, Xiaowan is good looking, the short hair is neat and tidy, the eyebrows are cool and stylish, and most importantly, these long legs. TSK, since the girl has no objection, why not, separately? I like men. Changshi rubbed his hands awkwardly and said this. Xiaowan's cold expression changed for the first time. She looked at Changshi with suspicion for a long time, then made a strange sound and turned away. Changshi let out a sigh of relief after seeing her leave. Oh my god, I almost got myself into trouble. If I really agreed to her, but didn't receive the blessing of birth after commission, wouldn't all the lies I told just now be in vain? Being exposed as a lie is secondary. Pretending to be a believer in the birth movement and completing the decree, isn't that a scam? He wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighed, and was about to start his decree, but frowned again, turned around, and said quietly to a corner, "Does it look good?" Song Yan, who was hiding in the dark, didn't expect Changshi to find him. He was like seeing a ghost, shaking his head and backing away. "Sorry, it's just professional habit. I'm not good looking." No, I'm not good looking, but you are. Brother, I like women. Really, we're not suitable. A forced marriage won't be sweet. I'm leaving now. I haven't finished my enactment yet. Bye. Song Yuan escaped by tumbling and crawling. Chang Shi frowned and looked at the place where he had been hiding before. It was a triangular shadow area formed by the wall foundation that had not collapsed. He walked over thoughtfully, kicked away the rubble in the shadows, and found a newly dead white mouse under the rubble. A believer in death, interesting. The little episode did not affect Chang Shi too much. He looked around and after confirming that there was no one around, he slowly extended his right hand. In the blink of an eye, a six-sided dice suddenly appeared out of thin air in the palm of his right hand. The dice surface is as pale as bone, but the points on it shine like gold. Chang Shi raised his lips in a playful manner and prayed devoutly to the dice. Lies of yesterday, scorn of today. Yesterday I deceived the believers of birth, so today, I am a believer in birth. As soon as he finished speaking, an invisible wave of nothingness rippled out from the dice and gradually enveloped Chang Shi's whole body. A gleam of light flashed in Chang Shi's eyes, and the light of birth surged in his eyes. Decree is over, the blessing is completed. Today, Chang Shi is a believer of birth and a pastor of descendants. Chapter 5. The trial begins. The terrors raid. The other 5 people did not go far, and soon everyone returned to the place where they first landed. Chang Shi looked at Chen Chong and found that he had transformed the sword in his hand into a shield. The order warrior is one of the few professions known for its defense, making it very suitable for survival trials. The shield sword is a weapon that can transform into different forms at will. It is an A-level item that can only be obtained at level 1600 or above in the ladder. Chen Chong got the shield sword just after reaching level 1600. It seems he is lucky. I found today's anchor of order. There's a bar buried beneath the ruins. I dug through the rubble and uncovered one of the bar's rules: only fruit wine is served today. As she spoke, Chen Chong took out another bottle of fruit wine, a brand she had never seen before. This time it was obviously not found from the ruins, but from his storage space. Each player has a safe-sized portable space to store the most important things. Chang Shi also had one, and put a lot of strange things in it, but what he didn't expect was that there was someone like him who liked to put drinks in it. The others were obviously more confused than Chang Shi. Seeing everyone looking at him, Chen Chong smiled and explained, I'm under so much pressure. I can't sleep at night without a couple of drinks, so I always keep a few bottles handy. Take a sip each, and the light of order will protect you. Don't worry, the alcohol content is low and won't affect the upcoming battle. The decree of order is to seek order. Only those who follow certain rules and regulations can be blessed. Those who wish to receive the blessing of order must also abide by the order that is found. The simple rule anchors can obviously increase everyone's safety index. Everyone is very happy. Everyone takes the bottle of wine in turn and takes a sip. Only Chang Shi took it and gulped down half the bottle. Chen Chang's eyebrows jumped, and she suddenly felt that this pastor was a little unreliable. Chao Sansui, who was standing by, seemed to be carrying out his instructions smoothly as well. He took out a few golden pocket watches and began to distribute them to everyone. I've anchored time and calibrated all the pocket watches. This watch will chime 5, 3, and 1 minute before the exact time. Everyone, please maintain your status. The time walker can only decide when the time battlefield begins and ends, but cannot determine your status within it. Chang Shi took the pocket watch from Chao Sansui and began to look at it carefully. Obviously, this is a pure gold pocket watch, even the hands are shining with gold. It looks very valuable. Unfortunately, in today's world, gold is not a valuable thing. Trials requiring gold are not even as difficult as trials requiring food. But this does not prevent some players from still liking to use gold to satisfy the regrets in their previous lives, seeing that everyone was looking at their pocket watches. Chao Sansui said, in case your understanding of the time battlefield is unclear, I would like to remind you again, the decree of time is precision and punctuality. After I set up the time battlefield, we must start it at the top of the hour and end the battle and dispute at another top of the hour. If we can't do that, we'll be stuck in an eternal time loop until we do. But each cycle will dissolve our concept of time. Excessive circulation will make us lost in the long river of time. As for the results, I don't need to say much. So, if you are confident that you can solve the problem in one go, don't turn it on. Going back in time is not a panacea. Players who have survived to this day have basically come into contact with the combination of various professions and beliefs, and are already familiar with this set, so they all nodded. Afterwards, the other 4 people including Chang Shi also spoke up, saying that their implementation of the decree went smoothly. Seeing that everyone was ready, Chen Chong nodded and suggested, there are still some buildings to the east of this ruin that haven't been completely destroyed. For safety's sake, We should hide there first until we encounter one of the warring parties, or until we're passively engaged in an enemy engagement. How about that? I have no objection. Xiaowan's tone was still cold. She continued, I found the bodies of the boned people under the surrounding ruins. This is probably a small town in the continent of Hope. In the chat logs on the Hunter channel, someone mentioned that the continent of Hope was destroyed by the skeleton army. Chao Sansui took over the conversation. Indeed, we should be near the forest county. The Mage channel has many people researching the history of trials. If we are truly facing a counterattack from the island of Hope, then we are likely facing the right wing of the skeleton army. Chengshur admired those who studied the history of trials because he had never done so and did not have the patience to do so. I in this strange world, just living has already exhausted half of my energy. As for the other half, you have to keep it to deceive people. Half a month after the game of faith began, some people noticed that every time they completed a trial, the players seemed to be teleported to a world that had once existed. Many people were curious about this world that only existed in trials, so they began to collect background information, organize this information, and share it with the public on the Career channel and Faith channel. Unfortunately, there is no useful information in Changshur's Faith channel. All the historical fragments about the background of the trial were seen from the professional channel. He is indeed a pastor. Qin Shom was obviously not a historian either. He frowned and asked, so? Xiaowan continued, there's very little information about the right-wing battle. If I remember correctly, the most recorded information should be. Before she could finish her words, a sharp roar suddenly came from the distant sky. Everyone was shocked and turned around to look, but I saw that the sky in the distance had turned into ink black at some point, and black wings were flapping all over the sky, blocking out the sun and approaching like a storm. Terror. Xiaowan's face was gloomy as she gave the answer. Terrors are a type of hellish demon with wings on its back. They feed on fear and are good at creating chaos. They are believers of filth and mortal enemies of birth. Terror. Looking at the terrifying number, if a real fight breaks out, the 6 of them might not even be enough to fill the gaps in the army's teeth. This is too much. Chengshur frowned and glanced at his pocket watch, only to find that it was just past the hour, 9:01, and it seemed that the time battlefield had not yet begun. Chao Sansui's face also changed. It was obvious that he did not expect the pace to be so fast this time, and he encountered the flying army right at the beginning. Brother Chao, your 1,900 game is of this order of magnitude? Song Yuan said in shock. Chao Sansui felt bitter inside and said, bullshit, I've never seen that before. Retreat, quickly, retreat to the bunker before being discovered. They are marching, we must avoid direct contact with the enemy, move quickly. Chen Shong shouted, took off the huge shield on his body, covered the light on the shield, and led everyone to run to the east with their bodies crouched low. Song Yuan took the lead. When he rushed out and touched the shadows in the ruins, he turned into a puff of smoke and disappeared from everyone's sight in an instant. The assassin's professional skill, Shadow Shuttle. The assassin roams in the darkness and moves in the shadows. Within a short distance, he can change his position with the help of shadows and hide himself. This kind of concealment is not physical hiding, but escaping into the shadow plane and disappearing directly. Xiaowan's speed was equally impressive. As a hunter, agility was their hallmark. However, she did not run forward like Chengshur and Nangong, but scattered something on the ground while running. Chengshur glanced back and found that what she threw was the creation grass seed. This thing is definitely not a real grass seed, but a blessing of birth. To the hunter profession, this is a life trap. Any living being that comes into contact with the grass seeds will be influenced by the will of birth, and will begin to desire reproduction, and quickly give birth to an independent individual that deviates from the main consciousness in the body, just like the pregnant woman who longed to become a mother and was dealt with by Chengshur before. This method is almost the main attack method used by believers of birth. They never destroy their enemies directly, but rather distort them and lead them to their own destruction. Although the gods of life tend to be lawful, the orderliness of will does not affect the distortion of matter. In some specific forms of expression, the lawful gods are not much worse than the disorderly evil gods, even worse than that. I need at least 57 minutes and 42 seconds to reset the time battlefield. During this time, I can only affect your time domains. Pray, my friends, that they don't discover us. Stop talking nonsense and use it now. Speed it up for us. Chen Chong growled and increased her forward speed by another 3 points. Time Walker can manipulate time, which is very useful for the racing stage. Chao Sansui didn't want to waste too much mental energy too early, but there was no better way now. so he clenched the pocket watch in his hand and shouted to all his companions, "Zone, hurry in." As soon as the words fell, the 5 figures accelerated as if the speed key was pressed, and ran nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. On the contrary, in another area next to the accelerated area, the flow of air seemed to stagnate, and the entire area seemed to be paused, and even the dust that was raised stopped in mid-air. The potential energy of time is always balanced within a certain range. When one side is fast, the other side will naturally be slow. Changshi felt as if the wind was blowing under his feet, and he felt so refreshed. The place that normally took him several minutes to run to was reached in just over 10 seconds. Unfortunately, this acceleration effect only works within a certain area. Once out of the area, their speed immediately plummets back to its original state. Although Chao Sansui had a high score and was in better condition than everyone else, he was still a little tired after accelerating over such a large area at once. Chen Qiong saw that he was a little exhausted, so she grabbed him, threw him on her back, and continued running forward. The assassins go first, clear the ruins and find a stronghold. Nangong, restore the mage's mental strength. Zizi Mu, don't move. It's not time for you to exert your strength yet. Set up more traps for the Genesis hunters. The terror demon scouts won't be able to march through the air all the time. Once they land, we'll delay them as long as possible. Chen Qiong has good judgment and calm command. It is obvious that she reached 1600 by relying on her own strength, but the current situation was too bad, leaving him with no other choice. As he ran, he carefully selected the ruins that could accommodate 6 people, hoping to escape. However, the situation on the battlefield changed much faster than expected. Before they could rush into the still-standing building in front of them, a dense army of demons had already rushed towards the ruins. The scouts among them had already discovered the presence of the players. The terrifying howls spread throughout the ruins, and the excitement of the demons could be clearly felt, as if they had found an unexpected surprise during their march. Too late. The grass seeds have been triggered. Engage the enemy. Chapter 6 Desperate Situation. Xiao Wan was the first to sense the approaching enemy behind her. Her eyes suddenly narrowed, and a rich green light of life emerged. She flipped her left hand and took out an emerald green longbow. She pinched the arrow in her right hand, turned around and shot. An arrow emitting emerald green light whizzed into the air. Boom! The arrow exploded in the air, spores blooming all over the sky. The army of demons rushed forward without hesitation towards the spores flying all over the sky. The moment the spores came into contact with flesh and blood, they transformed into countless daughter-like filaments, entangling all the demons that entered the area and tying them up into silkworm pupae. The terrifying demons that had lost the ability to flap their wings fell down and crashed heavily to the ground. The ground was covered with creation grass seeds. After these demons came into contact with the grass seeds, their stomachs swelled rapidly. After just a few breaths, it seemed as if something in their stomachs began to struggle desperately to get out. The hunter's trap combo was very smooth, and the effect of double control was also very obvious. The vanguard of the terror demon did not rush to the crowd at the first time, but even if Xiao Wan shot like rain, she could only block a limited number of demons. The number of enemies was so great that the shadows like a plague of locusts soon exhausted the spores in the air and swarmed towards where everyone was again. It's too late. Assassins, protect yourselves. Everyone else, get behind me. Chen Qiong roared and threw Chao Sansui on his back to Nangong. Then he drew out a huge shield, turned around and stabbed the ground, stabbing the tip of the shield into the gravel in front of him. He glared and shouted, "Order will always prevail." The giant shield, which was already glowing, suddenly shone brighter. The dazzling holy light swept up like a waterfall from the sky, curved in a perfect arc in the sky, and then poured down, rapidly extending to both sides of the crowd. The path of light was like a huge city wall, protecting Changshi and others inside. Bang 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 dash. The terrifying army of demons that covered the sky and the sun rushed down, crashing into the light curtain wall formed by giant shields one after another, making a heavy roar. But the light curtain was not moved at all, and the people inside were as calm as a mountain. Chen Shang's face was solemn, veins on his arms were bulging, and he held onto his shield, not daring to move. There are too many terrors. The holy light great wall can only hold out for 5 minutes. With the help of 2 priests, it can be extended to 15 minutes at most. Find a solution quickly, otherwise, let alone 24 hours, we will all be dead in 15 minutes. It can be heard that Chen Qiong is very anxious, but there is no point in being anxious now because there are simply too many enemies. Nangong was restoring Chao Sansui's mental strength. Her healing skills were very effective and Chao Sansui had already recovered from his lethargic state. The scion consumes a lot of milk. As long as you manage the newborn in you, you should be able to hold on for a while longer. Although Chao Sansui was cheering his teammates up, he felt very disappointed in his heart. He didn't expect the pace of this trial to be so fast and the enemy's movements to be so ferocious. Even the 2,000-point trials he had matched before were not so fierce. Among the people in this trial, the highest score is mine, but it's only 1900. The lowest number is even less than 1,400. How could he have the ability to attract such a large-scale army of demons? If you don't know, you would think this is a fucking 2,100 game. Everyone's expression was solemn. With the protection of the Holy Light City wall, Xiaowan did not continue shooting, but instead accumulated strength to recover. Nangong, whose face was a little pale, had a strange look in his eyes and frowned. Another healing spell fell on Xiaowan. Xiaowan was a little surprised, nodded towards Nangong, felt the strong recovery power in her body, stretched out her hand and materialized a few more spore arrows. In contrast, another pastor, Chengshi, just sat on the ground, looking around like a gangster. To be honest, Chengshi also had a headache. It's not like he hadn't seen this kind of scene before, but he had never seen it with teammates with such low scores. He was racking his brains to figure out how to use the cards in his hand to escape this predicament. In the past, in high-scoring bureaus, all players had very strong combat capabilities. When faced with crises, they would come up with more and more tricks than the last, and they would always be able to come up with various ways to escape. In addition to their rich combat experience, the most important thing is that they are confident and capable. This is why the score of Path to Godhood ladder is very important, because at the end of each month, Road to Godhood will conduct an additional settlement, and players in different segments will receive different rewards. These rewards are all-encompassing, ranging from supplies to equipment, from talents to skills. Moreover, the higher the rank, the greater the probability of high-quality rewards appearing. Since there is almost no difference in the basic skills between the same professions, the only thing that can distinguish different player schools is the various talent, skills and equipment props chosen by players when building their own combat power. Chen Chang's shield sword is both offensive and defensive, and has a special bonus to light curtain defense skills, which comes from the A-level reward of the latter. Chen Xiong, who was holding the shield, saw that the outer demons almost blocked all directions of the light curtain, covering the entire shield space in darkness, and his face became more and more anxious. The others also frowned, secretly tensing their nerves and preparing for the worst. At this point, everyone was in a desperate situation. The trial had only begun for less than an hour. Will we die? Nangdong's little hands were clenched until they turned white. No one responded to her. Even Chen Chong just focused all her energy on maintaining the Great Wall of Holy Light to buy everyone more time to think about breaking the deadlock. However, these few minutes were more like the last moments of their lives. The atmosphere was at rock bottom. Everyone was racking their brains, but still couldn't come up with any way to escape, and silence fell within the shield. But at this moment, Chengshi suddenly said, "Where's Song Yuan? Is he still alive?" Song Yuan has shadow shielding and does not need shield protection, but the shadow shielding is not unlimited in time. As long as he moves slightly, he will be spit out of the shadow plane and appear in front of people. But speaking of it, a mature assassin can last for quite a long time, at least longer than 5 minutes. Song Yuan didn't say anything, not because he didn't want to, but because he didn't dare. At this moment, he was squatting under a broken wall outside the Holy Light Great Wall. The broken wall was crowded with bloodthirsty demons, at least 17 or 18 of them. He's probably not dead. Changshi was not concerned about him, but was thinking about countermeasures. He knew that the Death Assassin's exclusive skill was Death Funeral. If Song Yuan hadn't died, they might still have a chance to escape. Just as Wall of Holy Light is an exclusive skill for Order Knights, Death Funeral is an exclusive skill bestowed upon assassins who believe in death. The effect of this skill is to summon a huge death scythe in the death field, which will deal a guaranteed death blow to all targets in the field. However, since the construction of the death field is too demanding and requires collecting a large amount of breath of the recently dead in a limited space, few death assassins will use this skill. Once used, they cannot retreat after one strike like other assassin professions, but need to lurk in the shadows and continue to create kills. Finish with one final blow. This kind of continuous close contact killing situation is very disadvantageous to the assassin and is very risky, but again, the payoff is high. Because death and funeral are inevitable, that is why the assassin of death is called the Weaver of Death. Which is well deserved. However, facing such a terrifying number of demonic troops, Song Yuan had no chance to use his death funeral. As soon as he shows his head, the first one to die will not be the demon, but himself. So Song Yuan hid in the shadows at this time and did not dare to move at all, but just because he doesn't dare doesn't mean Changshi doesn't dare. Chapter 7. I plan to give them a child. Seeing the holy light great wall's duration shortening, Chen Chang's sweat-soaked face gradually turned grim. He shouted unwillingly, 2 minutes left, priest, prepare to restore my spiritual power. If we can't come up with a solution after the holy light great wall is broken, we will have no choice but to break out. Assassin, get ready to return to the team. I will clear a path in front of you and lead the team forward. You are responsible for clearing out the small fry behind me. Mage, prepare to accelerate. Chao Sansui clenched his hands and was about to speak when Changshi suddenly stood up and asked Nangong calmly, have you learned overload healing? I need Time Walker to use another area acceleration, the kind with a very large range. Everyone looked at Changshi when they heard the voice, thinking that he had thought of a way to break the deadlock, and they all said, do you have a solution? You. Chao Sansui was even more shocked and said, no need for overload healing, just fill up my mental power. I have overload casting. Overload, that is, overdraft. This way of casting can overdraft all potential in the future period of time, which can be used to upgrade the current spell and enhance the effect. Changshi looked at Chao Sansui with admiration, thinking that 1900 was quite cooperative, but he still shook his head. Maybe not enough, I need a large range. Nangong, is that possible? Nangong gritted his teeth, glanced at the army of demons outside the light curtain, and nodded. If you don't fight to the death now, you will die soon. You can't leave any tricks up your sleeve. Now. Changshi said firmly, overload healing can overdraw future healing power in advance. To a certain extent, it is equivalent to raising the target's mental strength limit, which is very useful in desperate situations. Nangong nodded firmly, stood up, and in front of everyone, slowly took off her tightly covered black shirt, revealing her body that had been hidden under the clothes. The moment the shirt fell off, countless glaring and twisted wounds like centipede-like wounds came into everyone's sight. There were countless scars all over the white and tender body, from the neck to the chest to the arms, visible to the naked eye. Xiaowan's brows tightened when she saw this, and Chao Sansui's pupils shrank suddenly. Changshi raised his eyebrows in surprise and recognized her identity. She is actually a believer of decay. Blood exchange Mu? Chen Chong blurted out in surprise. Decay is the second god of the fate of degradation, the climax of degradation, and the final tomb of the universe. His decree is to accelerate decay, so his followers often commit self-harm in order to fulfill his decree. The divine power of decay also lies in this. The faster each believer of decay decays, the more divine power feedback he will receive. This is also the reason why corruption priests are called blood exchange priests, because they can exchange their own lives for the lives of their teammates. The more serious their self-injury, the faster their teammates recover. Of course, serious injuries can also lead to death, and this is the will of decay. Therefore, how to strike a balance between suicide and saving others is a topic that every blood-swapping priest discusses tirelessly. Nangong did not waste time. She just frowned, gritted her teeth, took out a dagger with spikes from her waist, and cut a hole in her stomach without hesitation. Next, it's between the ribs. Then, along the hideous collarbone, a horrifying bloodline was cut for the third time. After the 3 offerings were completed, he prayed softly, all things are subject to decay and decay. A rich, decayed light rose from her wound, gushed out, and in the blink of an eye formed a stream and poured into Chao Sansui's body. Chao Sansui only felt that his body was suddenly full of strength, and his mental strength was fully restored. He was in such a good condition that he even wanted to roar wildly. Feeling the tremendous power in his body, his confidence returned a little, but it was limited. He looked at Changshi seriously and asked word by word, I can overload to speed things up, but then I'll most likely become a cripple until 12 hours later. Changshi, can we hold out for 12 hours? Changshi smiled and said, I don't want to die, and I won't die. Chen Chong was annoyed by their chatter and immediately turned around and yelled, let's put the pretentiousness aside for later. Let's get down to business first, Reverend. Tell me what you've got. Changshi nodded, and without further delay, he instructed everyone the timing is important, and I need you to listen carefully. After the holy light wall ends, I need 1 second to cast a spell. Xiaowan, can you give me that much time? Xiaowan tightened her hand holding the arrow behind her back, looked up at the terrifying demons blocked outside the holy light wall, and nodded solemnly. I can swallow the creation seed and gain his gaze. This way, when the power of reproduction surges, I can fire 5 arrows simultaneously, but I can only delay them for a second at most. This was the time Xiaowan spoke the most and also the most seriously. Changshi had long anticipated that she would have no choice but to do this, and nodded in approval. Chen Shong looked anxious and shouted again, "You are a priest, what kind of magic can you cast?" "Don't worry," Changshi smiled and shouted, "Song Yuan, I know you can hear me. Listen to me, the first thing after the shield is broken, I need you to come back to my side and prepare for death and funeral." Death funeral? Everyone was stunned for a moment, and Nangong, who was breathing weakly, widened his eyes. "It's not a confrontation. It's okay, he's the Death Weaver? You know he's a believer in death?" Changshi ignored their doubts and continued, "I know you have a lot of questions, but don't worry. You don't need to worry about the affairs of the death realm. You just need to reap as much as you can while you can. Song Yuan, this is a matter of life and death for us." "I am not kidding." Chen Shong became anxious again. What if no, believers of death will not die easily, because their benefactor also needs someone to carry out his grace on his behalf. Changshi laughed to ease the atmosphere, but it was of no use, seeing that no one had any sense of humor. He curled his lips and continued, "Chao Sansui, the most crucial step is to release the regional acceleration immediately after I cast the spell. Target as large a ruin as possible outside the shield area." Chao Sansui's face changed and he said in shock, "What? The whole ruins?" Changshi nodded firmly, "The entire ruins." "You, 1,500 points?" Changshi was stunned, then smiled and nodded, 1501. Chao Sansui obviously didn't believe it. How could a person with a score of 1,500 have such momentum and attitude at a life and death moment? He had seen a 2,000-point boss suffer from urinary incontinence even when on the verge of death. "I have to remind you that the potential energy of time will balance the speed. If the range is so large, then the place where we are will be extremely stagnant, and we won't even be able to move. Are you sure? This is suicide, Changshi." Although Chao Sansui felt that Changshi had concealed his scores, he was also really worried. If he were to choose, he really wouldn't dare to do that. You should know that the reason why time walkers can enter T0 in the past is that they can slow down the enemy and speed up themselves, forming time suppression, so as to make various responses to the enemy. But if it were the other way around, wouldn't that mean we are at the mercy of others? I'm sure you don't want to speed yourself up. Okay. The question is, what are you going to do? Chao Sansui looked solemn and asked in a very questioning tone. As part of the plan, we must know how you plan to lead us to survive. Changshi was happy. I plan to give them a child. Chapter 8 S-Level Talent, Sharing God's Grace. To be honest, any normal person would be stunned for 3 seconds after hearing Changshi's words. A male human said that he wanted to give a child to a group of sexless monsters. This statement was extremely explosive no matter where it was placed. Terrors do not reproduce sexually, they are born from the mother tree of terror in the underworld. The mother tree of fear absorbs the fear emotions from various planes and then grows new branches. After a period of time, the branches fall off and become new demonic individuals. Amidst everyone's shock, Chao Sansui was the first to come to his senses and asked uncertainly, "You intend to heal the terror?" Changshi snapped his fingers. "Bingo, I will release a healing spell that will cover the entire ruins. All the horrors will be under the gaze of my lord and embrace reproduction." "Impossible. It's impossible for a priest to have such a large healing range," Nangong said with a pale face, and she began to believe in her heart that Changshi had gone crazy under the tremendous pressure of survival. "It's a pity that this guy is kind-hearted and handsome, but he just goes crazy too quickly." Changshi didn't explain too much, just smiled and said, "Nothing is impossible. When you feel it is impossible, it is because your understanding is not enough." Hearing Changshi's teasing, Nangong pursed her lips, unable to refute. She might know some secrets unknown to outsiders, but as this colleague said, her understanding of this game is far from enough. Changshi ignored her and stretched out his right hand, making a simple starting gesture for healing. "How long will the holy light Great Wall last?" Chen Shang's face darkened, finally reminding the man that the shield was running out of time. He didn't know whether to believe Changshi or not. Seeing Changshi's confidence, he finally replied with a resigned attitude, "That's enough for you to pretend for 10 seconds, 9 seconds, 8, 3, 2, now." Changshi shouted, and the healing light in his hand began to surge. At the same time, Xiaowan swallowed a handful of creation grass seeds, without hesitation, and with her right hand, she produced 6 spore arrows out of thin air, drew the bow, and aimed at the top of her head. With a whoosh, 6 arrows carrying a strong power of reproduction exploded above everyone's heads. 1. The great wall of holy light shattered like a mirror and lost its light in an instant. The demons trapped outside the light curtain suddenly lost their support and fell down one after another. Seeing that the shield was broken, the demons on the periphery also rushed in with roars. The spore filaments grew wildly in the limited space, and the demons squeezed each other with almost no gaps in between, so a single filament could connect the flesh and blood of countless demons. I don't know whether it was the terror's rushing attacks that caused the car to crash, or the extra spore arrow that worked, but in any case, the time it took for the enemy to pounce on him was much longer than 1 second. Just when everyone was terrified and began to prepare for a counterattack and breakout, Changshi's ultimate move was finally ready. Let me show you what real milk production is. The 4 worlds, let us all enjoy the grace of God. As the last word was uttered, a huge holy light hit the demon closest to Changshi. Then, the holy light passed through it and refracted rapidly towards its kind in all directions. This doesn't seem like a simple healing spell, but more like a healing chain that can heal multiple people at once. But the problem is that the healing chain has a decay effect. The more people there are, the faster it decays. For an enemy of this magnitude in front of everyone, this kind of treatment can probably only restore the hair. In previous trials, it's not that no one has tried to heal the enemy. Although, Game of Faith is a game, it is more like another reality. There's no friendly fire immunity or enemy healing ineffective mechanism here. If you heal an enemy, the enemy will actually recover and then hit you hard. Therefore, when Xiao Sansui saw that Changshi only fired a healing chain, the fear in his heart reached the sky. What's the use of this? But even if he didn't believe him, it was too late now. Based on the belief of fighting to the death, he still followed the plan. The moment Changshi made his move, he released the overload level of regional acceleration to the entire ruins area except for the area near them. Zone, speed up. The time outside was fast-forwarded, and the demons suddenly accelerated. The time around them came to a standstill, and everyone was frozen in time with their limited consciousness. Everyone only saw that the healing chain was spreading faster and faster, with more and more bends. However, in the blink of an eye, it turned into countless streams of holy light, violently sweeping across the entire ruins. Milk is like a huge wave, swallowing everything. Everyone was shocked. Xiao Sansui watched as the surrounding demons got closer and closer, then fell into the time stagnation area, forming a wall of flesh and blood around them to protect them inside. He couldn't help but wonder, is this also part of the plan? He gradually lost his peripheral vision, and when he took a last look, he was still shocked why Changshi's healing chain was not decreasing, but increasing. The chain became stronger and stronger, and finally even covered the entire ruins. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. When Changshi's almost frozen mind saw the surrounding demons stuck in time and building a new great wall, he knew that his plan had succeeded. The reason why he could spread the healing chain throughout the entire ruins was because of his unique S-level professional talent, sharing the divine grace. This talent allows him to produce a transmission effect when treating similar life forms. For each additional similar life form, the treatment effect and treatment range will be expanded by 1 point. Normally, since a team consists of at most 6 people, this effect can only be considered icing on the cake, but now, if all the terrifying demons are counted as targets, even if the true god descends, he would not be able to count how many there are. Even if each individual gains only 1%, when calculated 1,000 times, it will become more than 20,000 times. What's more, there are more than 1,000 demons here. Today, here, all the demons are bathed in Changshi's healing chain, and in just a moment, while healing enemies is not advisable, it depends on the situation. For example, not everyone can enjoy the treatment that carries the power of birth the moment the terrifying healing light hit their bodies, and thanks to the regional acceleration of time, countless demons had no time to react and their stomachs began to swell exponentially. Birth, at this moment, watch them. Madness happening now. The terror demons were originally asexual demons, but new life suddenly began to grow in various parts of their bodies, and they, who had never felt fear before, began to feel frightened. They stretched out their sharp claws to cut off the bulge, and tore the flesh in an attempt to kill the new life, but the powerful healing light healed their wounds instantly. A deep feeling of powerlessness rose from my heart. They see their future. Each of them will be a mother with a baby. Some have more than one. Not only that, the will of birth began to spread wildly, causing the demon, whose threshold of rationality was already low, to gradually fall and become a freak that advocated reproduction. It happened in the blink of an eye, and even faster than the scene itself. Under the influence of regional acceleration, the situation became out of control in just over 10 seconds. All the demons have become slaves to reproduction. Even without distinction of gender, they are mechanically and unconsciously imitating the most primitive movements of nature. Mating, reproduction, the right wing of the entire skeleton army, on a deserted ruin, completely let loose. The scene was out of control for a while and words cannot describe it. Time is still accelerating, and the indescribable is becoming more indescribable. Countless demons are addicted to the brutality of reproduction, and the children in their bellies are getting bigger and bigger. When the healing chain finally reached the last terror and completed its mission of healing the victims, the scene had become a paradise of birth. The stomach of the first demon to be affected began to burst, and the newborn could not wait to be born, thrown into the arms of birth, and then began to gnaw on the flesh and blood of the mother, trying to grow into a new mother. And these newborns all have the same face, that is, a pair of cute big eyes and a tentacle body. Changshur didn't want this to happen, but his birth power came from the pregnant woman in yesterday's food copy, and he couldn't control it. This is why he asked the death assassin to prepare for the death funeral. When the area acceleration ends and the tentacle newborns have eaten all the terrors, they will become another army, perhaps far more terrifying than the army of terrors. However, the ruins where so many demons had just died could be considered the best realm of death song. Yuan's final blow will completely destroy these freaks and save the 6 of them. This is Changshur's entire plan. However, the other teammates who were surrounded in the demonic city wall might not be able to appreciate such a crazy spectacle. Chapter 9 Vomit. What do you think about when time stops? If we could extract the thoughts of all readers, we could probably compile them into a book. Moreover, this book exists in the real world and is called Criminal Law. In fact, when time is stopped, you can't think about anything. Consciousness relies on existence, and the essence of existence is time. When time freezes, existence ceases to exist, consciousness disappears, and people lose all thoughts and become a statue of flesh and blood. This experience is terrifying because the person stuck in time may feel like they are dead, but it may not be so scary because this person probably doesn't realize that he is stuck in time. I don't know how long it took to Changshur and the others, it might have been just a moment, but to the terrifying demons, it might have been a lifetime. The effect of regional fast-forward slowly ended, and Song Yuan, who was hiding behind Changshur, gradually became clearer. The moment his ability to think returned, he felt the ultimate blossoming of death. The corpses of the terrifying demons above fell one after another, and bloodless rotten flesh and countless tentacles poured into this still clean space. The breath of the dead was overwhelming, as thick as colloid, causing Song Yuan's spirit to tremble from the depths of his soul. What level of death realm is this? Does this level of death realm really exist? If this gets out of hand, wouldn't it summon the true god of death? After 3 consecutive moments of shock and doubt, Song Yuan did not waste any time. He remembered clearly what Changshur said, that his attack would be the key to saving them. Watching the tentacle monsters, with no more flesh to eat, madly crawling towards the 6 of them, Song Yuan took a deep breath, and his eyes instantly turned pure black. Harvest state. Start. He stretched out his hands and grabbed his own neck tightly. With a click sound, his neck was ruthlessly broken by himself. Afterwards, the standing corpse of Song Yuan began to slowly dissipate. The thick deathly aura around it instantly boiled over. The cold wind howled, the green light rose, but in the blink of an eye, a huge black sickle with the power to destroy the world appeared above everyone's head. Changshur and others had just come to their senses at this time. Looking at the death scythe hanging above their heads, everyone's breathing stopped. Big, too big. They had never seen such a terrifying death scythe. Even the small skull ornament at the end of the handle looked like a giant statue carved from a mountain. Not to mention the blade that glows with a faint green light. It looks like a sharp blade that can cut through planets. Even in the 2100 game, Changshur had never seen such a big death scythe. Now there was only one thought in his mind, which was to pray that Song Yuan would not go crazy and send them away together. The soul rests, life ends. Funeral, harvest. As faint prayers resounded through the heavens and earth, the huge sickle slashed down, carrying the whispers of the undead. Except for the area where everyone was standing, the entire ruins visible to the naked eye experienced a momentary collapse. Like a broken mirror, spider veins cracked, then laments of embracing death echoed one after another, resounding through the sky. Countless gigantic tentacle monsters that ate flesh and blood closed their eyes, as if they were sleeping. Death is never an earth-shattering event. The moment the sickle was swung, the flames of their lives were quietly extinguished. When a person dies, the sickle disappears. It only took a few seconds. However, the aura of the dead rising around them had not yet dissipated. These auras twisted and rose, converging again, and condensed Song Yuan, who should have been dead. He fell from mid-air, panting and sweating profusely. As soon as he landed on the ground, he fell sideways in the blood, his whole body twitching. Nangong, who was closest to him, wanted to help him out of her nanny instinct. As soon as her hand touched Song Yuan's wrist, she found that his body was now extremely healthy, even in full shape, as if he was at his peak. His twitching was not due to exhaustion after trying his best, but a climax after excitement. Awesome, awesome, I seemed to see the face of my lord, him sitting on the throne of bones, and he gave me a huge sickle. Awesome, Changshur, you were so awesome. He gasped, struggled to get up, his hands and feet twitching as he said, just this one moment, my life is worth it. Changshur smiled when he heard that, and Nangong let go of Song Yuan's hand with disgust. Chen Chong and Chao Sansui were still immersed in the devastating sickle blow for a long time, unable to extricate themselves. It was not until the flesh and blood and dead tentacles of the terrifying demon were about to drown them that Chen Chong carried the half-dead Chao Sansui and stood up from the blood. Solved? Solved? He still couldn't believe that so many terrifying demons in such a large army were all gone like this. What exactly happened just now? Seeing Chen Chang's curious eyes, Changshur said with a grin, don't think about it. You don't want to know what happened. Also, the matter hasn't been resolved. The skeleton army hasn't seen the right-wing army. It's very likely that they will send others to investigate the situation. We need to leave quickly. He also pulled up Xiao Wan, who was struggling on the ground, pointed at her bulging belly, calves and back, and said seriously, our combat power has been severely damaged. Chao Sensui, Nangong, and Xiao Wan have all lost their combat power. They are fine, but Xiao Wan's condition requires urgent treatment. We need to retreat first and find a place to regroup. Song Yuan was still immersed in the excitement of destroying the world with one sword. Hearing Changshur's nervousness, he blurted out, don't you still have it? Changshur carried Xiao Wan on his back, his face darkening. What can I, a 1,500-point nanny, do? Song Yuan was dumbfounded, pointing at the hellish scene outside, and stammered, you, didn't you do all this? As he spoke, his voice became distorted. If you get 1,500 points, I'll cut off my head and let you kick it like a ball. Chen Chang's face darkened. He carried Chao Sansui on his back and walked out with Nangong, without hesitation. At the same time, he thought to himself, this person is indeed capable, but he likes to show off too much, which makes people uncomfortable. What's even more annoying is that he always succeeds. The victor's antics were not annoying, mainly because the environment did not allow them to stay for too long, so everyone continued to struggle, fleeing to the east, 1 foot deep and 1 foot shallow, in the muddy ruins soaked in blood. When standing in the center of the realm of death, everyone did not have such a direct feeling. When they walked out of this hell of flesh and blood step by step, they truly realized what Changshur had just done. Pieces of flesh, body parts, mucus, and black blood. The group felt like they were walking into a museum, where all objects and forms related to blood and flesh were exhibited. Not only were they beyond imagination, but they also frequently challenged the sensitive stomach nerves of a normal human being. This scene cannot be described any further. Just this time, the 5 people present had a new understanding of birth. Could this be a lawful and righteous God? Even Xiao Wan, a believer in birth, couldn't help but want to vomit. The first one to vomit was Nangong. She was already extremely weak from the self-harm, and now her legs were rubbing against each other in the mire of flesh and blood. The stench of corruption rushed into her nostrils, which brought her not the guidance of decay, but a nausea that made her want to vomit. When the first shot was fired, the situation got out of control again. Ugh, no one could hold it in any longer, especially Chen Chong. In order to leave this hell as soon as possible, he vomited at the same time. The one he was carrying on his back was vomiting, and the one he was holding in his hand was also vomiting. The triple chorus of vomiting pulled his ears so hard that it made people collapse. Xiao Wan, you have to hold back. This is the handwriting of my master. It is to guide you. Vomit. Changshur felt a heat on his shoulder, and then his face twitched. Your mother, I must feel sorry for you. Xiao Wan endured the violent struggle of the life born in her body and said weakly, my mother died. She dedicated herself to depravity. This. Changshur felt a surge of remorse because of his foul mouth. I really deserve to die. Compared to my mother, you should care about my daughter. She might be born soon. Changshur's face darkened and he shouted to the front, Chen Chong, get ready. Xiao Wan is about to give birth. Chapter 10. A rare opportunity to breathe. Before Xiao Wan gave birth, Changshur gave her a healing spell in time. Since Xiao Wan was pregnant with multiple babies, this healing spell was very effective and directly replenished her health, but this also means that the newborn she gives birth to will be exceptionally healthy. The group ran out frantically, but before they had run for long, the life form conceived from Xiao Wan's body could not wait to be born into the world. The life catalyzed by the Creation grass seed would not wait for any midwife. When they were halfway there, the bulges on Xiaowan's body exploded one after another, and several strange-shaped vines that were half flesh and half plant emerged. The good news is that these vines are not very powerful, and Song Yaoan can deal with them by himself. The bad news is that although Xiaowan is fine, Nangong is dying. She half closed her eyes and felt hot all over, clearly on the brink of life and death. The wounds between her ribs and lower abdomen continued to rot with a rotten smell, and she was breathing out more than breathing in. If this continues, Nangong will die. After all, they were teammates who had just experienced life and death together, and there was still more than half a day of trial time left. No matter what, no one in the team wanted to lose members here. We have survived the attack of the army of demons. It would be a shame to die here. Chen Chong stopped, threw Chao Sansui off her back, and said to Cheng Shi, Nangong's body can't withstand the treatment of birth. No, you need to nurse the mage and have him use the time trick to keep her alive. Chao Sansui also wanted to, but he was a mage, not a priest or a singer, and he didn't have that many auxiliary tricks. Cheng Shi looked at the sad expressions on everyone's faces, sighed, and took out a small red bottle from his small safe. What is this? Song Yaoan came over immediately. He seemed to smell the scent of death in the bottle. A-grade potion, the contempt of the dead, produced from devout followers of death. His agents believed that some people did not deserve death, so they extracted this contempt and brewed it into a potion to punish those who had committed serious crimes and forsworn their oaths, let them no longer be able to approach death and hear his teachings. Cheng Shi explained as he poured the potion on Nangong's body. As long as it's mixed with your own blood, you won't die even if you're seriously injured. It just won't have any healing effect, it's just a way to keep you alive. Huh? There's such a thing? Song Yaoan was quick to catch a drop and study it, but Cheng Shi's hand was even faster. He slapped his hand away and scolded him with a smile. Even one drop less will make it lose its effect. Do you want her to die? Song Yaoan's face was embarrassed and flushed. I haven't seen it, Nangong, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Nangong, with a pale face, had no energy to pay attention to him. She just watched the liquid poured on her body quickly merge into her blood, and then, no feeling at all. Will this help? Cheng Shi glanced at her and said, it's useful, and it's very expensive. Remember to compensate me when you recover. Nangong gritted his teeth and nodded heavily. Okay. Xiaowan had just given birth to a child and was bleeding all over her body, but she was a believer in birth and had a stronger resistance to reproduction, so Cheng Shi did not use any medicine and just gave her a healing spell as usual. Luckily, I didn't get pregnant. Seeing Cheng Shi had simply saved 2 lives, Chen Chong asked seriously, Cheng Shi, what's your score? I accept 1501. Cheng Shi looked around and found that everyone's eyes were full of doubts. Seeing that they didn't believe it, he still said shamelessly, it's really 1501. Chen Chong didn't believe a word he said. He said in a deep voice, do you think I'm stupid? The chain healing that just happened requires at least an S-level talent, and with those 2 bottles of Dead Man's Contempt, it can't possibly be lower than 2,000 points. Road to Godhood, the initial score is 1,000 points. If the score is below 1,000, you will die immediately. If the score is above 1,200, you can get B-level talents or items. If the score is above 1,600, you can get A-level talents. Only above 2,000 can you get S-level talents. Ah, right, do you want to continue guessing points here, or come with me? Cheng Shi picked up Nangong and led the way forward. Everyone looked at each other, helplessness flashed in their eyes, and they quickly followed. What can we do if the boss doesn't want to tell the truth? Of course we have to let him do everything. Song Yaoan was naturally talkative and he kept asking questions along the way. Brother Chang, what is your talent? Tell me. Brother Chang, what's your score? Brother Chang, do you still have that bottle of red water? Can I exchange it with you for something else? Brother Chang, Cheng Shi couldn't help it and asked back, aren't assassins supposed to be silent? Song Yaoan said with a grin, I call this contrast, it's popular now. Fortunately, in the next hour, no other troops of the skeleton army came after them. Cheng Shi and his group walked for a long time on the plain where there was nowhere to hide, and finally saw a dense forest. Song Yaoan, who had been noisy all the way, volunteered to explore the way and found that this was a home abandoned by wood elves. There were no living creatures in it except for a few abandoned treehouses. Changshi and Chen Chong felt relieved and quickly escaped into the forest with the wounded. Chao Sansui's condition was the first to stabilize. He had overdrawn too much mental energy, which resulted in him being weak and powerless. He could not control every muscle in his body accurately, and could only speak vaguely to others about what he knew about the Wood Elves. Wood Elves are believers in prosperity and are an eternally neutral group. They revere nature and never mix with other races. Since they chose this place as their home, it must be relatively safe. When Song Yuan heard this, he asked curiously, why would safety be abandoned? I said it's relatively safe. It was definitely safe before the war, but after the Skeleton Army launched the war against the Continent of Hope, there is no safe place on the Continent of Hope anymore. At this time, Chen Chong was guarding the door of the treehouse for safety reasons. He turned back with a little doubt and asked, I've always heard that the Skeleton Army launched a war against the Continent of Hope, but what was the reason for the war? Chao Sansui shook his head with difficulty. People in the Mage Channel speculated it was a war of faith, but those in the Faith Channel speculated it was underground creatures fighting over something. Time focuses on the present, and we have very little information. Perhaps believers in memory will know more by looking back into the past. Cheng Shi was listening with great interest, but when he heard the name of the god, memory, his smile froze for a moment. I looked at the time. 6 hours have passed since the trial. We still have 18 hours left to persevere, but I still need 10 hours to recover. Chao Sansui's meaning was very clear. Although they survived, the situation would be very serious in the next 10 hours due to the lack of mage combat power. No one knows what they will encounter next, and no one thinks that there will be no more danger in the trial after surviving the hellish attack of the demon army. Ordinary trials might be possible, but special trials are absolutely impossible. Cheng Shi recalled the name of the trial and frowned slightly. A Song of Blood and Fire. We've seen the blood, but what about the fire? TSK, our team just happens to live in the woods. If a fire breaks out, burning down camps stretching for 800 miles, it can't be such a coincidence, right? Forget it, don't think too much about it. When the enemy comes, we will fight him with our soldiers. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. Cheng Shi scratched his head, took out a bottle of Coke from the safe, and gulped it down. When Song Yuan saw this situation, he was stunned. Brother Chang, every inch of space in your portable space is worth a lot of money, so you're just going to put this in there? Cheng Shi pointed at Chen Chong and laughed. Chen Chong is still putting out wine, so what if I put out a few bottles of Coke? If people lose their Coke, what else will they have? Chen Chong didn't look back, but his frantic nodding showed that he deeply agreed. There was actually drinking water in Song Yuan's safe, but that was water used to save lives and quench thirst in extreme environments, and it certainly could not be compared with the pleasing taste of Coke. Seeing Cheng Shi drinking it happily, he swallowed unconsciously. Brother Chang, is there any more Coke? Seeing his expression, Cheng Shi took out another 5 bottles without saying a word. Brother Chang, your personal space isn't filled with only Coke, right? Cheng Shi raised his eyebrows but said nothing. Song Yuan was very happy. After all, it was not a waste of his own personal space. He quickly picked a bottle and did not forget to share the rest with others. It turns out that drinking some Coke after fighting is really refreshing. Everyone felt refreshed, even Nangong, who couldn't move, took a few sips with Cheng Shi's support. The woods are still too big a target. Let's rest for another 2 to 3 hours and then move further away. Chen Chong finished her drink and walked out with her sword in hand. It is his duty to stand guard, for he is a believer in law and order. Xiao Wan and Song Yuan sat obediently in the room, taking care of the patients and resting their eyes, but as soon as Song Yuan closed his eyes, he felt sleepy. The sleepiness came so gently and comfortably that for a moment he had no desire to resist. Clang! Song Yuan, who was originally sitting on the ground, fell to his side. The several wounded people in the room also slowly closed their eyes and fell asleep. Just when everyone was fast asleep, Cheng Shi suddenly opened his eyes, and a cunning look flashed across his eyes. TSK, you dare to drink anything, but you don't get beaten that often. As he laughed, he glanced at Nangong, who was standing beside him. Chapter 11 Sleep Therapy and Meteorites Falling from the Sky. Chao had a dream when he was 3 years old. I dreamed that I scored 200 points on the ladder to audience, ranked first, and was summoned by the true god of time. Just as he was prostrating himself on the ground devoutly, ready to receive the blessing from the gods, a terrifying demon suddenly flew over, kicked him away. and accepted the blessing on its behalf. He was furious and woke up in a rage. "Fuck him," he roared, turned over and stood up, and saw his teammates in front of him looking back at him in surprise, and he was a little dazed. How did I recover? Feeling that the power in his body was as full as when he first entered the trial, Chao Sansui was shocked. Not only him, but also Nangong next to him. His complexion looked much more normal at this time, and there was no sign that he had just been injured. Just now, Chao Sansui was startled and immediately took out his pocket watch from his arms and took a look at it. This time, 8 hours have passed since the anchoring time. In other words, he only slept for 2 hours? No. How could he recover like this in 2 hours? Chao Sansui frowned, stretched out his hand and gently wiped the air, immediately sensing the passage of time around him. Believers in time are very sensitive to the passage of time, but they can only vaguely feel whether the passing time is long or short, and cannot be specific to the hour and minute. The time here really didn't pass too much, probably only 2 or 3 hours, but the question is, how did I recover? He looked up with a puzzled look and asked, "What's going on?" Nangong felt his gaze, but didn't say anything. He just turned his head towards the door and continued to bandage Xiaowan. Although their condition recovered, their wounds were not completely healed. Instead, Xiaowan said coldly, "We just woke up too." Chao Sanyan was able to hit 1900, so he was no fool. He blurted out, "Is there something wrong with the coke?" Xiaowan nodded. "Where's Changshi?" "On guard outside." When Chao Sansui heard this, his brows furrowed. The fact that I can recover within 2 hours must be related to Changshi. He didn't know whether this was a special method of the high-scoring priest or whether Changshi had done extra treatment. He only knew that if Changshi had any bad intentions while they were asleep, they would be dead now. Fortunately, he didn't do it, or rather, fortunately, he was not a person of opposing beliefs. Even more fortunately, no enemies arrived during these 2 hours. Chao Sansui was instinctively a little scared. He got up and walked out of the treehouse with a serious expression. Under the treehouse, Changshi was chatting with Chen Chong and Song Yuan. Judging from their expressions, they seemed to have recovered to some extent. When Chao Sansui thought about how the 5 of them had fallen asleep together, leaving only Changshi to watch over them, and he was a pastor, he couldn't believe it and said, "Are you crazy? You put 5 people to sleep at the same time. Even if you have potions to revive them, you should do it one by one." The 3 of them turned around at the same time. Song Yuan grinned but said nothing. Chen Chang's expression didn't change much, but the twitching corners of his eyes clearly showed that he was also quite dissatisfied with Changshi's move. Only Changshi scratched his head and said, "Oh, don't talk nonsense, I just woke up too. There were 6 of us sleeping together." Chao Sansui felt a shudder deep in his soul. He never dared to imagine that Changshi was so bold. "Changshi, you're playing with everyone's lives. If anything unexpected happens, we might be wiped out." Changshi agreed deeply and said, "Indeed, the risk is too great to be advisable." Chao Sansui's scolding tone paused. Looking at Changshi's attitude and words, he thought it was not him who did it, but rather he was attacking the culprit. "You know this, yet you still dare to gamble?" Chao Sansui laughed angrily. Changshi spread his hands, "But I won the bet. We have recovered to the peak of our combat power, right? We're only staying for 2 hours anyway, so just tell me if this gamble will pay off." Chao Sansui sat next to the 3 of them with a constipated look on his face and sighed heavily. "And next time this happens, please let me know. I don't want to be scared to death by you before I even meet time." Changshi stopped joking this time and said apologetically, "You won't agree, or you might say everyone is unwilling to take the gamble, but the truth is, we may not have that much time for everyone to take turns recovering. The danger is approaching, and every second counts." "But what if there is? Judging from the results, the what if you mentioned didn't happen." Changshi said with a smile again. Chao Sansui remained silent, and Chen Chong cursed, "There won't be a next time, Changshi. I hate uncertainty. Damn, you don't seem like a believer in birth at all, you're more like a believer in fate." Changshi was delighted. He stretched out his hand, summoned a little healing light, and gestured at Chen Chong. "Don't believe me? I can let you experience what it feels like to be a mother right now." Before Chen Chong could react, Song Yuan jumped 10 meters away. Chao Sansui looked at the green light in Changshi's hand and asked, "What is it?" Changshi knew that he was asking about coke, so he put away the healing technique and said, "I call it sleep cure." I add a powerful sleeping pill and the A-grade potion Prosperity of the Past to the cola. This is a top-tier healing potion that combines the power of memory and prosperity. I have 6 bottles in total, and now they're all gone. After saying this, he looked like he was in pain. Another A-level potion. I don't think I've heard of this potion before. Is it a ladder reward? Changshi shrugged, I don't know, I got it from someone else. Is there anyone willing to exchange for such a life-saving thing? Song Yuan ran back and asked in confusion. Sometimes, purpose is far more important than life. Changshi didn't know who he was thinking of inside silently. Really, if you were going to lose your life, why do you still save so many good things? But if you lose your goal, what's the point of living? Although he strongly disagreed with Changshi's approach, Chao Sansui still appreciated it and said, when the trial is over, I will compensate you with a potion of equal value. Changshi's eyes lit up, how embarrassing. But his eyes were clearly full of greed, and he had already begun to look around Chao Sansui, wanting to see what good things he had hidden. Everyone says that the 2,000-point boss has a weird personality. When I saw Changshi today, it turned out to be true. They have already accepted Changshi's score of 2,000 without any doubt. Now that everyone is awake and in good condition, what should we do now? Asked Chao Sansui. Depart as planned. Seeing that Changshi had no intention of giving orders, Chen Shong sat there with a silly smile and no words, and then added with a dark face. Okay, then call them. Before Chao Sansui could stand up, he suddenly felt a heat wave rising from the ground and rushing towards him fiercely, and he was shocked. The others were equally shocked and stood up to look down at their feet. Only Changshi looked up at the sky with a serious expression, and squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Damn, it's a meteorite rain. S-level forbidden technique, meteorite fire rain? Song Yuan was so frightened that his voice became distorted. He also looked up, and sure enough, in the distant sky, a terrifying and horrifying shadow of a giant sun slowly rose. Fiery flames erupted from the edge of the sun, and every spark that flew out turned into a huge meteorite that streaked across the sky and fell rapidly towards the plain where they were. In the blink of an eye, they fell like rain. Run. Changshi ran out without hesitation, without leaving any strength. He doesn't need to take care of others at all. Every one of his teammates can run faster than him. Chao Sansui's face condensed, and the next second the area acceleration was placed in front of everyone. Song Yuan disappeared in an instant. Chen Shong started the warrior charge, pulled up Changshi and Chao Sansui in one hand, and ran out like a storm. The two figures on top of the treehouse moved faster. Xiaowan picked up the petit Nangong and jumped from one treetop to another in a few seconds. Chen Shong rushed forward so fast that the strong wind made Changshi's face hurt. Chao Sansui was also feeling uncomfortable. He shouted in extreme shock and doubt, this isn't a spell that can be practiced in the underground world. It's a forbidden technique that can only be mastered by the elemental judges of the continent of hope. What roles do we play? Are we enemies of both sides? Enemy? No, even if these 6 people were truly enemies of the island of hope, the elemental judges would not be able to punish them with such a devastating spell. What are 6 people in a war? Nothing at all. How can I deserve a meteorite rain of fire? Changshi's face darkened as he thought of a possibility. This meteor shower isn't meant to hit us. It's meant to stop the right-wing terror demon army. Chapter 12, Battlefield of Time. What? Chen Shong froze in shock, feeling the air in the entire area twist and heat up. He quickly increased his speed and said in disbelief, the terror demons are all dead, what's the point of stopping them? Changshi roared and explained, perhaps the Isle of Hope doesn't know that the army of terror demons is dead. That's why we encountered the enemy so quickly during this trial. This should be the real song of blood and fire, survived 24 hours of terror hordes and meteor showers, we encountered the terror demon too early. This led to our misunderstanding of the trial. Chao Sansui was shocked and said in disbelief, how is it possible? Then he thought of something and said in even greater shock, are you saying that the skeleton army learned of Hope Island's blocking plan and therefore dispatched troops in advance to avoid the attack? Right. Changshi said with hatred, and we just happened to run into them. The destruction of the Island of Hope might not be due to a defeat in the war, there must be something wrong within them. Fuck, stop chatting, heal me, I'm running out of energy. Changshi quickly stopped talking and casually used a fierce healing spell to hit Chen Chang's stomach. As for why it's the stomach, don't ask. The reason is that it's right at hand and it's definitely not a bad taste. At the critical moment of life and death, all the bad tastes must be put aside. This time she was not so lucky. The shot hit the target and Chen Chang's belly bulged slightly, but fortunately, her speed increased by another 3 points. It's too late. The fire meteorite's impact range is too large. Chen Chong, how many hits can the Holy Light Great Wall withstand? Chen Chong blurted out, 3 hits. I lack the A-level defensive talent. The 4th hit will definitely break it. Cheng Shi frowned and calculated carefully. Chao Sansui beside him immediately shouted, that's enough. Judging by the meteorite's landing speed, it's not too fast in the early stages, but it's enough to last until I activate the time battlefield. Time battlefield, yeah. Forgot about it. Chang Shi showed an exaggerated smile of enlightenment on his face. It seems that next, I need to find a real way to survive in the time loop. Everyone, come to me. Chen Chong shouted loudly, dropped the 2 people in his hands, took out a large shield, and with veins bulging in his hands, he thrust the tip of the shield into the mud with all his strength. Looking up at the meteorite flames falling like rain from the sky, he shouted, order will prevail. The brilliance of order erupted once again, transforming into a wall that enveloped the 6 people. Outside the bright yellow light curtain, the air temperature was getting higher and higher, the space was distorted by the heat, and the earth was cracked by the scorching. Everyone looked up and saw the huge sun blazing high in flames, meteorites roaring and falling, and the charred trails were like carving knives, cutting through the sky like thin paper. It was as shocking as if they had seen the end of the world. If they were not under the meteorite but outside the impact range, this might be an unforgettable scene. Chen Chong, hold on. 1 minute and 12 seconds left. Chen Chong held the shield tightly, gritted his teeth and shouted, watch out, it's coming. As soon as the words fell, boom, everyone's vision went dark, and a huge meteorite fireball exploded above the light curtain. Immediately afterwards, a blazing light came into view, and the exploding flames covered the sky like magma, instantly enveloping the Holy Light Great Wall. Even though the light curtain had withstood the attacks of countless terrifying demons, it was now shaken left and right by the violent potential energy. Chen Chong trembled all over and her skin began to turn red. It's too hot. Priest, heal. Nangong said nothing and began to release small healing and cooling spells. Chao Sansui held his pocket watch in his hand, his face filled with anxiety. Hold on. 48 seconds. Here they come again. 2 more. Be careful to dissipate the heat. Boom boom. This time, 2 bombs arrived one after another. Fortunately, one of them did not hit the Holy Light Wall directly, but fell next to the light curtain. However, the splashing flames still made the light curtain shake. No, I can't hold on any longer. There's another one up there. Cheng Shi, find a way. Cheng Shi's face darkened, and just as he was about to move, he saw Song Yuan beside him quickly take out a piece of pure black cloth from his personal space. What is this? Nangong was a little surprised. Song Yuan's face flashed with pain, but he still said firmly, I'll do it this time. Cheng Shi raised his eyebrows and recognized this thing, the assassin's A-level professional item, the Gate of Shadows of all realms. This is not an ordinary item. It can only be obtained from the ladder rewards above 1600 points, and the delivery rate is extremely low. Once its function is activated, any object can be thrown into the shadow plane, regardless of size, location, time, or control. Moreover, it is a disposable prop and is worth a lot of money. This is the most suitable prop for assassins to shuttle through the shadows. Song Yuan is willing to take it out at this time. Obviously he is forced into a desperate situation. Sure, Comrade Xiao Song, it's not easy to get this thing at 1636. Song Yuan smiled proudly, thinking that he finally got to pretend for once. I stole it. After saying that, he jumped high up, with his hands and feet pressed against the inside of the light curtain like a spider hanging upside down. He counted the time silently in his mind, and before the 4th meteorite landed, he nimbly threw out the Gate of Shadows of all realms. This operation was very detailed, because the Holy Light City wall blocked everything, and he needed to risk his life to pass through the shadows obscured by the thick smoke to get outside the light curtain, unfold the black cloth, open the shadow door, and then instantly shuttle back. If there is a millisecond error in any step, the machine will be melted out. On the spot, fortunately, Song Yuan is a qualified assassin. In the blink of an eye, he had done everything and sent the meteorite that was about to break through the light curtain to the shadow interface, and the Gate of Shadows of all realms also dissipated, but passing is passing after all, and it is still more than half away from 100 points. Hurry! Nanny, help me, my butt is on fire. Song Yeon lay on the ground wailing, his entire back, buttocks and thighs were burned. He stuck out his red buttocks and kept moving towards the nanny, eager to get treatment, but even though he was injured like this, he was heading towards Nangong, not Changshur. Nangong raised his hand in amazement and hit him on the butt with a healing spell. Changshur's smile disappeared and he felt very embarrassed. What's wrong? My milk doesn't taste good, right? Be careful. There's more up there, master. How long will it take? The Holy Light City wall was opened for less than a minute, and the entire plain area had turned into a sea of fire. The roar and vibration sounds were endless, and the temperature around was getting higher and higher. Seeing the terrifying meteorites coming one after another, Jin Chong really couldn't hold on any longer this time. 10 seconds. Everyone, get ready. At 1 o'clock, the meteorite is falling in small amounts. Start breaking out when the time is up. Don't disperse too much, otherwise we won't be able to confirm the casualties and end the battlefield. I say again, don't disperse too much. I hope that each of us can survive. Chao Sansui was holding his pocket watch with one hand and sweating slightly, and raised the other hand high, ready to start the time battlefield at any time. This will be their only way to escape, provided that it doesn't happen too many times. 3-2. Everyone. Get ready. 1. Run. Chen Chong responded by removing the Holy Light City wall, and in the blink of an eye, he put the shield and sword into space. With a loud roar, he picked up Nangong and Chao Sansui and rushed towards the 1 o'clock direction like a madman. Xiaowan followed closely behind, carrying the little bird Changshur on her back. Not to mention Song Yeon, there was thick smoke all around, and although the flames were everywhere, they could penetrate everywhere. He disappeared early and ran ahead of everyone. However, good luck does not last forever. Although they saw fewer meteorites at 1 o'clock in the light curtain, when they rushed out for a distance, they found that there were so many meteorites above their heads that they had no way to hide. A huge fireball hit Chen Chang's head. He braked quickly, took out his shield sword, turned it into a big sword, exerted his divine power and swung it out. The meteorite exploded, but before he could move forward again, another one hit them on the head. Grass. Chao Sansui's face was filled with shock, and he shouted loudly, counting the seconds accurately. Time, go back. The whole world suddenly stopped, and then quickly went back as if the rewind button was pressed in a movie. The flames are shrinking, the meteorites are rising, the figures are retreating, and the light curtain is reappearing. Everything returns to the moment when the time battlefield opens. 1. Run. The moment the light curtain shattered, everyone raised their legs and ran with all their strength, heading towards the 1 o'clock direction. Chao was only 3 years old. He gasped for breath in Chen Chang's hands and shouted frantically, Chen Chong. Xia Wan. Change, 3 o'clock. Quick. The believers of time are not affected by the time battlefield's backtracking and still retain their memories. The current Chao Sansui is their eyes. After hearing this, the two of them changed direction immediately without hesitation. Changshur hugged Xiao Wan's neck tightly, and the healing technique continued to hit her body. He frowned and thought, this is the second time. Thinking of this, he reached out and turned the dice in his arms over. 2 o'clock facing up. Chapter 13. This is the choice of fate. The reason why meteorite fire rain can be called a forbidden spell is that this spell lasts for a very long time, so long that it can exterminate all living things within the range of the hit, and even make the ground dent 3 feet. Generally speaking, no matter what race the spellcaster is, their mental strength probably cannot support such a huge spell consumption. But meteorite fire rain is an exception, because it is not creation, but summoning. That huge sun on the horizon is real. This terrifying giant sun named Wrath of Abomination was originally the servant god of chaos and the messenger of confusion. After being imprisoned by order in a certain era, it became the highest power bestowed by order on the elemental judges under his seat. Simply open the door that imprisons the rage of hate for a moment, aim at a certain area, and the rage that has been suppressed for countless hours will pour out. Not until he wakes up from the chaos and realizes that his venting is only taking advantage of those followers of order will he stop in frustration, close the prison door, and then begin to brew the next cycle of anger. The wrath of hatred, the servant of chaos, the commander of chaos, the prisoner of order. Having said so much, I just want to prove one thing, that is, meteorite rain and fire cannot be solved by mortals. Changshur and others rushed towards the 3 o'clock direction for only a few minutes, and the whistling meteorites exploded around them one after another. It didn't even need to hit them. The splashing lava and fire would make it impossible for them to move. No, this road is blocked. Mage. Time, go back. The scene is so similar, time goes back again. 1. Run. As soon as Chao Sansui was thrown ashore from the long river of time, he felt like Chen Shong was carrying him and running madly towards 1 o'clock. No, Chen Shong, it's 5 o'clock. Chen Shong paused, and without hesitation, she swung her hands, throwing the two people in her hands like windmills, and quickly ran back diagonally using inertia. What's going on? Chao Sansui's face was solemn. We failed twice. Xiao Wan followed closely behind, and Chang Shi frowned secretly out. He stretched out his hand and turned the dice in his arms over again. 3 o'clock. Not this way. The smoke is too thick, I can't see the road clearly. Assassin, speak up and guide the way. Assassin? Song Yon? Damn, he's dead. Mage, backtrack. Time, goes back, 7 o'clock, Chun Shong, reverse direction. The dice turned over, 4 points. Xiao Wan, be careful. Time, goes back, 9 o'clock direction, hurry up. The dice turned over, 5. One of the keys for a time walker to become T0 is the unlimited opportunities for trial and error in the time battlefield, but the divine power of time cannot be enjoyed for free forever. When time cannot continue to flow on the battlefield for a long time, he, as the master of time, will also lose his temper. A god sneeze is a mortal storm. When time went back to the 6th time, even as a believer in time, Chao Sansui's memory began to blur. Time, go back, 1. Run. Chao Sansui's body was shaken by Chen Chang's thrusts. He suddenly opened his eyes, his mind was confused for a moment, and he muttered to himself, "We're back." Chen Chong paused and asked anxiously, "So what do we do now? Where do we go?" Chao Sansui looked despairing. "I remember many fragments, the moment when each person died, but I forgot the number of times. I forgot where we should go." Chen Chang's heart skipped a beat. This situation could only mean one thing, that is, they had failed many times. The time walkers are lost in time, which is tantamount to announcing their failure in death, but Chen Shong was not someone who was willing to admit defeat. He roared and led everyone to rush towards the 3 o'clock direction. Cheer up, identify the path, and check your memories. Maybe we can find a way out. Nangong was equally anxious. Seeing that Chao Sansui's eyes were still confused, she gritted her teeth, pulled out the thorn, and hit herself hard in the stomach with it. Immediately afterwards, a strong healing light poured down on Chao Sansui's head, instantly clearing his confused mind. He looked at Nangong Shiji's eyes and nodded vigorously. "You okay? Let me recall." However, at this moment, Changshi suddenly shouted, "Wrong, this is the 6th time, at 11 o'clock. Quick, Chen Shong, turn." Chen Shong was very fast and was far ahead of Xiao Wan. He turned around in surprise, but before he could ask a question, he saw Xiao Wan obediently turn around and rush towards the 11 o'clock direction. Chao Sansui was also stunned and shocked. He had no idea how Changshi knew that this was the 6th time. How does a believer in birth stay awake in the maze of time? Can't maintain. Changshi is just a player after all. What is unaffected by the time maze is not him, but the dice in his hand. Chen Shong looked down and saw that Chao Sansui was dumbfounded. His face darkened and he replied, "Fuck, I'll listen to you." He was not conflicted, or rather, he had no reason to be conflicted. In Chen Chang's opinion, the moment Changshi began to take over the command, he must have had the idea of breaking the deadlock. After all, he has 2,000 points, there are probably no slackers among the 2,000 points. Changshi was actually not sure whether he could run out in the 11 o'clock direction, but he knew that he had tried all other directions and it was useless. He stroked each side of the dice in his arms and silently turned the dice to 6.6 times. This is the 6th time, next time you count. You won't just have to flip it over lengthwise. Xiao Wan ran very fast with Changshi on her back. Under the influence of continuous treatment and hunter talent, her long legs opened and closed widely, and she crossed the sea of fire as if walking on flat ground, but her heavy expression told Changshi that she was not optimistic about this path. "Changshi, are you sure it's this direction?" Changshi shook his head honestly uncertain. "And you?" Changshi smiled brightly, "This is fate's choice." Xiao Wan's eyes widened and her pupils shrank. Just as she was about to ask something, a flaming meteorite hit her head. Boom! Before Changshi closed his eyes, he held the dice in his hand and cursed fiercely. Grass. Time goes back. Everyone returned to the starting point again, and it was still the familiar scene. Chen Chong rushed towards the 1 o'clock direction without hesitation. Chao Sansui was still in a daze, Nangong was still nervous, and Song Yaoan was still leading the way. Only Chengshi looked at the 6 on the dice, speechless. There's no way out. I've tried all 6 directions, but there's no way out. He felt inexplicably irritated, but his hands were not idle. He flicked his thumb slightly to bounce the dice high up, and then quickly reached out to grab the dice that fell backwards. Xiaowan noticed Chengshi's movements behind her, and asked solemnly as she strode forward, "What's wrong?" Chengshi opened his palm and saw that the dice was facing 1, and he sighed resignedly. "We failed 6 times, but destiny's guidance for me was indeed at 1 o'clock. Xiaowan's emotions suddenly became confused. For a moment, she didn't know whether she should be sad for failing 6 times or happy for what Chengshi called the guidance of fate. So, 1 o'clock is correct? She seemed to have begun to trust Chengshi unconditionally. Chengshi smacked his lips and cursed, "But I always feel that fate is a bitch." Xiaowan widened her eyes and glanced back at Chengshi in disbelief. This statement was indeed fine before the gods came, but after the gods came, let me put it this way, there is a him whose name is destiny. Fuck it, it's better to believe that I am Qin Shi Huang than to believe in fate. Xiaowan, reverse, 7 o'clock. Chengshi chose to go against fate. This sentence was shouted very loudly, and Chen Chong also heard it. Like Xiaowan, Chen Chong had many doubts in his mind, but he did not hesitate at all. He turned around and followed Xiaowan and ran back. After running for a while, Chao Sansui discovered that this road was very similar to a part of his memory fragments. This means that they have failed in this direction. If nothing unexpected happens, in 3 seconds, a meteorite will fall in front of Xiaowan's right side, blasting a big hole in the ground. Xiaowan and Chengshi will both slip and fall, and then he turned back time again. The fire of hope in Chao Sansui's heart was somewhat extinguished. He counted down the seconds, waiting to be lost in the long river of time again. 3, 2, 1. Time, back, huh? Actually, nothing happened. Chao Sansui looked at Xiaowan in front of him, striding through the sea of fire and smoke and fleeing into the distance, his face full of astonishment. How is this possible? The meteorite that was supposed to fall in my memory did not appear. Not only that, even the meteorites in the 7 o'clock direction did not fall. The sky ahead suddenly became clear, and there was not a single meteorite visible to the naked eye, and even the flames avoided this place. This absurd scene, placed in the doomsday painting of raining flames, is like someone using an eraser to erase a pure white line along the 7 o'clock position. Perhaps this white line was just a casual act for the painter, but for Chengshi and the other 6 people in the scroll, it was a real life-saving passage. In shock and fear, the group ran wildly, struggling to escape along a line of clear sky. After nearly an hour of gritting their teeth and persevering, they finally escaped the range of the meteorite fire rain, and the moment they escaped, the fire rain scroll that had been erased was restored. Chao Sansui glanced at the pocket watch in his hand. Exactly 6 hours had passed. He ended the time battlefield at the next hour, and a force of time flow dissipated from them. The process of the last retrospection was vaguely engraved on the long river of time. Everyone looked back at the way they came. Meteorites fell like rain and flames splashed like slurry. Just like before, there was no sign of life at all. How is that possible? Why is there a way to survive? Miracle. This is a miracle. Everyone was stunned. They stared at Chengshi in amazement, their faces filled with shock and incomprehension. What is this, a prop? Can it even be called a prop? Brother Chang, don't tell me you're actually 2400, especially Xiaowan. She was the only one who knew how Chengshi made the decision, chose the 7 o'clock direction, and led them out of the sea of fire. Why? She thought to herself, but never dared to ask, is it because Chengshi called fate a bitch? Chengshi looked at the fire falling from the sky, and his mind was also a little confused. This is the second time, he said silently in his heart. Do I really have some hidden talent? And the opening slogan is, Fate is a bitch? Chapter 14, Fate is a bitch. Let's go back a little bit in time, to when Chengshi shouted Fate is a bitch above the sky of the island of Hope. In a plane unreachable by mortals, 3 pairs of eyes opened at the same time. The first pair of eyes had different pupils, the left eye was burning flames, and the right eye was flowing blood. As soon as he opened his eyes, passionate music began to play in the void, and every syllable stirred people's hearts and souls and aroused their fighting spirit. This is my trial, you broke the rules. The second pair of eyes were cold and silent, without any emotion. The whites of the eyes were filled with swirling spirals, and the pupils were engraved with different stars. Just by looking into his eyes, one can feel one's soul being pulled towards the endless void. He glanced at the first pair of eyes and said coldly, "When did you exchange authority with order?" It was obviously a teasing, and the other party was indeed silenced. As the two were confronting each other, the corners of another pair of eyes curled up slightly and let out a delighted chuckle. The third pair of eyes looked similar to the second pair, but the light in them was more vibrant, or in other words, more like the eyes of a human. He watched the two confront each other silently, without saying a word, just smiling. "What are you doing here?" I have heard the blasphemous words and felt the fate being mocked. "I will exercise my authority and exile the ignorant sinners. This is my trial. You broke the rules." This time, it was the other person's turn to remain silent. The third pair of eyes suddenly burst into laughter. "Interesting, so interesting. An idiot who believes in himself, and a fool who can't chat outside of war. Ha ha ha, so interesting. Is it funny? Isn't it funny?" The second pair of eyes narrowed slightly and glanced coldly at the third pair of eyes. "Why are you here? Why are you here again? He believes in me, yet he blasphemes me. I can naturally disqualify him. Do you intend to violate the convention and protect him? But I've already snatched him away, so he's naturally considered my follower. Do you want to violate the convention and exile him?" The pair of eyes that penetrated the void glanced at him coldly again, was silent for a moment, and then slowly dissipated. The third pair of eyes smiled again. "What are you doing here, me? Of course I'm here to rescue my lovely follower." As he spoke, a crystal jade-like finger stretched out, pierced through the endless plain, and came in front of Wrath of Hate. He simply placed his hand there gently, and the flames in the sky shrank and tightened, unable to escape. The venting of Rage of Hate was interrupted by man, and he became furious. However, when he saw the eye behind the finger, his anger cooled instantly, and his huge body trembled slightly. He quietly and precisely tightened the prison door a little, so that no more meteorites fell where his finger pointed. The first pair of eyes widened a little, the blood in the eyes was boiling and the flames were roaring. "You broke the rules," the third pair of eyes blinked. "Then what?" The eyes of blood and fire stared at him for a moment and then fell silent. "Tsk, your followers are waging wars everywhere just to beg for a visit from you, and you, the Lord of War, bearing the name of the God of War, don't even dare to fight me. The convention cannot be violated. Oh, boring." He glanced at the unknown starry sky and instantly disappeared into the air. Everyone was tired from running, especially Chen Chong and Xiao Wan. When they realized they were really out of danger, they refused to move an inch and just lay on the ground gasping for breath. Chen Chong was treated by Nangong along the way, so her condition was maintained okay. But it was a pity that Nangong, who was held in his arms, looked so pale that it looked like he had been dragged all the way here. However, Xiao Wan, thanks to Cheng Shi's continuous treatment, once again became a mother who had been pregnant for 10 months. To deal with this problem, we have to rely on abortion professional Song Yuan. He consciously hid beside Xiao Wan. Every time a part of the skin burst and a new twisted life was born, he would immediately chop down the monster before it had time to open its eyes. While chopping, he would also complain, "Why do all the newborns born in birth look so sanity-destroying? Do the righteous gods like this look?" Xiao Wan pursed her lips, said nothing, and turned to look at Cheng Shi. The meaning in her eyes was very clear. Chang Shifan had a high score and knew more than me. No1 discussed the matter of birth in Chang Shi's faith channel, and he had no idea the reason, but he still gave the explanation very confidently, but his face looked a little ugly. "If you could change your appearance before you were born, what would you want to be like? These newborns who worship my Lord simply want to become what my Lord likes, but they didn't know what birth would like, so they started using their imagination. You have seen the result." It was the first time that everyone heard such an explanation. But Cheng Shi's confidence did not sound like speculation at all, but more like an explanation after knowing the cause and effect. In addition, he saved everyone from desperate situations time and time again, so everyone instinctively wanted to believe him. Only Chao Sansui widened his eyes and confirmed again the consensus among the players of birth that I know of is that the newborns already know what birth looks like, but with their abilities, they can only partially restore it. This is two completely different concepts from what you said. Do you mean that even the newborns born under the influence of birth don't know what he looks like? Is this true? Everyone looked at Cheng Shi, waiting for his answer. The reason why everyone takes it so seriously is because the answer concerns the relationship between God and believers. If a newborn knows the appearance of its birth and tries to restore it as closely as possible, it means that the God can accept the worship of believers, and then the rumored getting close to God and saving oneself will become possible. But if the newborn does not know the appearance of birth and is just trying to please him, then the relationship between God and believer may be much colder, and indifference means that there is a difference between humans and gods. Those who beg for God's blessing may be trapped in the game of God forever and become a player who survives. Changsha didn't know whether what he said was true or false, but lies had become his habit and constraint. Even if he didn't want to lie sometimes, his mouth would still express his opinion. His smile was a little forced, but his tone was unquestionable, absolute fidelity. Xiaowan was stunned for a moment, looking at the newborn tentacles that kept being born in her body, and asked in shock, "Where did you know that?" Changsha smiled mysteriously and said, "Keep it secret." Xiaowan nodded thoughtfully and didn't ask any more questions. Song Yuan suddenly said, "Brother Chang, you are not the chosen one of birth, are you?" God's chosen, the player ranked first in each faith on the ladder of audience. Changsha was stunned and quickly waved his hands to deny, "I'm still far from being the first on the ladder to an audience. Even if I tilt my head back, I still can't see his feet." After saying that, Xiaowan and Nangong beside her looked at Changsha's feet at the same time, and the same guess came to their minds: could Changsha really be the chosen one to reach the audience ladder? Only the chosen one could have such an incredible way to escape. Changsha guessed what they were thinking, instinctively shrank his neck, and continued to deny, but Xiaowan didn't believe it at all. She took a peek at the stairway to audience of birth and defilement, and saw that the ID of the first-ranked birth believer was called specializing in infertility treatment. The tone is similar, very similar, seeing that everyone's topic was still revolving around Changsha. Chen Shong, who had rested for a while to recover, interrupted their speeches responsibly. Can we find a safe place first and then discuss the issue of God's choice? Yes, saving your life is the most important thing. Everyone looked at each other first, and then burst into laughter. The joy of surviving the disaster finally broke out here. Generally speaking, the risk factor will drop sharply after the trial is solved, but we should still be cautious. Let's go southeast. Whether according to the location of the battlefield in the continent of hope or the marching direction of the terror demon, the southeast should be far away from the center of the war vortex. Let's walk a little longer and see if we can see the snow mountain range. Perhaps there we can avoid all the disputes and wait until the end of the trial. Chao Sansui regained his composure and knowledge, dragged Chen Shong, and led everyone to the southeast. After escaping the meteorite fire rain, everyone's mood was obviously much better, but vigilance still existed along the way. Chen Shong was the vanguard, Song Yan was on guard around, Chao Sansui was in the middle to coordinate, and Nangong drank blood medicine and treated Xiaowan at the same time. As for Changsha, just like an old man who joined a tour group for the first time, he was eager to know everything about the Island of Hope, so he asked the tour guide Chao Sansui a lot of questions. Being familiar with history might increase a player's survival rate in the trial. He didn't know about it before because there was no useful information in the Faith channel, and the News and the Career channel was difficult to distinguish between true and false, so he just glanced through it and didn't pay attention. It is rare to have a living history textbook in front of us nowadays, so it would be a waste not to ask. Chapter 15. The trial ended early based on the information compiled by the masters in the Mage channel and what I've seen and learned during the trials. Some facts are certain. The Island of Hope should be the largest continent in the land of trials. A great number of countries and forces have risen and fallen on the surface of this land. The most well-known of them, and the ones that account for the largest proportion of the trial background period, should be several large-scale god-worshipping forces whose rule spans several thousand years. These include the Natural Alliance that worships the destiny of life, the Great Inquisition that believes in order, the Tower of Reason that pursues truth, and the Kingdom of War that was born from war in the late Civilization era. The Skeleton Army's attack on the Continent of Hope took place during the Continental War in the late Civilization era. Under pressure from the underground forces, the three warring forces once again joined forces to confront the outside world. We are located in the Forest County, which is the administrative county closest to the underground world and abyssal volcano, within the Grand Inquisition. Along the way, Chao Sansui told Changsha the history of the Island of Hope in an orderly manner. After listening to it, Changsha finally had a general understanding of the Island of Hope. The distribution of power underground is rather complex. Since I'm not a follower of the fates of demonic and chaos, I don't know much about this part. And Chao Sansui looked at Nangong and said meaningfully, "These players with fate generally don't like to share relevant information." Nangong was stunned when he heard this, then lowered his head and said, "Sorry, my score is too low and I don't pay much attention to these." Chao Sensui shook his head. "There's nothing to apologize for. The faith game has arrived, and everyone is risking their lives in it. It's already very difficult to survive." "Not everyone." "Oh, forget it, I won't say anymore, the direction is correct. Blizzard Mountain is ahead. There are few settled tribes near the mountains, and most of them are nomads who pose no threat. We can find a remote place and wait for the trial to end." Chung Shur is right. After the baptism of blood and fire, the trial is no longer dangerous. This is also in line with the usual style of war. Chen Chong was still leading the way at the front. He still did not let his guard down, even though it had been 7 hours since they left the Fire Rain territory and there were only 3 hours left until the end of the trial. It's best to be cautious. Who knows if there's still a song left to be told at the end of Song of Blood and Fire. Everyone was stunned at first when they heard this, and then laughter gradually broke out. Song Yuan said happily, "This isn't a trial of deception, not really, but..." He turned around solemnly, looked at Chung Shur and said, "Thank you so much, Brother Chang. If it weren't for you, we might have been gone." This was the truth. Everyone looked at Chung Shur with gratitude in their eyes, even though they didn't know how he had saved them, but this is the world today. Every high-end player has secrets, and no one is willing to inquire too much about the secrets of the big players. Chung Shur felt a little embarrassed. As for the terror demon, he did contribute, but the subsequent rain of fire, he secretly pinched the dice in his hand, just smiled slightly and said nothing. "Let's set up camp right here. The visibility is good and we can get early warning. Let's set up coffin camp." The group walked and stopped, and when they reached a small mound, Chen Chong stopped, took out his shield and sword, and started digging the soil. The others were not idle either. They took out tools from their personal spaces and started to help. Generally speaking, when encountering survival trials, as long as the trial location is on the surface and not in combat, players will dig a deep hole on the surface and hollow out a space under the deep hole to set up camp like ants set up their homes. Because it is shaped like a tomb, it is also nicknamed the coffin camp, mainly to avoid dangers on the surface. As for the threats from underground, there is no need to pay attention to them, because the actual underground world cannot be reached by digging. If you have to say, it is more like another independent space. Instead of thinking about how to avoid the threat from underground, it is better to think about how to prevent the coffin camp from collapsing. Everyone dug very quickly. As soon as the sun set, a group of people had moved into the underground space, took out various foods and began to replenish their energy. What everyone took out was light and filling. Song Yuan and Chao Sansui even took out hot soup noodles, highlighting the color, aroma, and taste of the food. Only Chung Shur silently took out a piece of finger bread and a bottle of tentacle slime drink in front of everyone. The moment the mucus gurgled into their throats, everyone fell silent. Song Yuan retched a few times, covered his mouth and said, "I now feel that Brother Chang may not be God's chosen one." Nangong frowned, broke the beef patty in his hand in half, and handed it over. Chung Shur looked at the half cake, took it without hesitation, and thanked him. "I'm so sorry. You haven't downloaded any food books lately? Why aren't you drinking Coke?" "Ah." Chang Shur replied hesitantly while eating, "Yes, it's fresh. These finger breads are fresh. They were just produced yesterday." Chao Sensui looked incredulous. "You got 2,000 points, and you like eating this? Who told you I scored 2,000 points? I scored 1501. Chen Chong chuckled helplessly. "A ladder score, you cheated so much, Chung Shur, you can't be." Before he could finish his words, a violent spatial fluctuation exploded on everyone. Everyone was shocked and looked at each other in disbelief, their eyes wide open. This feeling was all too familiar, a sign that the trial was over. How could that be? Only 23 hours. Chao Sensui took out his pocket watch and took a look, confirming that the time he had anchored was correct. Only 23 hours had passed, and there was still 1 hour left. Everyone was also confused. This had never happened in the previous trials, but everyone was not excited about the early end of the trial. Instead, they frowned deeply. Change means risk. No one can decide whether ending the trial early is a good thing or a bad thing, but these things are not something the players can decide. Just when everyone wanted to say a few more words, the 6 figures disappeared one after another, leaving only the food in their hands, which fell to the ground with a bang. Looking at the food that fell to the ground, Chung Shur's heart skipped a beat and he felt inexplicably heartbroken. Damn it! They haven't even compensated me for my dead man's contempt and past prosperity. Special trial, Song of Blood and Fire, War, challenge successfully, rating and reward calculation in progress, player, Changshi, performance rating, S, obtained item, Tutsa mask, B, X1, obtained item, dot mask, A, X1, obtained item, repaying favor mask, A, X1, obtained item, satisfaction mask, S, X1, obtained item, desire mask, B, X1, path to godhood plus 12, audience ladder plus 2, current path to godhood score, 2116, global ranking, 471,998, current audience ladder score, 158, destiny ranking. 69, trial completed, about to exit, his vision went dark again, and when Changshi opened his eyes, he found himself back on the roof. He looked across and found that the young man named Xia was lying on the edge of the roof covered in blood, and happened to look at him. No matter how many days a special trial lasts, the end time for everyone is the same, just as the time to enter the trial is also the same. Changshi looked at his miserable appearance and expressed appropriate sympathy. Brother is really strong. He lived for another 7 days. The young man named Xia nodded silently, with fear still on his face. It looked like his trial was not going to be easy. By the way, my own trial doesn't seem to be easy either. Changshi suddenly thought of something and quickly took a look at the number of survivors worldwide. Current number of believers worldwide, 721129396. 1 billion people died. In the past, tens of millions of people died in special trials, which was considered a lot. But this time, 1 billion people died at once. They accelerated. A sense of fear and powerlessness rose in Changshi's heart. He looked at the warehouse he had built on the roof, touched the air wall in front of him, and smiled self-deprecatingly. Players? Just playthings. If nothing unexpected happened, he and his teammates should have been among the 1 billion people eliminated, but why did the meteorite rain give them a way to survive? Could it be because Changshi took out the pale dice from his arms? This is the token of the gods that he chose when he made his destiny choice, a dice that can only roll 1 point. But he later learned in various trials that the bone-faced dice were supposed to be a token of fate, and that any side could be rolled, but what was this to him, and this reward mask? He walked quickly into the warehouse, opened a special door, looked at the rows of white masks on the acrylic display cabinet, and fell into deep thought again. Compliments, flattery, contempt, praise, indifference, resentment. Dozens of masks are arranged in several rows, and each expression is different, but their appearance is so similar, except for a snow-white face and a pair of image-like eye holes. Changshi had tried to put these masks on his face, but it was of no use, and the size was not even right. Ever since I got that talent, special trials no longer give other reward items. What are these masks for? Changshi sighed and looked at his player panel in confusion. Changshi, male, 22 years old, destiny, nothingness, faith, fraud, occupation, priest, road to godhood, 2116, global ranking, 471998, ladder to audience, 158, destiny ranking, 69, talent lies like yesterday, assess a talent for fraudulent faith. Active, your faith will be temporarily replaced with the faith of the most recent believer you deceived. Master of deception, S talent of fraudulent faith. Passive, your lies are more likely to be believed by others. Unless the deceived target has cognitive contradictions, your deception cannot be discovered, and you can detect all deceptions except yours. Offering to the void, S fraudulent faith talent. Active, when the item you fabricate does not exist but is widely believed to exist by others, the item exists. All living things, S fraudulent faith talent. Passive, special trial reward will be replaced with the special item, mask of all living things, and this talent cannot be replaced by other talents. Sharing divine grace, S priest class talent. Active, when treating the same species, a healing transfer effect will occur. For each additional target, the healing effect and healing range will increase by 1 point. Tool a dice of fate, S you can never change the fate of this dice. Lips of fool's play, fusion, S it loves to lie, whether you like it or not, it loves to deceive everyone, including you. CBC, thousands of faces, 1 person. Quantity, 47. Past prosperity, a healing potion that searches through memories, tracing back to a past state of prosperity. Quantity, 93. Skill of basic healing, chain healing, healing light, calm, hypnosis, curse remover, resistance shield, prayer of light. Chapter 16, survival in reality. In an empty parking lot in an unknown province or city, Chinchong slowly opened her eyes, looked at the familiar car roof in front of her, and sighed with mixed feelings. Survived again. Not only that, the trial reward also gave me a second A-level talent. Talent obtained, City Defense, A, Warrior Class Talent. When using shield skills, all defensive effects are increased by 25%. Players with 1,600 points have 2 additional talent slots in addition to the 2 initial talent slots, both of which can be replaced. Chen Chong silently replaced her last C-level talent with the latest A-level talent. As a result, his talent configuration suddenly changed from the lower middle level of 1A2B1C to the upper middle level of 2A2B.I in the current segment distribution, being able to obtain this talent configuration in the early 1600s can be considered very outstanding. At least it can ensure that he has more confidence and a higher survival rate in the next few trials. Changshi, it turns out that all big guys like to show off. He shook his head and laughed, then casually took out a bottle of beer from the beer boxes stacked on the passenger seat and gulped it down his throat. The wine overflowed and flowed down, soaking his clothes, but he didn't care. He drank 4 bottles in a row before he burped and leaned his head against the back of the seat. Oh, what a damn world. It's worse than a dream. Chen Chong smiled bitterly and threw the bottle out of the car window. After the wine bottle was thrown out, it did not break upon close contact with the ground, but instead made a crisp tinkling sound. Looking towards the source of the sound, I saw that the huge parking lot was already filled with mountains of wine bottles. Compared to the name parking lot, garbage dump may be more vivid. A dump for recycled wine bottles. Chen Chong has never been someone who needs to drink 2 bottles of wine to help her sleep. He drank 2 boxes. What I want is not sleep aid, but paralysis. Let this fucked up world end soon. In reality, in an apartment in an unknown province or city, Chao Sansui stared at the pocket watch in his hand in a daze and had not yet come to his senses. The trial ended an hour early, which had never happened before. He had no idea what this change meant, but there was one thing he knew, that was, the moment he left the trial, he saw Changshi's smile. What is he laughing at? Why isn't he afraid? Did he already know the trial would end early? Chao Sansui's expression became even more suspicious. He has always believed that time will not deceive people. After all, he has opened the time battlefield during the trial, but the question is, even if time doesn't deceive people, can people not? If there was a person who could deceive everyone and manipulate time, then he could only be giving everyone coke. Changshi. Chao Sansui suddenly widened his eyes, ran quickly to the desk, used tools to disassemble the dial of the pocket watch, and began to look carefully with a magnifying glass. Sure enough, after searching for a while, I found a few traces of incomplete fingerprints on the back of the watch hand. There are 3 fingerprint traces in total, and when put together, they form a subtle expression: time really does a lie. But someone cheated time. Chao Sansui figured it out instantly. He held the pocket watch and suddenly smiled with relief. The trial is not advanced, but the time in hand is advanced. Changshi, amazing. In reality, in a basement in an unknown province or city, Nangong sat cross-legged on the ground, looking at the empty half-beef patty in his hand, and suddenly burst into laughter. I'm alive again. It's great. Her score was as low as ever. Even with the score from this trial, her latter score was just over 1400. This score is not easy to get nowadays when the trials are becoming more difficult as time goes by, but she was not unsatisfied. Being able to survive under the gaze of decay was already a difficult thing. You could have lived a more relaxed life. Accelerating the decay of others is also a tribute to him. The hoarse voice echoed in the dark and damp basement. Looking around, he could not see anyone else except Nangong. This was actually a voice coming from nothingness, but Nangong seemed to have long been accustomed to its existence. She took out the dagger, shook her head firmly and said, I can't hurt anyone. Foolishness and embracing decay are the lot of all living things. I can't hurt anyone. It's foolish. Never mind. Let's begin today's sacrifice. Nangong was slightly startled and asked, didn't we just offer sacrifices? The sacrifices made during the trials were all dedicated to him. Now, it is my share. Nangong's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth, took off her pants, and cut a deep gash on her thigh with a dagger. This cut is a stroke of the Chinese character, and such characters are almost all over her legs. Blood instantly gushed out of the deep red wound, and the blood quickly gathered towards the dagger, and Nangong's face became paler. When her body temperature began to drop, Dagger stopped sucking and hummed with satisfaction. Are you ready? Well, you can heal yourself. Nangong forced himself to cast a healing spell, then took out a small notebook from under a rotten wooden bed and wrote down a name solemnly: Changshi. You still want to repay him? Ridiculous. The gods won't let you meet again. You have to write it down, just in case. Nangong flipped through the pages. The tattered little notebook was filled with densely packed names, each one of them was someone who had helped her. I have also helped you, why don't you remember my name? Your reward. I have already paid. Reality, in a park in an unknown province or city. Song Yan looked at his trial score in amazement. Audience ladder +3, young master duo? 3 points? 3 more points for the audience ladder? He looked at it again and again in disbelief, and then jumped around on the spot with strange cries. Fuck! I got 3 points. Guys! I got 3 points on the ladder to an audience. Hearing this, the other players in the park all looked at him as if he was crazy. However, this did not affect Song Yan's enthusiasm at all. He ran around his living area again and again, shouting as he ran, just to ask you guys if you're awesome, I'm gonna give you 3 points. Just to ask you if you've ever seen someone give you 3 points. Finally, someone got tired of him yelling and yelled to Song Yan, are you fucking sick? The maximum bonus for the audience ladder is 2 points. Are you dreaming of getting 3 points? Song Yan didn't stop and continued to shout, you know shit. How could I be wrong about the reward panel? I have a big boss to take me flying, and I can directly meet the real god with my ultimate. I am no longer on the same level as you guys. Do you understand? There really is a big boss? What's his name? What's his profession and beliefs? Nonsense, I'm telling you. I'm telling you shit, do you think you can know the boss's name? After saying this, he continued to shout to himself without caring what the people around him thought of him, until he had vented all his excitement and joy of surviving the disaster. Then he calmed down and sat back in his tent, then continued typing in various channels. I've got 3 points on the audience ladder. Guys, look at me, are you cool? Ha, I won't watch it. In reality, in a detached villa in an unknown province or city, a snow-white figure was vaguely outlined in the broken dressing mirror. But if you focus your eyes, you can vaguely see a hand covered with calluses, hesitantly reaching out to those long, beautiful legs. Changshi, whispering and singing, birth, blooms. He gazed at this place once again, dispelled the frost on the believer's face, and gave her new blessings. Chapter 17 Chat Channel, Regions, Faiths, and Occupations. Whenever a special trial ends, Changshi will stay in the chat channel for a while to collect information. Among the vast and fragmented information, most of it is meaningless venting and complaints, and only a small amount of valuable information is worth a look. But whether you can remember what you have seen or not depends entirely on your mood. He first opened the regional chat, which covers players in the nearby blocks. Yesterday, there were more than 7,600 players online. But now there are only 6,400 left. The chat only displays the content, not the ID, so no one knows whether the speaker is a human or a ghost. God has once again punished atheists. The new kingdom of God is slowly taking shape. Brothers and sisters, join the kingdom of God and share His grace. Feel the grace and embrace the greatness. Everything is a gift from our benefactor. We survivors should all be grateful. Thank you, Lord. And thank you all the gods. This kind of crazy talk is a common way of speaking for the Adventists, and Changshi usually skips over it, but judging from his attitude and tone of voice, he shouldn't be the neighbor next door. Fuck, if a billion people died, the world would be fucked. If the gods wanted to save the world, why did they kill so many people? And you're still grateful, you big idiot. Joyful Night advertisement, location, 142, Nanjiang Road, Lemon Apartment, 2nd floor, entire floor. 7 areas have been connected, and the area is very large. 14 people have participated. Friends who want to experience the thrill of surviving a catastrophe, please join us. P.S. Please do not enter if you have opposing beliefs. We do not accept believers of birth. Birth, ate your rice? The one upstairs, you can have one yourself, no need to fight for a place. Nanjiang Road number 7, 1301. My sister is alone. I'm scared. Don't believe me, the guy above me in 1301 is banging on the wall every day. He's a lunatic. Looking for medicine, a level or above healing potion, can be exchanged for the next professional weapon trial, urgent, thank you. Although many people died, the chat channel was still as chaotic as ever. Changshur only noticed the message asking for medicine, but since there was no private chat in the faith game, he could only type on the public screen, those seeking medicine, Nanjiang Road or Mulia Road? The massive amount of chat messages instantly drowned out Changshur's speech, but he was still able to keenly see the other party's reply. Mulio Road, high-rise. Changshur raised his eyebrows. He was on Mulio Road, on the top floor. TSK, could it really be the opposite door? Thinking of the blood-soaked neighbor across the street, Changshur walked to the edge of the roof and shouted from afar, "Hey, are you the one asking for medicine?" A dirty head popped out from the big tent opposite, with a look of surprise and doubt between his brows, and he replied hesitantly, "Dude, how did you know it was me?" "Really?" Changshur smiled slightly, "I guessed it. I have an A-level prosperity of the past." "How about it?" The young man surnamed Xia was obviously knowledgeable. He stared at Changshur for a long time with his eyes wide open, then said solemnly, "You got 2,000 points?" In his opinion, players with a level below 2,000 would not be willing to exchange this kind of medicine for others. Changshur was indeed reluctant to leave, but he was very interested in what the young man said about taking over the dungeon for him. He was currently in need of a suitable prop. This item is crucial for his next trial. Most importantly, there is still enough stock of past prosperity. "No, I just happened to pick it up during a trial." Looking at the 93 bottles of potions in his portable space, Changshur recalled the happy time when he was matched with that big brother. In the prosperity trial to protect the drugstore owner, they teamed up to kill the owner in advance and rob the drugstore, avoiding the dire situation of letting the owner fall into the hands of the enemy, and ending the trial unreasonably and illegally. For this, each teammate had 20 points deducted from the latter, but each person received 120 bottles of past prosperity. TSK, small loss. What do you want? Are you short of weapons? Xia was confused. He said awkwardly, "I haven't reached 2,000 points yet, so I probably can't get the weapon you want. I can only get an A-level one at best." Changshur was very confused. Downloading a weapon book, especially for an A-level weapon, was a very dangerous thing. Since he was injured, why did he torture himself instead of taking good care of himself? "Even if I heal myself with medicine, won't I be injured again after the trial? Could he have a way to avoid getting hurt during the trial?" "I don't think you're seriously injured. Is it really that urgent?" The young man surnamed Xia pursed his lips slightly and said with a little sadness, "It's Sulu. She's dying." "Who?" Changshur thought for a long time before he remembered that there was a girl named Sulu living in an apartment downstairs from the young man. Since it was on the floor far away from Changshur, he had never seen her before, but had only heard people downstairs talking about her. "It is said that he is a singer with a stammer. She just agreed to be with me. I can't just leave her alone." "Holy shit, love makes you blind, man." Changshur could see that the young man was not lying and was sincere, but the problem was that the other party was definitely not sincere. If the injury was serious enough to require a level potion to save his life, he would have died long ago and the time wasted. There was no way he would have asked someone to call for medicine in the channel. Changshur hesitated for a moment, but decided to remind him. It was obvious that the other party was very grateful, but still insisted on taking the medicine. "Thank you. I know how to judge a person's goodness or badness, just like I can see that you are not a believer in an evil god." "Never mind. There's no need to hide it from you. She's actually a prophet. She foresaw the dangers of her next trial and wanted to prepare for it." Changshur was stunned and blinked in confusion. "Oh, prophet, singer of destiny. No wonder, she's such a bitch." Seeing that he couldn't persuade the other party, Changshur threw the medicine over. The young man caught it and was shocked. "Aren't you afraid that I'll steal your medicine?" Changshur smiled casually, "I hope you will keep it secret." The young man surnamed Xia was shocked, tightly grasped the medicine bottle, and solemnly promised, "Thank you. I'll go deliver the medicine first, and then I'll come back to listen to you tell me about the weapons you need. I'll definitely bring them back for you. My name is Xia Yang." After saying this he bowed, quite a bit childish. Just as Changshur was thinking about how to respond, Xia Yang's next move completely stunned him, but he hurried to the other side of the roof, picked up his fishing rod, hooked the potion on it, and began to let the line down. "Wait, she agreed to be with you, but she didn't start the merge space trial with you?" Xia Yang turned around and explained solemnly, Lulu is a sensitive person and doesn't dare to open up to me yet. But it's okay, I can wait. Good man, I thought you were a mentally ill guy, but I didn't expect you to be a mentally ill guy. How can you believe this? Tisk fate is such a bitch. Seeing Cieligo lying on the rooftop passing medicine to people downstairs, Changshur smacked his lips, turned around and opened other channels to continue looking for useful information. Faith channel, I've created a new medicine, Dragon Whip Powder. It can increase the 3 measurements of a warrior, making the front line more vigorous and powerful. It's really useful, but unfortunately I can't sell it to you. What a shame. I fell in love with a girl in the trial. She was really pretty. But when I asked her about her faith, she said she was just a memory. She could tell me stories about her ex-boyfriends down to the last few beats. It was a real letdown. Speaking of which, there's been a lot of wailing in our area chat. Is this trial really that difficult? I tricked the NPCs so hard they didn't even recognize me. I just breezed through it. That's hilarious. Just try to fool us, brother, but don't fool yourself. Didn't you notice the mask's mouth is grinning even wider? Does it mean the more people die, the bigger the smile gets? I don't know about that. I just know that the number of sides on the Destiny dice seems to be increasing. Today I encountered a 20-sided one. Holy shit, I'm afraid it must be Destiny's choice. Changshur frowned and looked at the dice in his hand. The bone-white dice still had 6 sides, unchanged, but the strangest thing is that the token of fraud is clearly a fake smile mask. So what is going on with the dice in my hand? He really wanted to ask everyone whose mask turned into a dice, but he didn't dare. He was convinced that the little white mouse always died first. Forget it, let's take it one step at a time. The faith channel is full of lies, only the career channel is worth watching. As soon as I switched over, I saw a question. Excuse me, everyone. Has anyone seen the A-level potion, Contempt of the Dead? Changshur was slightly stunned, then burst into laughter. It seems that this is the flat-chested Miss Nangong. What is that? What effect does it have? It sounds like a death potion. What's it for? To keep you alive? There are currently 1,843 A-level potions. I've never seen this before. How many stages did you have to spawn? Holy crap, man, you remember it so clearly. Are you the memory master? No, it's a trial that matches 2 generators and a computer. It's much easier to get things and record them. You can also use the computer to connect to the chat room. The only thing is that the interface is quite old-fashioned, so it takes some time to get used to it. Is this even possible? He's definitely hanging on by a thread. I wonder if the boss who brought us here is here. He saved my life, but I haven't been able to repay the favor. I'd like to know what level of medicine is worth the same. The value of A-level potions is also different. Nangong obviously remembers Changshur's kindness. Changshur was just about to reply meeting his fate when he saw a message pop up in the chat channel. I saw Dead Man's Disdain once, but I couldn't find it for a month. Where did you see it? Upstairs. In Chang's hand? Changshur suddenly broke out in sweat on his forehead, and he walked away with a mutter in his mind. Fortunately, there were too many messages in the chat channel, and this message disappeared quickly like mud in the sea. After looking for a long time without any follow-up, Changshur breathed a sigh of relief. If you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet. From now on, this medicine will have to be called something else. Just as he continued to watch everyone chatting diligently, in a large flat in another city, a woman lying in a bathtub secretly squeezed the wine glass in her hand. The Contempt of the Dead? The Disdain of the Dead, Mr. Chang. How many things do you have that I don't know about? Are you one of his followers? I will remember you. Chapter 18. 7 days passed in a flash, and the trial came again just as the title says. During these 7 days, Xia Yang, who had no idea what promise he had received from the prophet, happily helped Changshur download a copy of an A-level weapon. In fact, Changshur didn't originally plan to ask for weapons. He wanted a few gold pocket watches, but Xia Yang felt that the value of the gold watch was not even comparable to the potion bottle of past prosperity, so he insisted on getting him a weapon. Seeing that the other party was as stubborn as if he was not afraid of death, Changshur compromised and casually mentioned a mage weapon and asked him to fight for him. When Xia Yan learned that Changshur needed a mage weapon, he was stunned for a long time. So you are a mage? Don't you think so? I always thought you were an assassin, very good at hiding yourself. Fortunately, Xia Yang did not die, but was seriously injured. Cheng Shi earnestly persuaded Xia Yang to ask for the bottle of past prosperity back, but Xia Yang decisively rejected his suggestion and bought another bottle on credit. In the end, I got the weapon, but I also lost a bottle of medicine. I wish you find love soon. Cheng Shi had a complicated expression. Thanks. Xia Yang was grateful from the bottom of his heart. Cheng Shi disliked it from the bottom of his heart. If it weren't for the fact that you can chat with me, I wouldn't care about your bullshit love, but it's also good this way. At least it's fun to watch. I am this world. Relaxing your body and mind is the most important thing. Time passed in a flash, and when I opened my eyes again, new trial information jumped into my eyes. Cheng Shi hasn't played a dungeon for a week, but his competitive form remains good. Special trial, Eternal Night Lost, memory, has been opened, matching teammates, 1 to 6, trial objective, amidst the intertwined memories, a way out can always be found, but only if the night continues, 12-hour limit, grass. Cheng Shi was stunned for a moment and then started cursing. It's actually a test of my family. Isn't this asking for death? Matching successful, 6 to 6, entering the trial. In Cheng Shi's extreme shock, his vision dimmed again. Sir? Sir? There was a bustling sound of conversation in my ears, interspersed with the sounds of clinking glasses and cheering from time to time. This in a pub. Cheng Shi opened his eyes and found himself sitting at a round table. There were 6 people at the table, all of whom were asleep on the table. He was the first to wake up. He looked at his clothes and found that his collar and lapels were all wet. Fortunately, it wasn't vomiting. Maybe he spilled some wine while sleeping and his whole body smelled of alcohol. Sir, will the wine you ordered still be served? A waiter in black stood by, holding a tray and quietly waiting for Cheng Shi's instructions. Still using it? I'm already drunk, why would I use it? Is it for bathing? No, thank you. Cheng Shi shook his head and watched the waiter bow and leave. His teammates in front of him also woke up one after another. Where is this? The tavern? Headache. Oh, my clothes are dirty. Shanila sheep blood wine is a favorite of the blizzard nomads. In the middle of the civilization era, there was a small country called Bilias south of the blizzard mountains, where this wine was popular. Gulp, 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 good wine. Looking at his teammates with different reactions, Cheng Shi looked a little ugly. There are 3 men and 3 women, and there are obviously some idiots in this game. Boss? The young man with glasses who spoke first began to look around quickly. His gaze lingered for a moment on Cheng Shi and the woman who told the origin of the tavern, and then he asked the latter. Feng Shi, Civilization, Singer, Ladder 2047, good morning everyone. The singer of Civilization took out a white handkerchief from somewhere and very elegantly wiped his white shirt and black scarf that were stained by his own wine. Then he raised his glasses slightly and nodded to everyone. Cheng Shi quickly drew a profile of her, long curly hair, black round-framed glasses, delicate features, and, like a teacher, and she's an English teacher of Feng Shi, Civilization, Singer, Ladder to Heaven 2047. The boy with glasses sitting on her right opened his mouth slightly, looking shocked. Game 2000? Seeing everyone looking at him, he hurriedly introduced himself, a Ming. Ming is in Mingji, Civilization, Assassin, Ladder 1717. As soon as the boy finished speaking, Cheng Shi frowned. This person lied. I don't know whether he concealed his fate or fabricated his scores. After all, it is difficult to disguise one's profession, and there is no need to disguise it, but he didn't look like an assassin and his panicker assassins tend to be more capable. Cheng Shi suddenly thought of Song Yuan. Never mind. Maybe contrast is popular in the assassin circle now. A Ming, Civilization, Assassin, Ladder 1717. Hello, big brother? Just as he was thinking about it, the young man called out to Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi was slightly stunned, realizing that the order of speeches had been reversed at some point, and the young man happened to be sitting on his left. Is it my turn so soon? Cheng Shi adjusted his expression slightly and introduced himself cheerfully. Cheng Shi, Existence, Priest, Ladder 1501. The moment he finished speaking, he saw the lady opposite him frown slightly. Oh? That's interesting, 1500? Ming's eyes widened. He looked at Feng Shi and then at Cheng Shi, and asked in even greater shock, another 500 points short? Again? Cheng Shi smiled. Last week's trial was also 500 points short. It was very tricky and very difficult. But you survived, didn't you? Ming forced a smile and said pessimistically, "It was just luck." The self-introductions continued, and it was the turn of the uncle on Chang Shi's right who had been rubbing his head. The uncle had long, messy hair and was wearing a fur-collared jacket on a hot day. His eyes looked a little decadent. Huang Bo, Chaos, singer, 1998. Chaos. The opposing destiny of civilization. There's something interesting to watch. Chang Shi smiled and looked at Fang Shiqing and Ming's expressions, but saw that the two of them just glanced at the uncle again and did not have any special reaction. On the other hand, Huang Bo kept rubbing his scalp with his fingers in his hair without even raising his eyes, as if he didn't care at all that there were enemies among his teammates. Huang Bo, Chaos, singer, 1998. Another 2,000 points? Another singer? The female player opposite Chang Shi exclaimed, then quickly covered her mouth. This person was the girl who had frowned when she heard Chang Shiming to say that. What? Is there a singing competition today? Another female player who was still drinking tilted her head, resting her elbow on the table and shaking the bottle. She quickly drew a circle on her lips with the tip of her tongue and said with a sweet smile, "Bai Ling, you can also call me Niao Niao, sinking, hunter. I won't say anything because my ladder score is too low. I will just listen to whatever my dear brothers and sisters say." As she spoke, she gulped down 2 more mouthfuls of wine, not caring at all that the spilled wine wet her collar again, soaking through her low-cut black satin dress, which stuck to her chest, outlining 2 arcs that made one's blood boil. "What I'm best at is being obedient, filthy and depraved." Chang Shi didn't even need to look. He could tell from the smell that this young lady with a collar was a dirty hunter, a sensory stalker. They are good at indulging their own desires and leading their prey to go along with them, pulling their nerves and torturing their mentality, making them lose themselves in indulgence and lose their resistance in sinking. The young lady looked like a master in the pursuit of physical indulgence, but Chang Shi discovered that she was not lying, which meant that her score on the road to godhood was indeed very low. Even with a low score, you can still get into your own game. Not a bit of skill. Bailing, sinking, hunter, ex-assassin Ming felt rather restrained when he saw her posture. Uncle Huang Bo kept scratching his head. Fang Shiqing looked at her with interest, but the last female player next to her had a look of disgust on her face. Chang Shi looked at the last female player thoughtfully. The girl had pretty features and wore a pair of glasses. She looked generous, but she avoided Chang Shi's gaze. Sulu, nothingness, singer, ladder 1643. When the female clamp sounded, Chang Shi shuddered at first, and then quickly looked at Bailing, trying to cover up the corners of his mouth that he could not control at all. Look, isn't this a coincidence? The only prophet on the field was someone he knew, and she was most likely the girl with the clamp that Xia had tried to lick but couldn't get. TSK, a believer of destiny. Sorry, my identity in this game is a believer of time. In other words, I am a wolf. Swish, Sulu, nothingness. Singer, ladder 1643. Chang Shi wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to show it too much. He knew Sulu must be looking at him too, but she was probably still wondering whether this Chang Shi was the neighbor she knew. Sulu was indeed looking at Chang Shi. While she glanced at Chang Shi as if nothing had happened, she recalled in her mind what Xia Yang had said to her about Chang Shi. There's a mage named Chang Shi on the rooftop next door. He's average looking, a bit fat, and looks like a fat otaku. He begged me for a long time to help him. I felt sorry for him, so I just downloaded an A-level weapon book and helped him make a weapon. Although this guy may not look like much, he's quite loyal and grateful. He gave me a bottle of grade A healing medicine that wasn't dropped from a dungeon. It must have been picked up from a trial. It's definitely worth less than the weapon I gave him. I have a high score and many methods. It's useless to keep it. I'll give it to you. You can keep it as a lifeline. This medicine is average. It's okay, no need to thank me. Obviously, the Chang Shi opposite him was quite different from the Chang Shi described by Xia Yang. At least the Chang Shi opposite him was not ugly. Not only was he not ugly, he was even a little handsome. Then again, he was a bastard. It doesn't match the mage either. As we all know, profession is the hardest to deceive people. So, maybe it's just a namesake. I just don't know whether he believes in memory or the opposite. Time. Chapter 19. The Clamp Girl's Prophecy. Chang Shi turned his head and looked at Bailing for a while, and the perverted smile on his lips caused Bailing to misunderstand for a moment. She smiled meaningfully and winked at Chang Shi, Thinking she had met a fellow traveler. As a result, when the sensory pursuit was launched, it was discovered that there was no desire in the other party's emotions, as clean as a blank sheet of paper, and even no mark could be made. She kept smiling, but in her heart she labeled Changshi eunuch or gay. Changshi naturally didn't know all this. He realized his impoliteness and looked away. This game is interesting. 3 men, 3 women, 3 singers, 3 non-singers, 3 glasses, 3 non-glasses. It's really symmetrical, but to be honest, the singer profession is more of a support role, and there are a lot of slackers in IT. IT is really strong, a first-class assistant, and everyone who has used it says it is good. The weak ones are really weak, just a complete loser, unlike a nurse who can still provide some healing even if she doesn't have good talents. The singer's professional skills are weaker and her ability depends entirely on her talents. The talent is not good, and the bonus status given is simply crazy. To give an inappropriate example, in the torrent of Battlefield where people are killed like mowing grass, our singer sang a song, which gave our soldiers a buff that whetted their appetite. You say it is a gain, and it is indeed a gain. You say it's useful, right? What's the use? To bite off a few more enemy soldiers, it's really useless. But judging from the current situation, at least this English teacher with big waves still looks like a reliable person. I couldn't find any opposing beliefs, so to improve efficiency, I just had to confront them. Fang Shiqing smiled and took out a book and placed it on the table. I see the essence, I see the truth, I am his believer. A singer of truth, a learned poet. An awesome profession that allows you to write down your skills into a book and use them at any time. Ming stared at her with wide eyes, then turned to look at the uncle, Chaos, and his expression tightened. Are you sure he doesn't believe in foolishness? Fang Shiqing smiled and nodded, then said solemnly, the situation may be a bit complicated, but I believe everyone should have a sense of cooperation. In the puzzle of memory, the more people there are, the higher the efficiency, right? Sister, what you said is very good. I guess I don't need to introduce myself. The image you have in your mind is me. Bailing agreed with a smile, and then drank the last drop of wine in the bottle. Let's get started now, while my desire isn't so strong and I can still help you guys. Seeing that a singer with 2,000 points had mastered the rhythm, Changshi honestly became a slacker. The goal of a memory puzzle is often to break through the intertwined memories, find the ultimate owner of the memory, and leave the puzzle through it. In other words, it is to determine which layer of memory you are in, and then to break it down layer by layer to reach the ending. To put it more simply, find an exit. In Inception, everyone knew that the floor they were on definitely couldn't be the last puzzle, so they all prepared to go look for clues after their own command. Sulu on the opposite side saw Changshi keeping his head down and not saying anything, and his teammates all started to stand up, and suddenly said, I have a clue. Fang Shiqing raised her eyebrows and looked at Changshi with a playful expression. She seemed to have a magical ability to judge the relationship between people, and she saw a subtle connection between the two. What clue? None of the believers in existence claimed to have any clues, but the believers in nothingness got them first. Are you a prophet? Hiss, headache. Sulu pursed her lips and nodded in confusion. Yes, I am a prophet. I saw something that will happen today. This may be very helpful for us to find clues. After all, we only have 12 hours. A prophet can predict the near future by rolling dice, but he can only see one of the countless lines of fate in the future, and there is even the possibility of failure. Fate is always changing, and no one can be sure whether the foreseen future will come, but this does not prevent it from being a guide. Ming blinked. When did you complete the edict? Just now? The execution of fate is divination, which is to throw the dice of fate in your hand. However, the result of this divination is very obscure, and players will often not associate the divination points with the ending until the end of the trial. When Sulu just woke up, she quietly threw the dice of fate on her thigh and got a point of 5. She was a little afraid that this number indicated the number of people who survived in the end, so she had to think of some way to ensure her own safety. Even though the existence player on the other side wasn't necessarily of the opposing faith, even though the priest's damage wasn't high, even though his rating was lower than mine, but she didn't want to take any chances. Yes, my scores are not high, and I'm not very smart. I need to team up with others to explore together so as not to fall behind. This was obviously a condition. Changshi smiled but said nothing. Bailing rolled her eyes and Huang Bo was still scratching his head. Ming was very warm-hearted, gave her a way out, and then said, "Then you." Sulu didn't say anything and looked at Feng Shiqing. "This thigh is very thick, everyone can see it." Feng Shiqing smiled and did not refuse. Sulu breathed a sigh of relief and continued, "There are two prophecies. Yesterday I saw someone die today, and the number rolled was 9. Just now, I saw a woman with a ring holding up a teacup, and the number rolled was 4. Your latter score is 1600. And the die of fate only has 10 sides?" Sulu nodded. "Was the deceased a man or a woman?" Sulu shook her head and said grimly, "The revelation of fate is not clear. I only saw someone lying in a pool of blood. The larger the number, the higher the possibility of occurrence, which means that it is very likely that someone will die today. Everyone's faces darkened because of this prophecy, especially Ming, who looked at Huang Bo opposite him and panicked. As for women, Changshi looked around and found that there didn't seem to be many women in the bar except for his table. Even if there were, there didn't seem to be any teacups on the tables in the tavern. Perhaps, this scene corresponds to a certain memory that follows. Time is running out. Stop guessing. Focus on the investigation. Each of you should carry out your command first. Regardless of whether you have any clues or not, gather in 1 hour. Let's start calibrating the time now. I think everyone should have a timetable, right?" Feng Shiqing rolled up her sleeves, revealing an exquisite lady's watch on her wrist, and continued, "I noticed the sun has just set behind the horizon outside the window. According to the previous memory puzzle, there will be 10 to 15 minutes of preparation time. Let's deduct this time and anchor this moment at 12 o'clock. Countdown, is that okay?" Seeing that others began to calibrate the time, Feng Shiqing quickly put away her watch and began to prepare for the execution of truth. But at this moment, Changshi took out 6 pocket watches and distributed them to everyone with a smile. Looking at Sulu opposite, whose eyes were getting whiter and whiter, he said meaningfully, "If you don't mind, it would be better to use my pocket watch. I have anchored the time to 12 o'clock, the moment we enter the trial, and calibrated all the pocket watches. This watch will chime 5 minutes, 3 minutes, and 1 minute before the hour. Everyone, please keep yourselves in good condition." This set of rhetoric was completely copied from Chao Sansui's speech. It was not because Changshi had nothing else to say, but because Changshi's current belief time was also stolen from him. They even stole a faith, so stealing one more speech is not too much. The memory went back to the last trial. In the wood elf treehouse where everyone was knocked down, Changshi searched everyone's pockets with a wicked smile, took out their pocket watches, plucked the hour strings, and made each pocket watch lose an entire hour. Then, to be on the safe side, he stood outside alone, nervously guarding until everyone woke up one after another. Then he pretended to wake up at the same time and shared his sleep experience with everyone. In this way, he fooled everyone, also deceived the time battlefield, because the time battlefield does indeed start at an hour and end at an hour. It's just that this hour is an hour earlier than the time traveler expected. Then, today's Changshi is a believer in time and the Forgotten Doctor. Chapter 20 Followers of Chaos. Dr. Forgotten? Feng Shiqing looked at Changshi with interest, and picked up the pocket watch on the table with a smile. Others also picked up their pocket watches one after another, but the expressions on their faces were all wonderful in their own ways. Their eyes kept looking back and forth between Changshi and Sulu, thinking that there was a reason why the girl with the clamp was afraid. Even with his defensive posture in place like this guy named Changshi was still jumping up and down, as if he was afraid that others wouldn't know that he was against the girl with the clamp. Sulu obviously didn't dare to accept Changshi's things. She calibrated the time by comparing it with her pocket watch and then pushed the pocket watch back. Dr. Oblivion is not a good answer in the trial of memory. Changshi, I hope you can refrain from attacking NPCs. Excessive acceleration will cause their memories to collapse, and we might be trapped in the memories, unable to escape. Changshi shrugged indifferently, picked up his pocket watch and turned to leave. He was going to a place where no one was around to carry out his decree. The pub is very large, with 2 floors. The style is similar to that of medieval Northern Europe, with wooden decorations and animal fur decorations, which is very rough. There were about dozens of tables, almost all of them full of people. The sounds of clinking glasses and shouting filled his ears, and after walking a few steps, Changshi could no longer hear the voices of his other teammates. There is a loft design on the bar in the middle, and the entire second floor is surrounded by railings. You can easily see the entire view of the first floor by sticking your head out. Changshi took 2 quick steps, turned a corridor, and took out his dice of destiny in a corner where no one could see him. the journey ended successfully. He felt the favor of time on his fingertips and walked out with a smile. The investigation is about to begin. The trial of memory is countless times more civilized than war. There are very few moments of fighting, and even if there are, they are usually confined to a small area and resolved quickly. In the trial of memory, every scene is someone else's memory. If the memory is distorted too much, the memory is likely to collapse, causing the person to be lost forever. The goal of the trial is to constantly search for the memory entity in each scene of memory, that is, the true owner of this memory. In the current scenario, the owner of the memory must have been here and stayed here for a long time, so he has a deep memory of the layout of the tavern and the drinkers. However, a person's memory has a focus. Wherever he pays attention, the NPC will be more active, and his behavior and logic will be similar to those of normal people, and where he ignores, there are often some vague fragments. The NPCs restored from these fragments will have various errors. Although these errors are not obvious, players must find them if they want to pass the trial. The simplest and most brainless way to find errors is to investigate, that is to say, strike up a conversation with each one. However, there are skills to picking up girls. If the pickup fails and causes other troubles, the memory is likely to be distorted, leading to direct failure of the trial. Changshi is not very good at chatting people up, but he is very good at lying. He saw several bartenders coming out of a small room one after another. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was around, he slipped into the room, quickly stole a set of waiter uniforms, put them on and slipped out. As soon as I went out, I saw Feng Shiqing and the girl with the clip sneaking towards me. He smiled knowingly. What a coincidence, they thought of the same thing. Feng Shiqing saw that Changshi had changed into a waiter's uniform, her eyes lit up, and she praised him in a low voice. Clever! Changshi was very pleased and said with a smile, the boss's praise is the motivation for my progress. Su Lu hid behind Feng Shiqing, her eyes full of vigilance, and muttered softly, so fake. Feng Shiqing smiled. I think you are also familiar with my lord's decree. Share a piece of knowledge with me, and the light of truth will illuminate your path forward. The practice of truth is to seek knowledge. Any unknown law or knowledge can bring believers of truth closer to the truth. For believers of the truth who have auxiliary or defensive skills, if they want to obtain his protection, they must share some knowledge with his believers. Changshi rolled his eyes and quickly shared a little piece of knowledge. Putting your fingers into your anus and massaging them in a circular motion for 30 seconds can effectively suppress hiccups. As soon as Changshi finished sharing, the two ladies in front of him froze in place. The expression of the girl with the clamp is interesting. It is hard to tell whether she is afraid or disgusted. In short, the players of opposing beliefs are too perverted and are indeed a threat to their own safety. She slowly took 2 steps and moved closer to Feng Shiqing. As for Feng Shiqing, she felt the light of truth surging towards Changshi, which meant that Changshi was not talking nonsense, and this was indeed true. How did you find out? Ah, I'm a doctor, and practice makes perfect. A doctor in real life? Changshi remained calm. Don't you think so? Even though Changshi meant that he had practiced it on others, Feng Shiqing couldn't help but keep looking at his butt. Thank you for your advice. She forced a smile and walked into the changing room with the girl with the clips without looking back. Changshi left with a smile and started his own investigation. Several players roughly divided the area, and Changshi was assigned the entire east area of the first floor, which had about a dozen tables. Chatting up people is actually a very boring thing, especially for Changshi, who suffers from social anxiety. He picked up a tray and passed a few bottles of wine to several tables of drunk customers, then started his job of delivering wine. Every time he came to a table, he would say in a serious tone that this was today's event and the wine was sent by the boss. Then he would ask the drinkers how they enjoyed the drink and whether they were happy. If they were happy, could they tell some gossip, which would be considered as the payment for the bottle of wine. To be honest, Dilius's wine is really not cheap. Seeing that the store is giving away wine, the drinkers are very happy and quickly share all the gossip they have heard. After all, they were just bragging in the first place, and it was such a good deal to get a new bottle of wine for every extra boasting, which was simply too cool. So Changshi became a gossip vacuum cleaner, sucking up gossip wherever he went. Soon he had heard all the gossip about this town called Brookstown. The town was originally a fiefdom of the Duke of Brooks. Later, as more and more refugees arrived, it developed into an administrative town. But it is said that the mayor was not sent by the king, but a refugee in disguise. Don't ask me how I know this, it's a secret. Even the town's chief judge is a refugee in disguise. They even pretended to be strippers. It wasn't until they took off their clothes and were found to have penises that the nobles realized these dancers were actually men. But they are still very popular, at least more popular than the original dancers. Why has your boss been so generous lately? Has he been impersonated as well? What? You're going to expose him? Man, why not be more generous? At least you can make some money. The refugees came from Gazmara. Rumor has it that underground faith is spreading through the Tower of Matter. They started a civil war and expelled the heretics. Then these people came to Bilius. Isn't this old news from a long time ago? Why are you asking this? There are more refugees than citizens, and the Duke is worried, but at least the nobles like them, and they are good quality and cheap. Gossip? What kind of gossip? Does it count as York buying a prostitute with an orc? It's said that after that day, York kept calling her name in his dreams. Who is York, you ask? He's the Duke's groom, sitting at that table. See him? The one who looks the most cowardly. It's strange that York actually has the money to buy sex and get drunk. Doesn't he still owe your boss a lot of money? An hour passed and Changshur was so engrossed in listening that he would have continued listening if it weren't for the pocket watch telling the time. It's so interesting, much more interesting than the trial. What? You ask me why I like to communicate so much when I am a socially anxious person. I think social terrorists should also be considered social phobia, but a trial is a trial after all, and Changshur, who did not find anything unusual, had to go back and reunite with his teammates. When the 6 players gathered at the table again, everyone's face was filled with solemnity, except Changshur. He was so happy. Why are you so worried? Have you noticed what's wrong? Ming pursed his lips and shook his head. Feng Shirqing frowned in thought, and even Huang Bo, who had been scratching his head, was still this time, with his head down, not knowing what he was thinking. Based on past experience, there should be some subtle but easily noticeable errors in a memory scene. However, this time, Su Lu and I sat in on almost every table, including the second floor, and didn't find any NPCs using overly awkward logic. They all seemed normal, seemingly unlike the people in our memories. Me too. I even used my innate ability to sense their inner thoughts. They were very calm and orderly, unlike the people in my memory. Can you read minds? Changshur was stunned and became interested. Ming quickly shook his head and said, No, it's just a vague feeling. I can't say the details. Changshur nodded and looked at Feng Shirqing again. He felt that this big wave teacher also had similar skills, and should be even stronger. If Feng Shirqing saw Changshur looking over and asked, What about you? Me? I didn't find anything, but I did hear a lot of gossip. Do you want to hear it? Thinking of the little-known fact that Changshur said, she twitched her lips and turned to other people. Brother Huang? Headache? No. And there shouldn't be. Feng Shirqing and Changshur frowned slightly after hearing this, and the same thought came to their minds. Oh no, this uncle is a believer in chaos. Chapter 21. I know you are playing stupid. Chaos is the first god of the destiny of chaos, the prelude to chaos, the madness of disorder, and the mortal enemy of order. His will advocates that there are no rules in the world at all, and the ultimate universe should be chaos and disorder. Therefore, players who believe in him are often mentally affected by his will and become somewhat abnormal. That if you want to choose the most popular player, the warder, believer is undoubtedly it, but if we were to choose the most unpopular player, followers of the evil gods, foulness, annihilation, fool, and others would have to be relegated to the back of the list, and followers of chaos would have received the most votes by a landslide, because not only did they not help much during the trials, they often made things worse. Of course, the term making things worse here is also a beautification. Out of their disgust for rules and their desire to trample on order, they often maliciously make trouble, but this malice was out of goodwill for them, because they felt that it was leading the trial towards disorder, and disorder is the ultimate of the universe. Don't stimulate the believers of chaos too much, just let them be. A Feng Shirqing quickly jumped over Huang Bo and looked at Bailing. Bai Ling also waved her hands and said weakly, I didn't find any problems. If I had to say anything, I think the men here are a little too strong. She couldn't help licking the corner of her mouth as she said this. That's a bit too strong. None of them. This is not right. Feng Shirqing subconsciously filtered out the feverish nonsense of Niao Niao and began to lower her head in thought. If every corner of the memory scene is extremely clear, then there is only one possibility: the owner of the memory knows everyone, so he can completely complete each individual in his memory. But according to the previous investigation, the drinkers seem to be strangers to each other. But how is it possible for strangers to have such clear memories? Is someone planning something in the tavern? While everyone was lost in thought, Changsha raised his glass out of boredom and complained, "Where are the bartenders? Why haven't they come to refill the drinks? Aren't they supposed to be watching every table and actively serving customers?" As soon as he finished speaking, Sulu on the opposite side gave him a look of contempt as if he was a scoundrel. Bailing on the side agreed very much, threw him a coquettish glance, and gave Changsha a new label in her heart: "A scoundrel who enjoys pleasure." If Fong Shiqing also heard it. At first, she felt quite powerless, thinking that except for the little assassin Ming who was hiding a secret, everyone else in this game was just fooling around. But for some reason, when she saw Changsha looking for the waiter, a light suddenly flashed in her mind and she slammed the book in her hand on the table. The sound of bang scared everyone. "Waiter!" Fong Shiqing said excitedly, "It's the waiter. Changsha is right. Only the waiters will pay attention to the movements of the guests at all tables at all times. They are also the only ones who are familiar with these guests. Therefore, their memory of every corner is clear because they already know everything here." Sulu stared at Changsha with wide eyes, and seeing that Changsha also looked confused, the shock in her heart subsided a little. It seems he didn't expect it. Maybe it was just an unexpected success. Changsha's performance was indeed very confusing. He tried to open his eyes as wide as possible, blinked rapidly a few times, and said confusedly, "Did I say that?" Fong Shiqing gave him a meaningful look, quickly stood up and prepared to contact the waiters. It's not that she hadn't heard the waiters' conversations during her previous investigations, but for drinkers, the waiters spoke too little and provided little useful information, so she quickly skipped over them. Seeing how quickly she moved, Changsha kindly reminded her, "Hey, Big Thigh, please slow down. The drinkers here are so strong and have drunk so much. They are in bad tempers. Don't provoke them with your haste. If a fight breaks out, we will be in danger." These words sounded like a hindrance. Sulu, who was following behind Fong Shiqing, looked back with a hint of anger on her face. Even Ming, who had just stood up, glanced back at Changsha awkwardly. "Changsha, But when Fong Shiqing heard this, she suddenly froze, and another flash of inspiration came to her mind. Human memory is not a completely objective reproduction and is often biased by subjectivity. There is a saying that goes, "I look at things through my own eyes, so everything is colored by my own color." This is the best description of memory. If the drinkers in this memory scene are generally strong, it means that the memory subject is likely to subjectively feel that these drinkers are strong when coming into contact with them. Working backwards, this person is most likely very thin, and even thinner than an ordinary person. A thin waiter is most likely the answer to this layer of memory. Fong Shiqing's eyes lit up. She glanced at Changsha again and saw that he was still pretending to be stupid. She didn't expose him, but just took Ming and walked upstairs quickly. "I thought you said there was a waiter sleeping in the lounge upstairs." Ming immediately thought back and replied, "Yeah, he's taller, thinner, and has a bit of a disability in his legs." "That's him." Fong Shiqing walked upstairs without looking back, and the other two followed closely. Seeing that she seemed to have found the answer, Bailing immediately stood up and prepared to catch up. When passing by Changsha, she gently rubbed the back of Changsha's hand with her fingernails and said with a sweet smile, "I underestimated you, big man. At the same time, I gave Changsha a new label in my mind, a master of frying fish." Changsha smiled and ignored her. Fong Shiqing led everyone to the lounge with a locked door. Ming just pointed at the keyhole on the door and the door opened. "What is this?" Sulu asked in surprise. "Professional talent, finger key." Ming replied shyly. Changsha silently raised Ming's rating in his heart, because this talent is A-level, and it is an A-level that is not easy to get. Moreover, this talent is indeed for the assassin profession, which means that he did not lie about his profession. The scores were concealed. In this case, does he believe in order or war? Fong Shiqing stepped into the dark room, reached out and tore a page of paper from the book, shook it in the air, and the paper immediately shrank into a lantern, illuminating the entire room. A melodious song emanated from the paper lanterns: "Gods, bring light, and the people of the world, sing for joy." The trick of the learned poet finally appeared before everyone's eyes. TSK, it sounds pretty good. The voice was obviously Fong Shiqing's own voice. Changshi didn't expect that this English teacher could sing the ballad so charmingly, but the sound of the door opening and singing still woke up the resting waiter. He opened his eyes in confusion and looked at the group of people standing in front of him. He said with some fear, "You guys, if you need help, you can go find Zato. I'm off work." Fang Shiqing smiled at the waiter and said, "We're here to find you." "Looking for me?" The waiter was a little scared. He grabbed his quilt tightly and said in a trembling voice, "I don't seem to know you. Don't be afraid, we are not here to cause you any trouble." As she said this, she turned around and looked at Changshi and gave him a wink. Changshi understood her thoughts and cast a calming spell on the waiter, and also used a hypnotic spell. After all, he is a priest and has all the basic skills. So Fang Shiqing smiled in praise, then turned around and said, "Calm down and think carefully. Everything you see is just your memories. This is already the past. You shouldn't dwell on memories right now, right?" The waiter's eyes became more and more confused, and then he nodded and said, Yes, I remember now. This is my memory." Call crash. As he finished speaking, the waiter suddenly shattered like a mirror, dissipating into countless stars, and then slowly gathered into a passage door as deep and blue as a mirror. The answer was correct, and the players found a way out of this layer of memory. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Fang Shiqing raised her eyebrows, indicating that everyone could leave in an orderly manner. "Huang Bo hasn't come up yet," Ming reminded cautiously. "Never mind him, let's go first." Changshi curled his lips and was the first to step in. Before leaving, he turned his head and looked at Fang Shiqing in front of him. They understood each other's eyes. What Fang Shiqing said was, "I know you are pretending to be stupid." Changshi said, Ababa. Seeing that Changshi, who was not putting in any effort, had taken the lead, Sulu clasped her hands behind Fang Shiqing's back and whispered, "What kind of person is this? He's the most active at this moment." Fang Shiqing smiled after hearing this, but she silently complained in her heart, "What kind of man would like this kind of clamp? So stupid and pathetic." Everyone followed, and Ming fell behind. He looked downstairs in confusion, and after a long while he turned around and stepped in. Chapter 22 Circus? Well, circus. When Changshi opened his eyes again, he found himself sitting on the upper floor of a circular auditorium. Below him were densely packed heads of people in the central stage, and his ears were filled with cheers and laughter. There were 7 or 8 giants in exaggerated clothes performing acrobatics on the stage. The teammates around him opened their eyes one after another, and when they saw this scene, they cried out in surprise, "Circus? Ugh, it stinks. Wow, they're so big. The Bilious Circus." Someone on the Singer channel shared information about the Bilious Circus. He said it was the giant acrobatics that impressed him the most, because those giants weren't really giants at all, but fakes expertly put together by a dozen dwarves. Fang Shiqing once again demonstrated the erudition of a believer in the truth, and her knowledge is well deserved of the word erudite. A dozen dwarves under the clothes? Ming arrived last, and although he only heard part of it, he still looked at the stage in amazement, trying to find some flaws, but unfortunately, the giant was so perfect that there was no lag or disharmony between his limbs. There's something. Don't you smell something strange? Why don't we go somewhere else and discuss this? Dwarf, it's not impossible. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of cracking the first layer of memory, and had no idea of the seriousness of the problem. Only Changshi and Fang Shiqing's faces darkened slightly. Too big. This circus performance was too big, with the number of people being dozens of times more than the tavern in the previous scene. It was a huge task to find the error with so many targets. Changshi looked down at his pocket watch. It was 9:56. 2 hours had passed. Which one should I listen to first, good news or bad news? Everyone looked at Changshi in astonishment. Fang Shiqing frowned slightly and said softly, "Talk about the bad first, and prepare in advance." Changshi nodded. "The bad news is that the hour has passed, and the doctor forgot to record your condition. Since you became ill, you can only be treated with accelerated metabolism. Time. There are 2 skill blessings for the priest profession. One is the rewind status, which is used to rewind the physical state to the last recorded hour. One is to accelerate metabolism, which is the skill that Fang Shiqing told him not to use indiscriminately on NPCs, because this skill will greatly accelerate the target's metabolism and heal injuries or negative physical conditions over time. As the saying goes, time heals all wounds, but speaking of it, accelerated metabolism is not a cure, but more like accelerated forgetting. It does not essentially heal anyone, but only brings people closer to pain. What about the good news? The good news is that Giant Acrobatics has just started and we can watch the whole thing. Chang Shi said happily. What good news is this? Don't we have time? Su Lu's face fell immediately. She pinched her nose and wanted to walk out, but when she saw Fang Shiqing didn't move, she lifted her but several times but didn't stand up. Fang Shiqing laughed in silence, and then reluctantly began to divide the work among everyone. Chang Shi was assigned to the center of the stage because of his social anxiety. His task was to investigate the entire circus crew. Thighs, you really flatter me. Fang Shiqing shrugged and left with Su Lu. Ming spent a few seconds in a dilemma between wanting to comfort Chang Shi and wanting to investigate quickly. Then he just said come on to Chang Shi and left quickly. Only Bai Ling was left sitting there without lifting a foot. Chang Shi saw her like this and said with a smile, you really have good taste. Do you want to finish reading it together? Bai Ling pressed her hands on her lower abdomen, bit her lips and said delicately, I'd rather have a horseback riding show than a circus. Want to? Chang Shi's face froze and he turned and left. You better say circus. The believer of foulness can no longer restrain her nature, and no one knows which lucky person will follow her and throw herself into the arms of foulness. Since there is still one person in the team who has not entered the second act memory, the memory gate has not disappeared. When Chang Shi passed by it, he silently memorized the location of the memory door. Logically, this should be where the waiter was sitting. It can guide the waiter to recall his experience in the tavern. At least in this scene, there should be something familiar to him within his field of vision, but what in a circus could possibly have anything to do with a tavern? Chang Shi walked while thinking, and soon he arrived behind the stage. The backstage of the circus is right below the VIP seats on the west side. No outsiders are allowed to enter or leave the backstage, and the level of activity is comparable to that outside. All kinds of people, beasts, and elemental creatures are waiting here to communicate, and the noise is as loud as a vegetable market. Chang Shi only took a glance inside and knew that the target this time must not be the people in the circus, but the audience in the auditorium, and he could even be precise about a not-so-rich audience member, because the floor of the VIP seats and the roof of the backstage preparation room, it's out of shape. The entire roof behind the scenes is transparent and interlaced, and you can even see the soles of the feet and buttocks of the VIP guests in the VIP seats. This is a very obvious memory error, which only occurs when the memory subject is very unfamiliar with a corner or has never seen it before. Of course, generally speaking, when encountering this situation, we cannot rule out the possibility that someone is casting a spell. After all, this is a world with a wide variety of skills, but Chang Shi wandered around inside and found that no one noticed the VIPs but above his head, which means that the memory body really did not understand the backstage of the circus and the VIP seats. This is interesting. Let me take a look at the butts of these VIPs. Oh no, let me see if there are any clues here. Chang Shi then interviewed a few friendly-looking actors and chatted with them for a while. Soon, he determined which VIP each but corresponded to. The most distinguished audience was undoubtedly one of the town's masters, Lady Dillard, the Duke of Brooks. It is said that she loves watching dwarf circuses very much, and especially in recent times, she has been visiting the troupe very frequently. Sitting next to her were women from various noble families. Obviously, this is a sister game. Next came the noble's entourage and guards, and then the town's middle class and the owners of various factories. Chang Shi observed for a long time and found a very interesting phenomenon. The guards sneered at the bosses sitting behind them, while the bosses looked down on the lackeys sitting in front of them. Both sides dislike each other, but are jealous of each other's identities. Even in the land of hope, people's relationships are as complicated as reality. But when Chang Shi saw the next scene, he was shocked and exclaimed, "No, it's more complicated than reality." Because he saw the guard behind the Duchess secretly reaching his hand towards the Duchess's buttocks. Due to the tight time, Chang Shi left after watching for only 3 minutes, feeling unsatisfied. And now that the scope of the memory entity has been locked, it is natural to communicate with my friends and change the direction of the investigation. He glanced at the time and saw that another half an hour had passed. He turned to look at the stands and found that the gate of memory was still standing there and had not disappeared. Strange, what is Uncle Huang doing in the first act? The thoughts of the believers of chaos could not be guessed by common sense. Chang Shi did not think much about it, but just walked towards the audience seats far away from the VIP seats according to his own guess. When I passed by the side of the stage, I saw some dwarves changing clothes behind a huge curtain. It may be a bit inaccurate to say that they are changing clothes, they are actually changing skins. 5 people were stacked together, with the person on top carrying a huge skull, 2 people forming the left and right hands and the chest, 2 people forming the abdomen and legs, and then an orc skin was put on the outside. Changshur stopped and took a peek for a while before realizing that the orc skin actually belonged to a female orc. The skin was so intact and the texture was so clear that it was obviously peeled off alive by a skilled executioner. Several dwarves put on their skins, put on a slightly conservative animal skin skirt and walked out from behind the scenes. Seeing Changshur standing outside, the female orc suddenly became embarrassed. The animal skin wrapped around the skull had no flaws at all, and the various expressions were so lifelike that it was impossible to tell it was a dummy. If Changshur hadn't seen them changing clothes, he would probably have thought that this was an orc girl. Even the sound became more realistic. "Hey, you're a new guest. Why are you so anxious? This isn't the place for you. Go back to your seat. I promise I'll be there before the show is over." As she said this, she gave Changshur a wink. The more Changshur watched, the more strange it seemed. It was like he was watching a lion dance performance. He faked a smile and asked impatiently, "What other services do we have?" The orc girl looked at him suspiciously, then lifted up her fur skirt, revealing an exaggeratedly curved. But Changshur took a closer look. This part, it seems to be the heads of the 2 dwarves at the bottom. It doesn't seem like a serious service. His face tightened and he turned and walked away as if he was constipated. What is this? Orc circuses. Bailing was right, there really is a horse riding scene here. Chapter 23, The Dwarves Dancing the Lion. Not long after walking, I met Bai Ling with a flushed face walking down from a row of seats. He looked up and down at the fallen believer, as if he wanted to see how the battle went. Unfortunately, Bai Ling cleaned it up very well and nothing could be seen. "Boss, have you found anything?" "I found someone who works for you." Bai Ling didn't seem surprised, but she still covered her mouth in feigned surprise and asked, "Are you as skilled as me?" Changshur felt that he was still too thin-skinned, so he decisively changed the subject. "Let's not talk about this. What did you find?" He regretted it as soon as he asked this question, because Bai Ling had not done any investigation at all. But unexpectedly, Bai Ling seemed to have found something. She licked the corner of her mouth, the blush on her face still not dissipated, and pointed at her own face and said with a smile, "Do you think I'll find out?" She lied. Changshur smiled brightly and said, "To be honest, you're not very good at lying, or rather, you can't hide your feelings. Just say it, we're all in a hurry." Bai Ling's expression froze for a moment, then she narrowed her eyes and smiled. "A boss is a boss, and his observation skills are really great. I have something even better, but I can't tell you." Changshur winked at Bai Ling, signaling her to be brief and save time. Bai Ling understood and pointed in a certain direction. "I found a few men I met in the tavern. Maybe one of them will have some clues." Changshur looked at the huge auditorium and frowned. It is indeed a good thing to find the same individual in adjacent memories, because many memories are based on seeing a certain person and then remembering a scene in which you had seen him before. This is also the way players solve most memory trials, finding the next target by sorting out the relationship chain. Even though the connection between the 2 memories may not be profound, it is always good to find a clue. Changshur understood the logic, but the question was, how could Bai Ling find these people so quickly in such a vast sea of people? Bai Ling saw Changshur's confusion. She stretched out a finger, tapped Changshur's forehead, then retracted it and tapped her plump chest. Changshur followed her instructions and looked, gulp. "So big." Seeing Changshur staring intently, Bai Ling chuckled and said, "Big boss, stop pretending. My gift allows me to materialize men's possessiveness towards me, and I can meticulously sense their desire for every inch of my skin. You clearly have no feelings for me, so why are you pretending to be such a pig?" "Ah, this talent?" Changshur was not embarrassed when he saw that he had been exposed. He just clicked his tongue twice and looked away. "I'm not pretending. After all, everyone has a heart that loves big things. Have pity on me?" Bai Ling blinked, and her charming face turned into pure one. "Who deserves pity?" Changshur laughed and said casually, "Maybe I like men?" Bai Ling burst out laughing, took a step forward and took his arm, saying happily, "If you dare to say it, I will believe it. Sister Chang, hurry up and save time." Changshur was dragged along for a while with a constipated look on his face. He couldn't stand the rubbing of the soft flesh anymore, so he pulled his hand away and said with a wry smile, "I was just kidding." Bai Ling did not let go and said even more happily, "Don't worry, sister, I'm very tight-lipped." Changshi had no choice but to change the subject. "Why don't you guide them to break the memory yourself?" "Sister, I can't do that. I can only guide their fantasies. Once I do that, you won't just see my one-man show. Everyone in the circus will have to perform a circus act, or a horse-riding act." Changshi knew that she was right. If she really found the memory entity and lured it, a scene of memory confusion might indeed occur. Once the memory begins to become disordered, the entire memory will quickly collapse. "It seems that you also take your life very seriously." "You are of course referring to the fallen believers." Bai Ling nodded decisively. "Sure, only by living can you get more, right?" Changshi's face was filled with black lines, and he automatically adjusted the words that could not be repeated. When he followed Bai Ling to a few acquaintances, he recognized them at a glance. They were indeed the big men who were drinking and bragging in his memory of the scene in the tavern. "Mind telling me how you found them?" Changshi looked at Bai Ling with some curiosity. In fact, he wanted to know what the specific function of Bai Ling's talent was, but his instinct told him that even if he asked, Bai Ling would not answer. Bai Ling looked at Changshi with a smile and replied, "Everyone has different preferences. Some people like waists, some like legs, and some like, I understand. What do you like?" Bai Ling licked her rosy lips. I love being alive." Changshi ignored her and began to quietly approach the target, using hypnosis on each of them. However, after a round of questioning, more than a dozen people did not give the final answer. Both of their faces darkened at the same time. These people were indeed within the waiter's field of vision. If none of them were him, could it be that the waiter saw something that reminded him of the previous scene? When it comes to items, they are too difficult to find out. It's still the same reason: the venue is too big. Let's notify others first and further narrow the scope. Changshi sighed helplessly, and spent some time calling Fong Shiqing and others back. She and Su Lu were in charge of the area around the VIP seats, so their direction was wrong from the beginning. So naturally there would be no clues. Instead, Ming stammered and said that there seemed to be special service staff in the audience who were conducting unspeakable dirty transactions with the audience. Everyone just thought it was a joke and quickly ignored it. I've seen this kind of thing so many times that I'm no longer surprised. Compared to the chaos in the VIP seats, the audience seats where the poor people sit are much more orderly. After the first exchange of information, Fong Shiqing frowned and said, "Look again. The memory owner must be in the ordinary audience seats. The performance on the stage has not been distorted, which means he has been watching the performance the whole time. Pay attention to the audience who are watching the performance intently. We will act separately and meet again in an hour." "Yeah, okay. Whatever the boss says is what it is." "No problem." The crowd quickly separated, and Changshi once again walked through the audience alone. He frowned and did not go to the investigation area to which he was assigned. Instead, he lowered his head and moved back and forth between the seats as if he was looking for a target. He is looking for that dwarf assembler beast girl. Fong Shiqing's summary reminded him that if a person had never come into contact with the dwarf assembled beast girls, then Changshi would not be able to see the process of the dwarves putting on clothes under the animal skins. Therefore, the memory entity of this scene must have had an intersection with the dwarf assembly beast girl. And even knew that she was not a person at all. Who would have any contact with someone when they know that the other person is not a normal special worker? Changshi swore that he really couldn't think of it with his normal brain, but just because you can't think of it doesn't mean you can't find it. So he began to look for the orc girl. There were people coming and going in the circus, and there was no order, especially in the ordinary audience seats, where all kinds of shouts could be heard. One after another, just like in a pub.so. His movements were not conspicuous. It didn't take long for Changshi to find his target, the dwarf beast girl. At this moment, she was twisting and turning coquettishly in the arms of an audience member, twisting in the physical sense. Changshi was stunned and wanted to observe closely what they were doing, but soon he saw a familiar face around the orc girl that surprised him. York, the duke's groom mentioned by the drunkard, a ruthless man who suddenly became rich and slept with an orc girl. Changshi curled up the corners of his mouth, feeling that he had guessed right. Sure enough, I found it. York was wearing a straw hat at this time, covering his eyes, and his gaze under the hat kept moving back and forth between the two target locations on the left and right. One is the direction of the stage, and the other is the position of the orc girl in the front right. In fact, it wasn't just him. The audience around him were all glancing in that direction intentionally or unintentionally, but because the orc girl was restrained in her movements and the noise was not loud, it didn't cause much of a commotion. But the other viewers were looking at the orc girl's chest, waist, legs and hips. Only York kept his eyes on her face, and the affection in his eyes was almost visible. "Brother, can you tell me how you came to like these 5 dwarfs dancing the lion?" Changshur observed him for a long time, his doubts growing. Finally, he couldn't help it and pretended to be an ordinary spectator. He quietly approached York and sighed slightly deliberately. "Why are only female beastmen providing services? Can we be more open to different genders?" Chapter 24 Free XP for everyone. As soon as he finished speaking, countless small voices of approval were heard around him. York turned around in surprise, and his delighted expression indicated that he seemed to have found a kindred spirit. However, in an instant, his eyes became sharp, and he looked at Changshur as if he saw a love rival. Mr. York has a lot of stories. What kind of encounter could lead to such a story? An accident? Changshur actually didn't want to continue exploring. He felt that he should have found the answer to the puzzle. Of course, whether the answer is correct still needs to be verified. So he stood up decisively and walked towards the direction where Bai Ling was. The boss is finally willing to favor me? Don't make trouble, do me a small favor. Changshur was still thinking about how to trick her into trying York without exposing himself, but as soon as he said that, Bai Ling smiled and nodded. Okay. What do you want me to do? Changshur was stunned. Aren't you afraid that I'll cheat you? That means there's something about me that's worth your attention, doesn't it? TSK, there are no fools among those who have lived to this day, no matter whether they get high or low scores, but this saves trouble. Changshur nodded, pointed in the direction of York and said, "Go try that man." "What kind of test do you want, a literary test or a martial arts test?" Changshur's eyes widened, and he was a little confused. Is there an explanation for this? Bai Ling covered her mouth and chuckled, tapping Changshur's chest with her fingers and said, "As for the written test," naturally, as she spoke, she moved her hand towards her skirt and slowly lifted the hem of her skirt to her thighs. Okay, let's just take the written test. It'll save time. You go first." Changshur was so scared that he quickly put down her skirt and urged her to go quickly. Bai Ling giggled and walked towards York gracefully, but not long after, she came back with a dark face. Changshur saw her face was as black as ink, and he said with a smile, "What? Are you frustrated?" Bai Ling glanced at Changshur with hatred and said unhappily, "One is bad news, and the other is also bad news. Which one should I hear first? Do I need to choose this?" Changshur laughed dumbly. "Then let's talk about the second one first. The guy who was trying to steal business from the crowd was indeed my colleague. How is this bad news? No. Wait." Seeing Bai Ling's serious expression, Changshur's heart skipped a beat. What she meant by fellow travelers was not about physical pleasure, but about being fellow believers in filth and depravity. These 5 dwarfs dancing the lion are actually believers of foulness. What's the other bad news? Changshur's face became serious. "The man you asked me to try has been bewitched and turned into a puppet of desire." Changshur frowned in confusion, and Bai Ling continued to explain, "Desire puppet is one of the A-level talents bestowed upon believers. It can unleash the most primitive desires and longings deep within a person's heart, turning the target into a walking corpse that knows only to indulge in lust. He will continue to sink into the memories of his past desires until he dies. This talent requires continuous casting, which means that if he is the memory body, the reason he recalled this scene is not because he was reminded of the scene, but because he was controlled by someone, and it is very likely that he is being controlled by someone. Boss, do you understand? If he is indeed the answer, the moment we leave, we will face the followers of the Yifald, who control him, and there is a high possibility of a fight with them." After hearing this, Changshur's face darkened. "Call someone first. I have a feeling that Jorge is the answer." Bai Ling naturally believed him, but she still asked, "What do you mean? The boss is not hiding anymore?" Changshur suddenly played dumb. "Hide? What are you hiding? You got the answer from hunting, what the hell is it to me?" Bai Ling's eyes widened in anger, and he kept pointing at his nose and asked, "Me? Hunting for beauties? Please, big boss, can he be considered a beauties?" Changshur waved his hand. "Who knows? Everyone has free XP. Okay, I'm hunting for beauties." Bai Ling laughed angrily and used this excuse to call everyone back. The first thing Feng Shiqing did when she gathered with everyone again was to cast her eyes on Changshur. However, Changshi did not respond at all, and it was obvious that he wanted to hear Bai Ling's story of hunting for beauties. Bai Lingqi is a sincere person. Her face flushed, and she embarrassedly told everyone about the process of hunting for beauties just now, and then said that she found the answer by accident. But the answer is a bit complicated now. After hearing the story, everyone had different expressions. Su Lu looked disgusted and Ming was stunned. Changshi secretly gave her a thumbs up for her acting skills. Only Fang Shiqing frowned and thought for a long time before speaking directly to the point. How can we be sure it's definitely him? Bai Ling didn't say anything. Changshi laughed and said, maybe it's a woman's sixth sense? Bai Ling rolled her eyes again and still didn't respond. Fang Shiqing saw Changshi speaking and nodded, acknowledging that York was the answer. She didn't believe in Bai Ling, but Changshi. There's also a mist trick from a follower of war in my book. It can instantly expand the domain, covering the birthplace of the next scene with fog, obstructing the caster's vision. But since I don't have enough defensive tricks, the priest has to enter second after me and quickly support the treatment. The assassin follows third. But remember, when you are not sure whether the opponent is the memory body or not, you cannot kill him, and focus on subduing him. In life-threatening situations, prioritize retreat over killing. Be careful, any skills that can cause a loud noise should be used with caution, and don't mess up your memory right from the start. After saying that, Fang Shiqing looked at Changshi meaningfully and said, can you do it? Changshi blinked innocently, as if to say, how can a man be incapable? Fang Shiqing understood his look, smiled knowingly, and looked at Ming again. Ming nodded solemnly to show that he understood. She also sought opinions from the other two people. Except for Su Lu, who was quite dissatisfied with herself for not being able to keep up with her thighs, Bai Ling naturally had no objection. So the plan was finalized and everyone headed towards York. Just when the orc girl was about to tour to York's row, the players came up to him together. At this moment, York was completely unaware of the approaching players. In his eyes, there was no one else except the dwarf assembler beast girl. He held a handful of banknotes tightly in his hand, wishing he could stuff them into the beast girl's plump breasts. The next second, Changshi was still a little confused, so he whispered to Bai Ling, does his followers influence a person's orientation? Bai Ling thought carefully, then said uncertainly, he advocates for releasing the deepest desires in one's heart, not twisting the will of others. So what you call being contaminated by my lord is nothing more than allowing you to recognize this person's true colors. However, this effect may be achieved by combining different talents to induce them. After all, you can hypnotize, right? Changshi deeply agreed, otherwise he really couldn't understand why York's XP could be so free. When everyone approached York, Fang Shiqing had already taken out a gray-black page from her book. She turned around and looked at Changshi, using her eyes to signal the start of the action. Changshi cast the sedative and hypnotic spells on York without hesitation, and then cast an accelerated recovery spell on the spectator who was trading next to him, trying to delay him for a few more seconds. Fang Shiqing seized the opportunity and asked directly, don't be afraid, listen to me. You're just recalling. All of this is your memory, but you're too tired now and don't want to continue recalling it. You have to remember that memories are always memories, not reality. Now we have to return to reality, okay? York's eyes became confused and empty. He nodded repeatedly and murmured, memories, these are memories. As the last syllable fell, his entire body disintegrated into countless points of light, and then quickly condensed into a new door of memory. It's really him. Miss Bai Ling is amazing. Are you ready? I'm 1 Changshi, 2 assassins, 3. Let's fight quickly and decisively. Fang Shiqing did not hesitate and stepped in decisively. In order to ensure that there was no problem with his thigh, Changshi followed closely behind, and almost stepped into the door 1 foot after another. He felt his vision go dark, and when he opened his eyes again, he could not see his hand in front of his face. He could hear angry screams in his ears, holy shit, it's so thick? How would I know where the thighs are? Changshi frowned and was about to whisper Fang Shiqing's name when a cold hand covered his mouth and pulled him forward to run away. Lie. Chapter 25 Fang Shiqing's invitation. This is a cramped utility room with a small space filled with various cleaning tools. There is only half a meter of space for people to stand. In this cramped space of half a meter, Changshi and Fang Shiqing stood face to face. Fang Shiqing was smiling, while Changshi looked surprised. The so-called fog of war turned out to be an attempt to kidnap me? Changshi looked around with a strange expression and felt that this small space was indeed a good place to hide. That's not how you use the word kidnapping. Fang Shiqing smiled, holding Cheng Shi's arms with both hands to keep a certain distance between them, and explained seriously, the clamp girl is following me closely. This is the only way I can get rid of her for a while. Huh? You call her the clamp girl too? Cheng Shi's eyes lit up and he instantly felt like he had found a comrade in arms. Otherwise, stop talking nonsense. We don't have much time. Cheng Shi, I have something to tell you. I like men, thank you. Cheng Shi spoke faster than light. Fang Shiqing was stunned for a moment, then burst out laughing and said, It's not what you think. No need to refuse. Cheng Shi heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this. That's okay, I still like women. Am I not even a little bit attractive? If the attraction you're talking about is the lark kind, then there really isn't one. I won't argue with you anymore. Fang Shiqing was not annoyed at all. She stared at Cheng Shi and said with a serious expression, Cheng Shi, I know you lied about your ladder score, and I know you're very capable, but I won't delve into the reasons behind your concealment. I just want to invite you to join us, Cheng Shi's smile gradually faded, and his brows furrowed slightly, as if he had thought of something. Are you from the Physical Society? The Society of Truth is an organization founded by a group of players led by believers in the truth. The association's philosophy is to pursue the truth of the universe and explore the essence of God under the influence of truth, and the Tower of Principle in the background of the trial. They have a fanatical desire to know the origin of all things and the laws of the universe. These people have become extremely crazy and irrational in their pursuit of knowledge to understand divine power and become gods. In fact, there are many player organizations like the Society of Physics, such as the Order Alliance, Natural Sect, Historical School, and so on. The fundamental reason for the existence of these organizations is that humans who are forced to become players have an instinctive desire for survival and power. So they spontaneously gathered together and worked together tirelessly to improve themselves. Fang Shiqing is a believer in the truth, so Cheng Shi naturally thought of the Physical Society first. However, Fang Shiqing shook her head inside. The Society of Rationalists has abandoned reason. They will stop at nothing to achieve godhood. Rather than believing in the truth, they are more like believers in the depravity and followers of foolishness. They unleash their ambitions and expand their desires, having long since departed from the realm of normal human beings and become incomprehensible lunatics. But we are not that kind of people. Cheng Shi, do you still remember your own home? Fang Shiqing's sudden affection made Cheng Shi a little at a loss. How should I put it? If you want to say that the utility room in the orphanage can be considered a home, then I do remember it. After all, the scene now brings back memories. This small space is similar to where I lived when I was a child. Seeing Cheng Shi didn't respond, Fang Shiqing said again, everyone has a warm family and family that loves us, but after they came, everyone lost their original beautiful life. The faith game shattered the world and pushed tens of millions of compatriots to the brink of a cliff. Her tone was a little low, and the hand holding Cheng Shi's sleeve was a little tense. Cheng Shi, not everyone is like you and me, who can win in trial. After trial, you can score up to 2,000 points, you can get S-level talents, you can try your best to survive. Many people will fall into the abyss if they take a wrong step, and even more people have already fallen into the abyss. But are they wrong? They are just innocent people who struggle to survive, compromise, and in the end, they are labeled as forsaken by God after their death. Among these people, there are your family, my family, people who love you, and people who love me. Fang Shiqing smiled sadly, then cheered up and continued, is there really no way to avoid this? Is it true that everything we love and want to protect is destined to be lost in the presence of God? No, any human being with flesh and blood, bones and spirit will not allow this to happen. So, we were born, we gather together, use all available power, unite all friends we can unite, and protect all the beautiful things that need to be protected. We bow our heads to receive their blessings, and we also raise our heads to challenge their authority. We turn our backs to each other and swear to protect the trust of our friends. We forge swords and guns to build new walls, and we also go deep into the darkness to spread the flame of hope. This is us, for the people we want to protect behind us. We must stand up. Cheng Shi, do you understand? This is us. A group of fighters who attempt to resist God's might, and a group of lunatics who still yearn for beauty. To achieve all this, we crawl in the darkness and never show ourselves to others easily. But you, Cheng Shi, I think you are worth my risk now. I solemnly invite you to join us. Are you willing? Cheng Shi listened to Fang Shiqing's words silently. His face darkened and he did not comment. Fang Shiqing really wanted to see some emotional fluctuations on his face, but obviously, she failed. Cheng Shi was silent for a while. then raised the corner of his mouth slightly and asked jokingly, having said all that, could you please tell me, Madam Firebringer, whether you are a city guardian or a city builder? Fang Shirqing's eyes suddenly widened, and she looked at Changshi in disbelief. She suppressed her shock and exclaimed in a low voice, you know us? You, she then thought of something, and the shock and hope in her eyes disappeared, instantly turning into deep regret. She pursed her lips and smiled bitterly, it seems that you have already rejected us. Changshi's expression was very unnatural. He shook his head slightly and said, no, no one has ever invited me. You are the first. Fang Shirqing's expression became even more shocked. She raised her head and said in surprise, impossible. Players who haven't been contacted by the Firebringer can't possibly know about us. How did you know? How do I know that? Changshi's eyes suddenly became deep and distant. He missed Fang Shirqing's hair and looked at the darkness behind her. He didn't know which scene in his memory he recalled. He sighed in an extremely bleak tone, yeah, how did I know that? I probably heard it from a fool. How could someone risk their life for a stranger? Why not? Fang Shirqing's eyes suddenly became firm, and she said solemnly, the Firebringer will protect whatever it wants, no matter the cost, not to mention himself. Strangers are what you call beautiful? Maybe not mine, but it must be his. It's the beauty you saw in the eyes of the Firebringer. Fang Shirqing's tone was full of romance that she would never regret until her death, and even Changshi, who was never serious, was slightly touched. I see, he shook his head, and the smile finally reappeared on his face. He looked up at Fang Shirqing's eyes. Looking at those eyes full of hope, he felt that they were so bright even in the fog, even in the dark utility room, it is still so bright. I remember you, Lady Guardian. Fang Shirqing was slightly stunned. She didn't expect that the other party would use tricks to find out her identity, but she didn't care about it. So this time, what is your answer? Compared to this, I would like to ask, why did you take a fancy to me? I never think of myself as a good person. Changshi spread his hands. Fang Shirqing smiled. The word good person is too heavy a word for today's world. We never expect to meet a good person, we just hope that our partner isn't a bad person. How do you know I'm not a bad person? Fang Shirqing released her left hand that was tightly clutching Changshi's sleeve and pointed at her ear. The S-rank singer's class talent is moving the heartstrings. I can hear the music played by everyone's heart. I'm all too familiar with the villain's repertoire, but you're not one of them. Changshi raised his eyebrows and asked curiously, which one am I? Very strange, very detached, very low, but not dark. Changshi pondered it silently for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Why are you laughing? Sorry, you misheard me laughing. As soon as he finished speaking, a knife chopped Fang Shirqing's neck before she could react. Bang, you! Fang Shirqing's eyes suddenly widened for a moment, and then she closed her eyelids and fainted. Changshi rubbed his hands, looked at the big wave falling in his arms, and said in an inexplicable tone, people standing in the firelight should not trust those in the darkness. Moreover, those standing in the darkness are generally not human. But still, thank you. He smiled self-deprecatingly, picked up Fang Shirqing by the waist, pushed open the door of the utility room and walked out. Chapter 26. You are the execution of the fog had not yet dissipated and it was pitch dark. Changshi had just taken 2 steps with the person in his arms when he heard Ming's anxious shout from the front, Sister Fang, Brother Chang, where are you? Changshi pricked up his ears and listened carefully for a while, and found that the noisy voices around him seemed to have disappeared. He looked in the direction of Ming's voice with some surprise, and felt that the little assassin's methods were really neat. And just a short while, everyone was killed. Fortunately, these poor ghosts who had never met each other before were not the memory entities. Here! Changshi shouted, then lowered his body and tiptoed away from the spot. Ming followed the sound and came over, but didn't see anyone. Alarm bells went off in his heart. Just as he was about to leave, Changshi grabbed his arm. Who? Brother Chang? Well, I was afraid you'd been replaced, so I gave it a try. I didn't expect you to be so agile, comrade assassin. Ming rubbed his head embarrassedly, looked at the unconscious Fang Shirqing and asked, what happened to Sister Fang? It's okay, just a minor problem. They're back. Where are they? Maybe I'm in the back. When I woke up, I found a few violent dwarves. Their attacks were fatal. I couldn't react in time and had no room to retreat. I could only fight back desperately. Fortunately, they are not very strong, they just have some defiled, divine power in them. The person died, but the memory did not collapse. The players were lucky that these dwarves were not the memories themselves. Changshi looked at Ming thoughtfully. No injuries? Luckily, no. Well, that's good. Let's wait for the fog to clear. The fog of war won't last long. Oh, okay, do you need my help? Ming stretched out his hand, wanting to help Changshi support Feng Shiqing. Changshi smiled and rejected him. The two of them sat in the corner, chatting about random things. How many people are there on the other side? 6. 6 people solved it in such a short time? That's amazing. Changshi did not hesitate to praise Ming, who was stunned by his praise. After all, I'm also an assassin, and the foggy environment is to my advantage. Well, if you can do it so quickly, why did you come so late when you were going to the second act circus? Changshi held the unconscious Feng Shiqing in his arms and asked a seemingly unintentional question. This question stumped Ming. Ming's expression suddenly froze. Before he could speak, Changshi casually added, "Why hasn't Uncle Huan come yet?" Ming's face turned even worse, and he stammered, "We don't need him, isn't it good that he didn't come? Are you also afraid that he will cause trouble?" Changshi raised his eyebrows and smiled. "You also know that he is the lost musician? Oh, I see. So you are the executioner. A musician without discipline, a singer of chaos. Executioner, assassin of order, and chaos, are mortal enemies with opposing beliefs." Ming's movements paused for a moment, his eyes quickly swept across the process, his eyes sharp and irritable, but it only lasted for a moment before he returned to his embarrassed and hesitant look, touching his head, not knowing what to say. The fog was still there, and Changshi did not catch his facial expression, but he already had an idea in his mind. That's enough. Conflict is conflict. What's the big deal? An ancient said that religious conflicts are not caused by us, so there's no need to be overly concerned. Changshi smiled indifferently, and as he spoke, his hand reached out to Feng Shiqing in his arms. Ming's perception in the fog was obviously stronger than Changshi's. He clearly saw Changshi's hand reaching into Feng Shiqing's arms, but he just frowned and said nothing. Soon, new noises were heard in the fog. Sister Fawn, Sister Fawn? Boss, help. One voice was trembling, the other was charming. Now it sounds like nothing happened. As soon as the two female voices came over, the awkward atmosphere between Changshi and Ming was instantly broken. He stood up, patted his butt, and said with a smile, "Everyone is here, let's get together." At this moment, the fog slowly dissipated. Ming also stood up and looked sideways, only to see that Feng Shiqing and Changshi's arms had opened her eyes at some point. "Sister Feng, are you okay?" A trace of anger flashed across Feng Shiqing's eyes, but then she smiled and nodded. "It's okay, thanks to Changshi for saving me in time." It was a nice thing to say, but it sounded a bit bitter. The matter of the firebearer cannot be discussed in front of other people, so even if Feng Shiqing has some complaints about Changshi's method of rejection, she cannot lose her temper at this time. The fighters crawling in the darkness are extremely cautious, as any unexpected tiny fire may illuminate their tracks and make all their efforts go to waste. Changshi obviously knew this, so he immediately turned around and said with a smile, "Do you still owe me a thank you, you?" Feng Shiqing almost couldn't hold it in. She gritted her teeth, quickly adjusted her facial expression, and then forced an extremely reluctant smile. "Thank you. I'll remember you." "It's okay, it's just a piece of cake." "It is indeed a piece of cake, just raise your hand to perform the hand knife." The fog gradually dissipated, and the two groups of people not far apart immediately spotted each other. The crowd gathered and walked, and halfway through, they saw the inhumane massacre scene all around them. The heads of each of the 6 dwarves were chopped off on the spot. Blood flowed all over the ground and gathered on the ground, vaguely forming the pattern of a guillotine note. If Changshi didn't know that Ming was the executioner, he really wouldn't be able to tell what this pattern represented. This is a common evil taste used by the executioners of the Grand Inquisition, using the blood of the death row prisoners to depict the tools that killed them. However, the bloody guillotine on the ground was drawn crookedly, obviously not very skillfully. TSK, what a cruel method. Su Lu and Bai Ling were also trembling when they saw this scene. Only Fang Shiqing looked at Ming thoughtfully and said nothing more. Where are we? The place where everyone was a very large room. On the left were more than a dozen beds lined up side by side, on the right were various tool tables, clothes of different sizes were hung on the long rack in front, and behind it were several independent small rooms. The place where Changshi and Fang Shiqing met was obviously in one of them. Fang Shiqing glanced at Changshi a few times, and seeing that he was still pretending to be dumb, she simply put the matter aside and frowned and thought, it looks like a servant's room, but it's a little too big. It's enough to accommodate more than a dozen servants. I've never seen such a large servant's room before. To ensure safety, we should change our clothes first and then go out to explore, so as to avoid conflicts with the people outside. Everyone had no objection and chose a set of clothes to change into, then followed the Thai out of the room. After confirming that the surroundings were safe and meeting a few real servants, they figured out that this was indeed the servants' quarters, and there is more than one servants' room as big as this one, because this is the manor of the Duke of Brooks, and the Duke is hosting a grand banquet at this time. Banquet? The hypnotized servant answered excitedly, yes, the Duke has invited all the nobles in town to a banquet and is preparing to announce a new refugee bill at the banquet. All refugees from Gazmara will be expelled. We will no longer have to worry about food, and there will be no less work. So, the memory owner in the previous scene was a servant at the Duke's estate? Ha! Don't you know that York is the Duke's groom? Changshi added enthusiastically. Su Lu frowned and complained after hearing this, why are you telling me useful information now? Changshi was stunned and asked, did you ask? Su Lu was furious, but she didn't say anything. She just took a step forward and moved closer to Fang Shiqing. Then why would the dwarves, who are refugees, appear in the Duke's manor? Ming interrupted the two people's tit-for-tat and asked. The Duke wants to expel the refugees, and the refugees naturally don't want to be expelled, so their purpose for coming here isn't obvious, is it, Thai? Changshi said this and looked at Fang Shiqing, but Fang Shiqing didn't want to pay any attention to Changshi at all. She had a feeling in her heart that Changshi would definitely not tell anyone about the fire-bearer, but she still didn't understand why Changshi could refuse so straightforwardly. You know, the talent of moving the heartstrings is not just about simply listening to the music of the heart. It can even vaguely feel the other person's wishes and tendencies. The voice in Chang Shi's heart clearly leaned towards acceptance, but he still refused. What on earth was this person thinking? How could he go against his instincts? She doesn't understand and doesn't have the time to understand. So far, nearly 5 hours have passed, and the countdown is only 7:14. They have to speed up because there are still several scenes of memory to go, and they have no idea. Personal territory is different from public places. Any disturbance will quickly cause a riot, especially since this is a Duke's estate. We must have an appropriate identity. Although the identity of a servant is convenient, there are still many things that we cannot reach. Next, everyone will split up and hide themselves to see if they can get a new identity. We'll meet there in an hour at most. As she spoke, Fang Shiqing raised her hand and pointed to a small porch. Remember, stay away from the servants' quarters. We haven't dealt with the bodies inside yet, and it's very likely to cause a chain reaction. The closer you get, the easier it will be to discover any abnormalities. Now, let's get started. Wish us good luck. Everyone dispersed, and at the end, Fang Shiqing glanced at Changshi. Unfortunately, Changshi didn't look at her, but at Ming. He watched Ming walk away from the servants' quarters. After a long while, when there were no more teammates in sight, Changshi put on a playful smile, and then paced back to the place where they had just come from, the one that everyone avoids, servants' room. Chapter 27. The honor of the Duke of Brooks. When they were talking in the room just now, Changshi noticed that the wounds on the dwarf who was hacked to death were a little special. It doesn't look like a sharp weapon like the dagger commonly used by assassins, but more like a blunt-edged knife, for example. Changshi looked around for a moment and kicked out a bloody knife from under a bed. Judging from the length and size of the knife, it looks more like the dwarf's own weapon. A dwarven sword, but some people may be sure that everyone will not stay here for long, so the way the scene is handled is quite casual, and it cannot even be called a handling. He didn't care about the details at all. Interesting. Changshi recalled his conversation with Ming and continued to observe the dead dwarf's body. It didn't take long for him to see some clues. Judging from the positions of the 6 dwarves and the signs of fighting at the scene, it really seemed like they attacked the same target. Perhaps it was because Fang Shiqing pulled Changshi away in time, making Ming, who followed closely behind, the scapegoat. But what puzzled Changsha even more was that the wounds on the 6 people were of different strength. It wasn't like one man harvested them, it was more like 6 different people killed the dwarves. Coincidentally, there are 6 murderers and 6 dead people. Killing each other? Changsha frowned and began to wonder if the assassin had this talent for controlling people. At least for order, this talent was rare. It's a really chaotic scene, but it's not without gain. Changsha picked up the ring he had found from the corpse of a dwarf, and squinted at it in the sunlight coming through the window. While watching, he said with a sigh, "It's such exquisite workmanship. I wonder what kind of craftsmanship it takes to create such a fine ring. It's a pity that it belongs to me now." He smiled, put the ring in his pocket, and then slowly walked out of the servants' room. As soon as he went out, he ran into Bai Ling, who was smiling and seemed to be waiting for him. Changsha's face darkened and he cursed with a smile, "You're relying on me?" Bai Ling had gotten another dress from somewhere. She bowed gracefully, imitating the manner of a noble lady, and said with a sweet smile, "Do you mind if I give you a hug?" "You can hug me, but don't touch me." "Don't worry, sir. I'm very obedient and will touch whatever you ask me to touch." Changsha was too lazy to talk to her, so he just walked around her and moved forward. "It's just right. I can be your attendant in this outfit. What have you found? How can a follower run ahead of someone else?" Bai Ling quickly followed and whispered back, "The manor is huge, and there are a lot of guests. I just knocked out a lady and got her husband to tell me that Duke Brooks hasn't shown up yet, and there's only half an hour left until his announced appearance." Changsha raised his eyebrows, thinking that unruly women were really quick at getting information. He followed Bai Ling and quickly walked into the lobby in the center of the manor. He moved among the many nobles and soon saw other people. Everyone changed into new clothes and started to search separately. Changsha took a quick look at the lobby and decisively decided to leave with Bai Ling. "Boss? The answer isn't here." "Oh." Bai Ling responded lightly and walked away following Changsha's guidance. Changsha watched her walking silently in front of him, and suddenly felt that something was missing, so he said, "Why don't you ask me why? It's enough for me to be obedient. You don't need to know why. Of course, if the boss needs someone to support him, I can pretend to be one too." "What kind of person is this?" "He is not interesting at all, and not to mention Song Yan in the previous show, even Chen Shong can't compare to him. At least he can make me feel a sense of accomplishment, but there are some things that are hard to keep in your heart." "The dwarf's ring is exquisite." "Then what? Noble lords wouldn't care about a dwarf's ring." "Oh, so? So that's not the goal." "So that's how it is, boss is awesome." "You'd better shut up." "Oh." Bai Ling smiled like a lark, attracting the attention of the surrounding guests. Then, "Boss, where are we going now?" "That's a good question. In fact, Changsha's first target was the lower class people who often dealt with these dwarf refugees, but he suddenly felt that since the dwarves coming here was related to the Duke, perhaps meeting the Duke would be a good choice. So he pointed in the direction of the stairs and motioned Bai Ling to go up. Bai Ling's expression changed, and she exclaimed in a low voice, "There are guards. If we go up there brazenly, we'll be stopped." Changsha rolled his eyes and said wickedly, "Play to your strengths." Bai Ling was stunned for a moment, then understood. She lifted her skirt and walked quickly towards the stairs. As expected, as soon as she reached the stairs, she was stopped by armored guards. Seeing this, Bai Ling quickly lowered her head, leaned closer and whispered, "The Duke needs me." The guards' heads and faces were covered by helmets, and their expressions could not be seen, but the way they gripped their spears revealed their inner shock. Perhaps they are savoring the meaning of the word need. Seeing that the two did not respond, Bai Ling stretched out her hands and hooked her left and right index fingers together in front of her. This is a dirty gesture popular in the entertainment places of Hope Island. It means fawning. Any lady with a little status would not make this gesture. In other words, only certain special professionals would make this gesture to indicate their prices. The two guards were obviously even more shocked. They looked at Bai Ling's beautiful face, slim figure, and elegant temperament, but could not connect her with this gesture. I said, the Duke needs me." "But the Duke did not inform. You mean the Duke must inform you when he needs anything?" The guard was stunned by the question. "Yes, why should the Duke inform me? Besides, what's wrong with letting a woman in? Doesn't the Duchess often bring men back?" The two guards looked at each other, both convinced by themselves, and took a step back. Bailing was delighted and winked at Changshi. Changshi smiled secretly in his heart, but followed with a reserved look on his face. The two guards wanted to stop him again, but Bai Ling said with a cold expression, "Foolish. Don't you know how to avoid suspicion? What will happen to the Duke's reputation if I go there alone? Now that you've been let up, does His Excellency the Duke still have a reputation?" The guards' brains were slightly overloaded for a moment, and then they resigned themselves to their fate and let the little follower go. Of course, not considering the Duke's reputation, it was because they found that the servant behind them was too handsome and did not look like a follower at all. It looks more like a pet raised by noble ladies. So it seems that it is the Duke who needs her, or the Duchess who needs him. Never mind, maybe both are needed. I'm just a guard, why should I think so much? Seeing the two guards let them go, Bailing happily took Changshi up the stairs. Just as they disappeared from the second floor, Feng Shiqing and Sulu came over quietly. "Hello, we would like to see His Excellency the Duke." Feng Shiqing spoke gently and politely, her manners not even like those of a noble from the small town of Brusque requesting to see His Excellency the Duke. "The Duke is probably busy." The guard rejected them without hesitation, and his cold attitude was hard to accept. Feng Shiqing's face changed and she frowned secretly, wondering how Changshi and the others got up there. Sulu was even more angry and shouted, "Why don't you let us go up? How did those two get up there just now?" The guard heard this and raised his spear. "No noise is allowed. No one is allowed to go upstairs to disturb the Duke. No one went upstairs just now. Please leave." At this moment, they finally remembered to protect the Duke's reputation. "If the Duke still has any honor to you, let's go, there are enough upstairs." "But that Chang guy is a scoundrel." Feng Shiqing felt relieved after hearing this, but she still complained silently in her heart. "How dare you say such things so confidently? Can he be as good as you?" She didn't say anything to save Sulu's face, but just walked away silently. When Sulu saw her brother walking away, she naturally hurried to follow. While Sulu was being humiliated, Changshi had already arrived at the Duke's room on the second floor, but when he pushed open the door and saw the scene inside the room, his face immediately darkened. In the huge room, a middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes was lying on the bed with blood all over his chest, and he had already stopped breathing. Bai Ling's eyes widened, she covered her mouth and exclaimed, "He is Shu! Someone's coming!" Changshi quickly pulled Bailing into the room, gently closed the door, and dragged her into the closet opposite the bed. The wardrobe is not very spacious and is filled with all kinds of clothes. Changshi had no choice but to squeeze in immediately, but there was limited space for people to stand, and after Changshi occupied most of the space, Bailing had to squat at his feet and barely cover herself with the hem of her clothes. In order to close the wardrobe door, she had to hold her hands tightly against something for support. "Sister, please be gentle. Don't worry, I won't touch you. This time, I'm really clinging to someone powerful." Click. The door lock turned and footsteps were heard. Before Changshi could carefully identify how many people came in, an angry female voice rang out. "I just asked you to knock him out, not kill him. Do you know the consequences of doing so?" A deep male voice responded to her. "Dyla, you have to believe me, I didn't kill him." Changshi raised his eyebrows, remembering the owner of this name, Dyla, the wife of the Duke of Brooks, the town's most noble lady whose buttocks were touched by her guard. Then who was this man? Chapter 28 Banquet Murder. Feel it, the blood is still warm. He just died, and I've been with you the whole time. How could I have the time to kill him? But he died in the room you arranged. You caused all this. The man sighed heavily and explained, "Okay, even if I kill him, isn't that good? If he dies, there will be no more obstacles between us. He can die, but not now. You've ruined everything." "What do you mean everything? Dyla, are you hiding something from me again? You've changed recently, becoming much more unfamiliar with me. Are you setting eyes on someone again?" "No." The woman gnashed her teeth, but she didn't explain anything. Instead, she said anxiously, "The party is about to begin. Once everyone knows he's dead, we're finished." "Finished? You are the Duchess, the victim, and I am the Duke's nephew with no inheritance rights. I am just an ordinary guard. The most I will be charged with is a crime of failing to guard properly. How can we be finished? I am too anxious. He can't just die like this. The bill issue isn't over yet, and the citizens of the territory will protest. Dyla, this is the Duke's concern, you are just the Duchess. But he's dead. Dead. The Duchess tried hard to suppress her roar, but she still sounded a little hysterical, as if the Duke's death was a heavy blow to her. So what if he's dead? You have the right to inherit all his property. Isn't that enough? Brooks's property is enough for us to squander for several lifetimes. No. You don't understand. I can inherit his property, but I can't inherit his title. In this way, Brooks's administrative power will be returned to the royal court. What? You still want to be a duchess? No. I'm only doing this for the citizens of this town. Dyla, you've really changed. Why do you care about those peasants? You don't understand. Listen, you stay here and don't let anyone in. I'll find a way. We must ensure that the news of his death does not spread. After she finished speaking, the sound of footsteps was heard in the room, and the Duchess walked out anxiously. Hearing this, Changshi and Bai Ling looked at each other in the small space and breathed a sigh of relief. If this ordinary guard wants to guard the room, the next step should be to go out and guard outside. In this way, the two of them will have a chance to escape from here first, but surprisingly, the second after the Duchess slammed the door, the man who called himself an ordinary guard turned his head and looked at the wardrobe with a smile on his face. I'm sorry to have let you hear such a farce, but it's okay, it will be over soon. He clapped his hands and smiled appreciatively. Thank you for killing Brooks. Although I also made arrangements, they were obviously not as clean and efficient as yours. I have to say that your concealment skills are also very good. It's a pity that you ran into me. Come out, since you helped me with a small favor, I can give you a quick death. Changshi and Bai Ling looked at each other again, and their hearts skipped a beat. Discovered. What should we do? Bai Ling asked silently. Changshi thought for a moment and then mouthed, Can you fight? Bai Ling shook her head, but when she thought that Changshi was just a pastor, she nodded and wrote a number on Changshi's leg with her finger, 1321. Changshi immediately understood that this was her ladder score. It's indeed too low. Those who can still be in this segment half a year after the arrival of Game of Faith are either relying on single-player dungeons to survive, or have muddled their way through. Bai Ling obviously doesn't look like either of the two. Changshi really can't understand why she got such a low score. Is it that I fail every time, but I survive every time? This is harder than getting high scores every time, but after all, she is a hunter, and her offensiveness is definitely better than that of a priest. Don't panic, just kill him. Changshi spoke again silently, then gently patted Bai Ling's shoulder, signaling to her that he was about to push the door. Bai Ling was stunned, then understood what he meant and began to count silently in her heart. 3, 2, 1. Bang! Two people pushed the door open at the same time. Bai Ling summoned his longbow immediately and activated his sensory hunting talent at the same time, piercing the opponent's sea of desire in an attempt to interfere with his actions. Changshi rolled on the ground for a few times, and the healing spell in his hand hit the two people in advance, leaving enough room for healing. However, when they broke through the door, they found that the guard who had just shouted at them was now standing at the head of the bed, grinning at them sinisterly from a distance. The sensory pursuit seemed to have hit a solid wall and was firmly blocked. Shit, he has telepathic defense skills. Oh? So you're the servants of defilement? Very good, your killing methods were so clean, leaving no trace. I was just wondering how to divert the disaster to the refugees. This is perfect. Although he was speaking, his expression was very cautious. He kept looking at Changshi and the other man, and chuckled at the refugees, the followers of the degenerate sect, in order to oppose the Duke's bill, infiltrated the Duke's mansion and assassinated him on the eve of its announcement. What a reasonable explanation. Now, my suspicion is completely cleared. I really want to thank you very much. Changshi's sharp eyes kept looking around at the space in his whole body, and soon he saw a familiar object in the guard's hand. Ring on his hand. He wore a ring exactly the same as the one on the dwarf's hand. Changshi didn't expect that things would be so coincidental. He decisively took out the ring from his arms and held it in front of him. The more you say it this time, the more mistakes you will make. It is better to say nothing and let the other party guess. The guard was stunned when he saw the ring in Changshi's hand, and then he laughed in disbelief. What? I only gave the broker 300 gold coins, and he said he'd hired a group of dwarves to do it. How come the dwarves actually outsourced the job? Ha 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 ha, you guys are so cute. Who are you? How much money did those dwarfs give you? Changshur instantly figured out the key. It turned out that the group of dwarfs were the ones arranged by the man opposite to assassinate the Duke. It's just that they killed the dwarf and then happened to die with the Duke. Damn, I really don't know how to explain this. The other party obviously did not let them go just because they were hired killers. Changshur looked at the guard who was laughing nonstop and replied with a serious face, 30 gold coins. What? Ha ha ha, how much did you say? The guard's laughter became even more unbridled. 20 is fine. His smile froze and he frowned, as if he didn't understand. Let's break up. As soon as he finished speaking, Changshur used accelerated metabolism to directly cover the opponent's body, and the target of metabolism was the opponent's leg defects. In this way, the opponent's leg vitality will continue to increase during the rapid metabolism, but he will have an unfamiliar feeling of sluggishness because the condition of his legs and feet is different from before. Seize this moment of delay and perhaps there will be an opportunity. Bailing obviously understood Changshur's countdown. As soon as she finished speaking, she shot an arrow with the power of fouling at the guard. The two people's cooperation can be said to be very tacit. At the moment when the guard's feet went weak, the arrow hit his arm. The depraved power of desire began to grab at his reason like tentacles, tearing at his emotions. However, the guard was not panicked, but sneered and said, "No resistance allowed here." Buzz, a holy light quickly spread out from the guard, instantly painting the entire room golden. The longbow in Bai Ling's hand immediately fell to the ground uncontrollably, and even the arrows on the guards fell directly to the ground without a sound. Seeing this, Changshur's pupils shrank and he thought to himself that something was wrong. This is the power of order. The person opposite is actually a Hershers, the singer of order. How come singers can become bodyguards these days? Before Chang Shur could react, the high-level Hershers opposite him had already opened his voice and started singing. Your Excellency, the time for execution has come and the shackles stifle the prisoner's cries, and the fetters break the sinner's pride. Here they will be judged, baptized by the holy fire, and bathed in the glory of the Lord, then, under the watchful eye of order, turned into ash paste. After singing each line of lyrics, Changshur could clearly feel his physical condition rapidly deteriorating. Silence, confinement, burning, confession, the four negative states were madly superimposed on the body, and the heavy feeling of oppression was as real as a substance. After a while, the two men were pressed to the ground, unable to breathe. Bailing's condition was obviously worse than Changshur's. It seemed as if there was an invisible giant foot on her back, stepping her hard on the floor, and her entire body and face were deformed. Bright red blood flowed out from all his orifices, and soon his vision began to blur. She looked at Changshur, who was also in a miserable state. She did not have the fear before death, but only apologized with a sad smile. I'm sorry, boss. I'm too weak. But silence affected everyone, and her voice could not be squeezed out of her throat. Changshur only saw Bailing open her mouth, then smiled and closed her eyes. Weakness is the original sin, isn't it? The guard sneered, drew his sword, and slowly walked towards Changshur. Chapter 29, Death of Changshur. Strangely enough, there was no sadness in Changshur's eyes. Or maybe he didn't care about Bai Ling's death at all. He kept speeding up his metabolism, trying to use the magic of time to smooth out the control effects brought about by the negative state. But unfortunately, the real world is not a turn-based game. While Changshur was struggling, the guards were not idle either. As a singer, inflicting negative status on the enemy is his forte. He constantly releases his tricks, squeezing Changshur's few living spaces. Before long, Changshur felt that he was powerless and was defeated in the struggle on the brink of death. He was completely defeated and could only wait for death. The guard walked up to Changshur and saw that he was no longer moving. His eyes were dull, so he shook his head and sighed. Underground bugs should stay underground, but sometimes, bugs have their uses. I like you and hate you at the same time. What a contradiction. But before he could finish his words, the guard suddenly raised his sword and stabbed it down, piercing Changshur's chest like lightning. Don't give him any chance to turn the tables. Squeak. The tip of the sword pierced the heart. Changshur's eyes widened and his pupils shrank suddenly. Within a few seconds, the light in his eyes disappeared. Just before his vision fell into complete darkness, he saw the door opposite him suddenly kicked open with a bang, and a familiar face came into view. Brother Chang. It's Ming, but it was too late. Changshur smiled unwillingly and closed his eyes completely. As soon as Ming entered the door, he felt the strong power of order. He looked at his two teammates who had fallen to the ground, and rushed towards the guard, who had a horrified look on his face with a crazy look. Kill you? Kill you? How is this possible? This is the realm of order. How can you be free from restraints? Order? I am order. This was obviously a blasphemous statement, but Ming did not face divine punishment. He was muttering something frantically, his expression twisted and fierce, and he flashed behind the guard. The guard was unable to react in time, and the expression of fear on his face became even more exaggerated. He seemed to want to shout something, but before he could say anything, a bloody dagger pierced his back. Then, it stretched straight out from his chest. A dirty yellow light flashed on the dagger. The guard looked at the tip of the blade on his chest, spat out a mouthful of dirty blood, and died with his eyes open. Brother Chang, I've avenged you. Ming's voice was distorted and whimpering. He kicked the corpse in front of him away, then sat down on the ground powerlessly, his eyes blank. At this moment, Fang Shiqing rushed in from outside with Su Lu. Ming looked up at them, tears still in his eyes. When Su Lu saw such a tragic scene, her face turned pale and she grabbed the corner of Fang Shiqing's clothes tightly. Although she didn't like Changshi, as a fellow player she couldn't help but feel a little sad for him. Fang Shiqing looked at everything in front of her, looked at the dead Beiling and Changshi, and bit her lips tightly, almost bloodless. How so? But she quickly reacted, turned around and closed the door, and said seriously, what happened? I don't know. I was a little late. I was exploring the second floor when I heard a noise in this room, so I rushed over. When I entered, Brother Chang, Niao Niao and the others, Ming seemed to be blaming himself. He rubbed his hair and dropped his head to the ground. Who's that on the bed? As soon as I asked, I saw Su Lu's face change, pointing at the person on the bed and exclaiming, it's him. He's the one who died in the prophecy. Fang Shiqing was shocked and looked back at Su Lu in disbelief. She suddenly realized that the dead person on the bed was most likely the Duke who had been missing. Su Lu saw that the scene was exactly the same as the blurry picture in the prophecy, and she muttered to herself in dismay, it turns out that it's not us who are going to die, but the Duke is dead, and that Chang, although no players died in the prophecy. Now, 2 players did die. Looking at this scene, there are only 2 possibilities. Either Changshi caught the guards killing someone and the guards tried to silence them, either the guards caught Changshi killing someone, and Changshi was unable to retaliate. As for which one, Fang Shiqing had just finished her guess when Su Lu beside her lowered her head and said, I think the guards must have seen Changshi kill someone. Fang Shiqing's face turned serious, a flash of contempt flashed across her eyes, and she asked in a cold tone, why? He might be trying to steal the Duke's identity. He seems like someone like that. Although she knew it was not a good idea to say these things now, for some reason, Su Lu still mustered up the courage to express her guess. Fang Shiqing frowned when she heard this, but she managed to hold back and not get angry. Sister Fang, what should we do now? Fang Shiqing looked at her watch and saw that nearly 7 hours had passed, with only more than 5 hours left. You go out first and find a way to guard the door. As their companions, you must give them a ride. Ming looked at Fang Shiqing in confusion, as if he remembered that this big guy was also a singer. Singers record stories, and the protagonists of the stories are often people of all kinds. Of course, this also includes all kinds of dead people. So they are good at singing funeral songs and reciting eulogies. Su Lu felt that this ceremony might be a waste of time, but when she saw Fang Shiqing's determined expression, she bit her lip and walked out. Ming followed closely behind, with his head lowered so that his expression could not be seen. When Fang Shiqing passed him, she patted his shoulder to comfort him. As the 2 men walked out of the room and closed the door, the sadness on her face disappeared instantly, and a trace of anger surged across her face. She opened the book, tore off a page, and gently lifted it. The whole room suddenly froze, even the curtains blown by the breeze were frozen. There was no sound in the room anymore, even the sound of breathing had disappeared. Then she walked to Changshi's side, looked at Changshi who was pierced through the heart and died, and laughed angrily. Fang Shiqing recalled the scene when she woke up from Changshi's arms in the thick fog and felt a note on her chest. That time, she took advantage of no one's attention and secretly read the note. It says, Dear Madam Firebringer, seeing you in person is like seeing you in person, even if I am right next to you, but please don't look at me and don't laugh. This is a message for help from my future self. If I die and you happen to meet me, please save my life. Any healing spell can bring me back from hell. Please lend me a hand because I was once a reserve firebearer. I would be very grateful. Also, be careful when traveling with 3 people. Now looking at Changshi under his feet, he is dead. How did this bastard predict his own death? How dare you trust me so much? How can you be sure that I can come to save you? You have rejected me, Aren't you afraid that I will reject you too, asshole? Fang Shiqing raised her eyebrows and scolded Chengshi a lot. The space was silent and no one could hear anything, like a silent trial, but in the end, she reluctantly accepted her fate, tore off another page from the book, crumpled it into a ball and applied it to Chengshi's wound. As soon as the page touched the wound, it turned into a green light with the breath of life and penetrated into Chengshi's body. Chengshi, who had originally lost all his breath, opened his eyes instantly under the nourishment of the light of life. Ahaha! There was a loud snoring sound, but no one could hear it. Looking at Chengshi's funny appearance, Fang Shiqing couldn't help laughing. Breaths of fresh air were inhaled into his lungs, and the long-lost feeling of the living world surged into his limbs and bones, making Chengshi greedily take a few more breaths. Alive, alive! The first thing he looked up was not at Fang Shiqing, but he took out the watch in his pocket to see how much time had passed. When he saw that his death was only 20 minutes away, he breathed a sigh of relief. Release all the pressure in your heart. Then he looked at the dead Bai Ling and the guard with his eyes wide open and suddenly laughed. He laughed without sound, like a clown in a pantomime. The thighs are indeed reliable. Or maybe the defenders of the city are indeed reliable. Seeing Chengshi laughing happily alone but ignoring her savior, Fang Shiqing kicked him twice in anger. Chengshi quickly got up, clasped his hands together and bowed to express his gratitude, then pointed to Bai Ling beside him. Fang Shiqing's face darkened. She pointed at the book in her hand and lip-synced, "It's a waste of pages. You're a priest, save yourself." Chengshi had no choice but to snap his fingers. With the silent snap of fingers, Bai Ling's crushed body slowly became fuller. After just a few breaths, her eyes opened again. Retrospective therapy, a gift from time. As soon as her clear eyes opened, they were filled with shock. She stared at Chengshi in a daze and murmured, "It's actually true." Fang Shiqing understood her lip movements and turned to look at Chengshi in confusion, as if asking, "What's really going on?" Chengshi spread his hands, indicating that he didn't know either. Bai Ling saw that the boss was still pretending to be stupid, and laughed foolishly. The bloodstains on her body would not disappear because of the flashback, but the bloodstained skirt added a bit of color to Bai Ling. After being reborn, she seems to have become more attractive. Fang Shiqing frowned, feeling that things were not simple. The smell of filth became stronger. Her eyes jumped back and forth between Chengshi and Bai Ling, trying to figure out what was happening between them, but Chengshi hid it very well and there was no clue at all. Bai Ling wasn't good at disguising herself, but her eyes were glued to Chengshi, making it nauseating. "I don't know what he is thinking of." Fang Shiqing naturally didn't know what Bai Ling was thinking, because her mind was full of the scene between her and Chengshi in the cabinet. Chapter 30 Detective Chengshi. Time rewinds back into the closet. At that time, Chengshi silently said, "Don't panic, kill him," and then patted Bai Ling on the shoulder. Just when Bai Ling thought this was a disguised comfort, a small bottle of potion fell from Chengshi's fingertips onto her chest, happening to be caught in the middle. Bai Ling was stunned and looked down. But there was a line of small words clearly written on the outside of the small bottle of medicine name, "Contempt of the dead." As long as you drink this medicine, you won't actually die while the medicine is still effective. Bai Ling looked up in shock, only to see Chengshi already counting down. She didn't waste a second and drank the potion in the bottle before rushing out. Everyone knows how the battle ended. She did die, but now, she is indeed alive. This was not a joke to trick her into charging into the attack. Chengshi did not betray her trust. As for why Bai Ling trusts Chengshi so much, it would probably be difficult for her to answer this question herself. Perhaps it was because he had never entertained any lustful thoughts about his easygoing self. Watching Bai Ling stand up tremblingly from the ground, Chengshi finally put his last bit of heart back into his stomach. "Thanks to my teammates from the previous generation who are far away but still contribute to the recognition of the contempt of the dead." Chengshi's faith talent, sacrifice to nothingness, cannot store fabricated items and can only be used on the spot, but this talent requires a prerequisite, which is to be widely recognized by others. This is very interesting. After many experiments, Chengshi found that as long as 5 people besides himself agree, the demand can be met. Coincidentally, it matches the number of people taking the trial. At that time in the cabinet, Chengshi did not have the conditions that others could recognize, so he could not make up something new. In desperation, he had to secretly mark a bottle of the old-fashioned contempt of the dead. Although this was a big gamble, betting that his teammates did not find any clues about the bottle of medicine, Chengshi was not completely without confidence. At least in his estimation, there are 3 or 4 people who are not likely to delve into such things. Add in the lark on the scene, that's enough. As it turned out, Chengshi won the bet again, although he always rolled a 1 when rolling the dice. Fortunately, he had good luck in gambling. Fang Shiqing felt relieved to see that the 2 were safe and sound. She looked at Changshi with a serious expression, demanding an explanation. Changshi's face darkened and he looked outside the door of Fang Shiqing immediately understood and remembered the words on Changshi's note, when three people are together, be careful. If we look at the situation in the fog at that time, apart from herself and Changshi, the only outsider at that time point was Ming. Is there something wrong with Ming? Changshi curled his lips and said silently, Ming may not have any problems, but whether Ming is Ming or not is not certain. What? Fang Shiqing and Beiling's expressions changed drastically. They shook their heads in disbelief. Fang Shiqing frowned and said, the sound of his heartstrings hasn't changed. Are you sure? Beiling was also puzzled. Boss, his attitude towards me has never changed. Despite this, Beiling still believes in Changshi's judgment. Since the problem lies with people, we must first ensure internal stability. Changshi shook his head and said nothing. He just made a gesture, asking everyone to get ready and start arresting people, regardless of whether Ming is Ming or not. As an agile assassin, it is difficult to catch him without making any noise. It might be difficult to rely on Changshi and Beiling alone, but if Fang Shiqing is added, this is much easier. Changshi leaned towards Fang Shiqing like hugging her thigh. Fang Shiqing glared at him for a long time aside, and tore a golden page from the book. S-level talent, Eternal Prison. Changshi's face lit up when he saw this. He felt the surging power of time on this page. This is a skill left behind by a time walker. Fang Shiqing walked towards the door with the book in her hand, feeling a pang of pain. She turned back to look at Changshi and lip-synced, compensate me. Changshi nodded solemnly. Seeing Changshi agreed, Fang Shiqing opened the door quickly, and when the two people outside the door were completely unprepared, a page of the book hit Ming's shoulder. Boom! A force of time suddenly exploded, and before Ming could react, he was trapped in place by the shackles of time. He widened his eyes in shock and said in fear, Sister Fang. You, Su Lu was also startled. She took 2 steps back and took out a small dagger from her hand. She looked at her thigh with a panic expression. Sister Fang, what's going on? Before Fang Shiqing could give an answer, something even more crazy happened. Changshi and Beiling, who had just died in the room, walked out unharmed. It's not in perfect condition either, the clothes are a little wrinkled. Su Lu was completely stunned. For a moment, all kinds of conspiracy theories flashed through her mind. The most outrageous thing was that she actually began to think that Fang Shiqing might have agreed to some request of Changshi and was preparing to team up with this annoying believer in time to kill her. Seeing Su Lu so scared, Fang Shiqing shook her head apologetically, and then gestured for her to listen to Changshi's explanation of what happened. As soon as Changshi walked out of the room, he inserted an arrow of desire he had taken from Beiling into Ming's shoulder. Laugh. Brother Chang. You're not dead? What are you doing? Birdie, you're not dead either? What on earth happened to you too? Ming looked at everyone in extreme shock, his eyes rolling around. Seeing him like this, Changshi smiled meaningfully. I'm sorry, I'm not dead. I'm afraid you're disappointed. Ming was stunned for a moment, then his face darkened and he said, Brother Chang, what do you mean? I naturally don't want anything to happen to my teammates, but you seem to mean that I should kill you? I actually avenged you by killing that guard. Oh, you helped me get revenge. Bang bang bang. Changshi nodded and applauded, then said with a smile, indeed, you came a step late, otherwise you could have saved us both. Yes, there must be some misunderstanding. Sister Fang, please let me go first. We don't have much time. Fang Shiqing pretended not to hear anything, but was secretly on guard, careful not to be approached by anyone. Changshi shook his head and decided not to waste time with him. You're not Ming, are you? Ming paused for a moment, then burst into laughter and said, Brother Chang, what are you talking about? If I'm not Ming, then who am I? Have you forgotten? I followed you all the way from the foggy room, splitting up to investigate at Sister Fang's behest, and then avenged you. In this room, you lost your memory? I don't have amnesia, so you don't have to pretend, Uncle Huang. Who? Huang Bo? Fang Shiqing blurted out in shock and then immediately activated some kind of talent to test Ming's identity, but the result was not surprising, he was Ming. Changshi, are you sure? He's Huang Bo? Ming smiled bitterly and said, Brother Chang, what are you talking about? Huang Bo is still behind and hasn't arrived yet. The memory gate is still there. How can I be Huang Bo? Changshi smiled and continued, how do you know he didn't come? Ming's face changed, and he quickly explained, "What I meant is that when we arrived at the Duke's manor, he hadn't come yet." "Yes, indeed. If I'm not mistaken, the door of memory is still open until now. Someone has fallen behind and has not come over, but the one who fell behind was not Huang Bo, but a Ming. The real Huang Bo is right in front of me." Ming seemed to be irritated by the endless suspicion. He roared with a sinister look on his face, "Changshe, if you have any plans, why don't you tell me? I've saved you time and time again, why are you doubting me? You say I'm Huang Bo, show me the evidence. Why do you say I'm Huang Bo?" Looking at the hysterical Ming, Fang Shiqing's expression was a little shaken. She looked at Changshe, but saw Changshe took out a small bottle of medicine in public, unscrewing it and saying, "There's actually a lot of evidence. For example, an assassin said that he was unable to withdraw in the fog. For example, the goblins that died in the servants' quarters didn't die at the hands of one person, but rather from cannibalism. This doesn't seem like a judgment from order, but more like the work of chaos. For example, someone killed the Duke, but that person was neither the adulterous guard nor me or Bailing, but the murderer has never been found. For example, someone clearly has the talent of finger key to open the door faster, but in the critical moment of saving his life, he chose to kick the door, which takes longer time." With every word Changshe said, Ming's face darkened, and the mouths of his teammates around him opened wider and wider. By the time he unscrewed the potion, Changshe's face was already filled with a smile. "But it doesn't matter. The potion in my hand is called True Words of Confession. It's used by the executioners of the Grand Inquisition to interrogate prisoners. Just one drop will make anyone answer anything. As an assassin of order, you should be familiar with this." As he said that, Changshe picked up the medicine bottle and poured it on Ming's head, but before the potion even flowed out of the bottle, Ming started laughing wildly. Ha 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 ha. "Changshe, very good, you're good." That smile was just like Huang Bo's when they first met, exactly the same. Chapter 31, Huang Bo's death and the final gate. "It's really you, Huang Bo. Then where's the real Ming? How come?" "Boss, this." Changshe smiled and closed the potion in his hand, feeling relieved. The truth of confession is naturally false. There were only 4 people present besides Changshe, so sacrifice to nothingness would definitely not be activated, but this does not prevent it from being able to trick out the truth. The key to success is to have reality within emptiness and emptiness within reality. Changshe's conspiracy succeeded, and he continued to speculate with a tut-tut sound. "I guess you used some kind of delayed death method or a life-saving prop to keep Ming in the tavern?" Huang Bo no longer hid his anger. He faced Ming's face and laughed like crazy. "Yes, this is the S-level talent my lord bestowed upon me. We share the same appearance and mind. Changshe, you are very smart, but you can't do anything to me." Huang Bo's tone was crazy and confident. "If I live, that little assassin can live with me, but if I die, he will die too. So what if you find me? It must be unpleasant to be played around with by others. Ha ha ha, isn't it frustrating? The only thing I underestimated was that this poet could actually resurrect you, but so what? I plotted against you, but you couldn't," laughed Changshe. "Boss. The surname Chang." Before Huang Bo could finish his words, Changshe pulled out a knife from somewhere and stabbed it directly into his heart. Feeling the sharp weapon piercing his heart, Huang Bo looked up in disbelief and gasped in shock. "You are crazy. He will die." Changshe sneered. "It's none of my business whether he lives or dies. I've let you get stabbed in the heart, so I'll let you taste the pain of having your heart stabbed." After saying that, Changshe deftly pulled out the knife and stabbed it into Huang Bo's throat again until he saw Huang Bo breathe his last. He skillfully cut off the corpse's head, lit a fire, and finally snapped his fingers with a sense of relief. "Ashes to ashes, dust to dust, you can be resurrected like this. You are awesome." The 3 lesbians watched all this in amazement, their minds in a mess. Fang Shiqing was the first to recover. She looked at Changshe with complicated eyes. "You, what about me?" Changshe touched the blood on his hand and smiled. "I told you a long time ago that I am not a good person." Fang Shiqing didn't say anything. She took a few deep breaths, looked at the time on her hand, and returned to her thigh position. "With 2 people missing, our investigation will become very difficult. Sister Fang, wait." Sulu suddenly pulled Fang Shiqing's sleeve. Fang Shiqing turned around, and her cold eyes scared Sulu, but Sulu still mustered up the courage to say, "There's something very wrong. Changshe is a priest, and Bai Ling is a weak, not so powerful hunter. With Huang Bo's abilities, killing them wouldn't require this much effort. Why would he resort to using an NPC? Indeed, Sulu was right. Changshi was also stunned. He didn't expect that Sulu would be the first to react. Perhaps it was because Fang Shiqing and Bailing both had a warm view of him, so his neat killing moves had a greater impact on them. Sulu, who had been watching from the sidelines, became the one who solved the problem. Fang Shiqing pondered for a moment, as if she had thought of something, and suddenly looked inside the house. Chaos might give Huang Bo an order to eliminate us, but it won't give him the answer to the trial. So, it's not that he doesn't want to take action, but that he needs to rely on others to find the answer, and the answer is the guard? She looked at Changshi, seeking an explanation. Changshi clapped his hands to express his appreciation, and told the whole cause and effect of the matter and his own speculations. Smart. Maybe he heard the conversation between the guard and me outside the door, or maybe he had already seen the ring and was just waiting for me to solve the mystery. I did find an answer. If I'm not mistaken, the guard is not dead. Huang Bo's next plan is to take him to a place where you can't find him and leave here by himself. Of course, I don't know how he knew this was the final scene, or perhaps his benefactor gave him a clue to the next scene in advance. Fang Shiqing's eyes were complicated. You guessed from the beginning that there was something wrong with Ming? Even earlier than in the fog? Changshi smiled and said, "It's just a guess." He glanced into the house as he spoke. Bailing understood and immediately rushed into the room and began to check the guard's vital signs. As expected, a ray of turbid light protected the guard's heart and prevented him from dying immediately. There is still hope. Fang Shiqing followed closely behind. She looked at the guard who was only breathing his last breath and turned around and said, "Changshi, it's still your part." Changshi did not refuse. He cast a healing spell on the enemy who had killed him. When he was about to wake up, he cast another hypnosis spell on him. This time it wasn't Fang Shiqing's turn to speak. Sulu shouted anxiously, "Hey, you, are you recalling something? Come on, tell me." Such rough guidance made everyone's face turn black, but fortunately, the fragile guard had already lost his clear mind. He was confused for a long time and nodded immediately afterwards. The guard who had just been rescued exploded and turned into stars in the sky. The stars condensed again and turned into a door of memory. The only difference is that this time, there is a golden doorframe on the door of memory, the final door. Its appearance means that the trial is about to end. From here on out, everyone will survive and be rewarded. It's over? Sulu didn't expect that this time it would be so easy. They found the final exit with plenty of time. This time, only more than 8 hours had passed since the trial began, and nearly 1/3 of the time was left. Sister Fang. Sulu looked back happily, but she didn't expect to meet Changshi's frowning face. She took 2 steps back in fright. Would a person who kills others at will, a person of opposing beliefs, do something to himself at the exit door? She didn't dare to think about it, so she wanted to leave here immediately. Sulu glanced at everyone's positions, gritted her teeth and rushed directly towards the final gate. But just as she was about to jump out of the trial, a strong hand grabbed her arm and pulled her back through the door. Ah! Sulu screamed in fright and instinctively released the singer's skills to hit Changshi on the head. Changshi didn't dodge, but metabolized these negative states with a dark face, then threw her to the ground beside him. Seeing this, Fang Shiqing stood in front of Sulu in anger. "Changshi, that's enough." Bailing was frightened. She didn't know why Changshi didn't let Sulu go, but she still moved her feet, drew her bow and arrow, and stood behind Changshi. Fang Shiqing looked at this scene with a frown on her face. "Sister Fang, save me." "Changshi, you, wrong." Changshi ignored the chaos at the scene. He frowned and thought, no. If this leads to the next scene, then maybe there's no problem, but if this is the final door, the answer is too simple. The prediction of the clamp has not come true yet. Where is the hand holding the teacup? Fang Shiqing was stunned, then felt relieved when she heard him say this. It doesn't look like Changshi wants to kill anyone. He seems to be doubting the correctness of the answer, but the memory puzzle always has only one final door, so how could it be wrong here? Sulu fell to the ground and trembled. Her eyes were full of fear and hatred as she stared at Changshi. Fang Shiqing looked back at her, sighed, and silently explained to Changshi, "We climbed over the outer wall to the 2nd floor, found the Duchess's room, and indeed saw the cup." Changshi, what the prophet saw was not necessarily the scene of the current timeline, and the Duchess might have actually used that cup, but I think it points us here more than it does to a prophetic picture. The Duke's death scene, or to find the Duchess's mistress. Changshi frowned and shook his head as something's not right. Where's the Duchess? We have wasted nearly an hour here. Isn't the banquet going to start yet, or is everyone still patiently waiting for the Duke's arrival? The guests didn't seem to leave. Why, what on earth did the Duchess go out and think of to cover up the Duke's death? Changshi's doubts grew. Everything before their eyes seemed like an invisible hand delivering the answer to their mouths, eager for them to swallow it, but Changshi didn't like this slightly forced feeling. What went wrong? He began to think carefully. The entire Eternal Night puzzle is not complicated. In the first scene, they found the waiter of the tavern. He probably recalled the time in the tavern that night because he saw many drinkers he had met before. Then in Act 2, they find the Duke's stable boy, York. The reason why I found him was because I saw the true appearance of the service worker Orc girl and saw several dwarves under the animal skin. York was controlled by the dwarves and entered into his memories, and they did see the corpses of these dwarves. In the third act. He then found the guard's keepsake, the ring, and confronted the guard. The guards acknowledged the ring's existence and were guided into the gate of memory. It seems that there is no problem. But the guard seemed to mention the broker when he admitted it. Changshi suddenly realized that he had entered a blind spot in his thinking. That broker. Chapter 32. A story in the second final door. What? Bai Ling behind him was startled by him. Changshi said excitedly, Bai Ling, he mentioned the broker, so is it possible that the guards didn't know who the dwarves were, but only recognized the ring? Bai Ling was not stupid and immediately understood what Changshi meant. If the guard hired the dwarves through a broker, he shouldn't know what the dwarves look like and who they are, at least not all the details. The dwarf in the servants' room obviously had no logical errors. They even knew to kill the invading players to silence them. Bai Ling's eyes widened suddenly, and she said in disbelief, But the answer has clearly been revealed. Feng Shircheng also echoed to Changshi, there is no second answer to the mystery of memory. Forbidden techniques have never appeared in the trial of war, but didn't we encounter it last time? I remember the number the clip cast on the decree was 5. When Su Lu heard Changshi calling her a clamp, she was extremely angry, but she didn't dare to say anything. If Feng Shircheng seemed to be thinking, yes. So this prophecy could be telling us that we still have another 50% of options. Changshi looked at Su Lu and said word by word, she scored 1600 points. The dice has 10 sides, and she scored 5, which is exactly half. Everyone was stunned, but no one objected because what Changshi said made sense. Moreover, no one knows what the prophecy of destiny means until the very end. However, we don't have any other evidence or clues to find a second answer. Changshi, there are too many people in the manor, and too many people have died. We are in a very passive situation. But at least we have time, don't we? Changshi smiled, took a step forward and said, I thought of someone. Perhaps she is one of the answers. Who? Bai Ling followed closely. Feng Shircheng hesitated for a moment, and then pulled Su Lu to follow. Su Lu was very reluctant to go with them, but Feng Shircheng held her tightly and she couldn't break free. Obviously, Feng Shircheng still believed in Changshi, and she didn't want Su Lu to die, but Su Lu obviously didn't think so. There was also anger and sarcasm in her eyes when she looked at Feng Shircheng. The once tall thighs seemed to have lost their minds. The believers of time are misleading people. Changshi led everyone away from the second floor and quickly began searching the manor. The guests at the banquet did not leave and were still talking and laughing as usual, as if the Duke's lateness was already a routine. He ignored these brainless nobles and quickly led everyone out of the banquet center and came to the original servants' room. Just when everyone was confused about why he came back again, Changshi looked at the ground at the door and laughed. Feng Shircheng followed his gaze and found some fine sand under the threshold, with a shallow footprint left by someone. This is? Changshi pointed to the ground and said with a smile, the dirt in the yard. I had long thought that no matter who invited these dwarves and for what reason, when they found that they failed to show up at the right time and place, they would definitely come to investigate and see what happened to these dwarves. So I sprinkled a handful of fine sand at the door, and now, you have also seen the footprints of a noble lady's high heels. Bai Ling finally got the idea this time. I don't know if she was deliberately cooperating or if she really didn't understand it, so she asked, what does this mean? The Duchess was here? The Duchess has something to do with that broker? Changshi looked at her as if she were a fool. Before he could speak, Feng Shircheng beside him said thoughtfully, it shows that the Duchess is not as simple as we thought. Changshi said that she reacted strongly to the Duke's death, but since these dwarves were hired to assassinate the Duke, she should not be here. If I had to say one thing, it would be that she knew the dwarves would come. Good. Changshi nodded and said, as a Duchess, you have recently shown an unusual interest in the dwarf circus from the refugees. This speaks volumes. What's the problem? I have a guess. but I can't say for sure until I find the Duchess. Feng Shicheng nodded immediately and said, separately search. She quickly left with Su Lu, who looked resentful. Bai Ling came over and whispered, Boss, you really won't hide this time? Changshi smacked his lips and said disdainfully, I can't hide anymore. I can't rely on you. Bai Ling smiled embarrassedly, I'm sorry, sir. I'm too weak. This sentence sounds so familiar. Changshi was suddenly stunned, and his eyes softened a lot when he looked at Bai Ling's slightly apologetic face. It's okay, big brother, I can help you win. With that, he strode out of the room and began to look for the Duchess. Bai Ling followed quickly, holding up her skirt. It was not until half an hour later that they found the Duchess, who was going out on the path behind the manor. Seeing the Duchess trying to leave in a hurry, the players decisively knocked down the guards around her and stopped her. The Duchess looked at these strangers and asked angrily, Who are you? What do you want to do? On Brook's land, near the Duke's estate, you actually attempted to attack the Duke's wife. Are you crazy? Changshi walked up to the Duchess and asked with a smile, Are you really the Duchess? Dila's expression froze, and he said angrily, You will pay for your stupidity. Changshi ignored her and said to himself, I'm sorry to take up some of your time, ma'am. I want to tell you a story, and after that, you can leave. I promise that my companions will not harm you at all. Dila was stunned, Really? True, but you can't hold us responsible for the offense afterwards. You came here just to tell me a story? Yes, madam, may we begin? Dila looked very hesitant, but she had to accept it because she was in a stronger position than herself. Then go ahead. Changshi bowed and said slowly, What I want to tell is the story of a group of dwarves, corrupted by underground beliefs, who attempt to steal the administrative power of a small town through imitation and role-playing. As soon as he finished speaking, Dila ran back without hesitation. Feng Shicheng's expression changed. She quickly pulled out a page of the book and threw it at the Duchess's escape path. Countless vines emerged and tripped her to the ground. Bai Ling was quick-witted and quick-handed. She quickly flashed to her side and prepared to tie her up, but just as Bai Ling was about to take action, she found that the rope had directly broken the Duchess's waist and torn her skin, and at the edge of the broken skin, a pair of huge feet and a bald head were revealed. This dwarf. Everyone looked at Changshi in disbelief. Changshi exhaled heavily and smiled elegantly. Look, this is the story I'm going to tell. Feng Shicheng still couldn't believe it. She asked in shock, When did you find out? Changshi thought about it. Maybe, remembering hearing them impersonating various people in the tavern? Feng Shicheng once again regretted that he had rejected the invitation of the firebearer. Changshi is obviously a high-end player, a strong person who was good at observing details and grasping people's hearts. Most importantly, his heart was never dark from beginning to end, even when Huang Bo was killed. Thighs, why do you keep looking at me? Feng Shicheng sighed and said, You know what I'm thinking. What are you saying? I'm not a worm in your stomach. Changshi approached the Duchess and pulled out the two dwarfs hiding under the human skin. When the two ugly dwarfs saw the light of day, they covered their faces and wailed. It was Sampo's idea. He asked us to pretend to be the Duke and Duchess and take control of the town. We were just following his orders. Don't kill us. I'm not interested in killing you. I just want to know who is lost in memory. After that, two hypnotic spells hit the two men. This time Su Lu didn't say anything, and Feng Shicheng didn't say anything either, so Changshi had to do it himself. After he finished asking, the dwarf who played the Duchess's lower body exploded into countless stars with a bang, and once again condensed into a final door, the second final door. There really is a second path. Feng Shicheng looked at the second door in front of her with mixed emotions. Changshi, are you really not going to think about what I said anymore? Su Lu and Bai Ling's eyes reflected between the two of them, and Changshi smiled casually. No, thank you. After saying this, he bowed to everyone and said happily, The performance is over. Please leave in an orderly manner. It was clearly a small interlude to lighten the atmosphere, but no one at the scene moved. Changshi looked at this embarrassing scene, twitched his lips, and prepared to leave. However, at this time, the lark moved. She smiled and hugged Changshi's arm, gave him a quick kiss on the face, and then rushed towards the final gate like a young swallow returning to its nest. Just as she was about to step into the door, Changshi suddenly said, Why choose him? Bai Ling paused, turned around, and with a smile as beautiful as a flower, she cast a charming glance at Changshi and said, Isn't it because I like you? After saying that, he he rushed into the door without looking back. Her answer was a rhetorical question, but also an affirmative one. Chang Shi was stunned when he heard this, and then he started laughing. He was not laughing at Beiling's honesty, but at her for lying. As a partner who met by chance but had shared life and death, he never delved into anything. But knowing that Beiling was lying was already a happy thing. It's not easy to live in this world, there is no reason to judge others. Besides, she had never hurt anyone. Watching Beiling disappear behind the door, Chang Shi smiled brightly, but Fang Shiqing's face was not looking good. She really wanted to invite him again, but she also knew that Chang Shi would probably not accept it. In desperation, she had to walk towards the final door. Before going in, she pushed Sulu forward. Obviously, she still didn't want her to be alone with Chang Shi in the end. However, what these two people did not expect was, when Sulu was about to be pushed into the final door, she suddenly struggled violently and ran away. She ran dozens of meters away, looking at the stunned Fang Shiqing and Chang Shi, who tilted his head in confusion and shouted hysterically, "It's fake! It's all fake! He's lying, Sister Fang, he is lying, this is all his trick, don't believe him, this door is fake. We will all die if we go in." Chapter 33. Everything is the choice of fate. What's wrong? Chang Shi rolled his eyes, his disgust evident in his words. Fang Shiqing didn't expect Sulu to react so strongly. She asked in surprise, "How do you conclude this is fake, Sulu? You saw the entire process of Chang Shi's reasoning. If you have any questions, you can speak up. There's no need for this." Seeing Sulu's hesitation, Fang Shiqing knew that she was really hiding something in her heart, so she patiently advised, "Speak out, we still have enough time." Sulu glanced at the time, gritted her teeth and said firmly, "My lord has given me a newel before, saying, don't let the believers of time deceive you." Fang Shiqing and Chang Shi were both shocked. What surprised Chang Shi was that the other benefactor seemed to have some cognitive problems. He is not really a believer in time. What shocked Fang Shiqing was that what Sulu said could be true. "You, Sister Fang, I know you look down on me, think I'm stupid, weak, and a burden, but I can see that you are protecting me. So I tell you this. Chang Shi is a big liar and he wants to kill everyone. That he killed a Ming and Huang Bo, and then killed Bai Ling. Now it's your turn, Sister Fang, please come with me and don't trust him, everything he said is false." Fang Shiqing turned around to look at Chang Shi, only to see that Chang Shi suddenly seemed relieved. "Oh, so the prophecy of destiny is here, Big Thigh, now is your time to choose, choose between believing her or believing me." After saying that, Chang Shi walked to the edge of the final gate with a smile and began to wait silently. "Even you," Fang Shiqing clenched the book in her hand, her eyes wandering. "Chang Shi, what is his will for you?" Chang Shi was stunned and said with a smile, "Guessed it, I do have a purpose, and time gave me instructions as we entered the third act. What he said was, kill that believer in fate, it's you. It's you, Sister Fang, I'm not wrong. He just wants to kill me, but he lied and he wanted to kill everyone, he's already doing it. It's just the two of us, Sister Fang, I'm saving you. I'm saving you. Please believe me, he wants to kill you, why don't you come over, Fang Shiqing? Do you think you are amazing? Do you think you make the right choice every time? You idiot, you are a believer in the truth, but you still can't understand that he is harming you and only I am saving you, you. Fang Shiqing, what are you doing? Come back, he wants to kill you. Come back." Seeing that Fang Shiqing chose Chang Shi, Sulu completely collapsed. She gritted her teeth as she looked at the two people who were getting closer and closer, then turned around and ran away. Go to hell, go to hell. Die, all of you idiots. Chang Shi looked at Fang Shiqing approaching with interest and said happily, "Why don't you choose a little follower as your big leg?" Fang Shiqing sighed helplessly. "Let me borrow Sulu's words. If you want to kill her, there's no need to go through so much trouble." Chang Shi was overjoyed. Not going to save her? Fang Shiqing looked back and shook her head. The fire-bearer passes on the fire of continuity. Such people, forget it, let go of the desire to help others and respect their fate. Chang Shi curled his lips. Yeah, respect the fate of others. The word fate was given emphasis. Fang Shiqing knew what he meant and did not mention the invitation again. Instead, she stretched out her hand and looked at Chang Shi. Chang Shi was stunned and confused. He didn't know what he was thinking, so he put his hand on it. Two warm hands, tightly clasped together. Of course, it's not a handshake, but a handshake. He forced Fang Shiqing's flat hand into a handshake position. Fang Shiqing's face was awkward for a moment, but then she quickly recovered to her natural look and reminded him with a smile, "Where's my compensation?" Changshi then remembered that the other party was asking him for the reward for the page of eternal prison. Holy shit, that's so embarrassing, my toes are cramping. Ah, I remember. Changshi quickly pulled his hand back and took out a card from his personal space. The mask of all beings, this is a golden mask with a bright smile, and it is very heavy. As soon as Fang Shiqing took it in her hand, the introduction of this mask popped up in her mind. A joyful mask. When you wear this mask, your mood will be forcibly changed to joyful. When you consume this mask to perform a summoning spell, your summoned creature will be replaced by the individual who gave you this mask. Fang Shiqing blinked and took a long time to digest what it meant to be replaced by the individual who gave you this mask. Isn't that Changshi? She looked at Changshi and found that Changshi looked embarrassed. Indeed, giving such props to a lady is not a commendable act, but it is useful. This is equivalent to Fang Shiqing having a chance to summon a forgotten doctor, but I don't know if the summoned Changshi has such a monstrous ability to break the deadlock. She gently stroked the mask and smiled happily. Thank you. I accept. Changshi withdrew his hand awkwardly, not knowing what to say. I just want you to help me see what this thing is used for. Actually, what I want to teach you is a healing technique that has the effect of sharing divine grace, but you just kept holding it and wouldn't let go, and at the end you even pulled it out and touched it hard. Can I get my thigh back? Oh, forget it, after all, he is my savior. So this mask with no introduction and no practical use can be regarded as a parting gift. This is an extra gift. I'll give you a copy of a healing spell. Please remember it. Besides. Oh, okay. Fang Shiqing smiled, took out her book, and began to copy Changshi's skills. When everything was done, she closed the book and stepped into the final door neatly. Changshi, goodbye. Changshi looked at the disappearing Fang Shiqing, smiled and shook his head. There will never be a time to see you again. When Fang Shiqing completely disappeared through the door, Changshi's eyes became sharp again. He looked in the direction Su Lu left and chased after her with big strides. You've been drugged by me and you still want to escape? What are you thinking, you plump monster? Su Lu didn't run very far. She fainted in a small garden near the banquet center while running. Changshi gave her the drug when he pulled her out of the first final door. Even at that critical moment of saving people, he did not forget to apply some medicine on his hands before pulling the person out. Of course, this was not premeditated against Su Lu. Just keep a chess move in mind to prepare for the future. I didn't expect to use it now. Originally, what Changshi said to Fang Shiqing that time gave him a will was pure nonsense. After all, he was not a believer in time at all. Unexpectedly, after Fang Shiqing left the trial, Changshi really received a command from the Ji God, but this God is not time, but the fraud of his faith. Kill the believer of destiny. Exactly the same intention. It was as if fraud had watched his performance and was repeating his words. The question is, aren't you and destiny, the gods with the same destiny? What does this mean? Changshi was speechless. When he caught up with her, Su Lu was still lying on the ground unconscious. He grabbed Su Lu's collar and dragged her towards the final gate. Along the way, he met many servants who looked at him sideways, but under his sharp gaze, no one dared to come up and meddle. Changshi walked all the way and Su Lu kowtowed all the way. When they reached the final gate, Su Lu slowly woke up due to severe pain in her back. When she saw Changshi's face, she screamed and curled up. Don't come over here. Ah! Don't kill me. Please, I was wrong, don't kill me. Changshi looked at her coldly and sneered, you are worthy of it? He grabbed Su Lu's neck, lifted her up, and said with a smile, I have certainly killed many people and have seen countless deaths, but I still feel that sometimes, death is too direct. It lacks some beauty. Miss Prophet, don't you think so? After saying that, without waiting for Su Lu to react, he pressed her head and threw her into the door of memory. After doing all this, he took out the dice in his hand and said with a smile, rather than killing her followers, it might be more fun to mess with her fate. Changshi looked at the dice with hope. Unfortunately, the dice didn't move at all and didn't respond at all. TSK, boring. Changshi put away the dice and strode out of the trial. Special trial, Eternal Night Lost, Memory, Challenge successfully, Rating and Reward Calculation in progress, Player, Changshi, Performance Rating, S, Obtained Item, Hope Mask, S, X1, Obtained Item, Regret Mask, A, X1, Obtained Item, Disgusted Mask, B, X1, Obtained Item, Lucky Mask, A, X1, Path to Godhood +9, Audience Ladder +3, Current Path to Godhood Score, 2125, Global Ranking, 464,024, Current Audience Ladder Score, 161, Destiny Ranking, 64, Trial completed, about to exit. Chapter 34, Dawn piercing the night in reality. In an apartment in an unknown province or city, Bailing woke up in bed and felt the sunlight shining through the window on her cheeks, which felt slightly warm. She raised her hand, touched her face, and pinched it hard. Pain. I am not dead, the final gate is real, survived again. Her eyes lit up with joy at first, and she laughed out loud. But then the smile froze on her face and slowly faded away. He looked at the snow-white roof with lifeless eyes. Why? Choose him? Changshi's questions kept circling in her mind, and she still remembered her answers. Isn't it because I like you? Yes, isn't it because I like it, but what do you like? She slowly stood up and took off her clothes as she had done at the end of the previous trial. She stood naked in front of the mirror, turning around and looking at the marks left on her body by filth. The feeling of embracing desire is not unpleasant, but do you really like it? Maybe. Bailing smiled self-deprecatingly and walked towards the bathroom. This is an old and dilapidated apartment, but thanks to the joint prayers of the surrounding players, the hot water supply is still sufficient. She turned the shower head to the maximum volume and temperature, letting the hot water pour over her body, burning her skin red. She kept rubbing her hands on her body. Even though she couldn't rub anything off the red skin, she still kept rubbing hard. This torture ended only when I collapsed in the bathroom exhausted and fell asleep. In her dream, she seemed to have returned to the day when the gods descended. Looking at the only choice before her, Bai Ling asked naively, I believe in you, what should I do? She still remembers that captivating voice. Body, power, money, selfishness, greed, laziness, everything will be the desire you can pursue, but I don't want to hurt anyone else. Then give it to others and bring joy. Happy. From that day on, a sensual hunter who pursued physical indulgence was born. She never hurt anyone, she only brought joy. After several hours, Bai Ling slowly woke up. A smile appeared on her face again. She slowly stood up, dried her body, chose a new suit in the fitting room, and slowly put it on. For players, there is only one destination for old clothes, and that is the trash can, but Bailing never throws away her clothes. Each dress is like a videotape of memories, reminding her of the details of every trial. She carefully hung up the skirt and arranged it carefully, while recalling every scene that had just happened. But just as she was smoothing the hem of her skirt, she suddenly found a letter in the gap between the hems of her skirt. A letter written on the pages of a book. Bailing covered her mouth in shock. She pulled out the letter in disbelief and unfolded it tremblingly. The beautiful handwriting on the letter came into her eyes one by one. An invitation to the fire bearer? Reality. In a classroom in an unknown province or city, Fang Shiqing picked up the chalk and skillfully drew a symbol on the blackboard. The moment she put pen to paper, the blackboard suddenly twisted into a pure black door. Without hesitation, she walked into the door with a determined look. On the other side of the door is endless void. The moment she stepped in, invisible stairs rose under her feet, leading her to the designated place. After walking only a few dozen steps, Fang Shiqing saw a person sitting opposite him, a person sitting high up in the air, looking down at her, outlined by a burning candle. Feeling the gaze of this person, Fang Shiqing shook her head and smiled bitterly. Do you have to be so grandiose? Qingqing, this is what I deserve. I opened up this passage that even the gods can't see to help you communicate. Shouldn't you praise me every time we meet? Stop, stop, stop. Praise you, praise the great flame of hope. But please don't call me Qingqing anymore. It's so sickening it makes me numb. Okay, Qingqing. Fang Shiqing rubbed her forehead helplessly. Is he here? Here it comes, right in front. Fang Shiqing nodded and was about to leave, but after taking 2 steps she stopped and turned back, looking puzzled and asking, by the way, why don't you call him Qingqing? The candlelight man paused and replied awkwardly, I'm afraid he'll beat me. Pfft. Fang Shiqing really couldn't help laughing out loud, and even her steps became much lighter afterwards. Not long after, she saw the tall man in a bright hall. You look so happy, what's the good news? Are you hurt? Fang Shiqing frowned slightly. It's a minor injury, nothing serious. I encountered the chosen one of defilement and exchanged blows twice. The man said it lightly, but just thinking about the danger involved would reveal how terrifying it is. The difficulty of the trials in that section is almost beyond the imagination of ordinary players. Fang Shiqing didn't ask any more questions, just nodded. Go ahead, time is precious. Well, I send out 2 new invitations, one to the Oblivion Doctor and one to the Sensory Stalker. The man raised his eyebrows, a little surprised. A follower of foul? Yes, a follower of foulness. Then? The doctor refused, but the stalker probably won't refuse. Oh? The man smiled, becoming interested. Why? Because the music played by her heartstrings is the same as yours and mine, filled with notes of compassion and leaping with symbols of hope. Are you sure this is a follower of Fowl? I'm sure. Well, you're the firewood seeker, so you have the final say. So, can I prepare a welcoming ceremony to welcome our new partner? Fang Shiqing seemed to have thought of someone, but she shook her head to put aside the distracting thoughts, and nodded with a smile. She will come. Reality, in a room in an unknown province or city. Sulu woke up screaming, stood up suddenly from the table, and scattered the crystal ball and cards on the table to the floor. She struggled for a while as if someone was grabbing her neck, until her back hit the wall and she came to her senses and found that she was no longer in the trial. This is rest area. When the gods assign fragmented activity areas to all players, the term home has basically faded from people's minds. Most players call the place where they live a rest area, while some players call it a place to stay or a place to survive. Sulu looked at her hands in disbelief, and then quickly began to feel around on her body, but when she found out that she was indeed alive and well, the fear on her face became even more obvious. Why? Why was I dragged into the wrong final door by Chang, but still survived? Why didn't he choose to kill himself when he had the chance? Why did destiny teach me not to trust believers in time? But judging by the results, it's clear that believers in time are right. Why is that? Is it fate's will that I die? Why? Ever since I began to believe in destiny, there has not been a single day that I have not revered you, a single day that I have not praised you, and a single day that I have dared to disobey you. But in the end, you actually led me to death. Why? Is this my destiny? I don't accept it. Fear and anger intertwined in Sulu's eyes, and resentment and hatred grew. She tightly grasped the dice of fate in her hand, her face gloomy and uncertain, and her expression changed several times. Xia Yang on the roof seemed to have heard the noise downstairs. He leaned over the edge of the roof and asked anxiously, Lulu? Are you okay? What happened? Xia Yang's call brought Sulu back to her senses a little. She withdrew her hand that was about to throw the dice and stopped talking angrily. Then, he quickly returned to his previous voice and replied in a low voice, "Thank you, brother. I'm fine. I just bumped into the table accidentally." But from beginning to end, she never took a step towards the balcony where Xia Yang could see her. "I'm glad you're okay, I'm glad you're okay. You weren't injured in the trial, were you?" "Thanks to my brother's potion, I'm fine. It's just that the potion seems to have run out." "Ah? Oh. It's okay, I'll ask Chang Shi for another bottle, he might have some." Chang Shi. It's Chang Shi again. Sulu didn't know what she was thinking. A look of hatred flashed across her eyes several times. Finally, she said softly, "Then, will it bother my brother?" "Hey, no trouble." Reality, a suburb of an unknown province or city. Ming lay on the ground, looking up at the scorching sun, his heart boiling, after he received the order from Order, and was about to wipe out the Chaos believers but was countered by Huang Bo. He knew he was going to die, imprisoned on the wall by the enemy and subjected to inhuman torture, feeling his life slipping away bit by bit. He was even desperate enough to give up at one point, but unexpectedly, just when he thought his life was about to fade away, a snap of fingers from the depths of nothingness brought his consciousness back to reality. He woke up from the wall intact, just like when I first entered the trial. Ming was shocked when he saw himself in full condition. He tore off the bloody nails, struggled to jump down from the wall, and looked at the time. There were still 2 hours left. Time. Ming suddenly understood. It is the method of the forgotten doctor, the trick of time, and the status reversal. The doctor named Chang Shi saved him. Praise time, and let yourself survive once more. Afterwards, he searched for the gate of memory and the traces of his teammates, but found that his teammates had already left the trial. Not only that, outside each door of memory, there were also guides to the answers for him. It was like he was having a dream. Dreaming that he was being abused and about to die, but after Meng woke up, the trial was automatically completed. Chang Shi, thank goodness for you. Chapter 35, Fraud. Chang Shi opened his eyes and found that he was not on the roof. His heart skipped a beat, and his first reaction was, did I guess wrong? Is what Sulu said the truth? But when he found himself in the starry sky, above the stars, his previous thought was denied. I am not wrong. It's just that the body was moved by a mysterious force. He had heard other players talk about this power in previous trials. It is said that when the god favors one of his followers, he will descend in a form understandable to humans and summon him at the end of the trial. Fuck, is this true? Changshi's mind was dizzy and buzzing. He never thought that the jokes his grandson told were actually true. Just as he held his breath and concentrated on searching for his benefactor in the bright starry sky, a pair of huge eyes that were terrifying suddenly opened in front of him. An indescribable pressure came over him, striking his soul directly and making him stand there in a daze. Compared with this pupil that is almost like a black hole, Changshi's body is like a speck of dust in the vast space. Thump thump thump. Changshi was dumbfounded and his heart was pounding. He felt his heartbeat getting faster and faster, and within a few breaths it became in sync with the fluctuations of the nothingness under the starry sky, and then he gradually lost all consciousness as a human. If I had to describe this feeling, it would probably be like my soul leaving my body. Changshi looked down in shock and found that his body was indeed left in the same place with a dazed look on his face, but now I am transparent and ethereal, like a spirit. It was not until this moment that all the inexplicable fear and pressure gradually dissipated, and Changshi gradually regained control of his consciousness, and it was at this moment that the eyes in front of him, whose whites were covered with spirals and pupils were dotted with stars, emanated an eternal and unchanging voice of indifference. Chang, sure. This sound was different from any sound Changshi had ever known. It was as if after listening to it, the whole person would disappear into nothingness. He felt that he should be trembling now, and when he glanced down at his feet, he saw that his body was indeed trembling, but in his current spiritual state he was not afraid, so he responded softly, yes. But then he felt it was not enough. No one can remain calm as a human being in front of the gods, even if there is. It is far from the time when Changshi is as powerful as him. So he licked the dog and said, "Praise the void, praise the Lord, I am so honored to be summoned by you. It's not shameful to be alive." But what was unexpected was that the eye that saw through everything moved slightly and uttered a sneering sound. Weak humans, who don't even recognize their benefactors, dare to boast of them. It's not fraud. Changshi's eyes widened in horror for a moment, but soon narrowed, and he asked tentatively with a quick thought. Time? When the eyes heard the name of God, they moved quickly like clockwork for a moment, and the voice became even colder. "You are guilty of speaking falsely of God's name." As soon as he finished speaking, Changshi's spirit instantly disappeared into nothingness. As if it had never appeared, his body also shattered into loose sand and was blown into the boundless abyss by the interstellar wind. The huge eyeball turned round and round until it felt that someone's fate was changing here, and then it closed with satisfaction as if it had never appeared. Time began to pass. It felt like a century, yet also like only a second. In the chaotic timing, an unknown amount of time passed before those eyes opened again in the same position, only this time, the corners of his eyes were slightly raised, and he was obviously smiling. Oh, it's not too late. The eyes of Spiral and Star blinked, and every time they blinked, some bright stardust appeared where Changshi's body was originally. These stardust particles attract each other, merge and condense, when they are once again molded into the shape of a human being by an invisible force. This clay figure, molded under the starry sky, opened its eyes. Changshi was breathing heavily, and sweat was all over his forehead and back. He looked into the eyes in front of him, gritted his teeth and squeezed out a word from his throat: grass. Those eyes were obviously stunned for a moment, but then, he smiled even more happily. Based on my understanding of your human language, this word seems to mean that you want to share the authority of birth with me? He rolled his eyes twice and said with a grin, "Or perhaps you want to drag me into the sea of depravity and do something shameful to me? Oh no, something that is shameful to God?" Changshi listened to these words in confusion and swallowed back the greeting that contained a lot of mom in his mouth with difficulty. Whether in terms of appearance or tone, this person is obviously not the same as the one just now. His mind churned for a while, and he seemed to have guessed something. His face darkened and he said in a deep voice, "I watched helplessly as my followers were killed by other gods. As a benefactor, I would like to ask, where is your so-called blessing?" The eyes under the starry sky turned again and smiled. "It seems you have guessed my identity, but you are wrong about one thing. I didn't see and kill you. I came here with my eyes closed." Changshi was shocked. "It turns out there is a reason why I am shameless. Isn't this what the saying, 'the upper beam is crooked and the lower beams are crooked,' means? But is this what I'm talking about now?" Changshi was speechless, but he was also certain of one thing. At least the other party responded to him and acknowledged him as his benefactor. Fraud. Moreover, the so-called meeting with believers of God was not as solemn and dignified as he had imagined. The first game just now doesn't count. So, can you tell your confused believers what happened just now? Who is that murderer? Do you get to know everyone so quickly? Changshi quickly recovered some of his human instincts and retorted, "I'm socially anxious and not very good at interacting with people. I think I can understand your feelings, so what? It's only because I saved you and am your benefactor that you are so. I think this word should be called unscrupulous. Changshi shook his head and denied the claim of fraud. It has nothing to do with this. Because you are not human. Ha 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 ha. A burst of joyful laughter resounded through the starry sky, and the eyes filled with spirals and stars were laughing so hard that they could no longer control the frequency of blinking and became distorted. He looked at Changshi with pleasure and freedom, as if he was looking at a precious piece of art. You are the second work that I am satisfied with. Changshi raised his eyebrows with a calm expression, but he felt a little uneasy about the word work. Which lucky person is the first one? A funny little girl named Jeanne Xin. To use your nickname, she is my God's chosen one. Changshi's pupils shrank. The gods know the chosen one. Of course, the gods are supposed to know everything, but when the gods really talked about players in front of him as if they were goods, Changshi still felt a little strange. Oh? You seem to be angry about your identity as a player? Changshi stopped smiling and shrugged his shoulders, saying in a way that looked like he was asking for a beating, is it not allowed? Sorry, I can't control it. All anger is but self-deception. The more a fragile life tries to conceal its own incompetence, the angrier it becomes. He examined Changshi's thoughts with his eyes and said with a smile, do you want to take revenge on him? Chapter 36 The Starting Point of Destiny and the Game of Memory. Who? The one just now? Didn't you guess who he is? Changshi frowned, as if thinking about something. It's not that he didn't guess it. When he confirmed that the person in front of him was his benefactor, he knew that the person just now was probably another god of the fate of nothingness, destiny, because they have the same external manifestations, the same form, and the same fluctuations of nothingness. The only difference is personality. One is indifferent, the other is detached. It seems you guessed it. So what if I guessed it? How can I, a mere human, take revenge on the gods? You don't need to test me. I can tell you the answer. Any living being can take revenge on the gods, but this kind of revenge may not be what you want. For example, you have been taking revenge on him from the beginning to the end. Big brother, please don't talk nonsense. When have I ever taken revenge on fate? Do I have the guts to play a solo dungeon? Seeing Changshi's surprise, he continued. From the moment you took off the mask that represented me at the starting point of your destiny, your blasphemy against fate had already begun. Changshi was stunned when he heard this. Countless images flashed through his mind and his thoughts went back to the day when the gods descended. On that sunny afternoon, the game of faith forcibly invaded the consciousness of everyone in the world in a way that humans could not understand, naturally including Changshi. Changshi, who was thrown at the starting point of his fate, looked at the white mask and a dice as pale as bone in front of him, and the doubts in his heart broke through the sky. The situation is clear, and you need to choose one of the two. Changshi was very confused. He didn't even know what these two things represented. How should I choose? He said to himself. Unexpectedly, Mask responded to him. Choose dice of fate. Although Changshi didn't know what the dice of destiny represented, he knew that the mask must be referring to that dice. Changshi is a man who listens to advice. So he picked up the dice. In his simple opinion, listen to advice and have enough food to eat. So he chose the dice without hesitation. Just as the mask raised its lips and showed a relieved smile, Changshi reached out and pinched the mask again. The masked smile froze instantly. Changshi is not only a person who listens to advice, but also a smart person. Since this mask can persuade people to take things, it must be a good thing itself. So the greedy Changshi gave up the choice between the two and chose both. The change happened, the dice began to sink, and the mask began to burn. Changshi's left hand was burned black by the scorching flames, and his right hand was smashed into the floor by the heavy dice. However, even so, he never let go. Highlight the fact that one must be greedy even if it means death. These changes did not disappear until the mask burned half of his body and the dice smashed through his palm. The dying Changshi lay on the ground, looking at the wreckage of the mask and the gray dice in front of him, and was back to the state of choosing between two options. Changshi laughed miserably and covered his face with the remaining lips of the mask, but the mask disappeared instantly. In desperation, he stretched out his right hand with the hole in it to fish out the dice from the ground, and then, he inexplicably became a believer in fraud. There is an imperceptible lips of foolish play on the face, and a dice of fate in the hand that will only roll one. So from the beginning until now, other people's decrees were all prayed to the mask, but he could only pray to the dice. Do you remember? You defied your destiny. From that time on, every time you speak, you are blaspheming him. You said, If there is always a tiny insect questioning you, provoking you, and blaspheming you, what will you do? Changshir's face twitched, thinking that it depends on who it is. If I were that god, I would definitely crush that dirty bug to death, but if I were a bug, fate is such a bitch. His eyes narrowed slightly under the starry sky, revealing a smile. Look, you've blasphemed him again. Changshir smiled on the surface, but cursed in his heart, you summoned your believer just to laugh at him? What else? Is this human language? Changshir's face twitched twice, and he sighed like he was losing his temper. Let's talk business, my lord. Your devout and humble believer has just suffered a murder, and his mind is under tremendous pressure and extremely exhausted. He really has no energy to listen to your ridicule. What do you want to tell me, or what do you want me to do? Please tell me directly. He rolled his eyes and smiled. Why didn't you obey my command and kill that believer in fate? Changshir said honestly, personally, I think that making her realize her miserable fate and question the benefactor who once protected her might be more painful than killing her. Death is the simplest torture. Interesting. Perhaps death doesn't agree with you, but that's fine. He has no say. So, how can you be so sure that your choice is the right one? Because I am your believer, your light always guides me. This is a flattery full of traces, very loud, but it didn't work. His eyes smiled and said, you have blasphemed him again. However, I am very satisfied. How can I reward my devoted followers? Let me think about it. I'll tell you a few secrets. There are so many secrets. Which one should I tell you? His eyes blinked happily, and after a while, he said with a smile, let's play a game. A game of memory. In order to please him, the believers of memory are looking for interesting secrets everywhere. Let's play a secret exchange game. You can ask me 2 questions, and I will ask you 2 questions. Considering that I am also known as the god of fraud, for the sake of fairness, I will add one more rule of the 2 answers. At least one cannot be a lie. Changshir's eyes fixed, and his brain started to work frantically. You should know that the so-called at the end of each year, players will be screened according to the audience ladder ranking, and the top 10 players will have the opportunity to meet the gods in the Ye Faith game. Rules will not take effect until half a year later. So no matter what, this is an opportunity to understand God, understand the game of faith, and understand yourself. What should I ask? How can we be sure that he will not lie? Changshir thought about it for a long time and came up with the answer. It cannot be guaranteed. Even the rules of this game could be lies told by him. Just because his divine name is fraud, in this case, there is no need to waste brain cells looking for logical loopholes. Just ask whatever you want to know. Chapter 37, Game of Faith. If the Adventists were present at the scene, they might have picked up a pen and paper to record this great scene, because this is a scene worth remembering in history. Humans, as the playthings of the Ye gods, had the opportunity to ask questions to a god. For the first time in previous special summons, the Ye god had only announced his will. The believers made no sound during the entire process except for bowing their heads to accept a few vague words of praise, but today, it is obviously different. Both parties in the conversation were obviously interested and talkative. After Changshir understood what was going on, he thought about his words for a moment and asked the first question very seriously. Why did the gods come? In other words, what is the meaning of the faith game? Fraud didn't seem surprised at all by this question. He slowly said, to become a god. To become a god. Who wants to become a god? God's player. This answer, given from the perspective of deception, seems to be directed at the gods. Aren't they already gods? Of course, this could also be a lie, and it looks very much like a lie, and that means that the next question is most likely to be true. If fraud does not exercise his authority. It's my turn. Do you want to become a god? Changshir's heart was filled with turmoil, but he still maintained an expressionless face and said, in no mood. The eyes in the starry sky turned twice, without comment. Second question, in this game of faith, can humans, or players, become gods? Fraud's response remained emotionless, but this time, he responded quickly. Can it's my turn again. Why don't you want to become a god? A bolt of lightning exploded in Changshir's mind, and he carefully savored the word yes. Can players also become gods? This is even more of a lie than the previous one. But the problem is, if fraud did not lie about the rules of the game, then it means that at least one of these 2 incredible answers is true. God is not God, or humans can become gods. No matter which one is true, the answer is shocking enough. To the point that Changshir almost lost the ability to control his facial expressions. He paused for a long time before answering his question with an honest look on his face, because it doesn't make sense. Fraud was stunned for a moment, then burst into thunderous laughter. You didn't lie, you are indeed a descendant of nothingness, but speaking of which, if I didn't know you well, based on the questions you asked, I would have thought you had secretly joined that organization without my knowledge. Which organization? Firebearer. Click. Chang Shi's heart sank. Although he already knew that he knew about the Firebearer, he was still extremely uneasy when the God mentioned an organization that rebelled against God to his face. To be honest, Chang Shi is not a good person, that he has all the common human diseases. I am a little selfish, a little indifferent, a little afraid of death, and I have vague hopes, but I don't pursue a better tomorrow too much. My current attitude is to live one day at a time, but none of this prevents him from understanding and appreciating people who have dreams and bring light to others. And the ones who spread the fire are precisely this group of people. I may not join them, but I will never despise them. If there is a chance I can help, I will not turn a blind eye or stand idly by. Now, it seems that time has come. After struggling for a while, Chang Shi finally asked a question on behalf of these poor children who were carrying the burden for humanity. Are they a joke in the eyes of the gods? He asked the question very tactfully. Of course, the word tactful describes the question of whether the gods know of their existence. For the Firebringer, this sentence may have a very strong defense-breaking power. However, Fraud's answer was unexpected. Are you concerned about them? Interesting, but you can rest assured that the gods are unaware of their existence, except me, of course. Chang Shi's heart was filled with a huge wave, and he blurted out, Why? Why? This is a new secret. Chang Shi immediately lowered his head and thought hard, trying to figure out how to get more words out of him. So he pondered for a moment and said, The gods don't know them. It seems that even gods are not omnipotent. Fraud chuckled twice and was not angry at his disrespect. Nothing that exists is omnipotent, and no nothingness is omnipotent. Gods exist in existence and exist in nothingness. Isn't it normal that they are not omnipotent? Chang Shi's eyes suddenly gleamed. He raised his head, stared at Fraud, and said word by word, So, the gods sent down the game of faith in order to become omnipotent gods. Right? There was no fluctuation in Fraud's eyes, which were always smiling. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were as unchanging as folded time and space. His tone was still full of deception. You guess. Don't guess, you didn't lie at all. Oh? He looked at Chang Shi curiously and asked with great interest, How do you know I'm not lying? Chang Shi pointed to his heart and said, S-level talent, master of deception. This is the ability you gave me. It can see through all lies. Fraud seemed stunned by Chang Shi's optimism. He couldn't help laughing again and said with great joy, You used the power I bestowed upon you to listen to the voice of a God. Do you think you can succeed? Chang Shi said with confidence, Since God is not omnipotent, he can be deceived and his true feelings can be seen through. So why can't I, who has God's favor, succeed? He blinked his eyes, as if he understood what Chang Shi meant. So, this is what you wanted. What a sly guy. I can indeed grant you a power that will allow you to deceive them, but the question is, if you don't want to become a god, why do you need the power that only a god can possess? Chang Shi was very honest. I just don't want to become a god, not that I don't want to deceive God. Ah, I see. I like you more and more. The crazed smile in his eyes faded, and his entire form slowly melted into nothingness. It's been a pleasure meeting you today. Go ahead. When you become my chosen one, I will grant you this power. Is that it? Chang Shi suddenly became anxious. What about destiny? If he comes again, hold on until you can deceive him. I can't stand your mother. Chang Shi was about to curse when his vision suddenly twisted. When he regained consciousness, he was already on the roof of the rest area. The first scene I saw when I opened my eyes was the sun high in the sky. The first words I heard were, Hey, man, do you still have your past prosperity bottle? I want to buy Lulu 2 more bottles. Chang Shi's face instantly turned black. Shit, bitches are everywhere. Chapter 38. Chat channel observations and neutrals. Chang Shi didn't give any bottle this time. Because of this, I could hear a quarrel on the floor next door at night. Of course, it was the Destiny believer who was making the unilateral output, and Xia Yang was smiling apologetically the whole time amid the disgusting laughter of the lickspittle. Chang Shi fell asleep soundly. He didn't wake up until noon the next day and began to browse the chat records of various channels. The Faith channel is full of lies as usual. It is a waste of time to watch it anymore. The regional channels are either about relaxing or comparing scores. The gossip is like a blind date group for old men and women before the advent of the gods. The constant flow of messages is a headache. Only in the professional channel there are always some new things that are worth taking a closer look. Career channel. Hey guys, big news. Prosperity, God's Chosen has changed again after 2 months. Rejoice for bald people has been pushed out. Ha! Explain in detail, bro. Your prosperity audience ladder is changing too frequently. It's only been a few months, and you've changed it again. Why? Strangled to death by his own thick hair again? Strangled to death by one's own hair is a joke used by players to mock the followers of prosperity. Prosperity is the second god of life, the climax of life, and the abundance of the mind and spirit. It advocates accelerated change and unbridled growth. Therefore, believers are influenced by him, and their mental strength is generally strong, and their flesh and blood grow at an extremely fast rate. The most prominent manifestation is the crazy growth of hair. Due to this problem, more than one unlucky person was affected by his or her long hair during the trial, resulting in mistakes in the action. So over time, this sentence became a joke that everyone used to tease them. Career channel. Who knows? Anyway, I shaved my head, so I won't be a clown in my life. Who is the new chosen one? Tell us so that we can all worship him. The ID is carving only rotten wood. Elements noticed. Decadent wood. This is a tough guy. Where's the decadent person? Shouldn't we beat him up? Ha, as long as they are happy, we, decay, as chosen ones are still ranked first, and they, prosperity, can only follow behind and eat dust. Let me correct you, what's behind your butt is shit, not ash. Does the upstairs dare to report the coordinates? Number 167-1, Gucho Lane, Xinyao Street, Shan City, Jiang Province. Come if you dare. I'll be waiting. Is this where I live? Who the hell are you, brother? Fuck, what a coincidence, this is my old home. Fuck, so these toys are all yours? Brother, tell me more about toys. By the way, the chosen one for fraud has also changed. This is the first time since the server opened. I'm really impressed. I don't know what that sincerity did, but he fell directly to outside the top 10. I'm afraid it's because I failed the trial a few times. You guys are awesome. You can still be in the top 10 even after failing. If I fail once, I'm afraid I'll be done for. Don't be afraid, the one up there. I'll take care of you. Stupid, I can't feed myself? How can your own milk be as delicious as your brother's milk? Changshur was originally just enjoying himself, but when he saw that the chosen one of fraud had been replaced, he opened the rankings of the ladder of audience with a look of surprise. The ladder of audience, existence memory, / nothingness deception, 1. Li Jingming, memory, 2042. Advertising space rental, fraud, 2033. This Love Can Wait, memory, 2004. Still Like a Dream, memory, 1975. ABA, fraud, 197, 19. If you have a lower score than me, please commit suicide immediately. Rookie, cheat, 18920. Last year today, memory, 18921. Sincerity, fraud, 188, 64. I never lie, fraud, 161. If Changshur hadn't heard Jin Xan's name in fraud, he wouldn't have paid too much attention to this ID at this time. He remembered that this sincerity had previously dominated the audience ladder with 210 points, but he didn't expect that the score dropped to 188 in just a few days. No. 21. What is this person doing? How come it suddenly disappeared from the top 10? You definitely won't understand it by thinking about it. So why not ask? Changshur was bored and posted a message in the Faith channel. Why did you fall down, brother? Can't you deceive me anymore? This sentence should have been drowned out by countless boring mutual scams, but somehow, it was seen by many people at the same time, instantly igniting everyone's passion for gossip. Faith channel rumor has it that she's pregnant with Li Jingming's child and is on maternity leave. Your information is not accurate. I know that the country is cracking down on fraud and he is in jail. Wow, the Qing dynasty fell and you crawled out. What's the reign title now? The first year of fraud. You have a high level of awareness. You were a leading cadre before, right? I wonder how high your score is. Please share your experience with me. My personal rule of thumb is two things: 1, be honest, and 2, be damn honest. I know a little bit. I have a communicator, so I asked a few leaders from other faiths, and they said they were looking for someone. Who are you looking for? The baby's father? Are you really pregnant? Fuck, it can't be mine, right? Brothers, my urine is yellow, I'm going to pour it on him to wake him up. Looking for someone, Changsha frowned, feeling that it was a bit outrageous. What does losing points on the audience ladder have to do with finding someone? How can I find someone like this? After being puzzled for a long time, Changsha started to look through the rankings again out of boredom. He discovered that many of the IDs around his rank were actually legends in various channels, and each of them had a score of around 400. A top tier player for sure, and he, at just over 2,100, had already climbed up here. TSK, I'm really good. But Changsha really didn't know why the audience ladder could get the maximum points after each trial. However, after meeting him, he had some ideas in his mind. Could it be because, as soon as the thought came to his mind, he quickly cut it off. No. Can't think about it, I'm so scared. If I summon that dirty thing again, I may not be able to be saved this time. However, the power mentioned by fraud, Changsha really wanted it. God's choice, it's a bit too difficult. It would take at least 10 days or half a month to turn a player from a sluggish state into a high-energy state. So this week, Changsha still got by easily until the red reminder lit up his vision again. He looked at the trial that had arrived on time and sighed helplessly. You have to work harder. Special trial, which road to death, has been opened, matching teammates, 1 to 6, trial objective, there is only one path to death. Find it and offer your sacrifice, limited to 7 days, 7 days. Why does the trial take so long? From the advent of the Yi gods to the present, among all the trial sharing statistics in the channel, the longest one is no more than 3 days, but today, the length of the trial was extended to 7 days, there is no need to think about it. The risks involved have multiplied several times as time has doubled. Matching successful, June 6th, entering the trial, Changsha was startled, and before he could recover from the shock, his vision was dragged into endless darkness. Chapter 39. This high-end game, bed, table, and chairs, floor-to-ceiling doors and windows, balcony. The warm wind jumped into the room over the window frame, curiously looking at every corner, caressing the curtains, ruffling the hair, and the warmth was intoxicating. Changsha felt a little itchy from the hair. He suddenly opened his eyes and found himself lying on the soft bed. This is hotel room? He stood up in surprise and looked around. The room was not small, but there was no one inside, just him. Changsha's heart skipped a beat and he frowned slightly. This was the first time in history that I opened my eyes and saw no one during the trial. Again, any change means new risks. Changsha didn't dare to be careless. He quickly got out of bed and carefully checked everything in the room. He breathed a sigh of relief only when he discovered that there were no magic circles or traps in the entire room. While checking just now, I seemed to hear some noise next door. Could it be that this time, each person will have his own room? Thinking of this, Changsha climbed back to the bed quietly and touched the wall beside the bed. But just as he put his ear close to the door to listen to what was happening next door, he heard a faint breathing sound. At this moment, just across the wall, there is also a person who was eavesdropping on the movements in his room. Changsha's pupils suddenly shrank, but although he was shocked, he was not afraid at all, because he knew that if he were eavesdropping, he would definitely hold his breath and not make a sound. Since the other side made some noise, it means that this is not an eavesdropping, but a test. The person next door is probably also a player, and he is a player with a lot of twists and turns in his mind. To deal with this kind of person, a straight ball is the best. Changsha mentally simulated a fight with the void opposite him, and then whispered to the wall, Palace Jade Wine? The person next door really stopped breathing, but then, the other party did not give the response that Changsha expected. Instead, with a bang, a sharp dagger pierced through the wooden wall and came in front of Changsha. The cold blade was only 0.1 centimeters away from Changsha's Adam's apple, precise force control, perfect distance control, and amazing explosive power. Changsha didn't even dare to swallow his saliva, for fear that if his Adam's apple moved, a layer of sweat hair would be scraped off. But he didn't hide because he felt that the other party had no intention of killing him. The person next door really didn't have any murderous intentions. It's just a way of saying hello. The dagger turned slightly, tapped Changsha's neck with the blade, and then slowly withdrew. The next second, a soft, boneless, white little hand squeezed out from the small hole made by the dagger and opened its 5 fingers towards Changsha. The fingers are like the white part of scallions and the tips are like bamboo shoots, and the nails are red like crimson lips. Nice manicure, Changshi smiled and held the cold little hand. Nice to meet you. He greeted her, but his eyes never left the small hole made by the dagger. Calling it a small hole is actually a bit of an exaggeration, because it is just a crack. The dagger was long and thin, and the gap it created was less than 2 centimeters long, not to mention the width, which was almost non-existent. But in this tiny gap, a normal adult's arm seemed to be two-dimensionalized and came in, then expanded and unfolded into a white and tender little hand. Master, this was Changshi's first impression of the neighborhood. After 2 attempts, there was finally a response from the neighbor. Nice to meet you. It turned out to be a woman, but the sound was far different from what Changshi had expected. It was not the clear and crisp voice of the girl next door that he had imagined, but a low and hoarse voice, a standard subwoofer smoky voice. This, sister, your audio and picture are a bit out of sync. Changshi was not an ISP. He let go of his hand in time, then asked with a smile, you seem to be able to accurately sense my location? The other party was silent for a while and then hummed softly. Okay, everyone has secrets, right? Now what do you say? As soon as he finished speaking, there was a knock on his door. Not only on his side, there was also a knock on the door next door. 2 knocks on the door at the same time. Changshi frowned slightly but said nothing, while the girl next door started to speak directly. Roll. The knocking stopped for a moment, and then a humming laugh was heard. Come out, you two are the only ones missing. Player, it doesn't seem to be a lie, but in order to keep a backup plan, Changshi knocked on the wooden wall and whispered to the neighbor, I'll open the door first, don't move. Just now the other party responded first. This time Changshi took action first. This is the most basic coordination and quality in the trial. When it comes to seeking cooperation, Changshi never acts as a villain. However, the dagger girl next door didn't listen to his call at all. She jumped off the bed and opened the door. Changshi shook his head helplessly, got out of bed and opened the door. When I opened the door, I saw 3 men with outstanding temperament standing in the hotel corridor. It's hard to describe the temperament they possess, but at first glance, they look like strong men who have emerged from the trials and tribulations of war. Unlike the perseverance of ordinary soldiers, there is an extra confidence in their eyes that makes them look down on others. Changshi only took a quick glance at a few people and knew that he was definitely a sure thing. They are all masters. 2 of them had obviously changed into the clothes provided by the hotel. Changshi also found the clothes on the table when he checked the room, but out of caution, he did not change them. It seems that these 2 players are quite into the game. The man closest to Changshi saw Changshi open the door, wrinkled his nose and sniffed, and said with a little disdain, unnecessary caution. Is this being disliked? Changshi shook his head and smiled without refuting. The girl next door also walked out the door. Changshi took a look at her and didn't remember anything. He only saw the enchanting and arrogant flower tattoo on her arm. A tight-fitting vest, tactical leather pants, and a dagger at the waist. It looks like an assassin without a doubt. The man standing in the middle of the corridor saw the 2 of them coming out. He looked back over the railing at the downstairs and said with a smile, a fresh challenge, but still a rigid belief, isn't it? Let me introduce myself, Fong Ju, Herster, 2437. The Hershers, the singer of Order. Changshi had just witnessed the death of a Hershers NPC in the previous trial, but he didn't expect to encounter a true Hershers in this one. More importantly, this guy scored 2,437 points. What a big guy in this game. The gameplay of high-end games is completely different from that of low-end games. It is said that the big guys with more than 2,400 points will introduce themselves as soon as they meet, without considering the issue of religious conflicts at all. Their playing style is completely different from that of the birds with more than 1,000 points. This is probably what the legend says, all fear is a lack of confidence in one's own strength. At this level, perhaps no one would think that they could be easily killed by the enemy. They all have enough confidence. This confidence may come from experience, or from caution, but more importantly, it comes from the blessings of their respective benefactors. They already have enough and strong talents to support their thoughts and ideas, and most importantly, players with 2,400 points have one more blank talent slot than players with 2,000 points. Game of Faith. At the beginning of the Advent, everyone will obtain an initial faith talent and an initial career talent. After reaching 1,200, 1,600, 2,000, and 2,400 points in the path to godhood, players will each receive an additional blank talent slot. This talent position can be replaced by professional talent or faith talent. Talent is undoubtedly the player's biggest reliance in this crazy game. This Hershers was one of the 2 players who changed his clothes. He put on a set of civilian clothes in the style of the Isle of Hope, But his aristocratic temperament could not be concealed at all. He looked more like a bard than a Hershers at this moment. Feng Zhu, order, singer, 2437. Aside from Changshi, the others didn't seem surprised by the Hershers' score. The man next to the Hershers who knocked on the next door raised his glasses and smiled as well. I like all forms of support, especially Hershers. Du Shiguang, memory traveler, 2502, etc., sees the young master? Chapter 40, like my Adam's apple? For you 2502. Upon hearing this score, the passion in Changshi's heart was instantly extinguished, another 2400 plus, even reaching 2500 points. Good news, there are a lot of big guys. Bad news, there are too many big guys. The player's score in this round seems a bit too high, and how many points was it? The memory traveler is a mage of memory, a memory which faithfully records everything that happens, is the mortal enemy of fraud. With such an opponent in front of him, it would be a lie to say that Changshi was not nervous at all, but it's not necessarily that scary. After all, it's not like there haven't been players with this kind of score before, it's just that there are fewer of them. Du Shiguang is very tall, at least 1.9 meters. He looks gentle with glasses, but the flesh and blood body under the windbreaker is obviously very strong. Du Shiguang, memory, mage, 2502. Changshi's eyes passed over him slightly, then he looked at Miss Dagger calmly. Yunny, apostle of Nirvana, 2491. She is actually a believer of annihilation. Annihilation is the third god of the fate of destruction. It is the end of destruction and the collapse of all living things. He firmly believes that life will eventually disappear, the universe will inevitably be destroyed, everything will pass away, and eventually return to silence. Therefore, his believers, influenced by him, often become extremely indifferent to life. In their eyes, survival is nothing more than a process leading to disappearance, and death is nothing more than the beginning of the extinction of all things, the meaning of the world's operation is to wait for the final judgment, and then crumble into dust under his gaze. Who would have thought that such a lively-looking girl actually believed in annihilation? Oh yeah, she's an assassin. The apostle of annihilation is an assassin who believes in annihilation. This makes much more sense. Assassins are all contrast monsters. Yunny, annihilation, assassin. 2491. Changshi smiled in his heart and looked at the next person, the one knocking on your door. The long-haired handsome man who changed into hotel clothes had a very cold look in his eyes, and his narrow eyes revealed his undisguised contempt for others. Sorry, I despise you all equally. That's the feeling. Changshi actually already had some guesses about his identity. Wei Guan, hunting fools, 2450. As expected, the hunter of fools, foolishness, is actually not foolish. On the contrary, he thinks he is closer to the truth than truth. Because he is too close to the truth, a huge gap has arisen between him and all things in the world, so he believes that all other existences in the world are foolish. This is his will. He believes that all life is foolish and all civilization is stupid, and his followers have inherited the benefactor's point of view very well, so that all the stupid players always like to look down on others from the moment they began to believe in the benefactor. Their minds became more active than other players, their brains worked faster, and they accumulated more knowledge compared with the believers of the truth. Apart from their disgusting attitude, they are top-notch in terms of both knowledge and thinking, and their strength should not be underestimated. Wei Guan, foolish, hunter. 2450. Changshi silently watched a group of big men introduce themselves to each other, but when it was his turn, he frowned. There are 3 men and one woman, including myself, making a total of 5 people. Where did the other person go? Wei Guan seemed to see what Changshi was thinking. He snorted coldly and turned his gaze to the end of the corridor. Changshi and Yun and I, who came out last, followed his gaze and saw a strong man with a naked upper body standing there quietly, with his eyes closed and an expressionless face. Changshi was shocked and immediately understood the situation. Silence, he is a believer in silence. The decrees of this god can be seen from his name. Players who believed in him have probably given up on words since the moment the game of faith was officially launched. They follow, observe, listen, and think, but they don't communicate with others, live like a solitary monk. The muscular man at the end of the corridor looked obviously like an ascetic monk. Ascetic, a silent warrior. X silence, warrior. Wei Guan spoke again, confirming Changshi's guess. An ascetic is not worth wasting time on. Even Changshi, who was used to seeing foolish believers, was not used to this kind of disdain. Probably no one would like a stranger to always speak ill of them in front of them, especially since this trial lasts for 7 days. There is plenty of time. Changshi spread his hands and smiled, saying casually, Changshi, sanity eroder, 2401. As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Zhu raised his eyebrows in surprise, while the others frowned. The Sanity Eater, a priest who believes in chaos. Time goes back to the last trial, the moment when Changshi killed Huang Bo and cut off his head. Ming dies immediately in the first act. The story of the executioner and the disobedient zither player should have ended here. But Changshi snapped his fingers at the last second before a Ming's soul disappeared. This snap of fingers represents a forgotten doctor's true contempt for death. He let death make him forget a Ming status back. Changshi secretly recorded everyone's status at the first hour of the first ACTI. In the moment before his death, Changshi deceived Huang Bo, who was confident that he was infallible, into thinking that he and a Ming were both dead. But after Huang Bo died, he used backtracking to resurrect a Ming. Death took away the believer of chaos and disappeared from the world with his doubts and unwillingness. The believers of order are able to survive. So today's Changshi is a believer in chaos and an eroder of reason. In fact, the talent, lies like yesterday, is not fatal to limited cards like the most recently deceived believer. In other words, as long as Changshi is willing, he can arbitrarily choose the beliefs of the teammates he deceived in the previous game, but he still firmly chose chaos. Chaos is the mortal enemy of order. Moreover, the reputation of the believers of chaos is not very good, and few people like them. But it was precisely for this reason that Changshi chose him, because more controversial topics will divert people's attention to in this way. Everyone's focus was on his beliefs, and the scores he made up were naturally subconsciously ignored. In a high-end game where all the scores were 2,400 or 2,500, Changshi couldn't tell them truthfully that he had 2,100 points. There is only one outcome for this, and that is that the moment you say the score, you will be hunted down without hesitation by the fool hunter in front of you. After all, a score that is too low is also considered foolish in the eyes of foolish believers, and hunt fools, hunt only fools. Lying about a low score can conceal your strength, while falsely reporting a high score can save your life. That's the charm of fraud. Changshi has understood this since he was a child, but even with all this in mind, the unexpected still happened. Before the Harrier Fang Zhu could say anything about Changshi's identity, the assassin lady who had an intersection with Changshi suddenly flashed in front of Changshi, and the gleaming dagger was once again close to his Adam's apple. Changshi was slightly stunned, then smiled nonchalantly. You like my Adam's apple so much? Give it to you? Chapter 41. You don't look like a follower of Chaos. Yun and I glanced at Changshi with a smile and said in a hoarse voice, you are very organized and not manic. You don't seem like a believer in chaos. You showed mercy and didn't hurt anyone, and you don't seem like a believer in annihilation. Changshi continued to tease. This time it was Yunni's turn to be stunned. She frowned, quickly changed her movements, and stabbed Changshi's shoulder with a knife. Changshi was not panicked at all, nor did he dare to panic, because he knew that this was Yunni's test of him. This sharp assassin definitely did not suspect Changshi just because he was organized. She must have other methods and vaguely felt that Changshi's identity was not right. He sighed, held Yunni's cold little hand, pulled out the dagger, and then cast a healing spell with sharing divine grace in front of everyone. After seeing this treatment, the other people looked obviously interested. Everyone is happy to have a pastor with big breasts, but unfortunately, the nanny is a sanity eroder. The name suits the person. Influenced by chaos, the Sanity Eater's healing will gradually erode the victim's sanity until their sanity collapses, embracing chaos and turning them completely insane. However, this trick seemed to have no effect on Yun and I. She once again pressed the dagger against Changshi's chest and said irritably, I know almost all of his followers in this section, but I've never heard of you. Who are you? A liar like yesterday? A fraud? Do they even know the lie was as bad as yesterday? That's right, after all, 2,400 points is enough to get SS level talents. As long as you stay in this segment long enough, you will always be matched with a fraud believer with this talent. Changshi's heart tightened, but he remained calm and said, who told you that every player will appear on the ladder? This was a lie that Changshi made up to protect himself, just to use the sense of mystery to get away with it. Unexpectedly, after hearing this, Yun and I raised his eyebrows and put down the dagger. Obviously she agreed with this statement very much. Changshi was stunned and confused. Holy shit, are there really high-scoring players who haven't made it to the ladder? What is the situation above 2,400? All the monsters and demons are here, right? This is big news, but fortunately, I managed to get through it. Although Fang Zhu is a believer in order, and his beliefs are opposed to Changshi's, he did not show too much hostility. He took in his surroundings and immediately took on the responsibility of leading the team. His test is simple, just find the right sacrifice, but since this trial lasted too long, I tend to think that our target did not appear immediately. Let's all go and find out the news. After sunset, We will gather on the first floor of the hotel to share information. I would also like to remind you that before you receive news of the sacrifice, especially on the first day, do not kill anyone. It will. We are all smart people, I don't think we need to be reminded many times. After saying that, he glanced at Changshi. Obviously, he was admonishing the believers of chaos. Go ahead and carry out your own decrees. If you need any help, I'll be happy to help. The fool hunter Wei Guan glanced at everyone and chose to leave alone. Du Shiguang waved his hand as a farewell to everyone. Yun and I jumped over the railing and jumped down to the first floor, leaving the two men with opposing beliefs staring at each other. By the time Changshi noticed, the man at the end of the corridor had already left at some point, silent and living like a ghost. You are the only pastor, and I am the only singer. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Idiot. Changshi sneered and turned away. Fong Ju didn't feel offended at all. He would only think it was strange if a chaos player treated him differently. Okay, I hope I brought enough healing potions. Everyone went their separate ways. Changshi returned to the room and quickly completed the edict. Since the trial was very long, the investigation would probably also take a long time, so in order not to attract excessive attention from the surrounding NPCs, he followed the others and changed into the clothes provided by the hotel. The clothes fit him well, but they were ugly, and he looked like a stable boy. Wait, why do you think of the groom? Chang Shao shook his head, left the room again, and began to wander around the hotel. The name of this hotel is very interesting. It is called the Crazy Light of Life. This kind of flattering and complimentary naming lets outsiders know at a glance that the boss here believes in prosperity. The hotel has 3 floors with 4 light wells running through the upper and lower floors. The doors of the rooms all face inwards and the windows all face outwards, forming a standard field structure. Changshi slowly looked around every corner of the hotel. When he met someone with a good appearance, he would politely chat with them. It didn't take long for him to collect a lot of information. The hotel is indeed one of the best places to collect intelligence. Changshi sorted out the information in his mind and quickly found out the location of the players. In fact, it is not just the innkeeper who believes in prosperity. In this small town called Eternal Bloom, everyone believes in prosperity. This is where the prosperity believers settle, and it is also the place where he watches. The town is located in the southwest of the Island of Hope. It is generally under the jurisdiction and control of the Grand Inquisition, but in fact it is an autonomous area of the Natural Alliance. The Natural Alliance is not a national alliance, but an alliance of countless small forces that share the same belief in the various gods of life and destiny. The forces in the alliance have autonomy, but because the power is too dispersed and each is autonomous, both the scale of civilization and the speed of social development are far behind the well-organized Grand Inquisition and Tower of Reason. In addition, the alliance is not divided by geographical location and is sparsely scattered throughout the continent of Hope. So many forces in the Natural Alliance will have more or less joint governance agreements with these 2 large forces. To put it simply, when alliance members are in trouble, they will hire large forces to help solve some problems with appropriate compensation, including but not limited to technological development, urban construction, criminal trials, etc. This time, Yangzhan town happened to have some problems and needed the help of the Grand Inquisition. What? Where's the fun at night? You're going out at night, are you afraid? Forget it, I dare not mention his name. Are you new here? You don't even know this? There are cultists challenging the will of prosperity, and the town's autonomous alliance officials are having a headache over this. The guys at the Law Enforcement Bureau have been very busy lately, and they won't bother with these lost money issues. You ask them why they're so busy? It's because of all the people who died. Well, let's not talk about it. I heard the Law Enforcement Bureau has asked for assistance from the Grand Inquisition. I wonder if these judges have eyes all over their bodies. Otherwise, how can they clearly see who the criminals are? All things flourish and thrive. I can see that you are a wanderer who has just found a home. You are always welcome in Yangzhan town. Go to the town center. He is waiting for you there. Changshi looked at the energetic hotel owner in confusion and blinked in confusion. The innkeeper saw his doubts and said with a smile, "Don't be surprised. He hasn't come yet, but his will is there to protect us." Changshi turned around and walked towards the town center without saying a word. Chapter 42, a town watched by Prosperity. There was a lot of background information about the G gods in the trial, but there were actually very few objects or props directly related to them that could be observed, so he was very interested in the so-called Prosperity. Will to be disrespectful? This is a rare opportunity to study the gods. Probably every player will not let it go. Yangzhan town was much larger than he had imagined. He had thought it was just a small gathering area with a small number of people, but when he actually walked around, it felt like a city. The apartment buildings are lined up one after another, and the manor unions are scattered in an orderly manner. It looks like a believer's residence that is managed with care, and its prosperity is touching. It took Chengshi more than an hour to reach the town center. With the information he collected along the way, as well as what he saw and heard, he finally understood what the innkeeper said. I finally understand what the will to prosper is. At this moment, the place where he was called Yangzhan Square. In the very center of the square, there is an incredibly huge flower that is blooming perfectly, emitting a soft and vibrant light to the surroundings. Chengshi made a rough estimate and found it to be about 3 or 4 stories high. At first glance, the flower as a whole looks like a stone sculpture, but if you look closely at its petals, you will find that at the moment your eyes focus, the petals you were looking at suddenly come alive and turn into clear and delicate plant sepals. The texture of each petal is different, and the fine veins are more like engravings of divine runes than channels for transporting nutrients. The name of the statue is blooming only to wither. This is a holy object. In the terminology of players in the faith game, it can be called an SSS god-level item, which is a semi-artifact. Its rank is second only to the subordinate gods of each destiny, but it does not have independent consciousness, and it is indeed the will of prosperity, because the place covered by it will continue to prosper until the end of its life. In other words, theoretically speaking, no one can die in Yangzhan town before the end of their lifespan. Chengshi was shocked by the divine object. Before him, no wonder this trial is which road to death, because here, death may not exist at all, and 7 days means that they cannot wait for a normal person to die. Not only that, there is one more thing. If no one dies before their time, then a pastor. Just as I was thinking about it, I turned around and saw a girl standing next to me. Yunni came and stood side by side with him. Her voice is still amazing. Why, are you scared? What are you afraid of? Chengshi smiled. Unemployment. Where he looks, there is no death, so there is no need for a priest. Have you tried it? No, I was just about to try. As he spoke, Yunni flashed by and stabbed a dagger into Chengshi's heart. Blood spurted out and Chengshi felt a pain in his heart. Grass, poor heart, you have suffered so much by following me. But despite the blood pouring from his chest, despite his heart beating violently due to the impact, and despite his brain being a little confused due to blood loss, Chengshi still stood there and did not fall down. He ignored the murderer who was watching him from the side, but kept examining himself. This state is wonderful. A pure force of prosperity is pulling against the breath of death in the body, and will soon wipe out all the breath of death. Not long after, Chengshi felt that the wound in his heart had healed. He survived, but the wound on his chest was still bleeding, in addition to his heart. In other words, bloom only to wither will indeed save everyone in the town from death. But it only saves lives, not cures diseases. The trauma will remain in the body, barely reaching a balance with the body's recovery ability. It does not threaten people's lives, but it will cause the injured person more pain. Chengshi chuckled and cast a healing spell on his chest. It seems we still need a pastor. Yunni nodded in agreement, then reached out and handed over the dagger. Chengshi was a little surprised, as if he felt that the thinking of this annihilation believer was different from that of ordinary people. His expression showed his confusion very well. Yunni waved his hands irritably and said, I didn't stab you in vain. Now it's your turn. So she meant 1 knife per person. Chengshi was happy. He took the dagger from the young lady, looked at the light between the blades and said with a smile, Marai? Hurry up. Chengshi nodded and stabbed Yunni in the chest with a knife. However, the angle of the knife was very tricky, and even after the tip of the blade penetrated the flesh an inch, it failed to pierce her heart. Chengshi raised his eyebrows in surprise. This cushioning material seemed to be thicker than it looked. Yunni's eyes opened in surprise at first, then his eyes darkened and he said in a cold voice, You like this? Chengshi snorted, let go of her hand, and turned to leave. As he walked he said, You see, you don't like what I like, so I may not like what you like. No one likes to be stabbed randomly. We are just acquaintances who have shaken hands. Don't treat me as your experimental subject. Don't think that your transaction is fair. Fairness without the consent of others is not fair. Put away your dagger, Miss Assassin, or more dislikes are waiting for you. Yun and I felt the changes in his body and silently drew out the dagger. Blood splattered on the ground and disappeared in the blink of an eye. She looked at the blood gushing from her chest, her face expression confused. At the same time, in the crowd, a shirtless man looked over countless heads and looked here, frowning in thought. Changshur left Yangjian Square and his next destination was the Law Enforcement Bureau. He was very concerned about the murder case that the hotel guests were afraid to talk about. After all, murder and death were too closely related. So much so that Changshur was wondering all the way whether the clues to the trial would be so simple. As a member of the Natural Alliance, Yangjian Town's governance system is similar to the alliance system, but it is not a party alliance, but an alliance of functional departments. Several departments in charge of different directions cooperated spontaneously to discuss the town's development affairs, and gradually formed a simple parliamentary system in which the heads of various departments participated in the meetings. The Law Enforcement Bureau is the most powerful department in the town. It is equivalent to a court, prison, and police station. The Law Enforcement Bureau is located in the southeast of the square and covers a large area. The closer you get to the bureau, the more law enforcement officers in uniform you can see coming in and out. Faced with an unfamiliar law enforcement agency, Changshur did not rush to disturb them. Instead, he pretended to be a passerby, pricked up his ears and listened to the conversations of the law enforcement officers around him. It didn't take long for him to reconstruct the circumstances of the murder from the detailed conversation. Just 7 days ago, a jeweler died suddenly in the town. If this incident happened somewhere else, it might not attract public attention, as it would just be another murder and robbery, but it happened in Yangjian Town, a place where one will never die. Except at the end of life, the town residents immediately became nervous, and the Law Enforcement Bureau quickly intervened and began an investigation. But what was strange was that apart from a terrified expression, the businessman had no scars on his body, as if he had been frightened to death. This is even more outrageous. No one can die under the blessing of, blooming only to wither, unless his death carries the will of other gods. The Town Autonomous Alliance realized that this matter might involve many things, even related to faith, so they quickly reported it to the Grand Inquisition and asked for help from the believers of order. However, while waiting for a reply from the Grand Inquisition, 2 more people died in the same situation. And all 3 of them died on the streets at night. The sudden and successive deaths plunged everyone into panic, and a cloud of terror hung over every resident. So much so that the town's Autonomous Alliance had to temporarily declare a curfew, and yesterday was the first day of the curfew. Another drunk customer collapsed 5 meters outside the pub. Chapter 43. I'm not here to help. The poor Changshur frowned and sorted out the clues he had heard. After thinking for a moment, he ruled out the possibility that the murderer was a believer of corruption, decay, and prosperity, are opposing beliefs. But if his followers kill someone in a place blessed by prosperity, the corpse will definitely show signs of decay. This is considered a provocation of faith and can bring honor to the Lord. But the body had no scars at all, which clearly showed that the murderer was trying to create a terrifying atmosphere. To achieve such an effect, the murderer probably believes in defilement or death itself. The reason for considering the murderer's beliefs is not for anything else, but just to solve the problem. You should know that death and prosperity coexist in the destiny of life. Although the wills they advocate are slightly different, they are not contradictory. This can be seen from blooming only to wither. It only protects individuals within a normal lifespan, and will allow them to die when they reach the end of their lifespan, because prosperity is about the maximum prosperity of individuals, not immortality. After all, in the journey of life, death is the end. Based on this, Changshur couldn't help but start thinking the trial of death ultimately requires a sacrifice to be offered to him. So this time, should he sacrifice a foul believer who deliberately caused killings but distorted the original way of death of the residents, or should he continue the method of the death believer and kill the target that he is very interested in? One is to catch the murderer, the other is to help the murderer kill. These 2 choices can be said to be diametrically opposed. Once you make the wrong choice, you will most likely end up in an irretrievable situation. Just as Changshur was frowning and thinking carefully, another player not far away was also thinking with his head down. Wei Guan obviously also knew that the clue to solving the problem was in the Law Enforcement Bureau, so he was 1 step ahead of Changshur and had stayed there for a while. When he saw his teammates coming over one after another, he snorted coldly and left with disdain. Seeing Wei Guan leave, Changshur couldn't help laughing. The foolish believer was self-righteous and never liked to follow the crowd. He left at this moment, and no one knew whether he had seen something or just hated to be involved in the same case with others. After obtaining the relevant information, Changshur left the Law Enforcement Bureau and wandered around the town casually for a while. It was not until the sun set, when there were fewer and fewer people on the streets and the residents' faces became more and more panicked, that he walked back to the hotel.at. This time, the first floor of the hotel was crowded with people, and the other 4 teammates had already sat down at a wooden table, waiting for him to come back. Changshur greeted everyone and sat down. His eyes inadvertently swept across the corner of the stairs and found that the ascetic monk was standing in the shadows, looking straight at them, and happened to meet Changshur's eyes. Changshur was stunned for a moment, then smiled and nodded. There was no joy or sadness on the other person's face, and his gaze never moved. What kind of person is this? Isn't he tired of standing every day? Fong Ju saw that everyone had returned to their seats and began to take charge of the situation. Let's talk about the intelligence. I'll first summarize what I saw and thought today, and everyone can check and fill in the gaps. The Hershers is indeed the most organized profession. Every bit of basic information about all aspects of Yangzhan town was shared in an orderly manner under his meticulous sorting. The content is so detailed that it doesn't look like something that one person figured out in an afternoon. It looks more like a report compiled by a large team after a month of background research. Changshur was surprised and thought that Fong Ju's ability was a little too strong. If some fund company managers could have this level of ability, he would not have suffered such a huge loss before the arrival of the gods. They are all bastards who only take money and do no work. When Fong Ju finished his speech, everyone else nodded, but Wei Guan snorted coldly and said disdainfully, "It's extremely redundant." Fong Ju didn't care at all and spread his hands to indicate that it was their turn. Du Shiguang, on the other hand, stood up for him and said, "Then why don't you please share your opinion?" Wei Guan glanced at Du Shiguang and sneered, "Are you so eager to gain something for nothing? A mind that never thinks will only become more stupid. If you want answers from me, prove your worth first." Puff. Changshur couldn't help but burst out laughing. His smile attracted everyone's attention. Changshur saw that everyone was looking at him, and Wei Guan's eyes were full of disgust, so he quickly waved his hand and said, "Sorry, I couldn't help it. This is the first time I've seen someone talk about freeloading so confidently. It's really an eye-opener." His words were obviously a mockery of Wei Guan, but Wei Guan did not react. Instead, the others looked at Changshur with much friendlier eyes. Sure enough, people's friendship depends on idiots. As long as we stay away from idiots, everyone can live in harmony. Du Shiguang also smiled. It was not known whether he really wanted to prove himself or did not want to wait for Wei Guan's response, so he just expressed his thoughts directly. Just like Changshur's idea, it's just a matter of choosing one of the 2 options. This is a very common way to solve a problem, but it is also the safest way to solve a problem. Changshur kept nodding in agreement. The 2 looked at each other and immediately felt a sense of mutual understanding. It's so funny. I never thought that one day I would be able to stand on the same side as the believers of memory. Yunny did not add any other details, she just shared her experience of going to the autopsy. The Law Enforcement Bureau doesn't have a morgue. The bodies of the 4 deceased were placed in the archives room. I checked their bodies from head to toe and found no injuries. It's more like a curse than a murder. The curse of the underground? Changshur asked in surprise. Yunny glanced at him sideways and nodded irritably. Yes, this method of killing usually comes from underground. It's probably depravity, spreading fear. Creating fear and absorbing tremors is also a form of desire. Yunny's guess was decisive, but it made sense. But every player has his or her own judgment, and this overly subjective speculation is difficult to gain everyone's consensus. Next, it was Changshur's turn. Changshur did not hide anything. He briefly described all the parts of his discoveries that others had not mentioned. Then, he carefully considered the various clues and thought about where the key to breaking the deadlock lay. Fong Ju glanced at Changshur thoughtfully and said jokingly, "You certainly don't look like one of his followers." Changshur knew what he meant, that he was being too orderly. However, Changshur suddenly laughed and replied to Fong Ju playfully, "Don't you think that being close to order is also a kind of chaos for me?" Fong Ju smiled slightly after hearing this, but the look hidden under his smile became clearly serious. Really? To make a believer of chaos, no longer chaotic, is essentially a kind of chaos, and the most profound chaos. Originally, Fong Ju felt that Changshur was not worthy of his attention, but now, a hint of murderous intent arose in his heart. Discovering an opposing believer with a high level of divine understanding is not good news. Changshur didn't know what Fong Ju was thinking. After he finished expressing his views, he turned the conversation to Wei Guan. This foolish believer, who looked like he was saying, "I'm not targeting anyone, I'm just saying everyone here is a loser," has been listening for the entire night and hasn't expressed a single insightful opinion yet. This is really annoying. Okay, the stupid players have contributed their ideas, now it's time for the smart players to comment. Wei Guan sneered and turned away. As he walked, he sneered loudly, "Your thoughts are worthless and you don't deserve to know the answers." This sentence made the good-tempered Fong Zhu a little angry. He slammed the table, stood up, and said seriously, "Leaving here means you will give up your cooperation with us." Fong Zhu's voice unconsciously added some of the singer's still effects, which had a very shocking effect. Many people in the hotel heard it and looked over at it, but Wei Guan did not slow down at all. He left not towards the room on the second floor, but towards the hotel gate. "You can't even call me cooperating. My time is limited, and I'm not here to help alleviate poverty." After saying that, he pushed open the door of the hotel. At this moment, the hotel doorman grabbed the corner of his clothes and warned him in fear, "Dear guest, even if you have a quarrel with your partner, I would like to remind you, it's not safe at night now. The Enforcement Bureau has announced a proposed curfew. Staying in the hotel is the best option. Please be careful." Wei Guan sneered and said sarcastically, "Cowardice and stupidity always go together. I already know the answer, so I'm naturally not afraid of any so-called murderer. What's more, his methods are equally foolish in my eyes." After saying that, he swept away the doorman's hand and walked out. The moment the door was slammed shut, a surprisingly unified low curse erupted from the players at the table. "Idiot." Chapter 44. Death will come no matter how much you curse. No one here is a fool. They already figured out what Wei Guan was doing. He is extending an invitation to the murderer. The murderer committed the crime on the streets at night, which means that all the first-hand traces of the truth are hidden in the night. So for players, although night is dangerous, it is a better time to get closer to the answer than during the day. But Yangzhan town is too big, so big that it is impossible to search every corner in one night, let alone encounter the killer. So Wei Guan used himself as bait to provoke the murderer to show up. Fong Zhu had already seen through Wei Guan's intentions. Without any eye contact, the two of them acted out a play on the spot, relying only on their sharp intuition and equally flexible thinking. The moment Wei Guan left the house, the others realized the two men's masterful cooperation, but the word idiot they cursed was also sincere. No one likes a show-off, this is a fact. Suddenly I understand Chen Chong a little bit. What's going on? Fong Zhu shook his head and chuckled, then said to everyone, "Maybe there's no sleep tonight, so everyone should pack up and follow their own path." After saying that, he looked back. In the shadowy corner where a man had been standing, the ascetic had long since disappeared. Obviously, he also saw the clue. "Tsk, there isn't a single fool," Chengshi admired in his heart, then straightened his clothes and quietly went out through the back door. The full moon hangs high in the sky and the warm breeze blows gently, but the night in Yangzhan town is not cold. As soon as Chengshi went out, he found that not all residents obeyed the curfew, and at least some drunks were still wandering the streets. As they staggered along, they shouted the name of the god of prosperity, as if their benefactor would protect them and save them from death. He looked at these drunkards and smiled, then quickly sneaked in the direction where Wei Guan disappeared. Wei Guan is indeed a lone wolf. Even though Fong Zhu had cooperated with him and given him an excuse to provoke the murderer, this man didn't seem to appreciate it at all. After he left no trace at all of the tiny footprints disappeared not far from the hotel, and there was no clue around to point out the direction. Fuck, that's incredible. Changshi stood on the roof of a house, frowning and looking back and forth for clues. On the tall windmill not far away, Yunny was doing the same thing. Everyone lost their target and didn't know where Wei Guan had run to. He doesn't think he can take out the killer? Du Shiguan on the other side finally couldn't help it. He raised his glasses and complained indignantly, "If he finds the real culprit first and makes the choice for us in advance, who will bear the consequences? Stupid people are always so disgusting." Ah, indeed, Changshi smiled in his heart. Fraud and memory seemed to stand together again. Wei Guan's methods were very efficient, and he was also a hunter, so his technique of cleaning up traces was superb. Everyone searched in 8 directions for an hour, but they couldn't find where he went. It was not until half an hour later, when everyone met again with gloomy faces, that the ascetic monk who had disappeared before suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. As soon as he appeared, his expression was even uglier than Chengshi and the others. Fong Zhu noticed him immediately and asked in a deep voice, "What did you find?" The ascetic turned and left without saying a word. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and they immediately followed. Led by the ascetic monk, the group climbed over rooftops and walls, quickly traveling through the night, and soon arrived somewhere due south of the town. On a wide street, the players suddenly found a dead person. The deceased was wearing the white shirt and black vest provided by the hotel. It's Wei Guan. Wei Guan is dead. Everyone was shocked and Changshi's pupils suddenly shrank. He Couldn't imagine that a 2400 level player died silently in the trial. You should know that this place is not very far from the hotel, and it is almost under the noses of the players who were taking turns looking for it. If there really was a sound of fighting, it is impossible that no one heard it. This means that the murderer is either so much stronger than Wei Guan that he kills him instantly, or the murderer has a way to cover up the sound. Fong Ju's face darkened and he quickly flew away. Guan sighed. As soon as he landed, he announced angrily, lying is prohibited here. Order SS level faith talent, its command spreads far and wide. This is not a special skill exclusive to the Herschers. All believers of order can make their temporarily enacted laws effective by singing the corresponding song of judgment. It's just that the Herschers are the singers of order, and they can also apply additional effects when singing songs, so this talent is particularly useful for them. A golden light instantly filled the entire street. Fong Ju looked at the people behind him and chanted in a low voice, "Your Majesty, the time for trial has come. All lies will be exposed and all answers will be revealed. The suspect will be interrogated here, confess his past crimes, and face his inner torment. Then, under the watchful eye of order, throw him into death row." A white light rose from everyone's body. Changshi felt it silently and found that he was not only much weaker, but also had an additional state called confession. He frowned, feeling something was wrong. Fong Ju suspecting that someone among them is secretly plotting something bad. After all, they had been searching separately for a full hour, so it was indeed enough time to kill someone. Then why kill your own people? Changshi was stunned, and suddenly he became alert. If you think about everyone's beliefs. Shit, coming for me. But before Fong Ju could ask, Yun and I, who was standing closest to him, suddenly came closer and asked, "You are a believer in fraud, right?" She still doubts me. Changshi's whole body tensed up, and a huge sense of oppression suddenly rose from his consciousness, forcing him to tell the truth. Damn, you can still play like this, hitchhiking, right? Changshi looked at Yun and I fiercely, clenched his jaws, and tensed the muscles on his face, trying to strongly resist the oppressive feeling, but he only held on for a second before his mouth was broken. His face twitched twice before he gave a very generous answer, and no. Yunny seemed surprised by the answer. She raised her eyebrows, turned around and ran away, but Changshi was not so easy to bully. He immediately gritted his teeth and asked loudly, "Why do you want to kill Wei Guan?" Yunny was stunned and blurted out, "I don't like it, so I want to kill it." After she finished speaking, her expression changed, but Changshi laughed like a fox. He played tricks in the question and blatantly changed the concept. Want to kill and kill have completely different meanings in some situations, but in certain situations, it is easy to be misunderstood. As expected, the moment Yun and I finished speaking, a force of memory blocked this place and imprisoned her. Du Shiguang stepped in front of Yunny and pointed his index finger at her forehead without saying a word. You'll know after you see it. Chapter 45 Silences Cambridge tonight. The memory, S-level faith talent, flowing memories, is exclusive to the memory traveler. As a traveler, you shuttle through the target's memory fragments, constantly looking for scenes and pictures that interest you, just like a quick trip. Du Shiguang is not lonely, at least he knows how to share. When Yunny's memory was read, he used some unknown means to imprint the scene in his memory on the ground of the street. Then, all the players present saw this. Scene: a beautiful female assassin lifted her vest. Although the pile of fabric obscured the peak of the mountain, the boundless curvature of the southern hemisphere was still astonishing. Cough cough, this is obviously Yunny's memory of changing clothes. As for the reason for changing clothes, it was naturally because someone stabbed her in the chest and pierced her vest. Now, the scene suddenly turned into a silent conversion meeting, all fucking silent. Changshi's mouth twitched, and he looked at Du Shiguang with a stiff face and was unable to complain. I finally found an excuse to ask you to find some interesting assassin memories, and you just show everyone this. You don't treat your brothers as outsiders at all. Yunny was just controlled, not blind, so she naturally saw the scene on the ground, but she was not angry yet. He just stabbed the dagger into Du Shiguang's heart, slashed his chest and abdomen, cut his neck, and gouged out his eyes. Then, when he opened his eyes again under the protection of blooming only to wither, he asked, "Does it look good?" The weak Du Shiguang was unable to resist the effect of confession and immediately responded in ice. Then, he was hit in the eye again. If Changshi hadn't intervened, Du Shiguang might not have been able to return home tonight due to the torture of the power of annihilation. After Yunny vented his anger, he glanced at Changshi expressionlessly. Don't you like it? Doesn't it look good? Damn, this little girl is quite vindictive. But Changshi is not afraid of this. After going through so much, he was indeed immune to this level of imagery, but unexpectedly, he still blurted out nice. When he realized that he had said the wrong thing, his face turned as if he was constipated and he quickly took 2 steps back unexpectedly. Yin and I did not attack him as he did to Du Shiguang, but said something inexplicably, "Come to my room tonight, there are better ones." Trap, it's definitely a trap. For the first time, Changshi felt that believing in silence was not a bad idea. At least he didn't have to think about responding, praise, silence. The playful interlude came to an end. If Fong Ju was a man who gets things done, he swore that his eyes just glanced at the beautiful scene on the ground, and then he immediately remembered that he was here to interrogate someone, not to joke. His target was obviously not Changshi, but it was the ascetic monk who was not with everyone from beginning to end. This silent believer disappeared early in the morning, and when he was seen again, he became the guide who discovered the body. No one knows where he went or what he did during this missing time. In addition, the believers of silence are the best at extinguishing sounds, so whether Wei Guan could be killed by him is the first thing Fong Ju wants to confirm. The ascetic monk was obviously aware of the suspicion surrounding him, but this time he did not remain silent. Instead, he took the initiative to speak. Not me. The silence was broken. Everyone looked at him in shock, stunned at first, and then everyone's heart sank. The situation is so bad that a silent believer has taken the initiative to break his silence and seek cooperation, which means that all players are facing a very difficult murderer this time. The most important thing is that the player's self-righteous life-saving methods seem to be not worth mentioning at all in the eyes of this murderer. The conceited Wei Guan is the best proof. The scene fell silent again. Fong Ju stopped singing the ballad and began to carefully examine all traces at the scene. After Du Shiguang recovered, he and Changshi checked every building around them separately. The inspection was so thorough that they almost pulled out all the bugs sleeping in the cracks of the door panels, took x-rays, and stuffed them back in, but still found nothing. Yunny performed another autopsy, but the answer he got was exactly the same as the result obtained at the law enforcement bureau this afternoon. No scars. A strange atmosphere spread and everyone's expression looked strange. Changshi frowned and walked towards Wei Guan's body. He noticed the fear in Wei Guan's expression. It's funny to say that this fool hunter who always squinted his eyes and looked down on others, actually opened his eyes for the first time before he died. Don't you have a way to read people's memories? Yes, but not dead people. Du Shiguang replied expressionlessly, I'm a mage, not a hunter. Changshi nodded and began to carefully examine the pupils of the corpse. Yunny approached him and said coldly, you don't expect to find anything in the pupils. The murderer calmly removed all traces. He's a perfect killer. Changshi really didn't find any clues. He sighed and began to check his limbs. The body was still slightly warm, obviously having died not long ago. Changshi still finds it difficult to understand why a life can die so quietly. Could it be that Wei Guan, who was 2,400, couldn't even struggle for a moment against the murderer? Or is this method of killing really a curse? The murderer didn't even go to the scene, but ended Wei Guan's life remotely? Does this level of killing erase the victim's consciousness or stop the victim's heartbeat? Thinking of this, Changshi's hand touched the corpse's chest. A little cold, been dead for a while. Wrong. Why were Wei Guan's limbs still warm but his chest was already cold? Changshi raised his eyebrows and began to feel Wei Guan's chest bit by bit with his fingertips. Fong Ju saw the scene and asked curiously, are you a doctor? It seems your memory is not very good. I said, I am a sanity eclipse. A doctor and a priest are not the same thing. Fong Ju was obviously talking about Changshi's previous career, and Changshi did not hide it and nodded. Yunny asked with great interest, is that why you chose a pastor? Changshi shook his head. Why is that? Confession is over. Do you think you can still get an answer from me? Yun and I chuckled and said no more. Changshi was not a doctor before the advent of the game of faith, but he did know some medical skills such as observation, listening, questioning and palpation. These skills were not learned in school, but were taught by his adoptive father, an old man who was cheerful all day long. As for why an old man who picks up rags knows medical skills, Changshi couldn't explain it. He didn't ask. He carefully felt the muscle texture and fascia pressure beneath the corpse's skin. After feeling it for a long time, he looked up and asked, I need a needle. Everyone frowned and shook their heads when they heard this. Only Yunny glanced at him and asked, where to poke? Changshi glanced at her with some surprise, pointed at the chest of Wei Guan's body and said, here, straight to the heart. Chapter 46, Another Semi-Artifact? When fear comes, Yunny nodded, stretched out her finger and pointed at the place where Changshi pointed. Then, swish, before anyone could react, she had straightened up, but nothing happened to Wei Guan. Is it over? Did you poke it in? Isn't it a bit too fast? Several players were shocked by Yunny's speed. They were still trying to confirm whether Yunni had entered or not. After all, Wei Guan's body didn't react at all, only Changsha smiled and guessed what Yin and I had done in a very short time. She turned her finger into a thin thread and pierced it into Wei Guan's heart. The ability of Miss Assassin's two-dimensional body is stronger than she thought. It seems that the dagger may just be her disguise. When you really want to kill someone, there is no more convenient weapon than having weapons all over your body. But the corpse showed no reaction, which was somewhat abnormal. When a dead person's heart stops beating, there will indeed be no gushing of blood, but no gushing does not mean no bleeding. When external force breaks the organ wall, dark red blood will definitely overflow. Fongju seemed to have discovered this problem as well, and he said uncertainly, heart problems, clever. Changsha nodded, took out a scalpel from his personal space, and began the dissection work skillfully. Wei Guan's chest was dismantled in a few seconds by a pair of skillful hands flying up and down. Everyone gathered around to look and found that his chest was full of flesh and blood, but there was just one thing missing. The heart disappeared? Du Shiguang looked at the place where the heart of the corpse disappeared in astonishment, frowning, as if he had some thoughts in his mind. Changsha nodded and explained it. Through skin touch, one can sense the direction and pressure gradient of the muscle fascia within the human body. When I felt around his chest, I discovered that the pressure around Wei Guan's heart was much lower than that of an average dead person. Now you can see that his heart has been stolen. Steal? This doesn't look like stealing. Making a person's body parts disappear directly, doesn't that sound like a method of annihilation? As soon as Fongju finished speaking, everyone looked at Yun and I. Yun and I was stunned at first, then shrugged indifferently. The attitude was obvious. It was none of her business. Everyone naturally knew that she didn't do it, and they were just asking her if annihilation had a similar method. Even Changsha was silently wondering if he had missed an annihilation murderer. But at this moment, when Yunni was frowning and thinking, Du Shiguang suddenly stood up and drew a circle in front of himself. With a little solemnity, the golden glow formed a circle. Looking through the circle, the opposite side was no longer the current street scene, but a library. This circle seems to connect time and space, allowing one side to be the present and the other side to be the past. The visual effect is quite shocking. Borrow the books of that time, let me look through it. I remember there was a magical object that looked very similar to this one. Du Shiguang stretched his hand through the ring and searched quickly on the bookshelf. After a while, he found a book and pulled the shadow of the book into reality. The paper, like light and shadow, flipped rapidly under his fingertips, and the result came out after a few breaths. Found it. I was wondering why this way of dying seemed so familiar. A terrified face and a disappeared heart. When fear comes, SSS's god-level dagger comes from the underground kingdom of Garuda. It is a semi-artifact tainted with the dual divinity of fouling and death. This dagger does not need to pierce the body. It only needs to select a target and wait. When the unfortunate person is filled with fear, his heart will be torn out and presented to death. Died silently. You're right, it's like a curse, but it's harder to guard against. As soon as the words fell, everyone's faces turned gloomy. Demi-divine weapon, another semi-artifact. In front of a dagger of this level, there is no difference between 2400 and 1400, they are all just lambs to be slaughtered. Such a similar way of death, and you haven't thought of it yet? You are still his believer. Yunni looked at Du Shiguang with disdain, as if doubting whether he was a believer in memory. Du Shiguang's expression remained unchanged. He raised his glasses and said, "Because I am his believer, I do not need to remember." As he spoke, he threw the memory book made of light and shadow back into the open memory, and then the golden ring instantly dissipated in the air. After hearing this, Changsha looked at him with a meaningful expression. Du Shiguang lied. It's not that he doesn't need memory. Perhaps he has lost the right to his own memory. It is said that his followers would exchange their memories for some additional power from him. I wonder what talent Du Shiguang gained in exchange for sacrificing his memory? Fongju was a man of business. He did not participate in idle chat and expressed his inference with a serious face. The murderer is in the hotel. Yes. The murderer is in the hotel. This dagger is very strange, but it still has a prerequisite, which is that a lucky person needs to be selected in advance. With Wei Guan's skills, or his alertness as a hunter, he would not fail to notice the person in the night, nor would he fail to notice the person who was following him secretly after going out. So there is only one possibility: he was marked before leaving the hotel. The good news is that the two people's provocation did work. The bad news is that the excitement was too much and one of the actors died, but having a direction is always better than searching around like a headless fly. At least the murderer can be identified in the hotel. One more question, Chang Shi frowned and added, have you ever thought about what could make someone like Wei Guan feel fear? There is no doubt that the method of murder was determined the moment the murder weapon was discovered. The killer only needs to hide in the dark and mark the target. As for the rest, leave it to the deceased himself. The so-called spreading fear and anxiety and seeing snakes in cups of wine are all like this. Once the fear of death quietly spreads in a certain area, lone travelers in the night will become suspicious. This time, the murderer does not need to do anything extra. A noise on the quiet street or a breeze under the dark clouds covering the moon may become the last straw that breaks the camel's back and take the victim's life, but Wei Guan is different. He is a believer in stupidity, and the mortal enemy of all ignorance. This little trick probably doesn't seem worth mentioning in his eyes. The closer a person gets to the truth, the more he or she becomes detached from human emotions. Is he really afraid? The answer is yes, because his death is the best proof, but the question is, what exactly is the fear that kills the foolish believers? Are you sure that you won't be afraid in the face of this kind of fear? Chang Shi was unsure. Not only him, everyone was unsure. Of course, there is a more urgent issue facing everyone now, that is, do you want to go back to the hotel tonight? Chapter 47 Miss Assassin's methods. Go back and find the murderer. Not going back can avoid another accident tonight. In a 7-day trial, a teammate died before even finishing the first day. This is definitely the worst start. The solemnity was written on everyone's face. Only Yun and I snorted lightly and turned away. The direction she chose was the crazy growing light of life. Watching Yunny leave so neatly, Chang Shi felt filled with emotion. This is the situation of 2400. Even if death is right in front of them, there are still people who can face it calmly and go forward. Head on at 1400. This group of people will have to disband tonight. Du Shiguang pushed his glasses and suggested, Wei Guan's death, why not report it to the Law Enforcement Bureau? To be honest, it is a solution. Letting the Law Enforcement Bureau take action can avoid many risks, but the problem is that they cannot confirm whether this killer holding a semi-artifact is the player's target or a signpost. If it was a signpost, it would be fine. We just need to figure out who he is going to kill next and find the real sacrifice. But if he is a target, once he falls into the hands of the Law Enforcement Bureau, wanting to kill him would be equivalent to making the task more difficult for oneself. Besides, how can we explain Wei Guan's current disemboweled state? Feng Zhu pondered for a moment, shook his head and rejected the proposal. Now is not the right time to cooperate with the officials. Chang Shi had already expected this result. He looked at Wei Guan, who died with his eyes open, and turned away as well. The Yunny is right, only by getting close to the murderer can you find the murderer. No matter what, we must return to this hotel tonight. This trial has changed from dispelling the fog to walking on the edge of a knife. And this is exactly what death expects. He never hated more sacrifices. You guys go first, I'll deal with Wei Guan's body. Order. Believers have always been reliable. Du Shiguang did not hesitate and followed Chang Shi's footsteps. Feng Zhu looked at the corpse with a serious expression and sighed softly. When he hid the body and looked up again, he found that the ascetic monk who had been listening silently all night had disappeared. When Chang Shi returned to the hotel, Yun and I was buying wine at the front desk. He walked over, asked the waiter for a glass of liquor, and sat next to her. Yunny glanced at him and rarely said anything. Chang Shi raised the wine in his hand and said, no matter what, we are teammates. If you have any ideas, you might as well communicate with me first. Yunny raised her slightly drunk eyelids, motioning him to continue. I don't want to lose 2 teammates on the first day, and I don't want you to die inexplicably like that conceited, foolish believer. Chang Shi's words were very straightforward. He was now very afraid that his teammates would attack confidently and end up dying on the spot. It's not that he doesn't trust Yunny's intelligence, never mind, he just can't be trusted. He also saw that the assassin lady had already made up her mind and might take action tonight. As for whether the action was beneficial to the trial, he had no way of judging without knowing the other party's thoughts. Yunny smiled, ignored him, drank the wine in the glass, and left alone again. Chang Shi watched her leave, then turned his gaze to the bar. The empty wineglass that Yunny had slammed onto the bar was still vibrating, and a barely visible crack on the base of the glass was gradually spreading towards the 3 o'clock direction. Oh, what an interesting invitation. The first floor of the hotel closes at 2 o'clock, which is obviously an attempt to do some secret activities during the quiet night. Chang Shi laughed in silence, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and returned to his room. The night is deep, and no matter how many guests there are in the hotel, most of them choose to rest at this time, and it is no longer as lively as it was at night. The owner of the hotel was obviously a good businessman. In order to let the guests sleep more peacefully, he even arranged several waiters to patrol the corridors on each floor from time to time. At such a late hour, Chang Shi couldn't sleep at all lying on the bed in the room. He listened to the footsteps coming and going in the corridor, and kept thinking about how to break the deadlock. Just as he frowned in thought, a familiar breathing sound came from behind the wooden wall beside the bed. Is it 3 o'clock? He raised his hand to look at his watch, but the breathing sounds from next door disappeared. Changsha got up immediately as if he had received a signal, opened the door and walked out. As soon as I went out, I saw Du Shiguang and Feng Ju push open the door and walk out at the same time. The two people's eyes looked at Yunni's door in unison, passing Changsha. What was even more outrageous was that at the end of the corridor, a strong man lying in the shadows also woke up at this time and stood up silently. It seems that everyone's attention is on Miss Assassin's actions, but I didn't sleep because Yunni invited me. What do you guys mean by staying up late at night and eavesdropping? The opportunity was fleeting, leaving Changsha no time to think too much. The few of them tacitly skipped the awkward greeting session and followed Yunni's footsteps to the third floor. Perhaps because of Wei Guan's death, she did not erase the traces of her actions. So the four men followed her, erasing her traces while trying to guess what this assassin of annihilation was planning to do. However, the crowd did not think about it for too long. When they arrived at the door of the guest room in the corner of the third floor, the answer revealed itself. A hint of annihilation permeated the room. Yunni took action. Several people were stunned and quickly slipped into the room, avoiding the waiter's patrol. As soon as I entered the room, I saw that it was in a mess, and the guest who was supposed to be in the room had disappeared. The clouds and mud also disappeared again. Madman! Feng Ju understood Yunni's thoughts immediately. He cursed angrily and then slipped out the door. Du Shiguang followed closely, and it was obvious that he also saw Yunni's intention. Changsha looked at the empty room with a frown on his face. There is no doubt that Yunni killed people of the followers of annihilation, used the special means bestowed by him to send the passengers in the room to other planes, and these planes are often doomsday places that are about to collapse. Leading living beings to the collapsed space is a tribute to him. Furthermore, the disappearance of a living organism from its original place is also a form of death. This poor traveler may still be alive, but what kind of pain he must have gone through in the plane watched by annihilation is unknown to outsiders. The idea is crude, but effective. The assassin's idea was to search for evidence room by room without alerting other passengers, just like her personality. Decisive and direct, but there is still a problem here. That is, once Yun and I comes face to face with the murderer, he may very likely become the next Wei Guan. It's not that no one has thought of this simple and effective method, but no one wants to be the second Wei Guan. Unexpectedly, Yunni didn't mind at all and voluntarily became a sharp spear in the hands of the players. Thinking of this, Changsha couldn't help but sigh. It really is true that one who is skilled is bold. Why are these high-scoring people so confident? Did they get their scores by relying on their good talents? He scoffed at this. Brute force cannot solve everything. The brain is the key to opening the critical door, but it has already happened. There is no point dwelling on it. He sighed helplessly and began to check the messy room, hoping to find some useful information in the room. It's obvious that Miss Assassin won't search carefully. This kind of dirty work requires everyone to work together. Alas, the people from the Grand Inquisition are on their way. They're causing chaos in the inn right now. Aren't you afraid of getting yourself trapped? Chapter 48, Sudden Judgment. The assassin's tragedy. Under the players' slightly rough actions, an extremely strange scene appeared in the hotel at night. Several men with terrible looks on their faces were chasing after a woman, but this woman kept wandering around the hotel corridor, slipping into every room she passed, and then slipping out again with an annoyed look on her face. It didn't last long, and no sound came from the quiet room, but when someone entered again, they found that the passenger on the bed had disappeared. Things in the room were scattered all over the floor, but nothing was taken away. Such behavior does not seem to be for money. So here comes the question. So, what exactly did this female thief steal? Answer: Changsha's time. After following Yunni through more than a dozen rooms, Changsha was completely disappointed. Not a single thing was found. In addition to the luggage and a large number of survival necessities brought by the passengers, the biggest gain was seeing several new styles of QQ underwear in a woman's wardrobe. Don't talk about this lady's taste. Let's get down to business. It was obvious that the rooms they had just checked were occupied by legitimate travelers, not the people they were looking for. Besides, there were too many guests in the hotel. If we continued searching like this, we would not be able to finish searching the third floor even if we waited until dawn. Not to mention there are 2 more floors under your feet. If this continues, when dawn is about to rise, Yunni will have to send back all the passengers who were sent to the other plane. At that time, panic may have spread even more severely in the hotel. Changsha reminded the others more than once during the process. Do you want to continue? Others' responses were interesting. A Feng Zhu frowned, Du Shiguang smiled, and the ascetic monk said nothing. Obviously the big guys also want to try their luck. They were betting that they might come across some useful clues, which might save them some time, since the big guys are unwilling to stop. Changshi, as a gangster, naturally has no say, just keep going. However, this is how life is. The more anxious you are, the worse things will go. This unconventional measure is ultimately difficult to sustain. At some point before dawn, Miss Assassin's actions were discovered. To be precise, she exposed herself when Yunny skillfully sneaked into a room again. The 4 men in black robes who were sitting neatly in the room opened their eyes and looked at her at the same time. As soon as the 4 pairs of bright eyes opened, a force of order began to surge. The sticky texture was as if he had been here before. Yunny's face changed drastically and he turned and ran. However, the moment she entered the room, the ending was already determined. The grand and majestic hymns sounded one after another, the sound like a huge bell. No escape allowed here. No shouting allowed here. No resistance allowed here. No quibbling allowed here. Horrifying rays of holy light surged up, instantly painting the entire room with a golden glow. One after another, shackles made of laws bound Yunny's hands and feet tightly like living things. She was powerless to resist or call for help, and could only watch herself being imprisoned, then pulled by chains and lifted high into the air. It's like being torn apart by 5 horses. All kinds of pressure and negative states from order madly ravaged her body. This horrific punishment did not stop until the judge in the judge robes on the bed opened his eyes, but then, the nightmare began. The judge took out his own scepter of judgment from the void, and looked at Yunny with a pair of eyes surging with purple lightning. He gently pointed at the place where she was locked and slowly said, "Do you plead guilty? Confess. What crime are you confessing? Is it a sin to send a sleeping traveler on a free trip to an unfamiliar dimension? Isn't this charity?" Of course, if it was Changshi who was arrested, he might have had this idea. As for Yunny, she felt neither happy nor sad at this moment. She realized the identity of this group of people. They were clearly from the Grand Inquisition. The people from the Grand Inquisition have arrived a long time ago. They arrived at Yangzhan town silently, disguised themselves as ordinary travelers, and sneaked into the hotel to investigate. Yes, even the players can locate the murderer, so how could these judges who are responsible for the trial not have any means? They have already locked down the approximate area where the suspect is located, and may even have several suspects, and I am just a silly roe deer who accidentally walked into the trap while they were waiting for prey. What was even more terrifying was that she felt a divine fluctuation on the staff taken out by the Inquisitor, which was like blooming only to wither. Another semi-artifact. This is the 3rd semi-artifact I have encountered in one day. What does that mean? It means she might die. Yunny had long thought that something might happen to her, but she had been thinking from beginning to end about how to deal with the strange attack brought about by when fear comes. But unexpectedly, he was indeed defeated in the end. But he was defeated by another semi-artifact of the Grand Inquisition. After so much thought, the outcome I faced was still so absurd. It's ridiculous. Yunny seemed to have given up on defending herself, even though she felt she was innocent. But when a judge only wants to convict you, it is better to remain silent than to refute. At least I can retain my last bit of dignity and not be a clown of the judge's words clearly meant her death. Yunny smiled fearlessly, then turned his head away. However, the power of order eventually forced her to speak. An invisible pressure turned into a transparent hand, pinching her throat and forcing a response out of her throat. Yes. Then, with a boom, thunder fell. Sinner turned into ash paste. From confession to annihilation, not even a blink of an eye was wasted in between. Although in the town of Yangzhan, bloom only to wither protects everyone equally. However, there are always other gods whose will can bring death. Just as the judgment of order is unquestionable, the judge finished the execution, but did not seem satisfied. He looked at the place where Yunny disappeared with a frown. He did feel death, but based on his understanding of his own thunder punishment, the dead sinners should be turned into charred corpses, rather than directly disintegrating into nothingness. This kind of death seems to have been unseen for a long time. The judges beside him also noticed something unusual. They frowned in confusion and asked, "Sir, what is this?" The judge pondered for a moment and said coldly, "It's probably a special method from the underground faith, annihilation." "No problem, the culprit has been punished." If the judge says that a sinner is dead, then there is no possibility for the sinner to survive. The 4 judges nodded at the same time, then closed their eyes and returned to silence. The Inquisitor put away his scepter, but did not close his eyes. Instead, he turned his cold gaze towards the door. Outside the door, Feng Zhu broke out in a cold sweat and Du Shiguang clenched his fists. The 2 men were only 1 step away from following Yunny in. Fortunately, Yunny quickly warned the outside as soon as he entered the door. which made them cautious for a moment. It was this blink of hesitation that saved their lives. The two men retreated with serious expressions until they reached the stairs. They met Changshi and the ascetic monk in the shadows, then they stopped and wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. Changshi didn't see what happened inside and outside the room. When he saw the two people's serious expressions, his heart skipped a beat. "Where's Yunny?" Fang Zhu's eyes darkened and he said nothing. Du Shiguang shook his head slowly, his meaning was clear. "Dead? Is Yangzhan town really a small town where one can live out their lifespan normally?" Changshi was extremely shocked. He stared at the room with wide eyes, as if trying to recall who lived there. If memory serves me correctly, the room was empty before they left. In other words, the people in this room moved in during the short period of time when the players went out to look for Wei Guan. The two sides are perfectly staggered. "Who's in there?" This time Fang Zhu spoke. "Order, I feel the fluctuation of the power of order. The Grand Inquisition, without a doubt, it can only be the Grand Inquisition. They've actually arrived. I was just thinking about it, but I didn't expect it to come true." Changshi felt that fate was playing a joke on him and his face looked extremely ugly. The trial lasted for 7 days, and at dawn on the second day, another person was lost. 6 for left. At the same time, the passengers who were sent to other planes by Yunny were spit out by the plane with a bang, fell on the bed and woke up with a start, feeling that they had had a horrible nightmare. However, they had no idea of the real culprit behind this nightmare, because the murderer has been executed. Chapter 49. Passengers, please do not panic. It was obvious that the inquisitors of the Grand Inquisition had noticed the presence of the players, regardless of their purpose for not chasing them out. The self-aware people decisively gave up the next action and returned to the room with solemn expressions. Tonight's performance ended in fear for the survivors at the cost of a second life. Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang walked towards the same room, and the chaotic aura of the two of them slightly bypassed Changshi. The current situation is so chaotic that it is hard not to associate it all with the believers of chaos. Although Changshi did nothing, doing nothing was even more suspicious. From the beginning of the trial until now, this group of people seem to be being led by the nose. Wherever the investigation leads to, there you will die. This is very similar to previous trials with chaos believers. The only difference is that the deaths this time are more coincidental and more reasonable. Changshi could see what they were thinking, so there was no point in trying to please them. He went downstairs alone in silence, like an ascetic monk, but he did not return to his room, but went to Yunny's room. Yunny's room is very simple, even a little too simple. Not only was she missing all of her own belongings, but even some of the tables, chairs, and benches provided by the hotel were gone. Changshi knew that these things should have been used by the assassin lady as a decree. The decree of annihilation is annihilation, not finding any useful clues. Changshi sighed helplessly. Perhaps this is the characteristic of believers of annihilation. When they dedicate themselves to annihilation, all traces of their existence disappeared. As if it had never happened. He lay on Yunny's bed, looking sideways at the knife slit she had made on the wooden wall, feeling a little dazed. Only a dozen hours had passed since the creation of this crack, but today felt as long as several days. He suddenly recalled the scene of Yunny shaking hands with him, and the red nails on her jade fingers were still clearly in his memory. The scenes of memory kept coming back, and Changshi's brows furrowed a little more every time he thought of a scene. He certainly wasn't reminiscing about these fragmented details. He is thinking, think about how this slit was created. If I remember correctly, Miss Assassin could accurately sense Changshi's position behind the wall. This also means that she has a talent for detection or perception, and the level is not low. If that's the case, why didn't you notice anything unusual in the room before entering, even if the inquisitors from the Grand Inquisition had various means to conceal themselves? As an assassin, a profession known for its caution, it was impossible for them to have no warning of danger. She clearly warned Fang Zhu and the others the moment she opened the door. But this warning behavior is even more bizarre. Changshi couldn't help but think that if it were him, when he found danger in the room, he would either try his best to escape first, or muster up his energy to fight head-on. He would definitely not be distracted to remind his teammates at the first moment. He could clearly remember Yunny's attitude towards his teammates. She may care about what she calls fairness, but she will definitely not care about the life and death of others. Even if they join forces with Fang Zhu and the others to resist at the first moment, it would be more reliable than simply giving a warning. So, why is this? Changshi thought for a long time, but couldn't come up with a reasonable explanation. He could only reluctantly come up with an answer. She was controlled. It is very likely that it was not a long-term control, but only affected her mind at that moment, and this split-second decision cost her life. There is someone hiding in the dark who can control people's thoughts. Is it the murderer or the player? Most likely the murderer. Of course, the possibility of Feng Zhu and Du Shiguang cannot be ruled out. Cheng Shi's expression became more and more solemn. It seems that in this trial, there is not only a hidden perfect murderer, but also someone is taking advantage of the situation. The night is filled with danger, and murder is lurking in the hotel. Fortunately, dawn is not far away. Soon, it was daybreak. The travelers woke up one after another, and the hotel became lively and bustling again. But the good times didn't last long. Just as Feng Zhu and Cheng Shi pushed open the door and appeared in the corridor at the same time, the front door of the hotel was roughly closed by a group of uniformed law enforcement officers. Announcement of the Law Bureau's action order. At the request of Inquisitor Mokius of the Grand Inquisition, all entrances and exits of Yongzhan town were blocked, and the rapidly expanding Light of Life Hotel was also blocked. Please do not panic, passengers. The judges have the situation under control and your safety is guaranteed. Please leave the room in an orderly manner and gather on the first floor. I repeat, everyone please gather on the first floor. The Grand Inquisition takes action. Their speed is much faster than expected. The entire hotel was sealed off. Feng Zhu and others looked at Cheng Shi and went to the first floor without saying a word. Cheng Shi followed obediently. The Grand Inquisition will not target players. Since we let them go last night, we won't cause trouble for them again today. Their target is the murderer. Players couldn't help but feel confused as they walked down the stairs. If the murderer really falls into the hands of the Grand Inquisition, will the clues be cut off there? Regardless of whether he was the final sacrifice, no one could try a sinner in the hands of the Grand Inquisition. What's more, he is a judge who killed Yunning in seconds. The passengers were very surprised by the shouting of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and chaos spread in the store. Everyone was shocked and confused, and talked about it. What's going on? Why is the hotel blocked? Where's the manager? He should be protesting at the local council. You're crazy. This is an order from the Grand Inquisition. Do you know what the Grand Inquisition is? How could the high and mighty judges seal off the inn without evidence? Oh my God, the murderer is in the hotel? Praise, prosperity, I'm still alive. What? The Inquisitor leading this time is Emochiosi? Oh my God, I really want to see him, even just for a moment. Who? The Son of Thunder? That's him. He's a first-class Inquisitor of the Grand Inquisition, a student of Grand Executioner Altai, the most gifted elemental judge in history, and the son of Order most likely to inherit the title of Grand Inquisitor. Even if you let me even look at him once, tonight will be a sweet dream I will never forget. You look so scary when you're horny. Maybe Emochiosi will have nightmares just by looking at you. Do you want to fight? By the grace of prosperity, the Inquisitors have already identified the murderer. Now, I am not afraid of you. The scene was in chaos. The players stood apart from each other in the surging and restless crowd, looking solemnly at all the suspicious people and things around them. On the eve of the verdict by the Grand Inquisition, they still wanted to find some clues in advance, but there were too many people and the noise was too loud. In such a chaotic situation, it was difficult to find a non-suspicious person. The behavior of many passengers became distorted and stressful due to panic. Cheng Shi sighed slightly and began to change his thinking. At the same time, four judges from the Grand Inquisition quietly appeared at the four corners of the hall, surrounding and framing the entire hotel with just four people. Not long after, amidst the panicked discussions, a purple-eyed judge in a judge robe appeared at the door of the inn. Emochiosi, the elemental judge of the Grand Inquisition, the most popular first-class Inquisitor ever. You know him? Du Shiguang stood in the crowd and asked in a low voice. Feng Zhu nodded and said, the son of Order who died young. I once saw his name in the history books of the Grand Inquisition. After his death, the Grand Inquisition was gradually drawn into the quagmire of war and gradually declined. Died young, in war? Du Shiguang was a little confused, but then he reacted. Is it the end of the civilization era now? No, earlier. It should be the end of the middle period. At this time, the Civil War has just begun, and war has only just begun to watch this land, but has not yet arrived. As for chaos, even the name of God has not yet spread. A light bulb went off in Du Shiguang's head, and he suddenly figured out why the judges of the Grand Inquisition did not come to arrest a believer of chaos, who was right outside the door last night. It turned out that this was the early stage of the civilization era. Thousands of years had passed since the advent of order and truth. Their believers had almost unified the surface of the earth, but war had just noticed the island of hope. How did he die? The records of the Grand Inquisition are very vague. I did not join them, so my understanding is limited. What is the son of order? Du Shiguang asked again. This time Fong Ju didn't reply to him, but asked back, what did you trade your memories for? Du Shiguang's face tightened and he pursed his lips in silence. Fong Ju seemed to have guessed something and didn't say anything else. The judge, with purple lightning flashing in his eyes, walked up to the crowd step by step, knocked the floor with his scepter, and signaled everyone to be quiet, perhaps due to the pressure of order, or perhaps out of respect for the Grand Inquisition. The hall quickly became quiet. He hadn't spoken yet, but just bowed in the way of a believer of order. The idea of obeying the law instantly infected Chengshi, and he felt an urge to surrender in his heart. This is much more awesome than Fong Ju's confession. Last night, just when everyone lowered their heads and prepared to accept trial, Emochosi spoke. Chapter 50. Completely different reactions. As soon as he opened his mouth, the holy light of order enveloped everyone. Some of you may know me, or you may have never heard of me, but it doesn't matter. I think you all know why the Grand Inquisition is here. Evil is spreading in Everbloom Town, and criminals are wantonly depriving residents of their right to embrace prosperity under the cover of night. This filthy and vile act is not only a violation of the faith of the Natural Alliance, but also a challenge to the authority of the Grand Inquisition. Order is above, and the judgment has finally arrived. No sinner can escape punishment. First Inquisitor Mortius pledged to the Everbloom Autonomous Alliance and his followers today, we will definitely find the real culprit and restore peace to everyone. Emochiosi's words were very encouraging. Many people's faces looked much better, and the law enforcement officers around him were even more expectant, but then, his tone became icy cold and extremely playful. Okay, now that the routine briefing is over, let's throw away these redundant constraints and get straight to the point. I have found the murderer, and he is indeed among you. Fear has been your sword, but it will be your gravesong, under the watchful eye of order and the judgment of the Grand Inquisition. How do you want to escape? Before Emochosi finished speaking, his gaze began to move slowly, starting from the far left, scanning everyone in the hall. Every time he turned a slight angle, all the passengers in the area he was watching would subconsciously tense up, steal glances around, and inquire about each other, fearing that the murderer was nearby. This tangible pressure even made many passengers' legs tremble and almost fall down. Chengshi stood in the crowd and felt the sword-like gaze linger on him for a moment, and then continued to the left, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. He was now afraid that the judge would use the same method he used to kill Yuni on him, a believer in chaos. Fortunately, he seemed to really ignore the players. The pressure is still shifting and panic is still brewing. Just when Emochosi's gaze turned halfway and was about to look to the right, something strange happened. I saw a figure in a green windbreaker suddenly lower his head, push away the passengers around him, crouch down and rush towards the outside of the crowd. The passenger who was hit was stunned for a moment, and then screamed in shock, "Ah! Help! Help me! Run! The murderer is going to kill someone!" However, the law enforcement officers in front of the door immediately became excited and chased after him. "It's him! Don't run! Catch him!" The hall suddenly became chaotic. At the first moment when this wave of chaos broke out, several players seized the opportunity and responded in completely different ways. In an instant, Fong Ju began to chant loudly, displaying his power of order, without reservation, turning into a golden chain of order, chasing after the fleeing figure. Du Shiguang disappeared in a flash, and as if he had predicted the trajectory, he blocked the escapee's path, but he did not stop the figure from escaping. Instead, at the right time and with an inconspicuous movement, he accidentally touched the sinner. As for Chengshi, he disappeared the moment the crowd dispersed. He disguised himself as a frightened passenger, broke through the blockade on the first floor, and quickly ran to the second floor. But he did this not because he was scared, nor to save his life, but to search for clues. It is impossible to give up. It is impossible to give up in this lifetime. This game is so exciting that you will die if you swing once, and it won't give you any chance to rest. If you want to survive, you have to constantly stimulate your potential. As early as the first day of exploring the hotel, Chengshi quietly recorded the appearance of all the guests in the hotel and the rooms they stayed in. And the moment the man in the green windbreaker moved, he immediately locked onto his identity. Bard. A bard claiming to be from the northern Cantrowell Empire. The passengers in the hotel were in a panic because of the murder, and this was also due to the instigation of several busybodies led by him. In fact, when Chengshi knew about the semi-artifact called "When Fear Comes," He also doubted the bard. As the saying goes, if you want to do your work well, you must first sharpen your tools. If you want to kill people with fear, the best way is to spread fear first. The profession of bard is the most suitable for doing this job in an upright manner. They love to tell stories, especially creepy ones, but at that time he was still shocked by Wei Guan's death, and his mind was not sharp, or he was unable to make a clear judgment. And now, everything is right. There has never been any such thing as seeing a snake in the cup of wine. The reason why we see a snake is because the bow is made of a snake. The killer had already laid all the groundwork, waiting only for this semi-artifact to prove itself. When fear comes, Changsha walked quickly. He weaved past the fleeing passengers and soon arrived outside the bard's room. His ideas were different from the other two. Feng Zhu obviously felt that the Grand Tribunal had taken an absolute dominant position after its arrival. Helping the Grand Tribunal to hunt down the murderer at this time might bring more convenience in the subsequent investigation and action. Du Shiguang's idea was more direct. He just needed to let him touch people and read their memories. What Changsha was thinking was, when a murderer confirms that he has been identified, his first reaction must be to clear himself of suspicion. The simplest and most effective way to clear oneself of guilt is to throw away the tools used to commit the crime, but a semi-artifact is not something that can be thrown away casually, so Changsha is more inclined to believe that he hid his dagger rather than threw it away. He went to the bard's room first, hoping to find some clues that could reveal the content of the trial. If you happen to find that dagger, that would be the best. However, when Chang Shiro came to the door of the room like a ghost and pushed it open with his own hands, but there was already someone there. In front of him was a man with his upper body naked, veins bulging all over his body, and his whole body exerting strength, ascetic. It's that silent believer. Changshur was greatly surprised and blinked in confusion. No wonder he was never seen. Even after everyone was brought to the first floor by the Grand Court, no one had seen him. It turned out that he had also noticed the identity of the bard. However, no matter how lonely the player is, he is still one of us, especially since he and I share the same destiny, chaos, and there is no hatred due to opposing beliefs, so there is no need to worry too much. But the other parties state, something is wrong. The ascetic obviously heard the door being pushed open, but he did not turn around. He seemed to be holding something tightly in his hand, and he was tensing his body and gathering his strength to fight with all his heart. Changsha saw the clue and felt that his condition was deteriorating, so he quickly cast a healing spell on him. A priest's duty. He cannot stand teammates with low health bars. Unexpectedly, the followers of silence did not appreciate it at all. He had cast the field of silence at some point, and the healing spell was directly ineffective in the field. Is he a fucking lone eater? Changsha was so angry that he cursed in a low voice. Don't play dumb. If you don't speak, I'll call for help. The ascetic monk's momentum stagnated obviously. After a few breaths, he gritted his teeth and turned half of his body tremblingly. As soon as he turned around, Changsha saw that he was holding something in his hands. Looking closely, it turned out to be a dagger emitting a strange red light, struggling desperately under his restraint. When fear comes. Chapter 51. The difficulty of the trial is still increasing. Is this the semi-divine weapon that can kill people without them even realizing it? The scene made Changsha think otherwise. Although the dagger was held in the palm of the ascetic monk's hand, he could not hold this semi-artifact steadily, and his whole body was shaking with the dagger. Seeing his red eyes and bloodshot expression, Changsha was really afraid that something might happen to him. The Grand Inquisition is downstairs and may find this place at any time. Remove the domain and I will help you. Changsha's sincerity was met with the same silence as always. Even though the ascetic's condition continued to decline, he did not remove the silence field. This really silenced Changsha. Gone. You found the key clue to the trial, didn't you? You're in such bad shape, you'll die if you don't let go. Okay, so unique, right? Okay, then you die. Changsha saw that he couldn't communicate, so he turned around and left. There's too much noise here, and the people of the Grand Inquisition are no fools. They'll soon realize where the bard's room is and track him down. Not if they saw me. I would have no way of explaining why I appeared at the murderer's door. How could an ordinary traveler be so interested in the murderer that he would run to the murderer's room while others were running for their lives? Look for clues when you can, and save your life first when you need to save your life. Changsha Gan couldn't defeat this soldier who wanted to eat alone, so he had to think of other ways. However, just as he turned around to leave, a terrifying purple lightning suddenly flew across the side of Changsha's face and hit the ascetic monk directly in thunder. Changsha was shocked and his pupils shrank suddenly. The horrible burning and numbness made him lose the perception of half of his face. He looked forward with wide eyes, only to see a man standing at the stairs on the second floor, staring at him coldly. Mochosi. The judge arrived faster than he expected. Behind him were several law enforcement officers and a group of fearless passengers watching the excitement, as well as Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang, who were hiding in the crowd with frowns on their faces. Apparently they'd taken care of the guard downstairs. So fast, Changshi instinctively felt that there might have been an accident downstairs. He looked at Fang Zhu, then was slightly stunned and chose to look at Du Shiguang. As expected, Fang Zhu had a sullen face and said nothing, while Du Shiguang's face was full of confusion, but in the and he shook his head slightly. There's a problem with the bard, so they went upstairs first. Fang Zhu, a believer in order, was actually still thinking about the issue of conflicting beliefs at this time. Really, never mind, the players can't be blamed for the conflict of beliefs. Chaos, this belief is indeed disgusting, but what I need to think about now is not these, but how to remove myself from the matter of appearing at the murderer's door. Changshi's mind raced as he pretended to be frightened and fell to the side. As he rolled to the ground, he stole a glance at the ascetic monk in the room. Such a thick lightning, but it just stung me during the strike, and half of my face lost consciousness. If this hits a person, can he survive? You don't say. It really works. The ascetic monk's body was obviously frozen for a moment by the thunder as thick as a wooden barrel, but he was not really dead. Instead, he was blown away with his whole body burnt. At the same time, he threw the crimson dagger at Changshi's feet. Mochosi was obviously surprised that his thunder punishment failed to kill the criminal, but he quickly regained his serious look, and his tone was as cold as the ice in the abyss that had not melted for 1,000 years. Very good, you are the first sinner to survive my thunder punishment. Even I have to admire such a physique. The situation on the southern front is tense, and it is time to use manpower. Give up resistance, hand over it, and I'll give you a chance to serve as a prisoner of war. Death row prisoners who are serving their sentences may be able to fight their way out on the battlefield. Such people are generally called war prisoners by the Grand Inquisition. Of course, no matter how many people you kill, you can only be spared the death penalty. You will still have to go to jail when you return. Order needs to be maintained, and there will be no mistakes in the penalties. From the moment a sinner commits a sin, he will be a sinner forever. Such is the will of the Grand Inquisition. This is also the reason why Fang Zhu does not want to join the Grand Inquisition. He frowned after hearing this. The thick, glue-like thunder at the top of Mochius's scepter was still roaring. He stared at the ascetic mercilessly, as if as long as he dared to say no, the roaring thunder would devour him without hesitation. Changshi hid aside like a transparent person, but in his heart he was thinking about how to break the deadlock with this silent believer. However, it was beyond everyone's expectations that he doesn't want to break the deadlock at all. When the ascetic monk struggled to get up from the ground, he did not choose to escape first, but flew towards Changshi resolutely. No. It's the dagger at Changshi's feet. Changshi's eyes suddenly widened, and he crawled back 2 steps in extreme confusion. Brother, do you have to be so tough? You can't survive if you don't have a strong head, right? Is the thunder punishment you use as a judge electrotherapy? It can be fatal. These 2 extremely quick steps indeed saved Changshi's life, because at the same time as the ascetic monk took action, the thunder in Mochosi's hand roared decisively and rushed towards him. Boom! No luck this time. The ascetic monk turned into charred ashes the moment he was struck by thunder. The rage carried by this thunder was obviously more terrifying than the previous one. Lord Mochiusi was angry. So the sinner. Dead dust flew everywhere and the thunder stopped. The deceased himself never said a word from beginning to end throughout the death process. He practiced the precept of silence to show his piety to the benefactor. Buzz, the huge thunder made Changshi's ears ring. There's a howling in my head and my mind is trembling. Since the ascetic monk pounced in the direction facing him, Changshi clearly saw the determination in his eyes. I saw that before he was struck by thunder, the persistent light disappeared from his eyes. He wasn't killed by lightning, but die of fear. Yes, he died from the evil red dagger under his feet, and died when fear came. Before the Inquisitor's judgment, he died at the hands of a semi-artifact he wanted to seize. Changshi widened his eyes in disbelief and quickly turned to look at the crowd. If the bard downstairs had been dealt with, when was the dervish targeted by it? Could it be that the murderer is still among the crowd? Even under the nose of the Grand Inquisition, he is still killing people. 3 left. It's only the second day of the trial. Changshi broke out in a cold sweat and dared not speak. He hugged his body slightly, trying hard to play the role of a frightened and injured passenger in an attempt to get away with it. In fact, Mochosi had seen through everything a long time ago. He knew that Changshi was not a good person, and he also knew that he wanted to take advantage of the situation to find the dagger. However, the most favorable point for Changshi was that even though he appeared in a place where he shouldn't have been, he didn't do anything he shouldn't have done. The judge cannot convict such a person who is not a good person on the surface but has not committed any crime. Otherwise, it would be a violation of order. That order gives them authority and also limits their power. Mochosi walked up to Changshi with a sullen face, ignored the injured passenger, and bent down to pick up the crimson dagger. This semi-artifact that almost took half the life of the ascetic monk did not show much resistance in his hand. It lay quietly in his hand like an ordinary piece of iron, but when fear comes, fell into Mochius's hands, the faces of the only 3 remaining players became extremely ugly. The difficulty of the trial is still increasing. Chapter 52 Trump card. When a semi-artifact that threatens the safety of faith falls into the hands of the Grand Inquisition, do you think they will share it with players to help them solve the trial clues, even if it's just for a few hours? The answer is obvious. Won't. But after getting the dagger, Mochius did not put it away immediately. Instead, he showed it to the fearless onlookers as if he was showing it off. When Fang Zhu saw this scene, his eyes tightened. It's not like showing off your trophy. An inquisitor from the Grand Inquisition has no need to be so ostentatious. In this case, there is only one reason for him to do this: he is fishing. Use the murder weapon to catch the murderer. Mochosi obviously wanted to see who in the crowd was interested in this thing. Even if I can't catch the murderer, it would be fine at least to catch a few small fish like Changshi. Unfortunately, his purpose was perhaps too obvious, and no one dared to offend the majesty of the Grand Inquisition and take action at this moment. Du Shiguang obviously understood the scene. They both lowered their heads slightly to avoid Mochosi's sight. After waiting for a while and seeing that no new twists and turns appeared, Mochosi said with some disappointment, a divine relic tainted with the divine nature of foulness and death. This is the source of disaster. That foul blasphemer used this divine relic to cause slaughter and panic. Although we didn't catch the mouse today, there's no need to panic, because he no longer has the capital to blaspheme the god of prosperity. Please rest assured that under the watchful eyes of the Grand Inquisition, no sinner will be able to escape punishment. It may just take a while. After saying this, he put "when fear comes" into his arms and left the hotel without any delay. Watching Mochosi take away the judges and lawyers, Changshi sighed silently. At this moment, the players have lost the best opportunity to snatch the dagger. This also means that the clues are once again lost to them, and this time is different from the past. There is almost no turning back. The wildly rising light of life has been unleashed from now on, but entry and exit to Everbloom Town remains prohibited. I hope everyone can stay in the town for a while to witness the judgment of order and the execution of the sinners. The masters of the town's autonomous alliance announced the lifting of the lockdown order, but Changshi didn't think it would help their current situation at all. This unblocking order is more like a heavy shackle, locking the players in the hotel. Not surprisingly, the Grand Inquisition was watching closely to see which traveler would leave the inn first. For someone with something to hide, this inn that has received excessive attention from Mochius is obviously not a good hiding place. He may be eager to find another place to hide, and this is exactly what Mochosi planned: retreat to advance, from light to darkness. From now on, no one will know where Mochosi is or where he is looking. The real culprit behind the scenes, having lost his greatest support, can only live in fear, trying everything possible to clear himself of suspicion. But any abnormal behavior may be discovered by the shrewd judges, and then imprisoned in death row by the laws of the Grand Inquisition. The situation is sliding uncontrollably into the abyss, with no glimmer of hope in sight. After everyone dispersed, Changshi endured the discomfort and gave himself 2 healing spells, then dragged his paralyzed body towards Fang Zhu. Even though the believers of order did not want to continue cooperating with him, he still needed to find out what was happening downstairs. This time, Fang Zhu did not refuse Changshi's question. Perhaps he felt the urgency of the trial, so he told him everything about the hunt of the bard. That's not a human, but a puppet made of flesh and blood, without any consciousness or awareness. Puppet. Changshi was stunned and suddenly thought of the desire puppet he encountered in the previous trial. This kind of thing seems to be exactly what the followers of foulness are good at. Could it be that the murderer is really the player's target? Du Shiguang also added, because it's a puppet, no memories can be read. As soon as he finished speaking, Changshi frowned. He was not disappointed again because he had no clues, but it was Du Shiguang who lied. This sentence is very short, and there is only one point in which he could lie, which is, he read the puppet's memory, but I chose to hide it. White. Changshi looked at Fang Zhu calmly, but found that this believer of order seemed to have no doubts about Du Shiguang's words. Fang Zhu didn't know that Du Shiguang had lied, and he was kept in the dark. The situation suddenly became complicated again. Interesting, the situation is so bad, why are some people unwilling to share the only clue? Could it be, he received the command from memory, and discovered his own identity? Something is wrong. Even so, he could share the clues with Fang Zhu. The believers of order were the most reliable players, and this had never changed. Moreover, more people mean more brains, and collective efforts are always better than racking one's brains alone. So why did he hide it? And what did he hide? Changshi glanced at Du Shiguang, but Du Shiguang didn't notice because he was frowning and thinking. Obviously, he and Changshi definitely didn't think the same thing, but it's better this way. At least we have some clues. If we keep a close eye on Du Shiguang, there may still be a glimmer of hope. Changshi nodded, thanked him, turned and left. Before he even took a step, Fang Zhu asked again, "What happened in the room before we came up here?" Changshi never lied, so he said sincerely, "The ascetic got the 'when fear comes' before me, but he doesn't seem to be able to master this semi-artifact. I wanted to help him, but he refused me. You all saw what happened next. He died at the hands of Mercius, and we lost the thread." Fang Zhu stared at Changshi's eyes for a long time, but didn't find any problems, so he nodded as a thank you. Changshi smiled indifferently and left. There are two things he has to do now. One thing is to leave Du Shiguang's sight first, and then try to follow him quietly when he moves. The second thing was to torture the bard's cronies. They had been drinking together for a few days, so how could they not even recognize a puppet? After Changshi left, Fang Zhu sighed and said to Du Shiguang, "There's probably no way to find any clues in reality. So, Mr. Memory Traveler, please show us your trump card. We really need it." Du Shiguang raised his glasses and said with a meaningful smile, "When fear comes, is in the hands of the Order believers. As a Order believer as well, you have a trump card. Shouldn't you be the first to reveal it?" Fang Zhu was silent for a moment, and then said sincerely, "I do have a trump card, but I can't tell you what it is. You can think of it as an opportunity to cheat. Even if we lose all clues in this trial and suffer until the last second, I can walk out of the trial unscathed and survive. So, Du Shiguang, I am helping you. Under the current situation, I can still help you. As a believer in order, I have always adhered to the laws and morals of the human world before its collapse. This is also why I did not invite you to perform the decree of order, but you can still enjoy my blessing." Du Shiguang's eyes suddenly widened. He looked at himself again in disbelief and did not find any blessings on him. You have to know that the confession on the street last night was not the singer's blessing, it was the Hersher's output method, and teammates did not need to obey the decree of order. Fang Zhu saw his confusion, sighed, and waved his hand. A faint light burst out from Du Shiguang's body, and now, Du Shiguang saw it, glimmer of order and S-level faith talent. Within a certain range, when the target follows the same order as you, the target can maintain the same physical state as you, and this state can be hidden from the target. See? The fact that you can share my glimmer of light proves that you are not a twisted player, and you are also practicing the previous order. That's why I still want to help you." Du Shiguang was stunned at first, then he smiled with relief. "No wonder I always feel that my physical fitness has improved a lot. I thought it was the effect of blooming only to wither. I didn't expect the root cause to be here. Thank you, and thank myself. Fortunately, I am a good person, so?" Du Shiguang quickly took out a ticket that looked like a movie ticket from his pocket, stuffed it into Fang Zhu's hand, and said mysteriously, "Tonight at 3 o'clock, right here, let's take a trip down memory lane." Chapter 53 Lively Night. Changshi naturally didn't know that Du Shiguang had asked Fang Zhu to go out and party in the middle of the night. He was currently on the first floor of the inn, trying to get information from the drunkards who often drank with the bard. They seemed to be completely indifferent to the death of their drinking buddy and only cared about whether there was a discount on drinks today. It was the same old routine. Changshi stole the wine from other tables and brought it to this table to exchange stories. Seeing the free wine, a few drunkards exaggerated the story of their brotherhood with the bard. Athos is an experienced traveler. Although he doesn't drink much, he has a wide range of knowledge. It is said that he has even been to many places underground. You said he was a puppet? Don't be ridiculous, man. He must have been replaced. How can a puppet drink alcohol? Won't it get rusty? Besides, he paid for the alcohol. Why should I care where the real him is? I just want to know where his money is. Damn it, his room has been emptied out by the law enforcement officers. I heard he made a lot of money writing books. If I could inherit this money, I could probably drink until the day I die. Bullshit, I am Athos's son, and I am the only one who has the right of inheritance. What? A follower of filth? He is not a follower of filth. He is a beggar of faith who believes in every god. How do I know? He can recite 7 or 8 prayers to the gods in one breath. Can you? Hey, buddy, do you have any free wine? If not, go ask the boss for some. Athos often does this, and the boss always gives you a bottle or two. Changshi withdrew from the table with a stiff smile, and the moment he returned to the room, his expression became gloomy. It was a very sophisticated puppetry, and none of the drinkers noticed anything unusual about him. There are only a handful of professions that can achieve this level of puppet control. If you want to be associated with defilement and death, then there is only one profession: desire rules. A mage who believes in defilement. A profession that can create puppets based on desires. The question is, where is this murderer, who is suspected to be the master of desire, hiding now? No puppet could be too far away from its master, so it seemed that the murderer was still in the hotel. But can he hide it so well? He was not suspected by anyone, did not reveal any flaws, and even used puppets to trick the people of the Grand Inquisition. He did not look like he was at a disadvantage at all. Changshi even wondered if exposing, when fear comes, was part of his plan, because such a secretive killer only needs to carry the murder weapon with him and it is impossible for him to be found. So why did he place the semi-artifact in the room? Was it to hand it over to the Inquisition? What is his intention in doing this, etc.? Is it possible his target was the Inquisitor, Mochiosi? Changshi was shocked by his own thoughts, but when he thought about it carefully, all the details matched perfectly. Use a puppet to create chaos, downplay one's own existence, and then throw the murder weapon to make the Grand Inquisition feel that victory is in its grasp. The next step is naturally to use the when fear comes in Mochius's hand to complete some unexpected operations. Changshi took a few deep breaths and a bold guess arose in his mind. Could it be that the sacrifice for this trial is Mochiosi? How is that possible? A first-class inquisitor of the Grand Tribunal? Just look at the public's reaction and you will know how deep this guy's popular base is. Just look at the way Yuni and Ascetic died and you will know how powerful this guy is. How can players solve this kind of problem? You don't say. It's not certain if there are 6 players with level 2400. The problem is that 3 of them are dead now, and one of the remaining 3 is a scoundrel. Of course, I won't tell you who the scoundrel is, but there is another possibility, that the sacrifice is the murderer. But at the moment, it seems that this sacrifice is more troublesome than the Grand Inquisitor. Players still haven't found where he is. The clues are intermittent and the inference can only be based on guesswork. Changshi stayed in the room all night, thinking and paying attention to the movements next door. Finally, at 2:30 in the morning, a subtle noise was heard at the door. Changshi looked up in astonishment. Why is the noise coming from my own door? He immediately got out of bed quietly and slowly approached the door. After confirming that there was indeed someone outside, Changshi did not take a conservative and cautious defensive posture, but suddenly opened the door unexpectedly. At the moment the door was quickly opened, a waiter with a look of astonishment and embarrassment lost his support and fell sideways into the room, falling flat on his face without mercy. Waiter. Changshi quickly stepped on the waiter's shoulder and asked playfully, "Why, you're still working part-time after get off work so late?" The waiter obviously didn't understand Changshi's teasing. He smiled awkwardly but said without any struggle, "I'm sorry to bother you, but the boss said you were injured, so he asked me to get some medicine. It's in my coat pocket." Changshi didn't move, but stepped hard. "Oh? Then I have to thank your boss, but is this how you all deliver medicine?" The waiter laughed awkwardly and said with a red face, "I'm sorry, this is all my fault. I was just too curious. I will report the truth to my boss. Please forgive me." The waiter didn't lie and his attitude was sincere, so it didn't seem like he was deceitful. Changshi hesitated for a moment, but still reached into his shirt pocket. However, just when he touched the waiter's chest, he was stunned, then quickly withdrew his hand, smiled and said thank you. The waiter hurriedly got up from the floor, bowed repeatedly, and left, closing the door of the room. Changshi looked at the note in his hand and fell into deep thought. On the other side, Du Shiguang stood by the wall with bated breath, listening to the noise in Changshi's room next door. When the sound disappeared, he shook his head at Feng Ju, who was sitting in the room. It was the hotel owner who sent someone to deliver the medicine, but the waiter might have had some ulterior motives, and Changshi discovered it. He is alert and shrewd, too shrewd to be a believer in chaos. Feng Ju nodded first, then shook his head and said, "The scent of chaos doesn't deceive anyone. This sanity eroder has a high level of divinity." As he said, being close to order is even more chaotic to chaos. If that's the case, aren't you even more confused than him? The premise is that he believes in chaos, while I believe in order. The same external appearance contains different cores, so every individual called a human is different. Okay, enough chit-chat, 15 minutes left. I'm looking forward to tonight's journey. I'm looking forward to it too. After we leave, remember to remove the noise barrier so as not to arouse suspicion from the neighbors next door. Feng Ju nodded and said nothing more. 3 o'clock came quickly. Changshi sensed that the person next door was gone, so he decisively opened the door and walked out. He had some guesses about where the two people were going, but now he didn't follow his own ideas. He looked at the note in his hand again and again, and walked to the first floor with a gloomy face. The note said there was an enclosed space under the bar in the lobby on the first floor that was perfect for a meeting, and asked him to come alone. One person, okay, just one person. Today, I am a lone wolf again. I want to see what the murderer who caused panic in Yangzhan town looks like. Chapter 54. Internal strife is prohibited here. The reason why Changshi guessed that the person who invited him was the murderer was because the moment he touched the waiter's chest, he truly felt that the other party was a flesh and blood puppet. This puppet's ability to make a fake look lifelike is so powerful that perhaps no one else would be able to tell the difference, but Changshi is different. He has touched too many people. That's a bit awkward to say. In other words, he understands the flesh very well. It doesn't seem right. Forget it, that's what I mean. Those who understand will understand. For a doctor with experience in touching breasts, he can sense the direction of the muscles and fascia and the pressure of qi and blood in the other person's body the moment his fingertips touch, and this waiter was obviously very different from the real person. Therefore, it was not the boss who asked him to deliver the medicine, but the real culprit behind the scenes controlled his puppet and made an invitation to Cheng Shi.as for why Changshi couldn't figure it out. He avoided the night owls and patrolling waiters in the hotel, and came silently to the closed bar. Then, according to the description on the note, he moved an empty bottle under the bar. The moment the wine bottle turned, the place where Changshi was standing suddenly became soft and sticky, and he was sunk into it. Changshi was stunned and had no time to struggle. At the same time, in the barred room on the second floor, Du Shiguang came to the center of the room and stood silently. After preparing some unknown ceremony, he stretched out his hand towards Fang Ju. Fang Ju was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. Du Shiguang laughed dumbly and said, "Where's the ticket? You're still doing this at this time." Fang Ju took out the ticket stub with a speechless look on his face and handed it to Du Shiguang. Du Shiguang smiled as he crushed the ticket and scattered it into the magic circle at his feet. "There is no other way. This is the only way to bring you into memories. Traveling is not free. Only when travelers take the initiative to join can the memory traveler bring others in. Well, the journey is about to begin. Fang Ju, look carefully." After he finished speaking, a burst of faint blue light burst out from the magic circle under his feet, turning the entire room into a sea of blue light. Whispers that seem to be real float in the air, and scenes that ripple like water roll before my eyes. Fang Ju only felt a huge cold wave swallowing up his consciousness, instantly pulling his vision into darkness. If he was not certain that Du Shiguang had no ill intentions, he would not have dared to let go of his consciousness and cooperate in this way. When he opened his eyes again, everything was different. The breeze is gentle and the view is bright. The French windows were wide open, letting in rays of sunlight. It was obviously not the middle of the night. Under the guidance of the memory traveler, Fang Ju had already returned to a past. Is this a repeat of the past? He was shocked. Yes, this is a return to the past. The past reappears, the SS-level talent of memory, the ultimate blessing that every memory believer desires to obtain. It can fully display a memory that was submerged in the past and the present, just like an AR movie for tourists to watch. The memory travelers who possess this talent are considered the top memory travelers. You got this? This is a talent that many high-end players desire but cannot obtain. The price to obtain this blessing is very high. Fang Ju had heard that a memory believer who was ranked in the top 10 of the ladder of audience died directly during the trial of praying for this talent. Du Shiguang smiled and shook his head. How is that possible? I just happened to find one of his time notes, which allows me to recall the past 3 times, and this is already the 2nd time. Found it by chance. Perhaps this is the blessing that Du Shiguang exchanged for his memory. Fang Ju felt relieved and thought that this was right. This talent was so powerful that anyone who heard that someone had obtained it would find it incredible, but in a moment he felt a little regretful. A good person like Du Shiguang should be luckier. Unfortunately, fate does not favor good people. So, now it is? As soon as Fang Ju asked this question, he heard a shout from downstairs, "Enforcement of the Law Bureau's operation order." I see. Du Shiguang took him back to the moment before the Grand Inquisition sealed off the hotel. This time, the puppet bard was not in the room, but according to the development of memory, when fear comes, will appear here not long after. In other words, at this moment, when no one is paying attention, the semi-artifact may be here. The clues are presented before our Eyes in a way that folds time and space, Fang Zhu sighed unconsciously. Sure enough, existence and nothingness are the beginning of all mysteries and strangeness. Du Shiguang smiled without answering and quickly searched the room. Fang Zhu did not help. He just sang a few songs softly to separate the space here from the outside to ensure that no one would come in and disturb them. The reason for being so cautious is that the believer of silence who lives in memory may arrive soon. As soon as Fang Zhu finished all this, Du Shiguang excitedly whispered, "Here. When fear comes, it was right under the pillow." The murderer had no intention of hiding it, but why is it placed in such a conspicuous position? At this moment, Fang Zhu felt the same doubt as Cheng Shi, but time did not allow him to think otherwise. Just as he was about to step forward to see what magic the dagger had, he heard rustling footsteps outside the door. The ascetic is coming. The two men looked at each other and saw the worry in each other's eyes. They quickly approached the semi-artifact, trying to steal it and leave here first. However, the moment Du Shiguang touched the semi-artifact, a huge force of struggle came from the dagger, and he was knocked onto the bed without paying attention, making a loud bang sound. The ascetic outside the door was stunned. He didn't expect that someone was faster than him. But no matter what, this dagger was deeply related to the clues of the trial, and he couldn't give up, so he gathered all his strength and rushed directly to the door. The room was under the command of order and became indestructible. The door only shook slightly but was not broken, but all this could not stop a soldier. He clenched his fists tightly and exerted force suddenly. The blood vessels all over his body began to bulge like a dragon. Then, his pair of hard fists filled with blood slammed towards the door without hesitation. With a loud bang, the door broke open and even the doorframe was shattered into powder. Fang Zhu didn't bother to help Du Shiguang, and immediately stretched out his arms to stop the ascetic monk and said, "Shoo. It's us." The moment the ascetic monk saw Fang Zhu, he did not stop his actions, but directly cast a field of silence over the two of them. The red and cold look in his eyes clearly showed that he was not prepared to consider these two people as teammates. Fuck, he's crazy. Du Shiguang was lying on the bed and didn't even have time to get up before he reached out and gently pushed the ascetic monk. A force of memory washed over his consciousness, and the memory of Fang Zhu and Du Shiguang were his teammates began to flash wildly in his mind. However, even so, the ascetic monk did not stop. He directly flashed to the bedside, pulled up Du Shiguang's leg and swung it backwards. While swinging, his other hand quickly reached out for the semi-artifact. Fang Zhu became furious, his face darkened, and he opened his hand and hit him on the arm. "Stop it, internal strife is prohibited here." The moment the decree was issued, the ascetic monk let go of Du Shiguang's hand, and Du Shiguang was thrown out of the door due to inertia. Okay, let's do this." He first rolled twice, bent his knees and stabilized his body, then reached out to the ascetic again, hold it tightly. A cold blue divine power emerged from his body, and as soon as it appeared, it also surged onto the ascetic monk. "If you want to play, I'll play with you." Chapter 55. The real culprit behind the scenes. These blue memory forces pulled at the ascetic's deepest memories, slowly cutting and rewriting his cognition like a scalpel die. In the blink of an eye, he forgot why he came, and also forgot who Du Shiguang and Fang Zhu were. He stood there with a dull look in his eyes. 15 seconds. Hurry! Fang Zhu woke up from his sleep when he heard Du Shiguang's roar and immediately reached out for. When fear comes, he felt that the struggle of this semi-artifact was not violent, and it did not seem like it could throw someone out. Although he was doubtful, he issued another decree just to be safe. No resistance allowed here. Theoretically speaking, the power of order in players is too little after all, and its rank is far lower than that of a semi-artifact, especially as a relic of a dual divinity subordinate god. When fear comes, should not be affected in any way, but unexpectedly, the semi-artifact still calmed down under Fang Zhu's command. The situation was so tense that everyone subconsciously ignored this point. Fang Zhu was delighted and quickly picked it up and threw it hard towards Du Shiguang. He was not denying his own abilities, he just believed that the person who took him through his memories must have more means than he did. Du Shiguang turned over and caught the semi-artifact thrown to him, feeling relieved. Finally, after much effort, I finally found it. The clue to the trial may be in, boom. Before Du Shiguang could take another look, a devastating force of thunder came towards him. Puff! Du Shiguang was struck by the devastating thunder, and his whole body was burned and flew out, hitting the wall of the corridor, but the dagger was still tightly grasped in his hand. "Very good, you are the first sinner to survive my thunder punishment. Even I have to admire such a physique." The situation on the southern front is tense, and it is time to use manpower. Give up resistance, hand over it, and I'll give you a chance to serve as a prisoner of war. The same words rang in everyone's ears again, but this time the target was different. Fong Ju looked at the watch on his wrist in astonishment. The time when Emochosi came up this time was 6 minutes earlier than he remembered. Was it the noise of the ascetic monk forcing his way through the door that caused the people downstairs to change their ways? He looked up and found that he and Du Shiguang were not among the crowd behind Emochosi. Instead, Chengshi, who was supposed to be struck by lightning at the door, stood where they were before. Fong Ju stared at all this in a daze, knowing that this trip was probably going to fail. However, at this moment, something strange happened again. Du Shiguang held, when fear comes, and thought of something. Suddenly, he looked at Fong Ju with horror. He seemed to want to say something to the other person, but before he could open his mouth, the light in his eyes suddenly disappeared. Fong Ju's body suddenly stiffened, and then the scene in front of him gradually peeled off like a broken mirror, and in the blink of an eye, he was spit out from the sea of memories. The vision fell into darkness again. When he regained consciousness, Fong Ju found that he seemed to be no longer in the hotel. He opened his eyes and looked at the shackles on his hands and the anklets, and was shocked and speechless for a moment. And the person sitting in front of him was the judge who had arrested someone in the hotel this morning. Okay, it's time to end these boring tricks. Tell us what you remember, or this way, it's good for both you and me. The other side, Chengshi opened his eyes and found that he was no longer in the hotel. This was a dim cave. The dense stalactites on the top of the cave, which looked like symbols, reminded him of a place underground. He had seen stalactites with similar symbols during an underground trial. It was said that these were the underground cave elves showing their piety to the gods. How did I get here? Is the murderer behind the scenes really a fallen believer from underground? Just as Chengshi was carefully looking at everything around him, an unexpected person appeared in front of him with a smile. Chengshi was shocked. His mouth opened wide and he said in astonishment, "Is it really you?" The visitor smiled and nodded. As expected, you've already suspected me. But I'm curious. My disguise is almost flawless. How did you suspect me? Chengshi did not sense his ill will, and even felt a little kindness. He pondered for a moment and replied seriously, "To be honest, my suspicions about you were very limited, and if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, it would be difficult for me to make a correct judgment. As for the reason for suspecting you, it's very similar to the reason for suspecting the bard you control. When a person wants to kill through fear, simply spreading rumors to create panic is not effective. If I were that person, I would first make everyone believe that they are very safe, and then create fear of killing in the safest place. This psychological gap is enough to break through the defenses of ordinary people and become a sharp weapon in my hand. Is this perhaps why you urge every new visitor to see blooming only to wither?" Standing in front of Chengshi was the owner of the Crazy Light of Life Hotel. He laughed and applauded. "You're smart and suitable." Suitable? Yes, that's appropriate. Since you can guess it's me, why not think about why I'm here? Chengshi frowned and said while thinking, "You deliberately delivered that murderous dagger into the hands of the Grand Inquisition, probably targeting a certain judge. Or it could be Emochosi himself. I am not familiar with the history of the Grand Inquisition, but I have some knowledge of this period. The believers of the truth of the Tower of Matter have discovered too many laws of the universe, which makes them feel that they are omnipotent, and their confidence in exploring the ultimate mysteries of divinity is unprecedentedly high. However, since each great scholar has his or her own cognitive system, communication between them is either to promote their own arguments or to persuade others to switch to their own school. This situation of talking at cross purposes and holding different opinions is becoming increasingly chaotic in the current complex academic school situation. Now they despise the obsolescence of the order and are disgusted by the diligence of their peers. Coupled with the instigation of underground beliefs, it wasn't long before a war broke out in pursuit of the only truth. Once the war started, its momentum was unstoppable, and the flames of war gradually spread to the southern border of the Grand Inquisition. And you, since you have come to the heart of the Grand Inquisition and want to kill Mokius, then at this sensitive time point, are you trying to disrupt the rear of the Grand Inquisition, making them too busy to take care of themselves, so that the front line is no longer so strong? In other words, you want to bring the flames of war into the Grand Inquisition and drag the Inquisitors into the vortex of war? Well, that's right. In this way, the underground will have the opportunity to take advantage of the chaos to encroach on more surface forces and spread faith wantonly in the war-torn areas. This is very much in your interest. If you think about it this way, killing a first-level Inquisitor, who happens to be the so-called son of order, would be a very good start. I wonder if I'm right? The innkeeper listened to all this silently, his face filled with shock, and he applauded in admiration. Amazing! Very amazing, almost half of it was right. Your mind is so sharp that I find it hard to believe that you are not one of us. It's truly remarkable that so many conclusions can be drawn based on just 1 or 2 days of observation, given the lack of so much information. Changsher once again noticed the special word in his boss's mouth and said with a little surprise, "You're not alone?" Of course, what kind of person do you think is strong enough to not reveal any flaws under Emochosi's nose? I admit, I can't do it. So you guessed right and you guessed wrong. Athos is indeed a puppet, but it is not mine, it is his own. Chapter 56: The Shocking Truth. His own? Changsher was completely confused. What do you mean by his own? The innkeeper explained very patiently. Athos's mentor is Zangel, the leader of the creation alchemy school of the Tower of Matter. This school has very deep attainments and a huge technological lead in creation and puppetry. Due to various concerns, other schools assassinated Zangel before he published his latest results. As a result, Athos, who lost the protection of his mentor, became a fugitive scholar. He wandered underground, met us, and joined us. Why does this sentence sound so familiar? Brother, if you could just say to me one last time, "Would you like to join us?" I would go straight back to Feng Shirqing's arms in my dreams. With our support, he developed the ability of puppet self and transformed his critically injured self into a flesh and blood human puppet. Changsher didn't understand and blinked. If he becomes a puppet, who will control him? No one can control him. The only one who can control him is his former self. He has designed a perfect consciousness for himself to support our actions to the greatest extent possible. Changsher's head was buzzing. Isn't this just artificial AI? Make yourself an AI, why bother? What's the point? Meaning? Using one's own shattered life to create something, creating a puppet that rivals a perfect life form. Isn't this the meaning of pursuing the truth? What you said makes a lot of sense, but my mom told me not to talk to idiots. Changsher's inner desire to complain had reached its peak, but he still smiled patiently on the surface. How can this be called the pursuit of truth? Isn't this just pursuing stupidity? So who is that tonight? Kotaro, Athos's apprentice, also made himself into a puppet. Double kill. So what are these people up to? If you think about it carefully, they seem to have been infected by filth and depravity, and fallen into a state of excessive pursuit of personal desires and obsessions. Since this is underground, maybe what they believe in is depravity. So Changsher asked doubtfully, "Filthy? You mean my faith?" No, I don't really believe in any God. Or rather, the being I believe in hasn't arrived yet. Changsher was confused again. He frowned and stared at the innkeeper's face, wondering, then where does your power of filth come from? The innkeeper raised his eyebrows, stretched out a hand and shook it gently. As his arms trembled, the power of filth in his body began to dissipate, and gradually, a golden power revived and wrapped around his body again. Changsher was stunned when he saw this familiar power. Order, it's the fucking power of order. It's incredible, isn't it? Actually, I am a believer of his. Not only that, I have also served on the Grand Inquisition, and Emochosi, it's my junior fellow student. Stunned is not enough to describe Changsher's current expression. His facial expression control function has completely collapsed, and his mouth is open so wide that 2 light bulbs can almost be squeezed in. No, wait a minute. You are an Inquisitor of the Grand Inquisition? First-class Inquisitor, Keenesly, what a nostalgic name. Then what about the power of defilement in you? Are you a forsworn? The so-called oathbreakers are believers who have given up their original beliefs and turned to believe in other gods. These believers, having betrayed their original vows, will suffer endless punishment from their former benefactors. In fact, players of Game of Faith now also have this option, but after activating Abandoned Vow, even if they successfully change their faith, they will still be left with a permanent debuff from the benefactor who betrayed their faith. The changed God will not give extra care to those who forswear oaths. So, making this decision is extremely difficult. A forsworn? No, I haven't abandoned my devotion to order. I've simply added devotion to other gods to this devotion. Is this possible? Wow, what a follower of Aquaman. I want them all. The question is, can the gods who have been trashed by you tolerate it? I have never heard of such a philanthropic, trustful person. Keenesly laughed loudly and said a little crazily, before we succeeded, no one realized that faith could be so impure and chaotic. This is why we can come together. Here we come. Changshi's eyes narrowed, realizing that tonight's conversation was finally about to get to the point. Since this former first-level Inquisitor opposite is neither a believer of depravity nor a forsaken of order, there must be some inhumane reasons for him to come to the heart of the Grand Inquisition again, and this reason may very well involve a deeper struggle of faith. Changshi had some thoughts in his mind. He guessed that this person might have begun to worship war, because the boss said that his faith has not yet arrived. At this time, the civil war had just begun in the Tower of Reason. He had only noticed the Island of Hope, but had not yet arrived. His followers are still at the stage of perceiving God's name. Yes, the coming of gods also has a sequence, and it is basically the order of destiny. This view is basically common sense in games with scores above 2000. However, Kenesley's next words blew Changshi's mind away. All of us come from different faith camps, and each of us is a favored one who should be watched by the Lord, but even so, we still suffered various misfortunes and were forced to flee under the oppression of our compatriots and great injustice. From then on, we realized that our beliefs were not entirely correct, and that there might be beliefs that were more suitable for us waiting for us in the vast universe. So, following this vague and hazy perception, we gathered underground. After decades of faith experiments, we finally discovered. He opened his eyes and looked at us. Kenesley suddenly became crazy. His eyes were red with excitement, his hands were waving with excitement, his whole body was tense and congested, and he was indulging in the satisfaction of a summoning God. That we feel his presence and hear his voice, discover that only he is the essence of the universe and the origin of all things. We bow reverently at his feet, accept his will, and pray for his coming. But we know that humble prayers do not gain his appreciation. So we need a grand ceremony to welcome the coming of our Lord. Let the war spread to every inch of the Grand Inquisition, let the entire continent of hope be in chaos, let everyone wail in the flames of war, cry before death, and then wait for them to wake up in the displacement and feel the presence of my Lord. In the end, everyone in this world will prostrate themselves at the feet of my Lord. Chapter 57. You are his believers. Crazy, these people are crazy. Changshi frowned and took 2 steps back cautiously. They are indeed believers in war, and their goal is to drag the entire continent of hope into the abyss of war. But based on this alone, he still couldn't determine whether the sacrifice of death was this group of lunatics or Emochio's I. So Changshi spoke again. So, why do you think I'm suitable for your plan? Kenesley suddenly looked up and looked at Changshi with burning eyes, as if he was looking at one of his most beloved treasures. Why? Because you have his breath in you, because you are in harmony with his will, because you also have his gaze, but he still doesn't know it. Wait. That's not right. Changshi's eyes suddenly widened, as if he had thought of something, but before he could formulate his absurd idea, Kenesley had already given the answer. A great God of chaos, your servant has found the first life to awaken the will of chaos. He will witness with us your coming. Changshi's back instantly tensed up and his scalp went numb. Confusion, it's actually chaos, they are actually believers of chaos. How so? In this era when war is just beginning to be noticed and chaos has never been heard of, I actually met the first group of believers of chaos, the legendary Sprout believer, and in a sense, my current identity is far purer than theirs. No wonder the murderer was so unscrupulous, no wonder Kenesley was so crazy, no wonder they took a fancy to me. This is his will. Chaos brings everyone together. The huge amount of information and the huge mental shock made Changshi stunned for a long time, until Kenesley recovered from his frenzied state and laughed softly a few times, then dragged Changshi back to reality. You have learned the name of the new god. Now, will you still refuse? Just think about it. In the coming era, your name will be sung by countless believers, just like us, becoming the god of chaos. At this point, Kenesley suddenly got stuck. He scratched his head and asked awkwardly, I remember your name was. Changshi was stunned for a moment, then his lips curled up into a playful arc, and he immediately returned to his most confident state, absolutely honest. Rather than that, why don't you tell me what I won't refuse? Kenesley nodded. That's right. As someone who is being watched by him, you must naturally participate in the ceremony to welcome the coming of our Lord. You have a very free identity and can do much more than we can find Mokius, approach Mokius, and then kill Mokius. The Grand Inquisition has lost the Son of Order, and their wrath will inevitably be directed towards the Tower of Reason. How can you be sure that the Grand Inquisition will fight the Tower of Reason? You know, they've already started fighting, but it's just sporadic friction. Emochios's death will accelerate the spread of the war. As for why, Athos is a scholar of the Tower of Reason and Matter, but Tarot is also a scholar of the Tower of Reason and Matter. As long as the Grand Inquisition uses that thing, they can easily find out all this. this is an impeccable closed loop. That thing, Chang Shi raised his eyebrows, but didn't dare to ask directly. Instead, he asked vaguely, but the Grand Inquisition will also know that the Tower of Reason has already expelled them. No, you don't understand. Expulsion doesn't necessarily mean division, just like acceptance doesn't necessarily mean integration. As long as the seeds of doubt are planted, everything will fall into place under the catalyst of war. What about you? If that thing appears, your identity won't be hidden either. Me? Kinnesley pointed at himself and laughed again. Don't you want to find the real murderer? I can be the murderer, although we don't know what you are pursuing. It doesn't matter, kill me and satisfy you. This is the virtual space we opened up. It is far underground and not protected by prosperity. That if I die here, no one will find my body, not even the Grand Inquisition. Looking at the crazy smile on Kinnesley's face, Chang Shi's heart trembled. This guy is not crazy at all. He even saw that the players were looking for the murderer, but this man is completely crazy. Even though he knows this, he is still willing to use his life as a bargaining chip in exchange for Chang Shi's response. All of this is just for a belief that is illusory to them, for the arrival of a god who will bring about chaos. You are not afraid of death? Everyone is destined to die. I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid that my lord will no longer look upon you as. To be honest, we weren't completely sure before we came here, but until we met you, then I realized that this was the guidance he gave us. Now that you know of his existence, you will definitely help us accomplish this great feat. Kill Emochosi and let me see our piety. As he spoke, Kinnesley pulled out a dagger from his pocket. This dagger, flashing with a strange and enchanting red light, was so familiar that Chang Shi was stunned when he saw it. When fear comes? Wasn't it taken away by Emochosi? Kinnesley chuckled twice, but for the first time ever, there was a hint of sadness in his laughter. There are 5 of us who came here from underground. Athos is dead, Kotaro and I are alive. Guess where the remaining 2 went? Chang Shi had a flash of inspiration. Alchemy, creation, dual divinity, 2 people. A bold idea arose in his mind, and he murmured in disbelief. In addition to creating puppets, creation can probably also create a relic of the gods. You're really smart. Ching is a believer of death, and Weogli is a believer of depravity. They were refined by Athos into replicas of When Fear Comes, and stole a trace of power from this divine relic. When it is not in use, the replica can perfectly enjoy its authority. In order to get closer to Mercius, we added a special divinity into it, so that the replica would only succumb to the power of order, and when the original it selects its target, Ching and Uyajili will be repelled by the pure divinity, turning from replicas back into flesh and blood, and the replicas will naturally dissipate. However, at that time, they would die immediately after becoming adults again, sacrificing themselves to the great chaos. That we never worry about it being taken away, we only worry about not being able to get close to Mercuz. What is the purple gold red gourd? And then? Chang Shi asked doubtfully. Use the fake to kill Emochosi and preserve the real relic of the god? Of course not. There is no need to preserve the divine relic. It is not a gift from my lord, but a discarded item from other gods. According to Athos's idea, after obtaining the replica, Mercius would lower his external vigilance to the lowest level, and this would be the best time to break through his defenses. A true relic from the gods will always be used at the most important moment. Isn't it? Damn, that makes sense. Chang Shi was speechless. Well, do you think Athos is a genius? His teacher was far greater than he was, but unfortunately this world could not accommodate geniuses, let alone these great inventions. People shout about faith, but they are doing things that go against their faith, and this just shows that the world is inherently disordered. Everyone is the embodiment of contradiction and confusion. To be honest, the Chaos Believer's remarks were quite shocking, but Chang Shi couldn't accept them. At least as far as he is concerned, he is not chaotic and his stability remains consistent, that is, always deceiving others, including being deceived. Accept our invitation, and you can not only kill the murderer, but also take Athos's alchemy notes. This is a note left by the greatest genius of this era. Once it is released, even the scholars in the Tower of Logic will scramble for it. Think about it, what would you choose? I have no choice. Now that things have come to this, if I refuse, I will be the one to die. Chang Shi shook his head and chuckled. Don't you doubt my identity? You may not even know why I'm here. It doesn't matter. Compared to his coming, none of this matters. What will happen to Taro after you die? His existence is to prove to the outside world, you are not the murderer. When the time is right, he will prove his piety. Oh wow, you guys are quite thoughtful, that sounds nice. Maybe it's suicide again? You killed 2 of my companions, but only gave me 1 life? Changshi continued to question with a playful look. Keenosley was stunned for a moment, frowned and shook his head. We only killed 1 man, and I can see that hunter didn't get along with you guys. He didn't lie, this means they only killed Wei Guan. How did the ascetic die? Is there really someone taking advantage of the situation? Who is it? Changshi pondered for a moment but couldn't figure it out. Perhaps someone had come into contact with that semi-artifact before the ascetic. There were too many people at the scene and he had no clues for a moment. Forget it, back to the topic. Even if I accept your invitation, how can I instill fear in a first-class inquisitor of the Grand Inquisition? Ha 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 ha. The Inquisitor is also a human being, and humans have fears. You might as well ask him, do you remember me? Okay, I understand. Changshi sighed and asked again, is it worth it? Keenosley glanced at him without saying anything, but his weathered eyes were full of determination. At this moment, he had nothing to do with chaos. Changshi is not a compassionate person, nor is he an ungrateful person. One of his greatest strengths is that he listens to advice. He understood what Keenosley meant, so he nodded and said, "Oh, make a deal." Keenosley went crazy again because of Changshi's affirmation. He excitedly and twitchingly handed out, "When fear comes," then raised his neck high, ready to be killed. If he comes after you die, will you regret not having seen him? Regret? You don't understand. You have only realized his existence, but have not yet comprehended the true meaning of chaos. Go ahead, let me join this sacrifice, join in this most wonderful welcome to our Lord. This semi-artifact now lay quietly in Keenosley's hand, completely different from the state in which the ascetic monk held it at that time. Changshi carefully stretched out his hand and gently touched the handle of the dagger. A breath of death flowed into his body along his fingers, so strong that it made him shiver. No rejection? The divine relics have no consciousness and will not reject, but the replicas created by Qing and Wyatt Jelly have obsessions. They reject all others except those who believe in order. Changshi put away, "When fear comes," with mixed feelings, then took out a scalpel from his sleeve. Although this thing is a semi-artifact, it is not as easy to use as a scalpel. Any last words? Keenosley laughed wantonly. "My friend, I remember your name is." Changshi was stunned and replied with a smile, "Ultraman, my name is Ultraman." "Yes, my name is Outman. I am just an outsider. Goodbye, Keenosley. I hope you are my answer." Squeak, the knife fell quickly and cleanly. A tiny crack instantly appeared on Keenosley's neck. The moment his pupils constricted, the almost invisible wound suddenly burst open, spraying blood, carrying order, depravity, and chaos everywhere. Seeing him die with a crazy smile on his face and his eyes closed, Changshi shook the blood off his hands with a puzzled expression. The answer is wrong. Chapter 58 Lost Memory. The way to get back to the hotel is very simple. Just step out of the cave exit. Keenosley's arrangements were very detailed. He even posted an exit diagram on the wall, fearing that the deal he had exchanged for his life would not be successful. The problem is, there are no guarantees in this deal. For Changshi, it has no binding force at all. Even if he changed his mind and regretted it now, and took away, "When fear comes," and the alchemy notes for nothing, this group of budding believers of chaos seemed to be unable to do anything. But Changshi was not going to regret it, and he couldn't regret it, because killing Emochosi is very likely the answer to this trial. His death was a sacrifice to death and the key to ending the trial. These people, didn't they plan for me to do this? He didn't dare to think about it any further. He was able to confirm his identity and purpose based on just 2 days of observation. Such a person would be the best wherever he is. Even if you are not favored by others, you will definitely become a hero if you start over. But now, is it worth it? Even if it's not worth it, then, it's none of my business. As long as I can gain something from it, that's fine. Changshi smiled self-deprecatingly, picked up the alchemy notes on the table and put it into his personal space, then left without looking back. When he opened his eyes again, he was back under the bar. The night was still. Dark and the hall was silent and empty. Changshi hid the dagger on his body and quietly went upstairs. It seems only half an hour has passed. I hope I can still catch up with Fang Ju and the others. But when he climbed to the second floor, where Athos's room was, he found not a single person. It's over? Changshi blinked in confusion and searched carefully for a moment, but found no trace of anyone having been there. Guessed wrong, wasn't that the place they were going to? The bard's room. So where did they go? As a nostalgic traveler, the place Du Shiguang is most likely to go to was a place related to the murderer. Since no one guessed that the boss was the real culprit behind the scenes, their target should only be Athos, who turned himself into a puppet. It's not like he would just go straight to the law enforcement bureau to find Emochosi, right? They're not that stupid. After thinking for a long time without figuring it out, Changshi decided to go back to his room and get through the night. After experiencing the thrills of the day, the first priority is to return to normal and not be noticed. What's more, he already knew the whole story and had the semi-artifact in his hands, so he already had some advantages. No words were spoken that night. No sleep all night. When the chirping of birds came into the room in the early morning, Changshi pushed open the door and walked out. He thought about it all night and finally came up with a reluctant excuse to approach Emochosi head-on. That's a claim. Although he had committed no crime, he was struck by the judge's thunder, which caused facial injuries, and he was depressed and unable to sleep all night. No matter what, we need an explanation for this. I hope the people from the law enforcement bureau won't just give compensation hastily. What I need is an apology from the person himself. Changshi himself found this excuse somewhat funny. After all, asking a first-level judge to apologize to him was tantamount to saying that the judge's judgment was wrong. I wonder if Emochosi can bear it. After hearing this, Changshi walked downstairs with a cheerful step. He wanted to go straight to the law enforcement bureau, but when he passed the lobby on the first floor, he found that many passengers were talking to each other in surprise. He instinctively stopped and began another round of intelligence gathering. It would be even better if we could find out where the two people went last night from the passengers' chatter. But he never expected that the news he heard this time made him feel as if he was still in a dream and had not woken up. The noise in my ears and everything in front of me seemed like an empty dream. Who could have imagined that the murderer was actually a believer in order? I think the leaders of the town's autonomous alliance are terribly worried. They finally asked the Grand Inquisition for help, but they discovered their dirty laundry. Sigh, hasn't the result been confirmed yet? How could it be false? He used a puppet to attract the judge's attention, then tried to escape with the murder weapon, but was caught red-handed. How can he defend himself? By the way, was the dead man with glasses and strange clothes also a believer in order? I don't know, but I think it must be so. Otherwise, why wouldn't the Grand Court hold an open trial, etc.? Changshi noticed something wrong in the gossip, his head buzzed, and his body instantly tensed up. Who was the murderer? Who died again? What happened? I didn't sleep all night, but it wasn't the third day. How could I not know how so many things happened? He digested the information with shock, then rubbed his stiff face, forced a standard fake smile, approached the crowd and began to ask questions. Big brother, who died? Buddy, were you scared away yesterday? What a pity. If you come upstairs with us, you'll see the big news. Lord Mokius has caught the murderer. They are two believers from outside the area. One of them was shot dead on the spot, and the other was captured. Don't worry now, the Grand Inquisition has dispelled your fear, just enjoy your journey, haha. Changshi smiled and continued to ask, yes, I was so scared yesterday that I hid myself. The one you mentioned who died was wearing glasses? Yes, he was wearing a coat I'd never seen before. He looked like a traveler from out of town. He was very polite. The other one had blonde hair and looked like a local. No, he's definitely not a local. He's a murderer. I'm afraid he's just underground in disguise. You're crazy, he's a rank, hush. The Grand Inquisition didn't tell us, so we don't know. Oh, right. Hi, we were just chatting, don't ask any more questions. Anyway, there's no danger in Yangzhan town anymore. Changshi smiled and nodded continuously, but his back beneath his clothes was covered in cold sweat. Du Shiguang died and Feng Zhu was arrested. He found out all the details of the scene. There is no doubt that the murderers mentioned by the passengers are these two. But the question is, when did this happen? At that time last night, there was no one in the corridor on the second floor. Where did they see Emochosi handling the case? The timing is totally wrong. The people don't match at all. Of the one who was killed by Mokiyoshi, no. It should be said that the one who died was obviously an ascetic monk. Changshi was unwilling to believe that there was something wrong with his memory, so he wandered around the hall again and began to ask questions indirectly. However, after a while, he stopped with cold sweat on his forehead. The sadhu disappeared. Everyone said they had never seen such a shirtless monk, as if he had never existed. Feeling the bright sunshine outside the hotel gate shining on himself, Changshi felt cold all over. He thought about it for a long time but couldn't figure out why reality became like this after he went underground. Was this a method used by Kenesley and the others to drive him crazy, or did something happen that he could not imagine? Could it be that all of this is a means of remembering believers? He found the answer and set up a puzzle. That's not right. He was clearly still in the trial, which meant that he probably hadn't finished the trial. Is that a means of memory? Very similar, but judging from Changshi's memory, he didn't seem to remember that the believers of memory had such a powerful talent. Of course, this might be an SS level talent that has never been seen before. So, is history distorted, or is my memory tampered with? Changshi frowned and thought hard. The trial lasts for 7 days, and it's only the 3rd day, and I'm the only player left alive, and Fangju who was locked up. 6, 2 left. This is so wrong. To understand all this, we must first understand what happened. Ordinary passengers certainly don't know this, so there are probably 3 people who can explain this clearly: Yamochosi, the captured Fangju, and the last, Chaos, budding believer, Kotaro. With the first 2 are difficult to approach, and the last one is inside the hotel. Changshi immediately went to look for him. However, he couldn't find any trace of Kotaro for the whole morning. Even the door to the empty space under the bar disappeared. All clues were cut off. Changshi sat tiredly on the steps at the entrance of the hotel, scratching his hair and lost in thought. Chapter 59, Drunkenness and Dreams. When a difficult problem has multiple solutions, people tend to look for the simplest one. Little do people know that when trying to determine which solution is the simplest, they have often invisibly increased the difficulty of the problem. But Taro couldn't find it, so the only 2 remaining solutions were Fangju and Emochosi. In terms of difficulty, Emochosi is naturally easier than Fangju, since Fangju has been identified as the murderer. Both the Law Enforcement Bureau and the Grand Court must be keeping the strictest surveillance on him. It was almost impossible to see him, but Emochosi is different. Even if his whereabouts are unknown, as long as he can find a key excuse, he can still take a gamble, and Changshi already has an excuse. As long as he can properly process or exaggerate it, according to the general thinking of people, they would probably try to meet Emochosi first, but Changshi is not an ordinary person. He gave up the idea of actively meeting the 2 people mentioned above, changed his mindset, and decided to let others come to him. As for why he allowed them to come to him, that is of course, when fear comes. Changshi walked into an alley and took out the semi-artifact in his arms. In the shadows, the enchanting red light was still as eye-catching as ever, and the aura of death and defilement flowed through the tip of the blade, so thick that it was shocking. The matter is actually very simple. If people still die in the town when the real murderer is arrested, then this means that the arrested murderer is not necessarily the real murderer, and there is at least one murderer who is still at large. Therefore, now we just need to find a lucky person to remove the suspicion on Fangju to a certain extent, and also stimulate Emochosi's passion to continue chasing the murderer. But who should I look for this lucky person? Changshi, armed with a weapon, wandered aimlessly on the streets of the town for a whole day, but still failed to choose a suitable target. Until the moon was at its zenith, he returned to the outside of the inn and met the group of friends of the bard Athos at the door of the inn. They were about to go out and fight somewhere else. Changshi smiled knowingly. Look, isn't it coming? He quickly caught up with the men and listened quietly to their sighs from behind. After the murderer was caught, the nights became quiet. It was so boring. I missed the days when Athos was here. Although the stories he told were horrible, they were at least interesting. I suppose you don't miss Athos, but his money. Ah, same old, same old. Sigh, without any big news to talk about, drinking has lost some of its flavor. These drunkards who enjoy watching the fun don't care whether anyone dies or not. All they care about is whether they can have some fun drinking and chatting with others. If other people were present, they would inevitably look down on them, but Changshi wouldn't do that. He would just silently praise in his heart. You see, this is such a good group of target customers that it even makes people give up the desire to kill. He gathered his hood and covered his head with it, then took 2 quick steps, past the crowd, and stopped in front of them and looked back. Several drunks were startled by Changshi's sudden stop. They stopped in confusion and asked, "Hey, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Go away, you have no money, ask Athos for it, he has it. Who are you and what do you do?" Changshi's face was hidden in the shadow of his hood. He chuckled and stretched out his hand from the sleeve of his robe. He was holding something tightly in his hand, but it was hard to see clearly in the dim moonlight. Several people were not annoyed by Changshi's silence. On the contrary, they found his behavior very interesting. "What is this? What are you trying to sell? Want to challenge us to a duel?" Do you think you can defeat 5 of us by yourself? Hey man, open your hand and see what's inside. If it's something good, I don't mind spending a little money to buy it. I've been waiting for you to say this. Changsha raised the corner of his mouth and said mysteriously, of course it's a good thing. I'm an alchemist. This contains a new drug I've researched. I named it drunkenness and dreaming of death. Just take one pill and you can immediately enter a state of dream death, which looks exactly like real death, and even the heart will stop beating. Even the judges of the Grand Inquisition could not distinguish the true from the false. But it is different from death, because in the state of dream death your 5 senses will not disappear. You can hear the sounds around you, feel the touch of others, and even if you can die with your eyes open, you can see everything that your open eyes can see. The effect of the drug lasts for 24 hours and no external stimulation will break this state. Create a death and then feel the panic of others. How about one slice? As soon as he finished speaking, he heard the breathing of the people in front of him suddenly become heavy, the heartbeat as loud as a drum plays. An exciting chapter in the quiet night, heartbeating, so fucking exciting. For a group of alcoholics who are looking for fun every day, this is simply a miracle drug tailor-made for them. Indeed, it is tailor-made, written by Changsha Gang. The sacrifice to nothingness once again creates a sacrifice. Originally, there were only a few candy beans in Chang Shi's palm, but when these drinkers looked at him with burning eyes and heated breaths, the nature of the candy beans changed drastically. Living in drunkenness and dreaming of death has been achieved. How much? How many do you have? You came here alone? My brother, your thoughts are very dangerous. Even if I come here alone, what do you want? $0 purchase. Sorry to disappoint you, I was planning to sell it for 0 yuan. Oh, if you are interested and willing to cooperate with me in trying the medicine, these medicines can be given to you for free. Real? Give them all? The bulge in the men's eyes had obviously dissipated a lot, and their gazes became fiery. Of course. Changsha opened his palm, revealing 5 pills. No more, no less, 1 for each person. The moment the drunkards saw the medicine, they grabbed it without hesitation and swallowed it in one gulp. Praise, prosperity. Being able to experience death for a day in this town that will never die is undoubtedly the greatest pleasure. How long does it take to take effect? Effective immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, the 5 strong men fell down one after another. Bang, 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 bang. The night returned to silence, their hearts stopped beating and their body temperature began to drop rapidly, like a corpse. Changsha smiled and kicked the drunkards at his feet, then pulled them into a nearby alley. When we wake up tomorrow, there will be another explosive piece of news in the town that will cause even greater panic. After doing all this, Changsha strode back to the hotel. For all the traces of his presence on the street, he never erased them from beginning to end. Lying on the bed in the room, Changsha stared at the ceiling, thinking silently, come on, Mercius, let's see how quickly you can find me. The third night, another sleepless night, Changsha was the only player left in the hotel. Chapter 60 Day 4, Emochiosi, you are not the answer. Super large cup. Wei Guan died in the street, killed by Athos. Yuni died in the room and was caught by the Grand Inquisition. The ascetic monk died while trying to take advantage of the chaos in the battle, and the murderer has not been found yet. Not only that, even his identity disappeared and no one remembered him. Du Shiguang also died at the hands of the Grand Inquisition, but this is only an eyewitness recollection and its accuracy cannot be guaranteed. If Fang Zhu was caught, but probably not dead yet. The way each player died was unreasonable and strange, but there was no substantial evidence to prove that their deaths were strange, which made people feel incredible. Changsha pondered for a whole night, and a bold idea came to his mind. Could death be the answer to the trial? Is it possible that this trial is unlike any other, and everyone has their own answer? So, these dead people have already escaped from the bitter sea of trials, and only I am left here, confused and struggling to survive. It's not impossible, it's just, it still requires a lot of verification. Now it seems that the only clue lies with Emochiosi, and Emochiosi, it came much faster than expected. Before dawn, a majestic figure appeared in Changsha's room. He had no one with him, and was as confident as those disappeared 2,400-point players. Changsha slowly opened his eyes and sat up from the bed. Emochiosi was standing by the table in the room, his eyes flashing with thunder as usual, but this time, besides the thunder, there was also some doubt. A crude act cannot conceal the fact of the crime. I saw you last night when we were catching the murderer. You stand in the crowd, pretending to be a bystander watching the fun, but your eyes are always focused on the situation. Maybe you are together, you should be happy that this outcast of order did not betray you, but now you are challenging the Grand Inquisition in this way. What is the crime? Each word Emochosi said was colder than the previous one. By the time he said the last word, the scepter in his hand had been raised high, and the roaring thunder on the top of the scepter could not wait to bite the enemy. Changshur smiled, not at all flustered. He slowly stood up and bowed slightly. If I am guilty, why don't you just arrest me instead of talking nonsense with me here? You are more decisive during the day than you are now. Hoof. Emochosi snorted coldly, his response as cold as the abyss. 5 bodies covered in invitation were a disgusting ploy to get an audience with me. I don't have much time, but I can still generously give a death row inmate some time to leave his last words. It doesn't matter how you committed the murder, after your last words, you will be judged by order before your companions. TSK, that's very honest. Changshur smiled and said again, I'm afraid a humble traveler wouldn't attract such great interest from the Inquisitor. What interests you is probably the aura they carry, right? That's right, in order to attract Emochosi here, Changshur did write some indecent words on the belly of the corpse. It's not too serious, just 5 words, come and catch me. One for each person, but in fact, the words are not important. What is important is the writing tool he used. When fear comes, in this way, the wounds of every corpse are filled with the breath of death and filth. Emochosi also felt this and was cautious not to take action. He clearly collected the dagger and sealed it in a secret place, but why is there still a trace of the divine relic in the outside world? This is what he wants to explore. Every judge who makes a judgment would also want to know the true answer to the crime if possible. This is human nature. No one is immune to it. Emochosi obviously took Changshur's invitation as an answer. Little did he know that he was Changshur's answer. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, I have no intention of confronting the Grand Inquisition, nor do I wish to create any further chaos. As long as you answer a few questions for me truthfully, I will answer all the doubts in your mind. Even more so, confess your guilt and accept your punishment. Emochosi's face darkened. He didn't give Changshur any chance to bargain. He just struck Changshur with a thunderbolt. Changshur expected the other party to take action, but he didn't expect it to be at this time. He immediately unleashed all his divine power and cast his healing and mental skills on himself crazily. He also held a prosperity of the past between his fingers, ready to withstand the thunder with his body at any time. As long as he can withstand this, he will probably have the capital to talk to Emochosi. But what Changshur didn't expect was that Emochosi's judgment staff was actually a semi-artifact. The last time I was stung by lightning and half of my face was broken, I didn't realize that such a ferocious thunder came from a semi-divine weapon. No wonder, it turns out that being locked by a semi-artifact feels like this. The mind is wailing and the soul is trembling. At that moment, Changshur felt that his body seemed to have its own thoughts. It wanted to lie down and beg for mercy from this terrifyingly powerful staff of judgment. He couldn't help but wonder, how could an ascetic monk possibly withstand this level of thunder punishment? Changshur has always been very confident in his physical endurance and mental resistance. His strong physique and proficient medical skills give him endurance that is not inferior to that of warriors of the same level. Coupled with the professional characteristics of the priest and various means of early healing, he may not have the thickest health among the players, but he is definitely the most resistant one. He had personally witnessed the ascetic monk survive a single blow from Mokiusi, and from then on he felt that he must have a way to withstand Mokiusi's thunder punishment. But the fact is, he miscalculated. This is a power that no mortal can resist. Before Changshur had time to take the medicine, thunder exploded in every joint of his body. The flames of judgment erupted from the inside out, instantly burning him into a black man. The god-level power of SSS was fully displayed at this moment. It's over, just one step away, misled. Now, the game is really over. There were no flashbacks in Changshur's mind because the roar of thunder was still echoing. He closed his eyes in relief, feeling that it was good to be freed. At least I don't have to be cheated anymore. But just when Changshur thought he had called GG, something even more shocking happened. Just like being stabbed by Yunning in front of, blooming only to wither, the aura of death overflowing from Changshur's body suddenly collapsed at a fatal moment and then disappeared. It seemed as if there was some rule that blocked his death line. Changshur, who had survived, crawled out from the wreckage of the smashed bed and bared his bloody white teeth at Emochosi like an evil ghost from the underworld. Emochosi's face darkened as he watched his thunder punishment fail again. You guys are indeed a group. There aren't many people in this world who can withstand my thunder punishment, but I didn't expect to see 2 in the past 2 days. Changshur suddenly felt that he had figured out a lot of things, but he still had some questions, so he struggled to look up and asked, You remember the sadhu, the monk who stole, when fear comes? Emochosi frowned and said coldly, Don't bother me with your nonsense. You know I'm talking about your friend with glasses. His death is your future. Friends who wear glasses, do Shiguang. Could Du Shiguang, the mage's body, also withstand the judgment thunder punishment? Really? The Chengshi lowered his head, with the corners of his mouth raised as wide as possible. It turns out that this is the answer. No one can withstand a second blow. Sinner, leave your last words. This person is quite interesting. He clearly wanted people to explain the whole cause and effect, but he refused to speak and only used the scepter to force them. Okay, you are too embarrassed to speak up, but I am. Changshi crawled forward 2 steps, covering his chest with his hands in some discomfort, but with a hint of smile in his misery. Your Excellency the Inquisitor, aren't you curious about why we were able to withstand your punishment? A hint of doubt flashed across Mokiusi's face, but it quickly disappeared. He closed his eyes slightly and hummed the last sentence. Quite cute. Changshi laughed sarcastically in his heart, but said mysteriously on the surface, because all of this was taught to us by Master Keenesley, who? For the first time, a look of shock appeared on Mokius's face, which had remained serious for thousands of years, and even his hand holding the scepter trembled slightly. Changshi seized the opportunity and took advantage of his illness to kill him, and continued, have you forgotten? But Lord Keenesley had not forgotten. He can never forget the injustice done to him by the Grand Inquisition, the betrayal you gave him, and the filthiness he endured under the watchful eyes of order. Today, the adults will is back, right here, behind you. Impossible. Well. At the moment when Mokius suddenly turned his head and blurted out, a breath of death that was as condensed as a substance exploded in his chest, this beloved son of order, this first-level inquisitor from the Grand Inquisition, this possessor of a semi-divine artifact who had the upper hand, suddenly, all the light in his eyes suddenly collapsed, the vigorous vitality suddenly withered, and the power of order disappeared. His slightly opened mouth hadn't even closed yet, but he couldn't utter a single word. There was still fear written on his face, and his pupils were still constricted, but nothing would change anymore. Mercius's dead die in a flash, the corpse fell to the ground with a bang, knocking over the tables and chairs and throwing away the scepter. And the sinner's last words, the great judge also gave his last words. Impossible? Nothing is impossible. Changshi coughed and laughed crazily, and took out the crimson dagger from his chest. When fear comes, you treat me with half a divine weapon, and I will repay you with half a divine weapon. This moment, when fear comes, is full of heart blood and shines brightly. Who would have thought that when the son of order of the Grand Inquisition mentioned his senior brother Keenesley, he would feel fear in his heart? I'm really curious about what kind of filth is hidden in the Grand Court, cough, but I guessed right. Mochiusi, you are not the answer after all. Ha. The trial of death is really interesting, it's really funny, ha. Changshi laughed for a long time, until he was so tired that he couldn't stop coughing. Then he turned around with difficulty and swallowed the pill in his hand. I am this small town watched by prosperity. The prosperity of the past seems to be far more effective than before. Soon, a pink newborn with its burnt skin peeled off stood up from the ground. He quietly cleaned up the scene, dealt with the body, picked up the scepter, and put the tables and chairs back to their original order. Everything was like it was just after nightfall, and except for the collapsed bed, it seemed as if no one had ever been there. The moment of execution, the name of the scepter is moment of execution. The punishment is as severe as its name suggests, but now it belongs to me. Changshi looked at his watch and saw that it was almost dawn. It just so happened that when the Law Enforcement Bureau was at work, he might be able to visit the prison and see the only surviving teammate, Feng Zhu. Believers of order, I seem to have found the answer, and you? Chapter 61, Conversation in Prison. When Changshi came to the prison of the Law Enforcement Bureau wearing ordinary clothes and a hood covering his face, no staff member dared to stop him, because what he held in his hand was an Inquisitor brooch worn by Mercius. This is enough to be regarded as the highest token of authority. Several staff members thought that this unfamiliar visitor was a spy from the Grand Inquisition, so they politely led the way and also considerately sent away irrelevant personnel, leaving enough time for Changshi to communicate with the criminal. Of course, in their eyes, this kind of communication was probably a horrific form of torture. After all, the Grand Inquisition is notorious for its harsh punishments. Changshi easily came in front of Feng Zhu and took off his hood in front of him. When Feng Zhu, who was covered in wounds, saw Changshi, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Changshi looked at Feng Zhu's expression with some surprise and said with a smile, I'm guessing you're not relieved for my safety, but you don't seem surprised to see me here? Feng Zhu laughed at himself. It's you, Changshi, you're amazing. As his believer, you are the most cunning and scheming person I have ever met, being able to plot the death of everyone in just 3 days. I have to admit, I underestimated you. As Changshi listened to Feng Zhu's nonsense, a shining wind sign lit up on his forehead. I came to you for the answer, and you admitted that I was a wolf right away. Bro, are we still on the same version? but he did not deny it, nor did he make excuses. He just smiled calmly. Changsha saw all of Fangju's hostile behavior during the trial, but he didn't care. He never minded that some players took the conflict of faith too seriously, nor did he mind that some people took their anger out on him or even developed deep hostility towards him because of the conflict of faith. In the game of survival, it's normal for people to behave in any way they want. Changsha always judges by deeds rather than by intentions. As long as you don't attack me explicitly, it's your freedom to think of me however you want, but if you do something bad, I'm sorry, but it's my freedom to kill you however I want. But it was precisely because of Cheng Shixiao's mystery that Fangju was even more certain that he was the mastermind behind the scenes that his eyes suddenly darkened, and Du Shiguang's death came to his mind again after he stepped into the 2,400 point mark. There were very few players in this division who could share his light. Du Shiguang, as a good man who abided by the old order, died inexplicably, which is a regret for humanity. What did he promise you, or what are you trying to get? Changsha frowned. He changed his perspective and put Fangju in the middle of thinking for a moment. He found that when no answer was found, the deaths of so many people seemed to be driven by a mastermind, and this scene before he finally arrived at the prison was more like a person behind the scenes walking to the front of the stage to enjoy the audience's praise before the drama ended. At this moment, the other party probably thinks that he is the director who plans the overall situation. After all, chaos always represents disorder. Changsha didn't answer him, and he couldn't answer him because Fangju's perspective was wrong. So Changsha didn't answer, but asked back, "You don't seem worried about your situation, but it doesn't seem to me like you have the answers. So, what is your confidence?" Fangju spoke in a bleak tone and smiled self-deprecatingly. "It's just a way to save my life. Compared to your sophisticated calculations, it's just the most crude and violent method, but I still have a question. Before I leave, could you please clarify it for me? Even if a shrewd hunter gives alms to his prey, finally food. Don't be so dejected. I also have a question. It's a good opportunity. We can exchange secrets." Fangju was stunned and nodded. "You ask first." Changsha smiled and asked directly, "Last night, Du Shiguang, and you went back to the past and changed your memories, right?" Fangju obviously didn't expect Changsha to ask such an inappropriate question. Recalling the past can return to memory and change the past, which is almost a well-known fact in this segment. Once a player who did not participate in the reenactment of the past finds that his memory is different from everyone else's cognition, the first thing he will think of is the power of memory. At work, however, memory will not allow players to erase it, it will fill in the gaps in the memory, and the result of doing so is the consequences of erasing memories will be borne by the participating players. This is exactly what happened with Du Shiguang's death and Fangju's imprisonment. If Fangju did not answer Changsha immediately because he felt that this was Changsha finding an excuse to give him face and avoid their communication from becoming a one-sided charity, how could he not know? This kind of decency is more hurtful when given than when not given. Fangju hesitated for a moment with a complicated expression, but nodded in order to get the answer from Chang. Sure, Changsha got a positive answer, and the last doubt in his heart was finally resolved. He smiled even more brightly. "Okay, I'm done with my questions, it's your turn." Fangju's expression immediately turned serious, and he asked very seriously, "As the son of order, Emochosi certainly wouldn't listen to your commands. So, how did you scheme against him, allowing him to fall into your trap step by step and kill them for you? They here are naturally everyone except Wei Guan. You want to know?" Changsha laughed so hard that he couldn't breathe, and his hand touched his chest again. "We agreed on a secret exchange. Oh, believers of order really like rules. Why don't you guess?" A strange smile appeared on Changsha's face, and he tilted his head to look at Fangju. Fangju frowned, thought for a moment, and began his inference. Because of the need to hunt down believers of the opposing faith, order, you may be familiar with the history of the Grand Inquisition, and even more so, Mokius, probably when you learned that we were in Yangzhan town, you knew that it would be him who came this time. So you used the information gap you've accumulated to subtly influence them to challenge Emochosi's authority, and then, just stand among the crowd and you can reap the benefits. Changsha, everything you do goes against the original intention of chaos. Every step is carefully planned. It is hard to imagine that you are his believer. Maybe you are right, the closer we get to order, the more chaotic it becomes. Is it right? To be honest, this is a perfect set of reasoning. If everything is really as Fang Zhu said, Changshi, the rational eroder, should have used the huge information gap as a weapon to complete the hunt for all players, but the problem is, he is not a believer in chaos at all, nor is he the director behind the scenes. The director is someone else, and now it's hard to say who it is. Sorry, I guessed wrong. Changshi shrugged playfully, put on an even more bizarre smile, stared intently into Fang Zhu's eyes, and murmured slowly in a hoarse voice, "Have you ever thought about, is there another possibility?" After saying that, he took out the scepter with roaring thunder on the top from his personal space. Moment of execution. There was a loud boom in Fang Zhu's head, and his rationality seemed to be shattered by endless thunder. His pupils suddenly shrank, his scalp went numb, and a piercing chill rushed from his tailbone to his forehead. Cold sweat oozed from every inch of my body, my spine was completely straight and stiff, and my whole body's stress response expressed 4 words: unbelievable. You, how could you possibly be? Just as Fang Zhu said this half sentence in astonishment, a powerful breath of death surged from his body. Immediately afterwards, a whistling thunder passed through Changshi's hand, through the prison door, and hit him in an instant. Fang Zhu was so shocked that he couldn't extricate himself. He had no time to dodge and was blown away like a rag, but fortunately, he didn't die. Yes, how lucky, he was not dead after all. The 2 approaches of When Fear Comes and The Moment of Execution failed to kill him. Could it be that this Hershers also has a physique as strong as that of an ascetic monk? Changshi had no intention of killing him, he just did a small experiment on Fang Zhu, and now, the answer has been confirmed. Looking at the miserable Fang Zhu, Changshi laughed heartily. Why not? However, Fang Zhu, who was lucky enough to survive, would not listen to his explanation at all. At the moment he fell from the wall and rolled on the ground, he held on to his last breath, gritted his teeth and used his backup plan. There was no earth-shattering collapse or any huge earthquake or roar. Changshi only saw that the space behind Fang Zhu suddenly and silently cracked open a gap, sucking him in like a vacuum cleaner. After he disappeared into nothingness, the gap closed slowly like a zipper, as if no one had ever been in the prison from beginning to end, only a pool of charred lightning remained on the ground, proving that an attack had indeed occurred here a few seconds ago. Changshi watched Fang Zhu leave in amazement. The number of wind numbers above his head not only doubled, but also flashed rapidly. It's the taste of order. He came here to take his followers. I assent your God, order, the most law-abiding God? How can you open a backdoor for believers? Is this reasonable? Is this legal? Faith game. Doesn't the GM care? Outrageous. I want to complain. Of course, he only dared to shout these words in his heart. Changshi still didn't dare to confront the game head-on, which would be a suicidal move. Oh, forget it. It would be nice to let the good people in public live one more time anyway. I'm not here to kick someone when they're down. Changshi put away the scepter in his hand and put on his hood again. The last thing is done, and now it's time to end the trial. Let me think, how can I end this? Chapter 62. The dead pharmacist, His Excellency Mercius, first-class inquisitor of the Grand Inquisition, has disappeared. Strictly speaking, it cannot be called missing. It's just that this adult went out alone to investigate a case and did not come back the whole night. The people at the Law Enforcement Bureau were quite anxious because not only did they receive reports that 5 more residents had died in Yangzhan town, they also discovered that the criminals in the jail had escaped. Even the secret agent from the Grand Inquisition who visited him yesterday was never seen again. The lawyers were like ants on a hot pan, constantly asking to see the judges who were traveling with Mokius, but the judges were helpless, because the last order the adults gave them was to wait for him to come back at the Law Enforcement Bureau. This timing is really too awkward. You say the person disappeared, but he was only absent for 1 night. Ordinary people still have time to spend a night out having fun, let alone a judge investigating a case. Of course, this is not to say that Lord Mokius went out to have fun, but it takes more time to investigate the case. But if you say the person hasn't disappeared, it seems that no case has ever been investigated for such a long time. Generally speaking, the moment a suspect is encountered, not to mention the investigation, the trial and execution may be over. In short, the disappearance of Mokius and the decrees he left behind plunged everyone into a quagmire, making it anxious and difficult. The town is once again gripped by the fear that the killer is on the run to commit revenge killings. It was not until the middle of the night on the 4th day, when the 5 bodies that had been moved back to the archives room inexplicably woke up from the archives room and were tortured by the frightened law enforcement officers, that everyone realized that the deaths of the 5 people were actually a prank. Good news, no murder occurred. Bad news, Lord Mercius is indeed missing. Since there is no case to investigate, where did this adult go? The judge came from the Grand Inquisition after all, so he kept his composure and firmly believed that Lord Mokius must be busy with something, so he just waited. Besides, in Yangzhan town, no one can threaten your safety. But when the staff of the Law Enforcement Bureau discovered that When Fear Comes had also disappeared, Leaving only two strange corpses in the sealed room, the judges could no longer sit. Still, Yangzhan town was in chaos again. It was at this time, on the morning of the fifth day after all the officials had not slept all night, that the 5 drunkards who had almost frightened the law enforcement bureau were released from the police station on the grounds of innocence. Their bodies were covered with scars, and it was obvious that they had been severely tortured, but there was no anger on their faces. Instead, there was a sense of happy satisfaction. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of idiots, we fooled everyone. No matter how hard they are whipped, it can't cover up the fear in their hearts. Did you see that? Director Wiki's face turned green. The most important thing is that we are innocent. They can't do anything to us. Cool. I didn't expect this medicine to be so effective. Where's that pharmacist? Does anyone know where he is? He seems to be staying at the hotel? The 5 people stopped, looked at each other meaningfully, and then ran towards the hotel. Apparently, there's no greater pleasure than taking 5 more pills. As long as they have drunken life, dreamy death, the entire Yangzhan town will be their entertainment venue. However, when the 5 drunkards asked around and finally arrived outside the pharmacist's room, a thin hotel waiter pushed the door open and walked out. As soon as he came out, he saw 5 big men surrounding the door, their eyes shining with excitement, and he was shocked. Instinctively, he hugged his hands and feet and leaned against the doorframe, shivering. Hey, where are the people inside? Is the pharmacist in there? Where did he go? Are you here to clean the room? Did you see anything? Is there a drug called drunkenness and dreaming death in there? Forget it, get out of the way, let's go in and find it. Just as a few people were about to go in, the waiter suddenly cried out, "Wow, it wasn't me, it wasn't me, whoa, he was like that as soon as I went in, it really wasn't me." Several big men were startled by the sudden crying, but in an instant they passed the waiter, opened the door and walked in. When they entered the house, they found a charred corpse lying in front of the bed. The fragments of unburned clothes on the charred corpse showed that he seemed to be the pharmacist who sold them the drunken life and dream of death. The night before, the drunkards stood there in a daze, dumbfounded. What's going on? Dad? Hey man, you did this? You killed the pharmacist. How did you kill him? What did you use? Praise, prosperity, and hand over the murder method. I won't expose you. Don't just stand there, hurry up and find out if there are any medicines left. Whoa, it wasn't me. I was about to come in to clean up when I found his body. I was so scared that I didn't dare to say anything. Whoa. Several big men rummaged around the room for a long time but didn't find any finished medicine. Instead, bottles and materials used for experiments were scattered all over the floor, and many of them reacted under the remains of the burnt bed, producing a pile of colorful things. Hiss, it's over. The medicine is gone. Hey, someone really died. Should we report it to the Law Enforcement Bureau? Report it, why not? Since someone really died, it's better than us faking it. Isn't the news here, brothers? Spread the word, break the news, mate. Call the marshals. Tell them the escaped killer is back at the inn, reborn and ready to take revenge. Hearing that the body was the result of revenge by the escaped murderer, the waiter became even more frightened. His legs went weak and he collapsed at the door. Woo, don't kill me, it's none of my business. It's useless. I'll go by myself. You know what, when people who like to have fun are pursuing fun, their execution ability is really high. After a while, the law enforcement officers surrounded the hotel again, and this time they were accompanied by 2 judges. As the 2 judges entered the room, they smelled a strong smell of medicine. They wrinkled their noses and searched the entire room carefully. The table was piled with some trivial alchemical notes. The handwriting on them was crooked and looked like insects crawling. It was obvious that the owner of the notes had not received any formal education. There were also scribbled records on the remaining pages of paper, such as dream, death, and improvement, which proved that the deceased had been improving medicine during his lifetime. The area in front of the bed was almost entirely filled with broken bottles and jars. Various common alchemical reactions seemed to be visible in the wreckage of the bed, probably a chain reaction caused by the explosion that shattered the materials. The corpse was charred and unrecognizable, and not only that, it also exuded an aura that was incompatible with order. It seems that he is a pharmacist who believes in wild gods. They pondered for a moment and came to the same conclusion as the Law Enforcement Bureau, a pharmacist who believed in an evil god and was obsessed with refining medicine had an accident while preparing a medicine with the divine power of death, and dedicated himself to death. It wasn't the escaped murderer who committed the crime, because there was almost no smell of filth or any remnant of fear here, but this incident was still big news in Yangzhan town, because people didn't die often here, especially accidental deaths, which were rarely seen in a century. The judges questioned the reporter, interviewed nearby travelers, and after careful deduction, finalized the report where this person used an excessive amount of the uncontrollable divine power of death, whose source was unknown. Under the will of death, he failed to receive the protection of prosperity and suffered the consequences. The case was quickly solved, and both the hotel guests and the law enforcement officers breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the murderer does not commit crimes again and as long as there is no panic in Yangzhan town, Lord Mokius's temporary disappearance is not unacceptable. The judges left calmly, and the remaining staff members were left to clean up the matter in the hotel. Yes, it was you who discovered the scene? What's your name? You need to come back to the police station with us to make a record. My name is Kotaro, sir. This has nothing to do with me, right? Look at how cowardly you are. If it had anything to do with you, you would have run away long ago. Ha 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 ha. Don't worry, I just made a simple record. Case closed. That's good. I'll go with you. Well, come on. The time of death was probably last night. Did you hear any noise? Well, I did hear a muffled noise while on patrol before dawn, but it wasn't loud, so I ignored it. You know, the privacy of the guests is more important. You're right. If you had taken a closer look, there might have been more than one corpse in the room. What a lunatic! He even dared to drug divinity. Watching the waiter leave with the law enforcement officers, the drunkards touched their heads, sighed, and were extremely disappointed. What a pity, such a good medicine. The unexpected episode was cut off just as it started, and panic rose again but was quickly suppressed. The chaotic law enforcement bureau in Yangzhan town, which was glanced at by death, are still busy searching for the escaped real murderer and the disappeared Lord Mokius. But all this has nothing to do with the waiter who discovered the body. It's getting dark. Ke Taro walked out of the law enforcement bureau slowly, stood at the door and looked back at the brightly lit and busy high-rise building. With a playful smile on his face, he waved to someone and tilted his head in greeting. Goodbye, lovely people. Then he pulled his hood up to cover his eyes, walked into the darkness, blended into the night, and disappeared. Special trial: which road leads to death? Death, challenge successfully. Rating and reward calculation in progress. Player, Chengshire. Performance rating, C. Obtained item. Boredom mask, C. X1. Obtained item. Teasing mask, C. X1. Obtained item. Indifferent mask, C. X1. Obtained item. Fuzzy mask, C. X1. Obtained item. Suspicious mask, S. X1. Path to godhood +0. Audience ladder +3. Current path to godhood score, 2125. Global ranking, 458,728. Current audience ladder score, 164. Destiny ranking, 62. Trial completed, about to exit. Chapter 63. Today is just another ordinary day reality. A large laboratory in an unknown province or city. Wei Guan opened his eyes without surprise and casually glanced at the clock on the table. Time did not move, and the trial was over. He looked down at his chest, felt his heart still beating, and snorted coldly. What a boring trick. Fear is not a sharp blade, but a good medicine to save players. This idea is too cliché and has no originality. No one responded in the empty laboratory, only his echo floated back and forth. He stood up from his chair, walked to a large screen, and pressed the switch to start the machine. Experiment 4 is starting. Hello, Dr. Wei Guan, nice to see you again. How was your day? Wei Guan's tone was neither happy nor sad. It's just an ordinary day. Did your special trial go well? Smooth? Probably, but a trial that is too smooth is not conducive to a person's growth, so I slightly increased the difficulty for my teammates. You are as kind and generous as ever. Startup completed in 12.964 seconds. Wei Guan frowned slightly, his face looking a little serious. Your loading time is 0.065 seconds slower again. Analyze the cause and submit a report. Sorry, we are analyzing the cause. Analysis completed in 3.014 seconds. The reason is the Divinity storage container ruptured and lost pressure, and the Divinity escape rate was 32.189%. In order to prevent Divinity from escaping into the survival area, extra time was spent to close the door to the experimental area. A detailed accident report has been issued. Please review it. Wei Guan flipped through a few pages with a cold expression, his brows furrowed. Looks like I need to capture the divine power again. Analyze and test the divine power's balance ratio and tell me which trials I need to participate in. Analyzing the experimental ratio. Please wait. Reality. An uninhabited area in an unknown province or city. Yunny woke up from the sand and wiped the rain off his face. Huh? Why is it raining again? Trouble. She looked up at the falling raindrops and snapped her fingers lightly in despair. The raindrops from the sky disappeared the moment they landed on a certain spot above her head. Drop by drop, the liquid condensed in this world was transferred to a world that was about to be annihilated. As for whether this light drizzle will bring disaster like the last straw that broke the camel's back or salvation like timely rain to that world, no one knows. She raised her head slightly and looked at her chest, Chang Shi's words still echoing in her ears. Fairness that is not agreed upon by others is not fair. Oh, fair, only those with strength are worthy of discussing fairness. As for the weak, to be alive is original sin, better to annihilate. Yunny lay back down again, closed his eyes, listened to the noisy sound of rain around him, and his thoughts drifted to who knows where. Reality. A shack in an unknown province or city. A shirtless soldier woke up, opened his eyes and looked around for a moment, then slowly closed his eyes again. From beginning to end, no sound came from this dusty shack. The silence is unsettling. Reality. An apartment in an unknown province or city. Du Shiguang woke up, but he didn't get up. The soft big bed has a fatal attraction to a tired person. It seems to have grown countless tentacles that tie the person to it, making him unable to move. He lay there for a long time, until the scenes from the trial flashed back into his mind. He then opened his eyes and a sinister smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Good man? What a noble word. I hope that my good friend can still find the correct answer after being deceived by my wonderful performance. Oh, by the way, he seems to have a backup plan. It doesn't matter. If I didn't kill it this time, maybe I'll have a chance next time. Are you right, classmate Du Shiguang? In the mirror in front of Du Shiguang, his reflection was looking at him with a gloomy expression, but he was laughing heartily. Don't be unhappy. Once I dedicate this memory, we will be good people again, right? As he spoke, he took out a note flowing with the power of memory, and gently wiped it across his forehead. Du Shiguang in the mirror had a dark face and clenched his jaws, but he was helpless. Soon after, the two people's movements were synchronized again. Du Shiguang opened his eyes, looked at the new handwriting on the notebook in his hand in confusion, and suddenly came to his senses. July 14th. Great, the trial is over. He turned his head and looked at the mirror, and continued with a playful tone. Unfortunately, I didn't die. It seems that this time, you will have to stay in there for a while longer. The Du Shiguang in the mirror had the same mouth shape and movements as the Du Shiguang outside the mirror, and did not respond. Everything that just happened seemed like a one-man drama performance. Reality. An office building in an unknown province or city. At the moment Fong Ju woke up, he immediately stood up from his chair. He frowned and walked quickly to the filing room and began to rummage through the filing cabinets. After a while, the crisp sound of high heels walking was heard behind him. Fong Ju? Fong Ju turned around and found that it was Jiyu, a member of the Mutual Aid Association who lived next door, a wizard who believed in truth. The barrier of this office building was broken through by a group of enthusiastic and kind players, who then lived together to help each other, forming a mutual aid association in the post-God Descent era. Fong Ju and she are the two with the highest scores here and are very prestigious. Why are you so flustered? Did you encounter any difficulties in the trial? You're just in time. Remember that Emochiosi from the Grand Inquisition you told me about? Help me look up his information. Jiyu nodded in surprise and walked into the archives room. The son of order who died young? What are you looking for? Why not ask me first? Maybe I know. Are scholars of the historical school so knowledgeable and erudite? What else? Tell me about it? Jiyu smiled, sitting at the table with her head tilted waiting. I want to know where he died, and whether any semi-artifact of the Grand Inquisition was lost after his death. It should be a scepter. The moment of execution? A scepter of thunder punishment. You know? Fong Ju's face was full of surprise. Well, the Grand Inquisition's only lost scepter of judgment in thousands of years remains a mystery to this day. Many mages are looking for it, including me. You saw it? Fong Ju nodded solemnly. Where? Jiu excitedly stood up straight and grabbed Fong Ju's hand. Fong Ju sighed and said word by word, in the hands of a sanity erosion. I initially suspected he was impersonating Mortis, but later realized he must have witnessed Mortis's death and stolen the moment of execution. Jiu widened her eyes and covered her mouth in surprise. Your trial seems quite exciting. Tell me about it in detail. Fong Ju also felt that he needed someone to help him sort things out, so he put down the information in his hand and began to slowly explain. Only after he finished telling the story of the entire trial did he stop and look at Jiu, who had a serious expression on her face. How is it? What do you think? Jiu pondered for a moment and said slowly, You've been deceived. The victim of death may be none other than yourselves. I feel that your thinking has deviated, but I can't tell who misled you, and that rational eroder named Chung Shi is probably using you to verify this answer, but you did a good job. Given the situation at that time, you had no other way to kill yourself except your trump card. I'm curious, he's the last player left in the trial, can he survive? Fong Ju was slightly stunned. You mean, he didn't arrange all this? Without seeing it with my own eyes, I can't be sure, but there must have been some dirty tricks that fanned the flames. Even if it wasn't his plan, he's still very powerful. I want to remind my friends in order to be careful of this sanity eroder called Chung Shi. In that case, do you mind if I offer a small bounty on the Mage Channel for moment of execution? It seems that it is not impossible. Oh, and it's not all bad news. I brought back the body of a foolish believer, so your 2,600 points might be a little better. Chapter 64, A Shameful High-End Game, 3 Surprises. Today's Super Large Cup Pro Max. All in one go. Lying on his back on the roof, feeling the sunshine of reality shining on him, Cheng Shi felt a sense of luck that he had survived a disaster. I didn't expect this method to be so useful. Winning the gamble with his life and property at stake again made Cheng Shi feel that he was really lucky in gambling. He took out the dice from his arms and looked at it in the glaring sunlight. The one on the dice became very dazzling under the reflection. Predestined fate? Ha, bullshit. Cheng Shi smiled and threw the dice casually. The dice rolled quickly on the ground on the roof and stopped after a few circles. The bright and brilliant dot was still facing upwards, unchanged. It seems to be protesting against the reality that denies it, and it also seems to be mocking the reality that is unable to change it. Cheng Shi didn't look at it, but just closed his eyes, and everything he had experienced in the past 5 days surged in his mind. He carefully sorted out all the details and reviewed his experience of completing the game. There is no such thing as eternal good luck, it's just hard work and secret. After each trial, I review all the operations involved, trying to make my sense of smell sharper, my nerves more tense, and my deception more natural. This is Chung Shi's way to victory, but these efforts are too tiring and far less practical than just being a slacker. Therefore, Chung Shi's ultimate dream is to cling to powerful people and become a freeloader. Unfortunately, I always encounter all kinds of idiots in the trial, and there is rarely a chance to complete a whole game. The matchmaking for this trial was actually pretty good, with a lot of big guys, so I should have been able to make it all the way to the end, but the answer to the trial did not allow him to get away with it, or rather, the bosses had no intention of taking him with them. The 5 masks rewarded after the trial illustrate this point, and none of these 2,400 plus big guys died. Why didn't they die? Perhaps it was because they had already seen through the answer. They are all cunning people. Cheng Shi sighed, and his memory went back to the moment when the trial came with a hint given by death. There is only one way to death, find it and offer your sacrifice, referring to the previous death trial. This is obviously to find a sacrifice, kill him, and sacrifice him to him, thus ending the trial. But the strange thing about this trial is that the town of Yangzhan, where the trial is held, does not accept death. Or it can be said that death is unlikely to come, but things are not absolute. At least in a small town affected by a semi-artifact, death can be caused by using another semi-artifact. Therefore, everyone's initial goal was to find the murderer and decipher the clues of the trial from him. During this period, everyone is working towards the same goal. Only Wei Guan, like a bystander, investigated in the town for a long time and used the method of stupidity to infer an answer. Then he used the murderer with great determination to kill himself. He committed suicide. This is Also the reason why no one found any traces at the scene, because it was he himself who cleared away all traces. A foolish hunter perfectly faked the scene of his own death, plunging his teammates into inexplicable fear. During that period of time, no one thought that they were the sacrifice. Giving of yourself is the only way. Death, the sacrifice that matters in this trial, is not a specific person, but the wisdom and courage to face death. The second person to touch the answer was Yunny. This assassin lady from Annihilation had no clue at all. She just wanted to speed up the process of obtaining clues, so she resolutely returned to the hotel and started rushing towards the murderer. You should know that annihilation is the opposite of death. What it advocates is even more extreme than the death that death advocates, which is death without disintegration. Therefore, his followers are indifferent to the lives of not only others but also themselves. In their view, death is just a state before annihilation and is not scary. But when she sensed that the Grand Inquisition was in the hotel, and even sensed that there was a semi-artifact in the room, she suddenly felt that she had found the answer, that is, in a small town protected by a semi-artifact. He died at the hands of a semi-artifact, so she faced death calmly, embraced annihilation, and took the opportunity to save her teammates. But she overlooked one point at that time, which was also something Chengshi realized only after 4 people died. That is, the sentence "there is only one way to death" contains more than one rule. Another very crucial point is, each way of dying can only happen once. Yunny was very lucky. Before she could figure out the clue, she ran into Mokius of the Grand Inquisition and died under Mokius's scepter. The ascetic monk who came later was not so lucky. This silent warrior took a semi-artifact thunder punishment but did not die. At that time, he immediately understood the meaning of this hint, and then decisively chose to pounce on Changshi, and pounce on them. When fear comes, there was never a second murderer at the scene, and no one was trying to take advantage of the situation. It was the ascetic who chose himself, and then killed himself with that replica. Although Wei Guan's death was his own will, the murderer was Athos, and he died from homicide. When fear came, Yunny was killed by Emochosi, who was executed at the moment of execution. The ascetic was the first person to commit suicide in the true sense. He killed himself with fear and died of suicide when fear came. These 3 ways of dying have been banned since these 3 people passed the trial. There are very few ways left for Chengshi, Du Shiguang, and Fang Zhu to die. Du Shiguang read Athos's memory and found that he did not follow Wei Guan to clean up the traces of the murder, so he guessed Wei Guan's intention. But at this time he was in a bad situation and had almost no chance to kill himself, so he could only find another way and use special means to go back to the past, let his own death replace the death of the ascetic, and tamper with the memory. In this way, cause and effect are misplaced. The ascetic had already left the trial and his memory was distorted, so he disappeared from everyone's mind. However, Du Shiguang found a loophole and killed himself with "when fear comes" in his memory, and died from suicide when fear comes. However, due to his overinterpretation, Fang Zhu missed all the clues, and even the traces left in his original memory were erased. The new timeline threw him directly into the prison of the Law Enforcement Bureau. Chengshi realized the final answer even later. It was after Mokius's attack failed to kill him that he suddenly realized that the answer was that he needed to sacrifice himself in a different way of dying. It was also at that time that a plan began to form in his mind. After Mokius's death, he had a very safe way to win the trial, which was to commit suicide during the moment of execution. But this also has risks, because if there is even a 0.1% probability that the answer is not death, then Chengshi will usher in the end of his gaming career in endless regret. Therefore, Chengshi, who was afraid of death, first conducted an extremely bold experiment. He used the alchemy notes he got from Kenesley and Mercius's body to fake the scene of the alchemist's death, and then submitted it as a nominal death as defined by the Law Enforcement Bureau. This is a risky move, because this is the trial of death. Chengshi's opportunistic attempt is likely to backfire and turn all this into a performance that blasphemes him. As a result, he turned off the runway and crashed to his death, even though he had the opportunity to land safely. Fortunately, death agreed even though he gave 0 points, but at least the benefactor appreciated his performance and thought he had deceived death. Chengshi won the bet. The chips won are not only the clearance of the trial, but also a "when fear comes" and a moment of execution. He brought 2 semi-artifacts back to reality just like that. Alas, it's a 2,400-point game, and I didn't add any points. I lost everything. Having said that, this trial is still the most difficult one Chengshi has ever endured since joining the game of faith. The weak seek to unite, while the strong compete to be the first. The trials in this segment have gradually stripped away the mechanism for low-segment players to work together, and they have begun to be wary of each other. Everyone here is incredibly smart. If it weren't for the trusting habits of cooperation required in the early trials, Changshi might have been at an absolute disadvantage right from the start because of the hostility brought about by the belief in chaos, and it was this game that finally allowed him to see how the top players at this stage were embracing divinity. That in this amazing trial, the believers of foolishness are the least foolish, the followers of annihilation annihilate themselves, the believers of silence are deafening, the believers of memory secretly tampered with the memory, the followers of order cheated and broke the order, the believers of fraud were pitifully deceived to the very end. Except Fong Ju, everyone is the best actor. Not only did they end their roles perfectly, they also didn't leave any clues for their teammates. While their actions pushed others away from death, they also forced the remaining players to go against the answer. The survivors were terrified and immersed in the search for what is the death sacrifice, but they could not hear the silent ridicule of the victors who had already passed the trial. To be honest, it might not be difficult to guess that the answer is death. The hardest thing is whether you dare to die. They had discovered the clues long ago and dared to use death to confirm their guess. This courage and confidence made Changshi ashamed. As for the believers of order, who were still kept in the dark, never mind, there has to be a slacker in every trial. Even the best players have bad days. Don't you agree, Mr. Fong? This trial was indeed high-end, and Changshi did not treat it as a slacker. Although he didn't lead anyone to victory, he won in an extremely safe way. Even if he was deceived by others, at least in the end, he tricked death. Does this count as cheating God? As soon as he finished speaking, a wave from the deep abyss enveloped the rooftop where Changshi was. Come again? Chapter 65 Fishbone Palace and Bone Throne. Changshi was sucked away again. The second audience with the gods was obviously more skillful than the first. He did not resist and let his consciousness fall into darkness. Who is it this time? God of fun or God of bitches? No, can't think about it. At least you can't think like that. In front of them, I have no freedom of thought at all. Even imagination can be considered a blasphemy. The Lord said that I must endure until I deceive him. I can bear it. His consciousness became clear again from the blur, and Changshi opened his eyes nervously. He had already prepared for the worst, and even quickly made a draft in his mind, trying to make a subtle excuse. His blasphemous remarks were just incompetent talk, and he didn't really treat someone as a bitch. But unexpectedly, what I saw this time was not the eyes painted with stars by some existence, but a winding white staircase that extended from under my feet into the invisible void. Each step is like a huge spine, with bone holes on its surface and a dazzling pale color. There are also thick and long intermuscular bones on both sides of the vertebrae, extending outward like a blade cliff. Because the slope between the joints was very high, when Changshi looked up, he found that the endless white bone stairs were like a huge fishbone, floating in the endless darkness, emitting a terrifying white light. If this is really the bone of a fish, then the fish cannot be described as huge enough. Perhaps all the adjectives that Changshi had learned to describe big lost their measuring function in the face of its volume. Just one bone section made Changshi feel that it would take at least 10 minutes to walk. Changshi was so shocked by the behemoth in front of him that he was speechless and stood there in a daze for a moment. Just then, a noisy mixed sound rang in his ears. It's a sound that's hard to describe. It was both sharp and hoarse, ethereal and heavy, as if the voices of 4 people, men, women, old and young, were mixed together, indistinguishable from each other, without any order, and all resonating in unison. Come up! Come up quickly! Changshi was startled by the sudden shout. He quickly turned his head and saw that countless living beings suddenly appeared on the fishbone where no one had been seen just now. These creatures, which had never been seen before, stood in a line on the knife-thin fishbone cliff and jumped down one after another like dumplings, and below the cliff is endless void. As soon as the living creatures jumped down, all the flesh and blood on their bodies were quickly washed away by the void, until they fell onto some invisible ground, and the remaining bones also shattered. The huge impact force shattered the skeleton, but only the skull was preserved. Countless pale skulls rolled towards Changshi, gradually piling up on both sides of the vertebral steps, opening and closing their jaws frantically, and using their remaining teeth to squeak and welcome Changshi's arrival. Come up! Come up quickly! The master is waiting for you. He's waiting for you up there. Changshi was stunned by this unprecedented scene. To be honest, anyone would be confused. Everything he saw was so bizarre and beyond human comprehension that his legs unconsciously went weak as he was about to move. Looking at the countless skulls that were being bitten by the crackling sound on the side of the stairs, Changshi kept thinking, if I take a step forward, they won't come over and bite me, right? Come up! Come up quickly! The master is waiting for you up there. The longer Changshi stayed in the same place, the faster the mouths of these skulls opened and closed. He seemed to have guessed who was above him. He swallowed hard, encouraged himself in his heart, and then stepped out. The moment Changshur took a step forward, all his skin, flesh, tendons and blood were peeled off and he fell to the ground, leaving only a crystal-clear jade skeleton rushing out, and each rush is a level 1. This seemingly huge staircase automatically moved down and placed under his feet the moment he moved. The speed was so fast that it almost stirred up a gust of wind in the void. As Changshur moved, the skulls beside the stairs became more noisy. Hurry up, hurry up. Hurry up. Don't keep him waiting. Changshur didn't dare take the second step. He didn't know if it was because the wind in the void was too strong, or because he wasn't warm enough after taking off his clothes, but he felt cold all over. He stroked his own skeleton, which was both familiar and unfamiliar, with his hands, and then subconsciously covered his crotch. Damn, isn't this streaking? It seems that there is no need to block it, and the things that should be blocked are gone. He looked down and saw that it was gone. As not streaking, Changshur's mood inexplicably improved. He chuckled and strode forward. The fish bones descended one by one, and the bones were stacked layer by layer. When Changshur counted 404 steps in his mind, the unchanging fishbone staircase in front of him finally changed. A commotion came from all directions, and the voices of men, women, young and old suddenly exploded. Immediately afterwards, countless skulls emerged from behind him, beside him, and in front of him, and flew forward rapidly. The white torrent swept up in an instant, leaving behind a spectacular backward-rolling skull waterfall in the void filled with darkness. Changshur stood on the stairs, motionless, waiting for his coming. It wasn't because his legs were weak, but because he had already sensed the breath of death. It is so rich that it makes people despair, and so sticky that it makes people panic. This is a true road to death. Countless skulls fell like rain, and in the blink of an eye, a throne of bones was piled up in front of Changshur, and on the throne, a huge skull was looking at Changshur through its black hole-like eye sockets. Chang-Shur. His voice was like the cold flames erupting from the abyss of hell, piercingly cold. Even though Changshur was just a skeleton, he felt that his bone marrow was about to freeze. This is death, life, the third god of destiny, yes. Changshur gritted his teeth and endured the ravages of the god of death, then nodded. Very good. I want to make a deal with you. Trade, do I deserve your kind of show? Changshur was afraid that this was a trap set by death, so he blurted out, if you like anything, it would be my honor. What is there in me that could earn his attention? After thinking about it, the only thing that came to mind was, when fear comes. The giant skull remained silent for a long time after hearing Changshur's response. It took a long time before it spoke again. You are not quite the same as what he said. Who the hell said bad things about me behind my back? Changshur didn't dare to ask, so he could only smile awkwardly. But this fake smile cannot be seen on the bones, so it is equivalent to no response. Take it out, let's trade. I won't treat you unfairly. Changshur really wanted to ask me how I could take it out like this, but he didn't expect that as soon as he moved his mind, everything in the portable space would fall to his feet. Looking at the miscellaneous things on the ground, Changshur felt very embarrassed. He quickly squatted down and found the dagger he needed among a pile of drugs, ropes, poisons, and masks, then raised it respectfully. Well, you know what this is, right? When terror comes, the dual divinity imbued with the aura of you and another god, a relic from the gods. Changshur knew that among the people of the Island of Hope, semi-artifacts were collectively called relics of the gods. Fear, ugly name. For billions of years, humans have made no progress in naming. Its name is Garuda's dagger. Garuda's dagger. Okay, may I ask this true god, how do you have the courage to say that humans are not allowed to name things? I am not afraid of top students being humble, I am just afraid of poor students not knowing it. But Changshur didn't say a word and just listened quietly. The god in front of him seemed to be eager to share. Garuda is life from God. He is also my most trusted envoy, but he made a mistake. I in love with a bitch. Oh shit, what? Is this word also used by the gods? At this moment, Changshur's head was boiling. To be honest, hearing a god say the word bitch in a situation like this is so exciting. Both the level of gossip and the sense of identity reached their peak at this moment. What a coincidence, isn't it? I also know a bitch, and she, cough cough, forget it, just think less and listen more, to save my life. But it's easy to imagine that the god called a bitch by death is probably the source of the other half of the divinity of when fear comes. Chapter 66, Stop Arguing, I'm listening to the gossip of God, super large cup. Her name is Laylir. She was originally the daughter of the mother of prosperity, but he did not. He resisted the temptation and fell. Throwing myself into the sea of desire, I became the disgusting mother tree of fear. Bridge Bean Sack, I know this thing, I even fought with his children. Chengshi suddenly recalled Song Yaoan during the trial and the bone throne that Song Yaoan described. It turned out that he really received the gaze of death at that time. It is even possible that the devastating Grim Reaper's scythe was lent out by the person in front of him. No wonder she worked so hard. Who would hold back when beating a green tea girl? But, brother, where is your sickle? Why didn't I see such a big sickle today? The giant skull might have guessed what Chengshi was recalling. It paused, trying to get Chengshi to recall as many details as possible, and then continued slowly. Garuda, for the sake of redeeming him, but he pulled out his own rib and separated out a quarter of his divinity. It was made and sent as a gift to the Sea of Desire. However, that bitch rejected him and polluted the dagger of Garuda. Damn him. After saying this, a torrent of death surged up from the void underground, erupted in an instant, and submerged everything. Chengshi met with disaster for unknown reasons and was washed away by the flood and turned into a pile of broken bones. No one knew how long this furious god vented his anger. Just when Chengshi felt that he might be forgotten or even killed, his consciousness gathered again, but its current state is just like the huge skull on the bone throne. With only the head left, Chengshi opened his chin and found that it was quite painful where his jawbone had hit the step surface. Okay, it's okay to sit for a while if you're tired of standing. So this is how the fallen divinity of when fear comes came about. The mother tree of fear split off a quarter of its divinity to express its firm rejection of Garuda. So, what exactly happened between these two? Could you elaborate on that? I have plenty of time. The trial just ended and there are still 7 days left. The huge skull lowered its gaze and looked at Chengshi again. Its mouth opened and closed a few times, but it did not continue to tell the story. It's old news, forget it. Today, I saw it again. Memory is always unwilling to find it for me in the dream. You brought it back. It's good. So, Cheng is real. What reward do you want? Chengshi stood up on his chin. Not if you say this, I will take it seriously. You respected, great, true god, I picked up this terrifying, Garuda's dagger, but I am a small and humble person who wants to experience more teachings and feel more divine majesty in the trial field sent down by you and them. If you can give me some little guidance when I am confused, this will be more useful than any divine relic. After saying this nervously, Chengshi looked towards the throne eagerly. The huge skull remained silent for a long time. Chengshi's heart skipped a beat, thinking that his request was too much. He was about to try to make amends when the skull spoke. You are his believer among us, there is only him, and, forget it, let's not mention him, only they like to give you guidance. I have no guidance for you, you understand death. Chengshi's heart tightened as he remembered the pitiful 0 points he got in the last trial. Road to godhood, it's very fresh, I need to think about it. Perhaps we can snatch some authority from his hands. What? From whose hands are you trying to seize what authority? It's none of my business, right? I didn't do anything. Chengshi was completely confused and scared to death. However, I can give you something. After saying that, the conspicuous moment of execution floated up among the garbage on the ground. This is going to, a stream of pure death power gushed out from the mouths of every skull on the bone throne, enveloping the moment of execution. After a while, the scepter with thunder roaring on its top slowly twisted and deformed, turning into a ring with thunder wandering on its surface. The material of the ring is completely different from the wood of the previous scepter. It seems to be made of the bones burned under the feet. At the end of the first God War, order, killed, thunder. He used half of his divinity to craft this thunder rod. Chengshi was numb. He was shocked by the amount of information in this conversation, but he also wanted to complain about how dirty order was. It's bad enough to kill someone, but after he dies he still whips his corpse and calls him an idiot. His other half, his divinity, is here with me, but now, you are too weak, not qualified to. I will recast the thundering staff, covering up the breath of thunder. You, keep it waiting for you. When you go further, I will give you the other half. After saying that, the pale bone-like ring floated down from the air and automatically put on Chengshi's finger. However, Chengshi didn't see all this, because his hand bones fell behind his skull, and how does a skull turn around? It can't be done. It's simply impossible, etc. Something seems wrong, let me sort it out. Death took away, when fear comes, and then turned, the moment of execution, into a ring, saying that when he became stronger in the future, he would give himself the other half of the divinity of thunder. This rhetoric, why does it sound so much like the pie in the sky that my former boss had painted? You didn't give me anything, but you took one thing from me. Can this be called a deal? Isn't this freeloading? This is bullying an honest person. Chengshi recovered from his stunned state. He opened his mouth, knocking his chin against the ground a few times. Finally, he couldn't help asking, well, since you hate the mother tree of fear, the half-layer divinity and the Garuda dagger, you see, can you give it to me again? The huge skull fell silent. There was clearly nothing in its empty eye sockets, but Changshi saw a pair of eyes leading to death opened in them. This is just a suggestion. I just feel that, as great as you are, this kind of dirty divinity in your hands would be nothing more than thrown into the trash, or sealed away so that you don't have to worry about it, rather than wasting this half of my divine power. Why not let Lalayer's divinity do the work for me? Look, I'll work for you. No, I work for my main job. I work for you part-time. And she works for me. To put it in a rounded way, she works like a beast of burden for you. Is that true? Isn't this better than just leaving it alone and letting it go? The huge skull still did not respond, but the road to death in the eye socket had obviously disappeared. Shit, there's hope. Changshi immediately opened and closed his jaw frantically, turned around with difficulty using friction, bit his palm bones, and lifted the ring he had just made. Then he said vaguely, "Look, if you combine his divinity with the divinity of this idiot, this Minglei, we will create a ring with 3/4 of divinity. In this way, you took back Garuda's divinity, I obtained a new artifact of the gods, and I can go further in the game. The most important thing is that the bitch mother tree of fear has to work for you every day. How is it?" No response, still no response. Time passed slowly. At this moment, Changshi even felt that what was facing him was not death at all, but fucking silence. Brother, please say something. He is right. You are indeed greedy. As soon as he finished speaking, another wave of pure power of death rose from the bone throne. This time, this power not only enveloped the ring, but also enveloped, when fear comes, not long after, a tiny, screaming branch was peeled off from, when fear comes, and quickly thrown into the ring, and, when fear comes, it also disappears at the same time. As soon as this divinity from the mother tree of fear came into contact with the ring, it engraved one shrieking mouth after another on the ring. Under its influence, the ring that was as pale as bone just now instantly turned into a twisted ring emitting a faint red light, and slowly floated back to Changshi's hand bones. Done. Holy crap, it worked. Changshi bit his hand bones excitedly, carefully examining the twisted and strange ring, and asked excitedly, "This is?" But he reacted instantly and quickly changed his words. Please, great you, give this divine relic a name. To be honest, Changshi felt that he saw a hint of excitement from the eye sockets of the huge skull, but he wasn't sure if he was just too excited and saw it wrong. The huge skull pondered for a moment, its teeth moving slightly as it hesitated several times before it calmly decided on a name for this new divine relic. Let's call it the Ring of the Bone Servant Lalayer. It's numb. What is the difference between this and Q9? Is so delicious that it tastes like Nipu tea. Such a cool looking ring. What's this name? Okay, you are awesome. You have the final say. Changshi admitted defeat. He affirmed very seriously, this is an unprecedented naming. From this moment on, its name will be sung forever. Of course, that bitch Lalayer will work for you forever. The giant skull responded in a strange tone, and then without any warning, it dissipated on the bone throne. It turned into white ashes and scattered like quicksand. Then, the bone throne also began to dissipate. After the boss left, this group of skulls who had been holding back for a long time finally started making noise again. Goodbye. I'm leaving, he is waiting for me. Hurry. Don't keep him waiting. As the throne collapsed in front of it, the fishbone stairs beneath its feet began to break layer by layer. Changshi is now just ahead and has no way to escape. He can only let himself fall into the void, but even though the feeling of weightlessness rushed to his head, he did not let go of the hand bones in his mouth, until the consciousness becomes dark again and wakes up again. Changshi suddenly opened his eyes, raised his hand, and looked at the twisted ring on his right index finger, which was surrounded by a dazzling red light. The ring that seemed to be emitting a scream of fear, under the sunlight, was so charming. Chapter 67. A rare break ring of the Bone Servant Lalayer. SSS is a divine relic, a ring forged by Death himself, containing half the divinity of thunder and a quarter of the divinity of foulness with the emotion of fear. Special effect, fear nourishment. You can absorb the fear around you and recharge it. Every time it is filled, a screaming mouth will light up in the ring. Special effect, thunder judgment, consumes one fear nourishment to summon thunder punishment, slaying the enemy. If the target has previously provided fear nourishment to the ring, thunder punishment will be applied. Special effect, Bone Servant under the throne. You can refine a corpse into a death bone servant, which can bring your praise back to the honorable lord on the throne. Changshi stared at the ring in his hand, drooling all over the floor. A 3.5s level divine relic, from the day of Advent till now. I have never heard of it. Awesome. Changshi silently withdrew his previous grumblings about death, and did not hesitate to express his praise. praised the noble lord atop the bone throne. Look at their lineup. What a cool style, how majestic. Some bosses, I don't want to name them. I just want to inform some bosses, if you don't work harder, your employees will be hired as regular employees at other companies. What's the old saying? The bigger the waves, the more expensive the fish. Truth. This philosopher named Gao had long seen through the essence of the world. Changshi admired it for a long time in self-admiration, just as excited as when he had just obtained his first S-level talent. This huge sense of achievement filled his chest and made him unable to calm down for a long time. But if you want to ask why Changshi, who only has 2,100 points, has an SS-level talent, why not mention this? Then I can only tell you that there is something called initial faith talent. To IT is rare to get SS level with the initial faith talent. But that doesn't mean there are none. Some people strive all their lives for the goal of going to Rome, while some people are born in Rome. Changshi is not the former. I don't consider myself the latter. He felt that he was born like a mule or a horse, destined to be driven around by others, and now this mule finally has the chance to stop and catch its breath. But he carefully took off the ring and counted the number of screaming mouths on the ring. There were exactly 5, no more, no less. In each trial, there are exactly 5 teammates, including Changshi himself. It is obvious what the noble lord wanted to say by this. I'm just a nurse, I only know how to save my teammates. How could I possibly kill them? And kill 5 of them at once? The joke went too far, brother. Changshi shook his head and laughed, then gently wiped the ring with his sleeve, making it spotless. Then he dug out a few rings he had picked up during the previous trial from the warehouse, wiped them clean, and put them on his hands one by one. 2 in the left hand and 2 in the right hand. There are red, yellow, blue, and green. In this way, the originally eye-catching divine relic instantly became an inconspicuous collection of a ring collector. After doing all this, he sat on the edge of the roof and began to enjoy today's lunch. A must-have recipe: finger bread and canned slime drink. Dude, are you eating again? The voice of the mentally ill young man was heard again from the rooftop of the opposite building. Changshi looked up and found Xia Yang holding a big school bag and waving at him. What are you doing, exercising? Changshi smiled. Xia Yang's waving arm froze, and he smiled awkwardly. How can this help you train your body? This trial isn't too dangerous. I happened to pick up a few history books during the trial. I thought you're a mage and would definitely like to study history, so I brought them back for you. No need to thank me. Come on, continue. After saying that, he threw the school bag over like a hammer. Although the other party lied, Changshi could see what he meant. It was obvious that he was not doing this casually, but was deliberately making friends. Perhaps it was because Sulu complained too harshly last time. Xia Yang had been asking Changshi for medicine for the past week. He seemed to see that Changshi still had some of the stock he had from his past prosperity, but Changshi never gave it to him. But it's not that he's unwilling to help, he just doesn't want to give Sulu an advantage. I've thrown a lot of food and drinks at you in the past, but this time, this book, originally, Changshi had no interest in the history of the trial, but after the trial ended, he suddenly wanted to know what had happened in the Island of Hope. Even if this thirst for knowledge is mixed with a burning desire for gossip about the Grand Inquisition, it is still a thirst for knowledge. So Xia Yang really hit the spot this time. TSK, brother, if I help you, I'll actually harm you. Not everyone can drink green tea. People with weak stomachs will get upset. Changshi thought about this in his heart but didn't say it out loud. It's simple, saying it out loud would make the fun less than half. He put his fingers into his mouth a few times, then gulped down the slime drink. He took out a bottle of past prosperity from his personal space and threw it towards Xia Yang. He was still mumbling, I owe 2 bottles. Xia Yang grabbed the flying medicine and nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Thank you, brother, you are my real brother, I'm in good shape now. I'll return 1 bottle to you first. What are you missing, buddy? Everything below S rank is easy to deal with. S. Brother, now that I have SSSs, can I still be interested in those below S? But Changshi still said, it's just right. I want to ask you something. If you have any information, it will be like returning a bottle of medicine. Xia Yang was stunned and said in surprise, You want to ask me something? What do you want to know? Oh, nothing much. I just wanted to ask how the Grand Inquisition fought against the Tower of Reason in the middle of the civilization era. Xia Yang listened and touched his head awkwardly. Sorry, buddy, I was testing you last time. I'm really not one for order. Changshi was not surprised at all, but nodded and said, I know, but aren't you from the War Department? You should be familiar with the beginning of a large-scale war in the Land of Hope. The awkward smile on Xie Yang's face froze the moment Changshi finished speaking. His cheeks twitched and he laughed stiffly twice. Ha, ha, who told you I was a believer in war? You misunderstood. Is that so? I was overthinking it. I saw you busy with your daily tasks, and I thought you were uncomfortable if you didn't pick a fight. That's it for now. I'll let you know next time I remember what I want. After saying that, Changshi picked up his school bag and walked towards the warehouse while flipping through the books in his hand. Behind him, on the rooftop opposite, Xie Yang looked at Changshi's back with a gloomy expression. I lost a hand because the other party guessed it first. He squeezed the potion in his hand, sighed, and turned to the other side. Ahem, Lulu? Let me tell you, this trial was extremely dangerous. I won with great difficulty, but I still gained something. I found a bottle of past prosperity during the trial. I thought you might like this potion, so I brought it back for you. Hello, Lulu, are you home? Changshi naturally couldn't hear all this. He sat on a stool in the warehouse, flipping through the book that Xie Yang brought back with great interest. The text in Island of Hope has nothing to do with real text. Except for those who like to study history, few people can understand the non-translated version, but Cheng Xineng is capable, because he has a mouth that can read these words. So it's better to say that I'm reading rather than looking at a book. Changshi discovered very early on that foolish lips liked reading, especially when he was alone. This was originally a very useful auxiliary method, but ever since Changshi suffered a loss once, he no longer dared to trust this person completely. This moment, the content read out by Foolish Lips on the paper filled with tadpole script was Camlowell Pig Beast Delivery Steps 1. Clean the razor. 2. Open the belly of the female beast. Although it is speechless, it is at least quite normal. After all, Changshi has done this before, but when he heard the next sentence, he almost spit out a mouthful of blood onto the roof. 3. Stuff the spices in. Chapter 68. The disappearance of the chosen ones in new trial. Xie Yang's last trial took place in a small town in the Kan rival empire called Hanlin Town. This is not something Changshi asked, but something he found out from reading a book. The 17 books he brought back were not history books at all, but miscellaneous books bought by the owner of the pig farm in the small town to kill time. There are also his own reading reflections and the little man drawings he drew out of boredom. There are many types of books, ranging from love stories like The Beautiful Small Town Girl, to suspense novels like Killing the Untouchable, to professional subject reference books like The Life of a Pig Beast, but there are no serious history books about the humanities, geography, and political environment of that period. Perhaps the reason why history is called history is because it is written down by later generations in order to commemorate the past. At that time, people living in the present probably didn't care how they would be written about after their death. Although I didn't gain any useful knowledge, it was a good way to pass the time. At least in these few days, Changshi met a pig and animal breeder who believed in birth, a farm owner who believed in prosperity, and a butcher who believed in death. In the book, The Application of Life, Destiny to Real Life in this way has indeed broken Changshi's stereotype that faith is superior. I have to sigh that there will is everywhere. In these few days, in addition to reading, several major events also happened. The biggest thing is the shocking discovery made by colleagues in the professional channel. Career channel. Only Carving Rotten Wood made it to the top, and the big brother, Rotten, was knocked down and dropped to 10th place. Cheers to prosperity. It's so funny. What about the decadent people? How can you tolerate this? What a coincidence. The Grand Marshal also dropped in rank to 4th. The mutes took his place. I'm so angry. Grand Marshal is a respectful title given by the war believers to the chosen one of the gods of war. From the moment the faith game came and the audience ladder began to be ranked, the Grand Marshal has always been number 1 on the war/silence list. But who would have thought that just 2 days after the last special trial, he lost 5 trials in a row and dropped directly to 4th place. +1 order has also dropped. But the first place is still order, but it is a new order. Holy crap, what's going on? The Destiny charlatan also fell down. Now, Time is first. They lost points at the same time. Are they ranked together? Awesome. A bunch of gods chosen playing ranked matches is like a battle between gods. Just thinking about it makes me excited. I don't know about the others, but at least the chosen one from Destiny didn't lose on his own initiative. He lost to me. I looked up and saw that this was the professional channel. I thought you had opened the Faith channel. Wake up, buddy, don't fool yourself. Fraud, upstairs? What do you usually talk about on the Faith channel? Cheating each other? How can the things of intellectuals be called cheating? I haven't watched it for a long time. I'll go back and take a look later. I'm back. Some of them are playing landlord with the gods, some are creating a new world, and some are adjusting their audience ladder scores in the backstage. Looking at these unreliable remarks, Changsha just smiled and walked away, but he instinctively felt that something was wrong with the collective loss of points by the gods chosen. When something strange happens enough times, it should attract attention. Why did the gods chosen, who had been unshakable for years, start to lose points in the past few days when the trial became more difficult? Changsha's score didn't reach that level, and perhaps it was hard to guess the reason, but if you think about it carefully, there are only two directions. One is that they simply failed in the trial, but failed many times, which means that they may have aimed at something and have been pursuing it tirelessly, even if they fail and lose points. Another possibility is that the first position may face rules that are difficult for ordinary players to guess, making it not as easy to sit as people think. Since the trials are changing, there is no reason why the difficulty of God's choice will not change. If you want to know what happened, you may have to observe for a while longer, but no matter what, it is always right to move forward conservatively. When the waves are high, some people are riding the waves, while others are drowning. Tisk, it's hard to judge. Changsha once again opened the ladder for his audience. The ID called True and True has now dropped to 47th place. In fact, it needs to lose dozens of games in a row without dying to reach its current position. What is even more surprising is that the memory god, Li Jingming, also started to lose points. The ladder of audience, existence memory, / nothingness deception, 1. First again brothers, fraud, 2042. This love can wait, memory, 2013. Li Jingming, memory, 1994. Still like a dream, memory, 1985. He runs away, he chases, he can't escape, fraud, 196, 46. Watching Big Brother's escape route, fraud, 17947. Sincerity, fraud, 179, 62. I never lie, fraud, 164. Time is like a wild horse that has broken free from its reins, and it will never come back. 7 days passed quickly, and the day of trial came again, but this time, Changsha woke up with a smile to welcome the trial. The reason is that the green tea girl next door seems to have disappeared. She ignored Xiaoyang for 7 whole days, which made the young man disheartened and thought that his beloved girl had died in the trial. Changsha was stunned when he heard the news. He pinched his thighs tightly with both hands to prevent himself from laughing in front of Xiaoyang, but it must be said that Xiaoyang is a deeply infatuated man. He grieved for 3 or 4 days over Su Lu's disappearance. It was not until the 5th day that he recovered. He tied the love letter originally written to Su Lu to a hanging line and hung it to the window of a little girl named Fan Tingting who lived downstairs from Su Lu. It is called using love to relieve pain. Changsha sneered twice and cursed himself for having misjudged the person. Then he turned around and gave Xiaoyang a big thumbs up. You have more fun than me, Xiao Xiet. I'm counting on watching your TV series for the rest of my life. Changsha thought and laughed, and as he laughed, his vision turned red. Special trial. The Lost World, Annihilation, has begun. Matching teammates, 1/6. Trial objective, untie the shackles, abandon the chains, embrace destruction, and gain redemption. Limited to 3 days, Annihilation. It turned out to be a game of Annihilation. Changsha looked at the prompt in front of him in astonishment, and immediately stood up and stuffed all the survival tools in the warehouse into his personal space. It's been a while since I've seen a game of Annihilation. The last time, it seemed like the score wasn't even over 2000. The content of the trial field he sent down was extremely simple. There is only one goal, and that is to save the world from the annihilation of the world, under the horrific natural disaster. Survive, matching successful, 6/6, entering the trial. Chapter 69. Oh wow, I met a celebrity. My face feels a little cold. It seems like it's raining. Consciousness gradually returned. There is noisy rain in my ears, moist air at the tip of my nose, and cold wind in my face. Changsha slowly opened his eyes and found that there was mist and clouds in front of him. It is raining indeed, a light rain. The rain is heavy, continuous but not urgent. He didn't care that the drizzle wet his hair and clothes, nor did he rush to take out an umbrella from his personal space. Instead, he looked around first. This place seems to be on the hillside of a high mountain. Looking around, there are peaks all around. The lush greenery and abundant vegetation made Changshur feel refreshed after the long-lost breath of the wilderness. The natural scenery is truly a purifier of negative emotions. Just as he stretched out his arms and embraced the raindrops falling into his arms, his teammates opened their eyes one by one. "Hey, brother, what are you doing? Who are you praising, Field?" "Ahem, cough cough cough, the humidity is too high, the air pressure is very low, and heavy rain is coming. Although this is our first meeting, I have to interrupt your enjoyment of the rain and tell you some not-so-good news. Our personal space is locked." Changshur was stunned, and suddenly withdrew his hand, and his consciousness began to activate the space on his body. However, the space that was previously accessible now has no response. What this person said was true, the portable space was actually locked. This is fucking rare to see. Every time there is a new difficult question, and they are all different, right? Most of the trials in Annihilation are about survival, or even a life or death escape. In his trial field, there are all kinds of desperate survival situations, so after experiencing many beatings, players will purposefully prepare some survival equipment. The portable space is not big enough to pack all household items, so more and more people like Changshur are sharpening their swords at the last minute, but unexpectedly, there are countermeasures from below and policies from above. This time's trial actually sealed the portable space. This is something I have never heard of before. Changshur glanced at the ring on his hand and thought to himself that he was lucky. Fortunately, I didn't keep this semi-artifact in my personal space because I couldn't bear to part with it, otherwise I would have walked away. The things in his own space can only be said to be icing on the cake for the trial. Losing them will not have any impact on Changshur to the point of causing his strength to plummet or even killing him, and this is what Changshur has always been guarding against. Nothing external is as real as becoming stronger yourself. Of course, this does not include the thighs that you can cling to until death. Fuck, for real? A male player tried for a long time but failed to get anything out. He wiped the rain off his face while cursing. Although his face looked ugly, he did not look desperate. Obviously, this person is also confident, but as for the others, Changshur rubbed the rain off his face, making his expression look a little more frightened, and then through the gaps between his fingers, he quickly glanced at the other people. There are 5 teammates in total, including the man mentioned above, 3 men and 1 woman. The expressions of these people were different. There was a white-haired old man who kept coughing, holding his knees with his hands and lowering his head slightly. His whole face was twisted into a knot, and it was impossible to tell whether he was sad or happy, but Changshur found that his lower body was very stable. Even though he was coughing so hard, his feet were rooted in the rain-soaked mud and did not move at all. A young man with a backpack on his back frowned slightly and spread out his clothes to protect his bag. It seemed that there was something hidden in it that couldn't be exposed to water. Changshur took a quick glance and guessed what kind of weapons were inside based on the outline of the bag. They were short and multiple. The one who reminded everyone was a warrior with sharp features on his face. His sharp eyes and strong arms showed that he was an output-oriented profession. There are thick calluses on both his hands. If I guess correctly, he should be a hunter. As for the last one, TSK, that's quite eye-catching. She is a thin and weak girl with pink hair. A pair of bright eyes flickered, and he looked around with a smile on his lips, seemingly not caring much about the fact that his personal space had been blocked. Changshur's eyes quickly swept over her face. He felt that she looked familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere, but because he rubbed his face and looked around too quickly, he didn't have time to think about it. But unexpectedly, someone called out her name the next second. "You are Taui, who?" Changshur looked at the girl in astonishment, but saw that everyone was looking at her with a little surprise. The pink-haired girl squinted her eyes and smiled, revealing a playful smile like a little fox. "Hello everyone, I'm Taui." Hearing this clear voice like that of an oriole, Changshur finally remembered who this familiar girl was. Taui is a new generation actress who debuted as a singer and had no fame for 7 or 8 years. However, she became famous all over the country because she played the role of a little maid in a palace comedy for her friend. This palace comedy is called The Spring Breeze is Inevitable, which tells a twisted ethical love story about an extremely outrageous passerby girl who was forced to marry into the prince's palace by mistake and eventually fell in love with a prince dressed in women's clothing. Taui plays the maid of the vicious second female cousin who has a one-sided love for the female lead. Because the person looks weird and always makes things worse, the whole plot can be regarded as a victory for the man, woman, and the woman. Therefore, the audience's favorability towards her increased rapidly, and she even surpassed the female lead at one point, becoming the most popular female character in the drama. Changshur never watches TV dramas, but he couldn't stand the nonsense of his colleagues around him, so he got to know this person after listening to them. He watched the Stars on the TV screen appear next to him and couldn't help but sigh, this person is even thinner than the one in the photo. Wow, the world is so wonderful. You can even meet big stars during the trial. Oh my god, it's a real person. I almost couldn't tell with his pink hair. What a shame. Your acting career has just begun, and this weird game has come. The man who recognized Towie kept talking, as if he had endless things to say. Well, actually, I prefer singing to acting. So, you're a singer, I guess? I'm a mage. Hearing this, Changshur couldn't help but burst out laughing. Hey, big brother, if you keep chatting me up like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything you want. Towie also smiled and pointed at herself. Let me introduce you again. Towie, life, mage, 1783. Towie, life, mage, 1783. The man who had spoken to me continued to chatter on. That's such a coincidence. I'm also a mage, and I'm also an actor. I have loved the starry sky and science fiction since I was a child, and I became even more addicted to it when I grew up. After entering the entertainment industry, I have always wanted to act in a science fiction film of my dreams, but unfortunately I missed the casting opportunity of the Three-Body Problem crew, so I could only join some small crews to gain experience. I've played the third male lead in many dramas, the most watched of which is The Great Starship Immortal Emperor, where I played the demon general Zhu Chao. I'm ranked pretty high on the Duba character list. Towie, have you seen it? As the guy spoke faster and faster, everyone's faces became more and more strange. Changshur's face was almost frozen, and he really wanted to squat down and see if the soles of his shoes were scratched. So awkward, brother, I don't think you are suitable for the role in The Three-Body Problem. Go and play in Trisomy Syndrome. I guarantee you can play the leading male role. Perhaps because he saw everyone's faces were a little constipated, the nagging demon world general Zhu Chao finally realized that his introduction was in the wrong place. He laughed awkwardly twice, touched his head and said sorry, I'm so excited to see Towie. My name is Su Yida, existence, mage, 1864. As soon as he finished speaking, Changshur raised his eyebrows in surprise. This demon world boss lied. Su Yida, existence, master, 1864. Chapter 70, Elderly, Weak, Women, and Children Bureau. Quite interesting, the actor who looked carefree and talkative actually lied when they introduced each other at the beginning. What's even more interesting is that this sentence is very long and there are many possible lies. Changshur couldn't accurately smell what his lies were intended to conceal. So he remained calm on the surface, but in his heart he labeled Brother Jiang as someone he paid special attention to. After Su Yida finished introducing himself, the white-haired old man next to him, who had been coughing all the time, finally straightened up and nodded to everyone with a smile, but this smile looked somewhat painful. Excuse me everyone, I know time is tight, but I still want to ask you a question first. Has any of you ever met a college student named Shui Qiushi? Cough cough cough. He is tall, a little taller than me, about 1.83 meters, thin, with short hair, which may have grown longer now. His skin is relatively dark, and there is a scar on the back of his neck, which is a burn scar. Cough, cough. His eyes look more like mine, but there's a mole at the corner of his eye, and before the old man finished speaking, Su Yida on the side could not help but waved his hand and said, Stop. What are you doing here, old man? Looking for someone. Who is this person? Your grandson. The old man shook his head, coughed madly for a while, then straightened up and said apologetically, I'm so sorry, I'm feeling down. He is my son. I just want to know if he is alive and safe. I have been looking for him for a long time, but I still can't find him. Son, Changshur looked at the old man in surprise. This man looks to be at least 70 years old. If his son is a college student, doesn't that mean he must be in his 50s to have a child? No wonder people are still looking for sons even though the world is in such a bad state. People who have children in their old age usually spoil them to death. No, uncle, you are in your 70s or 80s, right? Your son is a college student? The old man was not angry at Su Yida's questioning at all. He just nodded continuously and responded while coughing, Yes, Qiushi has good grades and was admitted to Nanjiang University of Science and Technology. Okay, forget it. Who cares which university he gets into? There are no universities anymore. I tell you, no one has ever seen this before. Think about it, there are 12 billion people in the world, and there are only 6 matches per game. It would be a miracle if you could encounter this. Besides, he might, perhaps realizing that the speculation that the old man's son was dead was too hurtful, Su Yida opened his mouth but eventually swallowed his words back. Sorry to waste everyone's time. My name is Cui Dingtian, my faith is decay, and my ladder score is 1677. Shui Dingtian, decay, 1677 decay. This old man actually spoke out his faith directly. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Chengshi quickly scanned everyone else's faces and found that only Tao Yi's expression showed a hint of unnaturalness at some point. Oh no, here comes the fun, she is a believer in prosperity. Su Yida was also confused for a moment. You, old man, you just said that Tao Yi is a believer in life, you are not afraid of her. Alas, you are a dying tree, what is there to hide? Everyone has seen the old man's physical condition. He wishes to live one more day, and his greatest wish is to know the news about Qiushi before he dies. Cough, cough, cough. But don't worry, I still have some strength and can help. If I become a hindrance, don't worry about me, it's my fate. Chui Dingtian's words were sincere and he did not lie, but Chengshi frowned deeply when he looked at this truly decaying believer. Given his condition, this should be the time when the power of decay is at its strongest. To be honest, this man's power of decay is probably several times more than that of a young man, but how could it become like this now? Strange. We need to speed up, everyone. The rain is getting heavier. The man who initially reminded everyone that their personal space was sealed seemed to be particularly sensitive to everything happening around him. He slowly turned his gaze away from the old man and wrung the water out of his clothes. Zhao Qian, Civilization, Hunter, 1937. Zhao Qian, Civilization, Hunter, 1937. It's indeed a hunter. Chengshi smiled slightly and gave himself a thumbs up, but in his heart he was a little concerned about Zhao Qian's look just now. The hunter brother seemed to be very interested in the old man, and his flickering eyes hid an unspoken lie. Did he find his prey? Or maybe, has he met the person named Chui Qiushi? Just as Chengshi was carefully observing the old man and the hunter, the young man standing nearby spoke. Gao Yu, Civilization, Mage, 1721. Gao Yu, Civilization, Mage, 1721. Another mage. Is today the mage team building day? Chengshi suddenly felt like laughing. This young wizard looked a little young, and his voice was a bit childish. He looks like a young guy. High school student? Chengshi asked with a smile. Gao Yu's face froze, and he turned his head and muttered, there's no such thing as high school anymore. I'm almost 18. Oh, high school student. Gao Yu looked at Chengshi speechlessly, thinking that this man was very boring. Chengshi grinned. Tsk, little brat, but this game is interesting. The old, the weak, women and children are all here. As for who is weak, ahem, Chengshi, life, pastor, 1501. Dear all, nice to meet you. Chengshi smiled brightly, as if he felt very honored to be matched with a group of big brothers with scores of 1,700 or 1,800 with such a low score. When the others heard that Chengshi was a pastor, their slightly frowned brows relaxed. Finally, in this desperate trial of survival, a pastor came. Although this priest's score is a bit low, it's okay, it's better than nothing. Just as Chengshi finished his introduction, the distant sky suddenly flashed, and soon after, a loud thunder was heard. Boom! Flashes of lightning roamed freely in the inky black clouds, as if a real dragon was controlling the clouds and rain. The rain was visibly getting heavier. Hualala, it seems the initial disaster is related to the rain. It's likely a flood or landslide. Let's proceed quickly. Once it's over, we can consider whether to go up or down. Currently, the 6 players are located halfway up the mountain. If the disaster is a flood, then the top of the mountain is naturally the safest, but if it is a landslide, it is naturally safer to go to the bottom of the valley. This involves the difficulty of survival later on and is a decision that can almost affect life and death. Must be cautious. After Zhao Qian finished speaking, no one moved except Su Yida. He looked at everyone in astonishment, then turned away with an embarrassed look on his face. The moment he turned around and left, Chengshi looked at his restrained back and suddenly laughed. Interesting, I met someone in the same field. This person is not an existent person at all. He is clearly a non-existent person, the mage of fraud, the master of trickery. Among the 6 people present, except for himself, Tao Yi and Chui Dingtian, whose fates were against each other, no one else had a fate against them, so there was no need to be shy. The decree of memory is to offer him a memory, no matter whose it is. The decree of time is precision and punctuality. Obviously, neither of these 2 decrees needs to be done behind people's backs. Personal privacy, a habit of enacting orders. No, given the current time pressure, none of this is necessary. Besides, even the believers of prosperity didn't leave, so why would a believer of existence leave alone? No wonder he tells lies. Because the decree of fraud is deception. As for whether to deceive the enemy or your own people, it all depends on your profession and talent. It's funny to say that the decree of the destiny of existence does not rely on any actual object, but the decree of the destiny of nothingness requires praying to a specific token of God. The reason why Suyita left was probably to cover up his mask for fraudulent believers who do not have the talent of lying like yesterday. How to disguise their faith has always been a proposition worthy of deep thought, however. Most of the fraud believers encountered before would disguise themselves as fate believers, because in this way they only need to copy one dice, and the rest can be done with their eloquent tongues and nonsense. Then, when no one else is paying attention, just secretly change the object of your prayer to the hidden mask. There are indeed very few people like Makai Dechan who pretend to be believers in existence, and there is a saying, the more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Players who believe in fraud rarely speak, and when they do, they point out the scam directly. It is indeed a good trick to conceal your true intentions by talking too much and to divert other people's attention by gossip, but the prerequisite is that you have to be able to control it, because this is a big burden on the brain and spirit. Let's talk about the imperial decree. This colleague might have some trick up his sleeve, so he's being so cautious. Thinking of this, Chengshi became more interested in him. Chapter 71, Implementation. After Suyita left, everyone looked at each other, not knowing how to start. A few seconds were wasted awkwardly, and finally Zhao Qian took a step forward and ended the silence. I'm Hawkeye Scout. Sorry, I need your cooperation to fight me. Eagle-eyed Scout, Hunter of War. It's true, Chengshi guessed his occupation, but he didn't expect that he was a believer in war. The decree of war is conflict. In a crowded place, you can just pick up two passersby you don't like and beat them up, and that's it. But unfortunately, this game takes place outdoors. What's even worse is that this game involves the elderly, the weak, women and children, the only two people who had nothing to do with the elderly, the weak, women and children, one left on his own, and the other was the one who wanted to find someone to fight. The scene became even more silent than before, just looking at the muscles all over this guy's body, you can tell that this fight is not going to be easy. His followers may not have had so many talents in war before he issued the decree, but because they were obsessed with it, their physical strength had long surpassed that of ordinary people through the trials of war. In addition, when the decree is carried out and they are watched by war, they will only want to vent all their violent fighting power and will not hold back. The opponents must withstand the first wave of impact before the war. Believers can regain their composure. As Zhao Qian's face was rather serious and nothing could be seen. Chengshi looked around and found that Tao Yi and Gao Yu had no intention of being a punching bag. Alas, there is only one old man left. No matter how bad the situation is, we can't let him get beaten. There is a 99% chance that I will be the one to be beaten. But just as Chengshi was about to take a step forward to accept the invitation of war, to everyone's surprise, the white-haired old man Cui Dingtian stood up and stepped out. Cough, cough. I'll fight you, I'm a warrior, I can handle it. Chengshi fixed his gaze on him. The old man is actually a warrior. Indeed, decay warriors are one of the few professions with excellent defensive capabilities. Unlike order warriors who can protect the entire group, they focus more on improving their own defense, and this profession also has a very familiar name, mummy. They are wrapped in bright and beautiful clothes, but inside, they are already rotten like a mummy buried by time. Mummy? Even Zhao Qian was stunned for a moment, but then he nodded. At this level, there are very few people who don't know their own strengths and weaknesses. Since the old man has stood up, it means that he can withstand the beating. Just in time. If you can withstand one of my attacks, your decree will be fulfilled. The decree of decay is to hasten decay, including any pain. So this fight is indeed a win-win situation. Watch out, my right punch is very powerful. As Zhao Qian spoke, his eyes turned red, and he leaned forward and pushed off the ground, then collided with Cui Dingtian with a whoosh. The force of the soles of the feet lowered the soil on the ground, which shows how fast the speed was. Bang 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 dash. In the blink of an eye, the two men's fists and feet intertwined, and the sound of bones and muscles colliding was even louder than thunder. For a few moments, Cui Dingtian was in stark contrast to his previous hunched-over appearance. His eyes were so sharp and his movements were so agile that it was simply jaw-dropping, but his cough did not stop. It became even worse. Chengshi consciously moved to make enough space for the two of them. He casually picked up a piece of grass and put it in his mouth. Like a little scoundrel, he walked between Tao Yi and Gao Yu and asked with a smile, "Do you need help?" Tao Yi, who was smiling, suddenly became awkward. Instead, Gao Yu, who was more reserved, spoke first. "I'm a polymath, majoring in mechanical engineering. I don't need you to share your knowledge. On the contrary, I can teach you something." A learned scholar and a wizard who believes in the truth. This profession has the most variations of all professions, no doubt about it, just like the mages of order, and the elemental judges who can deeply study and control a single element. Polymaths can choose to study different schools of knowledge and use them as the basis for the pursuit of truth, thus deriving complex and numerous variant professions. The Department of Mechanical Engineering specializes in mechanical creation, and the truth in the eyes of the school is flesh and blood are redundant, and machinery will last forever. They believe that the path to truth is too long, and human life is too short. If they could use endless resources to create machines that could be constantly updated, they could transcend the dimensions of birth, old age, sickness, and death, and gradually approach him in another way. Changshi suddenly realized and casually glanced at the package hidden under Gaoyu's clothes. It turned out that what was hidden there were not weapons, but his tools. Smart kid. Luckily, he didn't put the eating utensils in the personal space. Believers of the truth have two sets of ordinances. Auxiliary professions require the acceptance of knowledge, while output professions require the dissemination of knowledge. Changshi said with some anticipation, "So you are the most intelligent and knowledgeable scholar. Tell us what you have to say. We are all ears." Gaoyu curled his lips, pondered for a moment, and shared his knowledge. Aglow, a great scholar of the Void Energy School of the Tower of Matter, once conducted an experiment. He borrowed the ritual of truth of the learned chairmanship and launched 100 passive beacons into the void. Afterwards, he and his students, holding 100 beacon tractors, pulled the beacons along with him, and wanted to retrieve them through the void rift in the city of Gazmara, which was the farthest from the Tower of Matter. If this time-consuming and labor-intensive experiment succeeds, it will be enough to prove that the coordinate positions in the connection between the void and reality are one-to-one corresponding. But unfortunately, Glow failed. During the more than 10 years of movement, the indexer could always sense the existence of the beacon, but when they arrived at the city of Gazmara, they lost contact with the beacon. The scholars of the Tower of Matter all agreed that Glow's idea was absurd. That the void was just the void and did not correspond to reality. As a result, the great scholar lost the qualification to compete for a seat on the Council of Scholars and died in depression. But on the second day after Glow's death, these beacons were spit out directly from the void rift and sprinkled on the great scholar's funeral in the city of Gazmara. His students wailed and cried. Unable to accept this unbelievable scene, they collected all the beacons and found that there were exactly 100 beacons, no more and no less. But each beacon was missing a part. When scholars who heard the news restored these missing parts, people found that these fragmented parts were pieced together with cross-sections to form a mask the size of a beacon. The masked smile was full of sarcasm, as if mocking humanity's exploration of the void as powerless and insignificant. The facts are before our eyes, and the Tower of Science and Technology has to admit that the scholar's point of view is correct. Not only that, they also feel that in the void that is connected to reality everywhere, there may be a God who likes to tease humans. This was also the first time in history that people felt his presence. Changshi listened with a confused look on his face and was unable to react. He blinked quickly and looked at Gaoyu in surprise. "You're picking on me, little brat, right? Seen through, that shouldn't be the case. This high school student doesn't seem to be anything special. It's not like he could see through my identity right away. I guess that's just a coincidence. This story sounds like it must have been done by him. Who else could it be but him who is so fucking bad?" Changshi was extremely confused. He rolled his eyes twice and asked indirectly, "Is this what you call knowledge? Isn't this the history of the land of hope?" Learning from the past and reflecting on the present, looking back at history can help us navigate the present, so history is always knowledge. Ha! So what's the moral of this story? Stay humble and revere the mystery. If you want to know why fraud appears in the void, you have to mention a piece of knowledge. Frowny face. Existence is reality, which is easy to understand, and the trace of nothingness, existence is emptiness. Nothingness is invisible, but when it begins to erode existence, it will vaguely appear in a form that can be understood by existence, and this form is emptiness. Changshi smacked his lips and observed for a while, confirming that this little brat had hit the jackpot by accident. "Are you well versed in history?" "I can't say I understand it, but I love history and I'm a member of the historical school." "Oh wow, interesting. When a kid tells you seriously that he is a member of the historical school, you can no longer call him a little brat, you have to call him brother kid. Not just anyone can join the historical school. Extensive historical knowledge and familiarity with historical news are just a tiny stepping stone. More importantly, every member of this organization must have witnessed a historical moment that affected the changes in the landscape of hope and written a detailed historical Chapter for IT can be said that the overview of the historical arteries of the entire continent of hope comes from the historical school. IT is they who present the history of the trial background to everyone in the world without omission. However, such high membership requirements also mean that members of the historical school are basically chosen history enthusiasts, because players in the game of faith have no choice in the trial scene. Whatever they are matched with is what they get, so if you want to witness an epic, you can only rely on luck. Changshi suddenly felt very happy because he also became interested in history recently. Excuse me, Xiao Gaoyu, what period of history did you witness? There is a level of confidentiality within the school. It hasn't been released yet, so I can't tell you. Well, I don't deserve it. Changshi smacked his lips and turned to look at Taoyi, who had been silent behind him. Well, Miss Elf, how do you solve the problem of fertilizer? Wood Elf, a mage who believes in prosperity. The oracle of prosperity is to accumulate nutrients in order to flourish. When the person who needs to be instructed is a human, this approach naturally becomes eating, and eat more, eat as much as you can. Generally speaking, believers of prosperity never worry about food, but today is an exception, because the personal spaces of 6 people have been sealed. This poor pink-haired elf lady seems to have lost her food source. Just when Taoyi was in a state of embarrassment, Suyita, who had left the group early, came back, holding something in his hand, and said cheerfully, Taoyi, come on, I found these mushrooms in the past of this land. How are they? Are they enough to eat? Taoyi turned around in surprise and found that Suyita's hands were really full of mushrooms. You're a believer in memory? Thank you, that's really timely. She ran over happily and took the mushrooms from Suyita's hand. However, in Changshi's eyes, this scene was as weird as it could be, because he didn't see anything in Suyita's hand. Wonderful, wonderful, an impeccable performance. Changshi lowered his head and muttered. Chapter 72, Transfer in the Storm. Suyita is an excellent actor. At least to others, he conveyed 3 meanings in this sentence. First, he is a mage of memory, a memory traveler. Second, he does have the ability to go back to the past, which may be very useful in the trial of annihilation, and invisibly increases his importance. Third, he saw that Taoyi was a believer in prosperity and had good observation skills, but to Changshi, Suyita's performance still hid 2 layers of lies, that is, his talent and his score. Changshi had already guessed his talent. Frowny face fraud, SS level faith talent, mirage in the gap between reality and illusion. When someone believes his lies, everything he describes will be seen by that person, and if someone sees through his lies, then everything he says will not be seen by the person who sees through it. In other words, Suyita created a handful of mushrooms that were between reality and illusion. Taoyi believed him, so Taoyi could see and eat. Changshi had already guessed that he was a believer of fraud, and had the talent to see through his lies, so Changshi couldn't see the mushrooms at all. All he saw was Suyita's clumsy and funny non-proprietary performance. This is also the reason why many talents in fraud look very abnormal, but their actual ratings are very low, because once the lie is exposed, no matter how high the building is, it will collapse and can never be rebuilt. But what's interesting is that Changshi now can't expose him. Even throughout the entire trial, he could not be exposed, because he may be the only guarantee for Taoyi to be able to exert his full strength in the trial. Another point is that having S-level talent means that Suyita's ladder score is likely to be higher than 2000. It seems that this person's thoughts are as deep as those of his teammates in the previous game. Taoyi's eyes narrowed as she smiled again. She held the mushroom and ate it with big mouthfuls, not avoiding Cui Dingtian, who had already finished the battle. The old man looked up at Taoyi, coughed and nodded, as if he was getting to know this girl with opposing beliefs again. Zhao Qian still looked at Cui Dingtian with a strange look. He took 2 steps back, took 2 deep breaths, and said, Mummy is indeed a defense specialist, impressive. Cough, thank you for letting me. As soon as the old man finished the fight, he began to bend over and cough, looking hunched over. Well, as everyone has seen, the rain is getting heavier. Given the quality of the soil under our feet, if it gets any heavier, there's a high probability of mudslides or landslides. Zhao Chen kicked the muddy ground under his feet, frowned and continued. My suggestion is to go down first and then turn around. The rock over there looks a bit harder. Whether we're waiting for the heavy rain to end or for even heavier rain to come, there's more room for maneuver. What do you think? Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and found that the mountain over there did look more solid, made of a dark white stone. I have no objection. Okay, no problem. Gu, ahem, let's go quickly then. Zhao Qian took the lead, Su Yida was in high spirits, and Old Man Chui was not walking slowly either. Chang Shi and Gao Yu walked side by side naturally and followed silently behind. Hey, you've been talking about us, what about you? Gao Yu asked in a low voice. Myself? What? Yuxing, you are not prosperous, so naturally all that is left is, this. Chang Shi smiled sheepishly, then deliberately groped his crotch. It's already done. Gao Yu's gaze moved down as he moved, and when he saw Chang Shi's pants that were already soaked, he seemed to suddenly understand something and blinked in shock and confusion. This is also okay? You are awesome, that's pretty fast. Isn't it better to be quick? It saves time. Gao Yu gave a smile that said I can't understand and turned his head away. After eating, Tao Yi was obviously in better spirits. He trotted to the front to lead the way, but it's no wonder. Given the wood elves' affinity for plants, the weeds and thorns blocking their way are not a problem at all. Tao Yi just waved her hand, and a shortcut through the grass on the cliff appeared in front of everyone. Let's go, follow carefully. Her agile figure twisted and jumped on the constantly rising vine platforms, and her neat state looked completely different from the harmless pink-haired girl before her. Again, no one who reaches this score has it easy. Appearances are deceptive. Chang Shi shook his head and smiled, then followed closely. Although he couldn't lift heavy objects with ease like Tao Yi, he could still climb down quickly. However, just when he was halfway up, a wildly growing vine suddenly wrapped around his legs and pulled him down from the air. Chang Shi turned around in surprise and found that it was Tao Yi who prospered the plants at her feet, which turned into a giant hand and caught Chang Shi. That he did not feel any shame or inferiority at all. Instead, he approached Tao Yi with a look of gratitude and licked her. Big stars are awesome, big guys are awesome. Thank you, big guy. I will hold on to your legs and will never let go even if I die. God will bear witness to my sincerity. As soon as he finished speaking, thunder roared, boom boom. Everyone was watching the joke in silence. Tao Yi smiled awkwardly and waved her hand. It's no big deal, let's help each other and go. The group set off again, and Chang Shi and Gao Yu fell behind again. This time, the rain was getting heavier. The bead curtain-like rain almost interfered with the players' vision, so much so that they had to use local materials to make some rain shields and hold them above their heads, so that they could have a clear view of the road ahead. Little Gao Yu. Hearing Chang Shi's approach, Gao Yu sighed. You can yell if you want. Little brother. After Chang Shi said this, he felt refreshed. I'm also quite interested in history, especially the history of the development of the alchemy and creation department of the Tower of Principle. I'm bored on the way, so tell me about it. Gao Yu was a little surprised. You like puppets? Chang Shi did not hide it and nodded sincerely, yes. Then he lowered his voice and said, look, when I'm not participating in the trials, I'm so bored by myself, but if you connect your space with others, you have to be on guard against outsiders suddenly having feelings for you, which is unsafe. If I could learn some alchemical techniques and make a puppet myself, wouldn't that be, you know what I mean? It was raining heavily and the noise was deafening. The conversation between the two people should not have been heard by others, but at some point, Su Yida quietly fell behind, and happened to be walking in front of the two people, listening with his ears perked up. Obviously, he was very interested in what the two people were talking about. Secretly, Gao Yu thought Chang Shi was indeed this kind of person. He replied with a bit of contempt, flesh and blood are but a temporary companion. Now that the gods have descended, we will have endless possibilities. Why cling to these fleeting things? Chang Shi was stunned and asked, what are you obsessed with then? An eternal mechanical creation? A girly mecha to keep you company? Who would have thought that? Chang Shi just said it casually, but Gao Yu's steps suddenly staggered, and his embarrassed and red face quickly turned to the side. Chang Shi looked at his reaction in astonishment, thinking to himself, could it be that you have already done it? Although mechas represent men's romance, you can't be so romantic, kid, you are not yet 18 years old, how could it go astray? I suggest you give me the mecha, and I will bear this sin on your behalf. Su Yida frowned after listening to the conversation between the two. The two of them were whispering for a long time, and then they talked about this. I haven't seen any clues to solve the trial, and you're here talking about the romance of mechas? What, isn't it romantic enough now? If it rains for another hour or so, the whole valley will be flooded with water. He shook his head and followed the footsteps in front of him again. Chang Shi saw him leave, then continued, everyone has their own preferences. Tell me, little brother. Gao Yu actually didn't want to bother with such a vulgar person, but it felt so good to have someone ask him about history that he endured for a second but still couldn't refuse. What do you want to know? Oh, who are the masters in the alchemy and creation department? What are their research directions? Which one is the most reliable? I'll look up some information later so I can work hard in this direction. Let me think. Gallia stepped deep into the muddy ground, thinking for a moment, and then said, if we were to talk about the most talented people in their department, they would probably be Zangel, who died accidentally in an alchemy experiment in the early civilization era, and Bacchus, who transformed his wife into a new life in the late civilization era. I want to refine my wife into a puppet, not turn my wife into a puppet. Let me talk about the one in front, the one in front. Chengshir's heart skipped a beat when he heard the name. According to Keenesley, Zangel's death was not an accident, he was assassinated by scholars from other schools of the Tower of Logic. Chapter 73. There are few records of Zangel in the history books of the Tower of Principle. The limited historical materials record that he violated the school's regulations many times in his youth, privately using contraband for creation research, and was warned many times, but he was very talented and soon stood out in the school. He also attracted the attention of the learned President's Council and received a lot of financial and human support. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. When his fame was at its peak, he once again secretly started a banned experiment. Later, an accident occurred during the experiment, and the school's laboratory exploded and collapsed. Almost all the students of the Creation Alchemy faction were buried with him. After listening to this, Chengshir lowered his head and thought, this is exactly what Keenesley said. After Zangel was assassinated, his students were exiled. Among them, Athos and Kotaro went underground and joined the camp of Chaos Sprout believers. From the perspective of the Tower of Reason and Quality, such a dirty thing must be done in a reasonable and legal way to erase the traces of these people. What kind of experiment is he doing? Historical records don't record this, but rumors suggest that Zangel initiated an experiment called Birth of a God from Flesh and Blood. He attempted to use the divinity of truth stolen from the Erudite Council, combined with alchemical puppetry, to create a brand new god. Chengshir's eyes suddenly widened, his head buzzing. No wonder Athos was able to get together with Keenesley. His teacher started to create a god. As a student, it's not too much to just summon the attention of a new god, right? He succeeded? Didn't I tell you, it failed? The divinity exploded and the entire school was killed. Wrong. Keenesley clearly said that the Tower of Principle assassinated Zanger before he released his latest results, which means that Zanger has succeeded. If this rumor is accurate, it means that Zangel has created a god. At least he is a living being of flesh and blood that contains divinity. Shit, where did this life go, taken away by the Tower of Logic? Chengshir silently noted all of this, and then asked, not a single student from the school escaped? Almost nothing. If there were, there would probably be records. After all, I'm a survivor of a large-scale experimental accident, so I'd definitely leave some mark in history books. Chengshir frowned, feeling something was wrong, and continued to probe, but I seem to have heard that a student of the Alchemy and Creation School named Athos killed Inquisitor Mercius of the Grand Inquisition, triggering a full-scale war on the surface of the Earth in the middle of the civilization era. Calculating the time, it seems to be the same period as Zanger? Gao Yu was a little surprised. He looked happy and praised the fact that you can mention the name Emochosi is enough to prove that you really like history. This person is rare even in the official history of the Grand Inquisition. His name is basically pieced together from fragmentary information within the school, but you are wrong about one thing. The one who killed Mercius was not the Athos you mentioned. I don't think I have ever heard of this name. The one who actually killed this first-level judge was a mysterious man from underground. We read through a vast amount of information and finally found clues in a collection of poems compiled by a bard born at the end of the civilization era. He recorded that during his underground travels, he witnessed followers of Chaos holding a memorial ceremony. The ceremony mentioned a person's name, and that person was called Ultraman. Buzz, the moment he heard this name, Chengshir felt as if his brain was instantly struck by a vast thunder, and a buzzing sound resonating with the universe came from his head. Gao Yu laughed out loud at his shocked expression. Surprised, right? I didn't expect the people of Hope Island to choose this name. It's ridiculous. This distracting name is totally incompatible with the serious history. Chengshir took a long time to recover. He quickly suppressed his shocked expression, put on a smile, and said with emotion, "Indeed, this is just like seeing modern emoticons appear on ancient calligraphy, which is both laughable and ridiculous. However, this person, what is it for?" Gallo was in high spirits, his eyes sparkling as he whispered in a tone that said, "This is definitely the most explosive gossip." Historical schools are still undecided on the identity of this man. Some believe he was exiled from the Tower of Reality and bewitched by underground beliefs. Some believe he is an inquisitor who rebelled against the Grand Inquisition and was willing to seek revenge against his former employer for the underworld faith. Some people also think that he, yes, you heard it right, it is he is the forerunner of chaos and the messenger of confusion at the stage when war had just set its sights on the island of hope but had not yet arrived, and at the time when chaos had not yet discovered that universe. He traveled through the starry sky, found this paradise for his benefactor, and spread his will in the underground world in advance. How about it? Doesn't it feel epic? This is most likely the story of a messenger. It is also very likely to be the beginning of the arrival of chaos. I spent a lot of points to redeem it from within the school. You got a bargain. Hello, Changshi. What's wrong with you? What are you thinking about? Are you shocked? Yes, it was so shocking that the top of my head seemed to fly off. When the hell did I become the messenger of chaos? Is this me? Isn't this Outman just a joke I made up on a whim? How did it get written into the history books found by the historical school? Yes, it works. I, Changshi, am not only a believer in fraud, a forsworn of fate, and an intern of death. He even became the messenger of chaos. How come I don't know that I have so many identities? Is this really a new trial? I'm not still dreaming, am I? Changshi's extremely stable emotions were a little broken at this moment. He was stunned for a moment, then raised his hand and slapped himself hard. Paw. Crisp and painful. It's not a dream. Gallo was somewhat confused when he saw this scene. Your way of getting excited is quite unique. After coming back to his senses from his emotional outburst, Changshi's expression gradually became serious. If Gallo had no ulterior motives, if this random chat he had initiated hadn't been directed and tampered with by something, if that bard in his poetry collection really existed, if he racked his brains to think through countless hypothetical scenarios before finally integrating the current information and coming to an incredible conclusion. In the last trial, I changed the history of the Island of Hope. A player from reality changed the background of Faith game. This was almost identical to Du Shiguang's behavior of changing everyone's memories. Changshi immediately associated this cause and effect with an existence. Memory. Did he do something wrong? After all, he is the enemy of fraud, and he himself is the treasured collection of fraud. If he really took action, then the time point of action could only be after he met death, because death has a good impression of him. But he doesn't have a good impression of memory for not retrieving the Garuda dagger for him. If he had already been burdened with tampered memories at that time, he probably would not have ignored it. So, is it him? If so, what is it for? Chapter 74 Day 1, the Day of Flooding, April Fool's Day. Praise, fraud, I hope everyone will never be deceived. XD, being close to order makes chaos look like more chaos. Unexpectedly, the joke he made that day to conceal his identity actually came true. It was because the believers of chaos, bearing that fabricated name, approached order and killed the son of order, that true chaos was born. Since then, the Grand Inquisition has been mired in the quagmire of war, and chaos has begun to descend as the war drags on and faith spreads. So, who am I? Is it Ultraman from the Land of Hope, or realistic Changshi? This problem is huge, so big that it can make people lose their minds. In order to avoid going crazy, Changshi decisively chose to skip this topic and return to the trial. This is not something a mortal can figure out, at least not now. He quickly organized his thoughts and expressions, not letting Gallo see any flaws and make any inferences about himself, and then cleverly changed the subject. Gallo seemed to be a little reluctant to leave, but after Changshi stopped talking, he seemed a little childish. If he continued to talk on his own. So he opened and closed his mouth a few times, and this time he finally held it in. The group had been walking in the valley for 4 or 5 hours. Rainwater had begun to accumulate under their feet, and in low-lying areas the water had even reached above their ankles. The road is becoming more and more difficult to walk on, but fortunately, the destination is right in front of us. Zhao Qian looked up at the high mountain in front of him and said solemnly, "Miss Tao, please." Taoi hummed softly and began to cast a spell on the vines extending from the mountain wall. As her nimble fingers guided the vines hanging on the cliff wall, they began to grow wildly, like ink gradually spreading on white rice paper. In just a few breaths, The vines covered the entire cliff wall. This obviously requires everyone to climb on the vines. Time was running out, so they decided not to take a detour and climb the mountain, just turn right angle here and go upwards. Changshi looked at the nearly 90-degree cliff and sucked his teeth. Gao Yu heard the noise and muttered softly, "Do you need help?" An adult was asked by a child who was not yet 18 years old if he wanted help. If you have any sense of shame, you should always refuse politely, pretend, and show the strength of an adult appropriately, but Changshi didn't. What is shame? I just have the heart to give up. Want? His answer was decisive. Gao Yu gave an expression that said I knew it, nodded mechanically, and took out his toolkit from his clothes. He took out a palm-sized piece of silver-white metal material and a small hammer, placed the material in the air, and then hit it with the hammer. Not long after, with Changshi saying 40, 40, 40, he made a brand new back chair with a sullen face. A chair that can be carried on someone's back and then have someone sit on it and be carried up a cliff. Changshi was not interested in chairs, but was very interested in mechanical engineering techniques. Obviously, the small hammer in Gao Yu's hand is a very powerful magic prop. The kid didn't even bother to shape it. He just knocked it a few times casually, and the chair was made according to his idea in his mind. This level of shaping is much better than 3D printing. You want to carry me? Gao Yu turned to look at Changshi, revealing an expression that said, "You're even more shameless than I thought," and gnashed his teeth as he said, "I'm a mage." Changshi smiled, took down his chair, and looked towards the front row. Damn old man, forget it, I'm about to cough my lungs out. Zhao Qian, people have already climbed up, we can't let them come down. Suyita, this bastard had already seen through his thoughts and turned around to put his hands on the cliff, obviously not wanting to do the hard labor. In this case, there is only one pink-haired girl left. Forehead. Children are used as tools and women are used as laborers. If this is the result, then wouldn't I, a man of great integrity, become a useless person? Do you need help? Taoyi seemed to have anticipated that Changshi would need help. She turned around and looked at the chair in Changshi's hand. Changshi paused for a moment, then mustered up his masculinity and said in a resounding voice, "Want?" Then he approached Taoyi with a flattering smile and asked in a mean tone, "Is it convenient?" When Taoyi smiled, she looked like a little fox, with her eyes narrowed into a line. "That's convenient. I have them." After saying that, she waved her hand, led the vines down from the cliff, put them on the chair, and put them next to her. Changshi was extremely moved and rushed over to sit on it. Oh my god, this human elevator smells so good. Gao Yu followed behind with a speechless look on his face. There seemed to be some power assisting device on his legs, allowing him to walk on the cliff as if it were flat ground. The group climbed to the hillside of the stone mountain in an ordinary manner, used local materials to split a few layers of stone slabs, and built a temporary rain shelter. The rock here is really hard, and it's easy to get on and off. It's a great place. Suyita touched the rocks on the mountain with emotion and was very sure of Zhao Qian's judgment. Zhao Qian smiled casually, stood on the edge of the cliff, and looked into the distance. Don't be blindly optimistic. We don't know yet whether the theme of this trial will be rain. We can only take it one step at a time and see. Ahem, there's no need to be pessimistic. Ahem, young people, be more positive, and deal with any challenge head on. Good. Well said. Since no one put in much effort, Changshi had no place to turn, so he could only act as a spiritual encourager and give everyone some spiritual encouragement. Suyita glanced at Changshi, shook his head and laughed. This, priest of birth? Oh, I wish he could be more reliable. Changshi saw Suyita's expression out of the corner of his eye, and he smiled brightly as a response. Time began to fast forward and the rain became heavier. The initial curtain of rain has gradually developed into a downpour. No, perhaps even pouring rain is no longer enough to describe the current downpour. It is like all the water in a river has been drained out and poured down on our heads. The amount of water was so great that the person being hit could hardly lift his arms. The torrent of water rushed down, and even the shoulders and neck began to feel pressured and heavy. Seeing this scene, no one could chat calmly anymore. The water is rising. It will flood here in less than an hour. Everyone, get ready. Zhao Qian grabbed a vine in his hand and twisted it around rapidly, looking like he was making something. The voices of the people talking to each other were no longer audible, and the stone slabs that protected the rain were shaking under the heavy pressure. Suyita put his hands under his nose and reluctantly opened his mouth to say, "We've only just reached the foot of the mountain. How can it be so fast? You have to consider that the rain is still getting heavier. It will only get faster than this, not slower. Miss Tao, Gao Yu, help. Good." Taui stood under the stone slab and cast a spell towards the cliff again, allowing the vines to climb up by themselves and become raw materials for making tools. Igayu kept swinging the small hammer in his hand to hammer the vines down and shape them into hollow, solid logs, but this efficiency is far less than when he hammered those special metals. Zhao Qian was responsible for tying the logs together and then assembling them into a raft. In the face of visible floods, the simplest and easiest way is to build a raft that can drift with the current. As for why not just let the craftsman kid build a submarine, Changshu had thought about it, but the materials in Xiao Heige's bag were too few, and he couldn't even come up with a single-player version. Alas, he has already calculated everything. Sealing the space is truly a brilliant move. How much more? 3 more. Just when the raft was about to be assembled, Suyita ran back from the edge of the cliff with a serious look on his face. Hurry, everyone get ready. It's too late. Everyone looked up in shock, only to see that beyond the mountains, a continuous white line had appeared where the sky and the earth met. The white line continued to grow thicker, and soon all players could see its original appearance. That's not a white line at all. It's a huge wave that can make people's jaws drop. The height of the waves is so high that it almost breaks one's neck. Fuck, are you kidding me? What's the use of a raft with such big waves? With this amount of water coming down, it's even a question whether the stone mountain will still be there. Taui, continue. Gao Yu, weave the rattan basket. Mr. Cui, reinforce the rattan basket. Zhao Qian reacted quickly and began to change his strategy, trying to turn the raft into a floating device that could carry people up. In such a situation, sinking to the bottom of the water is a foreseeable result, so the only way to remedy the situation as soon as possible is to think about how to float up quickly. Suyita, if we fail, will we have a chance to try again? Zhao Qian looked at Suyita solemnly, waiting for his reply. Suyita's eyes darkened and he said seriously, I'll try my best. It's not a definite statement, but it's a positive response. This shows that he can indeed recall his memories, knowing this was enough. Zhao Qian's expression looked a little better, and he turned to look at Changshu again. Nanny, the underwater breath-holding and treatment are up to you. Don't worry about the newborn, we'll take care of it. The priest has a skill called water healing, which allows people to breathe sufficiently underwater and relieve pain. This is a basic skill, and Changshu naturally has it too. He nodded to show that he was reliable, but then frowned. The trial lasts 3 days in total. But if there was such a big commotion on the first day, Changshu could hardly imagine how he would get through the next 3 days. I have to make a living by surfing. This is not surfing the internet, it can't kill time. It's coming. Everyone, get in the basket. Quick. As soon as he finished speaking, it was dark. The rumbling buzzing sound even covered up the thunder in the sky for a while. Changshu stepped into the vine basket fixed on the raft without hesitation. He watched Shui Dingtian coughing while absorbing the decaying air of the vines to make the raft stronger, and took a breath nervously. In this situation, he couldn't help but be nervous. The huge waves beyond imagination are now right in front of us. It is like a huge wall built from the ground to the starry sky. The oppressive feeling that comes to our face is simply despairing. Nurse, heal. In Zhao Qian's last roar, with a loud boom, the waves are heading downwards, destroying the world. Everyone felt as if a weight like the sky was collapsing fell on them, and everyone was crushed to the point of spitting out blood. But the blood soon disappeared, because after a dizzying spin, the so-called mountains have turned into reefs rising from the seabed. Everything in sight sank into the sea. Chapter 75, Go with the Flow? No. 20,000 leagues under the sea. Everyone was unconscious for a short moment due to the huge impact. Only Changshu, with a pair of bright eyes, was controlling this broken raft, which could barely be called a floater, and was struggling to navigate the bottom of the water. Yes, Changshu didn't faint. At the moment when the huge wave hit him, he released all his skills on himself in advance, leaving enough room for maneuver. This also allowed him to withstand the huge impact and remain awake. As for everyone else, forget it, it's just spitting out some blood. It's not like you're going to die. Who told them they weren't captains? When the battle line shifted from the mountain to the sea, Changshu, who possessed underwater healing skills, transformed from a mediocre priest into a substitute captain with great say. He only needs to cast an underwater healing spell on himself, and then share the effect of underwater breathing with his teammates through the divine grace, so that he can breathe the most air with the lowest consumption. Not only that, the priest is the profession with the highest affinity to the water element except for the water element judge. As long as the operation is delicate, it is entirely possible to control the raft submersible in places without turbulent undercurrents and become the navigator of everyone. In fact, Changshi is already doing this. Zhao Qian's physique is indeed the best, and he was the first to wake up when he felt that he could still breathe and saw Changshi controlling the raft and continuing to drift deeper into the seabed. He knew that the situation had been stabilized by his teammates. He was very relieved. It's not because Changshi suddenly became reliable, but because the underwater treatment didn't make him pregnant inexplicably. The others woke up one after another, and when they realized that they were in good condition, they all breathed a sigh of relief. The players are in a very strange situation now. The hollow logs hammered out by the vines have good sealing and buoyancy, so they are at the top. There were several rattan baskets hanging upside down under the bamboo raft, and a player was hidden in each basket. Although everyone was immersed in water, their breathing was not affected due to the significant healing effect of underwater. If I have to say what was difficult to adapt to, it would be that breathing air became breathing seawater. The feeling of the turbid seawater being inhaled into the nasal cavity and then disappearing is still not pleasant, however, because the raft floated so well. Changshi still had some difficulty maneuvering it in such deep water. Fortunately, his teammates are not slackers and they don't just stand there and watch others work like he does. Tao Yi immediately took a few vines from the scraps sticking out of the rattan basket, formed them into square boards, tied them to his hands, and began to use his arms as oars to provide manual assistance. When others saw this, they followed suit. Only Zhao Qian was still observing the surrounding situation motionlessly. Changshi glanced at him out of the corner of his eye and became somewhat interested in the captain. This believer of war gave him a strange feeling. Although he took the command position automatically, he would hardly make any extra efforts except when necessary. Of course, this conservative style of trial to retain strength is used by many players, and it is also very useful when there is no mutual trust, but Zhao Qian is somewhat different from them. He doesn't seem like an absolutely selfish person, and his eyes are full of desire for cooperation, but he just happens to do some relatively independent things. The slight sense of contrast is very awkward, but as long as he doesn't do anything that is detrimental to you, just let him go. It seemed like he had thought too much. Changshi chuckled and continued to be sun-soaked. Just as Changshi was controlling the bamboo raft and observing everyone, Tao Yi spoke. Gurgle gurgle. Changshi, why don't we float up? Gurgle gurgle, we can't be sure of the wind and waves up there. Our little raft can't withstand a second wave that big. It's safer underwater. Gurgle gurgle. Really? Can your mental strength withstand this? I have an affinity for water. Gurgle gurgle. No, let me drive for a while. How can that be? I just got addicted to it. Changshi really enjoyed being a captain. With this level of mental energy consumption, he can almost swim underwater for a whole day. The premise is that the water has always been so calm. Changshi did not respond to her directly, but asked with a smile, why do you have to gurgle and spit when you talk? Gulp gulp. Don't you think this is like a fish? Gulp gulp. We are underwater now. What fun! Tianjin defeated Wu Xie, and Changshi had nothing to say. The storm raged on the surface of the water, but it was quite quiet underwater apart from having to avoid some debris and garbage blown over by the sea. The entire underwater journey is almost danger-free. Unfortunately, the good times didn't last long. After diving in the sea for a few hours, the accident happened again. Although all the senses underwater were far less acute than on the ground, Zhao Qian seemed to have sensed something and warned, be careful, there's something coming down there. Hearing the warning, Changshi's heart tightened. Their current location is probably in the upper middle range of the seawater, just enough to avoid the storm on the sea surface, but they can't see where the seabed is at all. Logically speaking, after such a long time since the huge waves hit, the things that should float up in the seawater should have floated to the surface, and the things that should sink should have left the area long ago. But if you still encounter something rising from the seabed at this time, its danger is obvious. What is it, alive? Or dead? Changshi, can we avoid it by turning? Let's work harder and row faster. Down there? Why can't I see it? Changshi was at the front and had the best forward vision, but his downward vision was similar to everyone else's, so he couldn't see what was below at this time. The sea water swept over too much surface mud, making it extremely turbid and visibility very poor. Zhao Qian was able to get an early warning, obviously not because of his eyesight. I can't see anything. Can you sense what it is? Zhao Qian closed his eyes and released his mental power like sound waves. In just a moment, his face became extremely ugly. There's no way around it. There's Changshi in front, behind, and on both sides. He's about to hit me, call. As soon as he finished speaking, the raft was whipped by the rapids and started spinning, gurgle gurgle, countless bubbles rose up, and this time it really gurgled. Everyone, protect yourselves. Nanny, prepare for treatment. Zhao Chen didn't need to say much. At the moment the rotation began, Dongmu Shinen had already rushed to all team members with 7 or 8 healing spells. Changshi's face was solemn, and he didn't dare to take it lightly at all, because he had already seen clearly what was coming from below. It was a giant beast that he had never seen before. Its bloody skin and half-open white pupils showed that the behemoth was already dead. It was like a bloated balloon rising from the bottom of the sea and floating upwards, but in the process of floating up, it bumped into the player. To say it was a collision is actually a bit inappropriate, compared to the size of the behemoth. The raft the players are on is like a fishing boat under a giant ship, with a huge disproportion. The impact of the raft hitting the behemoth was probably not as great as the impact of the rolling seawater on it, but such a collision would be devastating too. The raft, fortunately, the bamboo raft did not hit the giant beast, but was sucked forward by a huge suction force, and the entire raft disintegrated under the influence of the rapid water flow. Everyone's faces turned extremely ugly because they finally found out what Zhao Chen meant by front, back, left and right. Taoi clung to a vine log tightly, her eyes widened in horror, and she asked in disbelief, this is? Changshi pulled Gaoyu, frowned, and replied in a deep voice, yes, it's what you thought. It crashed into the belly of the beast.